I know the video is late, sorry about that. I had an accident with a truck, so I'm in the hospital right now. The doctor has advised bed rest. Sorry again, and please enjoy the video. Chapter 100. Name, Barbarossa Kaishu. Race, Ghost Race. Identity, Captain of Beasts Pirates. Talent, Reinforced in Iron Bones, Body of a Ghost Race, Immortal King Kong, Immortality. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit Super Phantom Beast Zombie King Form, Plus. Haki, Conquerors, Advanced, Armed Color, Top, Knowledge Color, Top. Captain's Exclusive Ability, Mind Pupil, Commander. Influence Level, 1. Evolution Source, 3-3. This time, more than 4,000 pirates were conquered at one time, providing Kaishu with 30 evolution points. System, how can there be only 30 evolutionary points? A pirate from New World, and survived 2 rounds of fighting, how can he be regarded as excellent? Kaishu originally thought that this time the source of evolution would usher in an explosive growth, not to mention thousands of points, there must be hundreds of points, right? But now May 20th is only 30 points? With the passage of time, the strength of the host increases, the expansion of influence, etc., the conditions for subduing excellent crew members to obtain the source of evolution will also increase. Kaishu looked confused, what do you mean? Ding, to put it simply, when a person's deposit is less than 100,000 pele, he will think that the one who owns 1 million pele is a rich person. Do you have any money? You mean to say that my strength has changed dramatically from the beginning, so the standard of excellence for the crew has also increased? Kaishu recalled and asked confirmingly. Ding, yes. But it's not just about strength, the passage of time, influence, and territory will all lead to an increase in the standards of the crew. After listening to the system's answer, Kaishu felt that he had lost 100 million, no, he lost 1 billion. If he had known that there were such rules, he should have subdued a large number of crew members when he first got the system. But then again, in this crisis-ridden sea, there are opportunities to enhance strength, and no matter who thinks of it immediately, it is to improve themselves first. Besides, if he didn't have monster-level strength, it would be impossible for him to have such a high bounty. Naturally, there is no such a big appeal to gather so many pirates. And if he doesn't have the strength, let alone whether he can subdue these pirates, if the Golden Lion and Waldo come like this time, he can't deal with it. So, it seems to be stuck in an endless loop. It seems that there is no bug in the system, but it is destined to be like this. Because the system also said, not only strength. Even if he knew it in advance, and instead of improving his strength, he would focus on subduing potential pirates. When the power reaches a certain level, this result will still be the same. Thinking of this, I feel a lot more balanced. What can I do? I can only comfort myself like this. System, how much evolution source do I need to evolve my fruit ability? Looking at the 33 points of evolution he possessed, Kaishu's eyes shone with fiery light. Ding! The second evolution of the phantom beast species needs to meet 2 conditions. The first evolution source is 50 points, second, the current fruit ability has reached the awakened Koji. Kaishu was taken aback, he didn't expect to evolve the fruit ability again. The evolution source was 10 times more expensive than last time, and there was one more condition. I have developed the fruit of the Zombie King until it is awakened, and the ability after evolution must be developed again. Kaishu frowned slightly and asked. Ding, the power of the fruit after the second evolution, even if it has just evolved, can be compared to the awakened Zombie King fruit? Kaishu couldn't help being surprised, it's so scary. The Zombie King fruit that has not yet been awakened can make Guy Fist comparable to top monsters. From this, it can be imagined that once the Zombie King fruit is awakened, the current Kaishu may be able to match the strength of rocks. You know, the current Kaishu is only at the mid-level General Emperor level. And Rock's strength completely surpassed that of generals and reached a higher realm, level 3. Think about it, once the strength of Guy Fist is further improved in a few years, and the fruit is awakened, how strong will it be? Think again, how terrifying would it be after evolving the Zombie King fruit again? Invincible. So scary. At the same time, when the Beast's pirates are in full swing for the Cotter elimination battle. All major forces in the sea have received information about the Beast's pirates. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. In the large meeting room, the generals above the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, except those guarding important branches, were basically all present, and everyone was talking with a serious face. After Marshal Kong Kong arrived with Staff Crane, the conference room fell silent, and everyone looked at Commander Kong. I believe everyone already knows that just yesterday, Beast's pirates recruited a group of crew members in New World, and their influence has expanded. After sorting out the documents, Marshal Kong held his chest and solemnly continued to say. And, according to the battle situation and intelligence analysis, the strength of the two brothers Kaishu and Kaido has reached the level of the headquarters admiral. When hearing this, all the Marines present were shocked. What does Marine Admiral stand for? That is the highest combat power of ZF in the world. P.S. It has been mentioned more than once in the comics that Admiral is the strongest combat power of ZF in the world. The Kaishu brothers are still so young, how could they have such terrifying strength? Valdo was defeated by Blue Dragon Kaido. According to the information, it has been determined that Valdo will join the Beast's pirates. Golden Lion Shiki and 100 Beasts Kaishu also had a big battle, and the result was a draw. So the current Beasts pirates can even be compared with the three overlords of the sea. Marshal Kong's words made the entire meeting room fall into silence. All the officers were so shocked by these news that they could not speak. Each of the three overlords of the pirates, even the naval headquarters, must be prepared for battle. Now, this Beast's pirates, which has been established for less than a year, has grown to such a degree? Damn pirate! Black Bull Zephyr clenched his fist and looked at the photo angrily. When he was in the Valley of the Gods, he saw the potential of Kaishu. He didn't expect to become Marine's confidant so quickly. 4.3 Kaishu, Kaido, Beasts pirates, why do these monsters become pirates? Admiral Sengoku looked at the information in his hand with a headache. This time, even Garp, who has always been heartless, attended the meeting with a serious face. The dragon in the corner of the conference room looked at the information about Kaishu and the Beast's pirates, his eyes were shining brightly. With Kaishu's ambition and the strength of the Beast's pirates, and the Golden Lion will clash sooner or later, we can only increase the reward of the Beast's pirates for the time being. Staff Officer Crane said indifferently, the current Kaishu is full-fledged, and it is no longer the existence that Naval Headquarters sent a few people to encircle and suppress. Although not reconciled, Marine had to accept the fact that the Beast's pirates had risen. At the end of the meeting, we discussed the subsequent impact of this incident, the new reward amount of Beast's pirates, etc. And the world is on fire with Beast's pirates. Chapter 101. The territory of the Whitebeard pirates, on the Moby DK. Whitebeard Edward Newgate drank a few sips of wine and looked at the newspaper in his hand. Daddy. Marco wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Whitebeard waving. Cool la 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 la, that BD Golden Lion is at a disadvantage. Valdo also joined the Beast's pirates, that brat guy chicken is really not easy. Whitebeard looked at the news in the newspaper and said calmly. Cool la 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 la, cool la 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 la. Whitebeard suddenly burst out laughing, laughing so boldly. Father. Whitey Bay and the others all looked serious. What are you worried about? It's just repelling the Golden Lion, so what if that lunatic Waldo joins? Lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard roared, his tone extremely confident. Whitebeard in his prime is not afraid of anyone. Not to mention Kaishu, even if the two overlords of the sea, Golden Lion and Roger join forces, Whitebeard is not afraid at all, and will still face it with pride. That's right 31, Dad is the strongest man. It's just a brat, and he was defeated by the old man in the past. Papa is the strongest. Our Whitebeard pirates are the strongest. Oh! On the Oro Jackson, Roger pirates. Ha 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 ha! Cheers everyone! Really, you have to be happy when you have a party. Come and drink Raipai. Roger, you idiot, our treasures are running out, and if you don't even have the money to buy supplies, you still have the mood to hold a banquet. Ah! Ha ha ha, let's talk about those things later. The most important thing now is the banquet, the banquet. That's right. Really, don't be so serious, it's a party now. Cheers. Oh. Hey. Rayleigh sighed tiredly, took the wine glass handed by Jabba, and drank it with a good ong-yadong. Ha, that's right. Roger, who was already flushed from drinking, put his arms around Rayleigh's shoulders like a child, picked up the wine bottle with the other hand and filled Rayleigh again. By the way, Kaisha's Beasts pirates are very active recently. A large number of New World crew members were recruited yesterday, and that lunatic Waldo was also subdued. The most important thing is that he beat that BD she back. Sitting on the Jabba with one buttocks, taking a couple of sips from time to time with a wine glass in one hand, and the latest newspaper in the other. Shiki got knocked back. Where? Let me see. Hearing Jabba's words, Roger pushed away Rayleigh beside him, squatted down and moved over excitedly. Ha, that guy who punches guy is really capable. It's a disadvantage to that guy Shiki, because it's great. Roger laughed happily when he saw some deliberately exaggerated news in the newspaper. Their pirate group has been at odds with the Golden Lion, seeing their old opponent suffer, how could Roger be unhappy? Stupid, shouldn't you care about Kaishu and Kaido monsters, they grow up too fast, and they're beasts pirates. Rayleigh punched Roger in the head, cursing. Roger didn't care at all, he carelessly touched the big bulge on his head, and said with a smile, the sea is so interesting, isn't it? Ha. Tato Land Sea Area, has now been renamed Wan. 1 month is enough for the Big Mom pirates to successfully occupy here. Cake Island. Although the body is still bumpy, but the face is more fierce. Big Mom is eating snacks. Mother. At this time, Pero walked in with 2 wanted warrants in his hand, sweating profusely, and fearful eyes. Pero, is there a new reward for my old lady? Big Mom didn't stop eating, but just glanced at his eldest son, and said indifferently. This sentence made Pero even more frightened, and his body couldn't help but tremble, but he didn't dare not answer, and said tremblingly, for the time being, not yet, it may be the news here, Marine hasn't received it yet. Big Mom frowned, but thinking of the deep-sea vortex and turbulent currents in the Sea of Wanguo, he nodded in agreement, took a bite of the cream puff, and continued to ask, then there are Kaishu and Kaido, those 2 little devils. Gudong, yes. Perisp swallowed, a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he replied through gritted teeth. Big Mom finally stopped eating. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Only then did she notice the reward order in Perospero's hand, and said coldly, show it to my old lady. Pero walked carefully to Big Mom and handed over the 2 latest reward orders. After Big Mom took it, she immediately saw the photo of Guy's shoes that made her uncomfortable. Beasts Guy. Captain Beasts Pirates. Killed countless civilians and destroyed several countries. Heinous, cruel. Bounty, 2.367 billion Baileys. Live or die. Blue Dragon Kaido. Beasts Pirates Deputy Captain. Killed countless civilians and destroyed several countries. Heinous, cruel. Bounty, 2.18 billion Baileys. Live or die. The terrifying conqueror's haki spread across Cake Island in an instant, and many homies and civilians rolled their eyes and passed out without knowing what happened. Feeling the boundless domineering oppression at this moment, Perisp bent down panting and sweating profusely. Damn it, forget about Kaishu, and now even that brat Kaido's reward is higher than my mother. What are those trash marines doing? Big Mom wrinkled the reward order in his hand, and said with a ferocious face. 820 #. Mother. Thundercloud Zeus floated in front of Big Mom naively, and Big Mom jumped on it. Mom, where are you going? Pero asked hastily. I'm going to destroy the nearby marine branch. Look at those useless marines and dare to look down on my mother. With that said, Thundercloud Zeus quickly left Cake Island with Big Mom. On the other side, on an island near Wanakuni. Bang bang bang. Ah! Ha ha, this will be the site of our beasts pirates from now on. The flames are soaring, the artillery fire is roaring. Beasts pirates really fight the Big Bear King, on the tallest building in this island town, hung a ghost horned fangs and skull flag and announced loudly. The same thing happened on many islands near Wanakuni, and the forces near the Wanakuni waters were quickly annexed by the beast's pirates. In just a few days, the Wanakuni Sea area was completely cleaned up, and the sea area seemed to be dyed red. A large number of casualties were caused in a few days, and many unsightly pirate groups and disobedient island residents were wiped out. Even the islands were destroyed. This also made Tahai see how scary, cruel, domineering, and unreasonable beasts pirates are. Because of the arrival of the beasts pirates, the sea area of Wanakuni has been officially renamed the Sea of Beasts. Chapter 102. After the beasts pirates took down all the territories in the 100 Beasts Sea region swiftly and resolutely, they did not continue to expand, but continued to digest the acquired territories. This time it's the beasts pirates too, showing their terrifying powers for the first time. The terrifying strength makes people dare not go one step further. Even Akoku, who hunted down the Big Bear King, chose to keep things quiet after knowing that he joined Kaishu's command. Name, Barbarossa Kaishu. Race, Ghost Race. Identity, Captain of Beasts Pirates. Talent, Reinforced and Iron Bones, Body of a Ghost Race, Immortal King Kong, Immortality. Devil Fruit, Zoan Human Fruit Super Phantom Beast Zombie King Form, Plus. Haki, Conquerors, Advanced, Armed Color, Top, Knowledge Color, Top. Captain's Exclusive Ability, Mind Pupil, Commander. Influence Level, 2. Evolution Source, 3-3. Kaishu's power level has been raised again, and one more item has been added to the same auxiliary props. Actual Combat Training Room. You can simulate the opponent you want to fight against. The battle stage is covered with a rules protective shield. No matter how intense the battle is, it will not be affected. The cooling time is 1 month. The price is 1 billion Baileys, and each time you use it, you need to pay an additional price according to the strength of the simulated opponent. Kaisha bought one without hesitation, and he found that this prop is a bottomless pit, simulating an admiral level opponent, and it still needs 100 million Baileys. But I have to say, very practical. Don't worry about dying in it, just like its name, it is the best place for actual combat training. It's just that the cooling time is a bit long, and everyone has to wait for a month after using it once. Kaisha still remembers when he introduced this house to Kaido and the others, they were so shocked that they were about to stare out their eyes. This is completely beyond their imagination. Even after the actual combat, Quinn lay on the floor of the room and studied every corner of it, feeling a little crazy. If Kaishu hadn't stopped him with his fist, Quinn would have dismantled the combat training room for research. This thing is worth 1 billion Baileys, and Guy couldn't bear to dismantle it. Because he knows that with the scientific level of Pirate World, it is basically impossible to replicate this auxiliary item. However, Kaishu only gave this to Kaido and Quinn for use. As for the rest of the crew, including Waldo, nothing was disclosed. Waldo could not rely on the source of evolution to increase his loyalty, he could only increase his loyalty little by little under the influence of the command. Kaishu will not tell other crew members these secrets until the loyalty reaches 90. For several months, the beasts pirates fell silent. Digest territory, improve strength, do business with dark forces, trade seastone and various materials. The strength of beasts pirates is increasing step by step. Especially Jun, Bullet and Yin. They are in the stage of rapid growth. They have 3 auxiliary props and various resources, and their strength has not reached the bottleneck period. Naturally, they will improve quickly. And the new year was over not long ago, and we were 1 year older. One Piece World also seems to celebrate the new year, so I won't get into it. The sky was covered with thick dark clouds, and the layers of dark clouds were extremely dense, spreading to the distance without stopping, with no end in sight. With an extremely gloomy and oppressive atmosphere, the whole world was dark. Boom! Crack! Silver-white lightning flashed like a silver snake from time to time, intertwining in the air, forming a thunder field with a width of hundreds of meters. Dense lightning intertwined, carrying a terrifying power. Like the power of the sky, it makes people extremely frightened, and the dazzling thunder flashes, illuminating the sky from time to time. Ho 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 ho! Deep and fearful roars sounded from time to time, and the ferocious beasts on the island were all roaring uneasily. Boom, boom, boom! Click! In the thunder field that is hundreds of meters wide in the sky, countless lightning bolts interweave suddenly, forming a thunderbolt that must be several meters thick. Like the divine spear of the sky, and like thunder from the god of thunder, it slammed down, and in an instant it hit a tall figure in the center of the island. Tear! The dazzling thunder streaked across the sky, and struck down in an instant. The dazzling white light shone throughout the world, and the terrifying power even made countless beasts tremble. Boom! Lightning several meters thick bombarded the figure relentlessly, with a terrifying power enough to split the mountain and destroy everything. The dazzling thunder flashed. Well, it's a little numb. Tall and burly body, with a bare upper body, the whole body is covered with strong and slender muscles, and the bronze-colored muscles carry violent power. Her long black hair fluttered, and a long scar on her chest added to her wild aura. The demon-like body flickered in the thunder light, but without the slightest bit of damage. It was shocking. It's a pity that it's useless, too strong a body is not good. Kaishu said in a low voice, with some dissatisfaction in his voice. When it comes to becoming stronger, Chan has no slack in doing so. The sea is extremely vast and there are countless strong people. His own strength is far from being invincible. If he doesn't have stronger power, he might be torn apart by the covetous world ZF. After all, the world government with more than 800 years of experience is not so easy to mess with. It's a pity that Kaisha's body is really scary now. Even after Kaido had been gathered together for a long time, even the elite vice admiral could be killed, and the thunder that made Admiral change his color only made him numb, and had no effect on Kaishu at all. This undoubtedly frustrated Kaishu's idea of using lightning to train his body, and he was a little distressed. By the way, can you do this? Suddenly, Kaishu's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Kaido, another thunderbolt! Guy shouted at the majestic blue dragon hovering above with his fist. Ouch! Qinglong controlled the thunder field in the air, and then the rolling thunder and lightning continued to gather, forming a huge thunder in an instant, and then smashed down. Tear! Roaring like a silver dragon, roaring like a god, the terrifying thunder resounded through the world. The thunderbolt is thicker than before, and it is as fast as ultimate. Okay, wow! Kaishu's eyes were full of madness, his body swelled rapidly, and he transformed into a beast form in an instant. It opened its big mouth, and directly swallowed the terrifying thunderbolt several meters thick into its stomach. How violent is the thunder! In mythology, it is the most powerful power of the King of Gods, and the most terrifying punishment from heaven. Ordinary people, even the top powerhouses, dare not directly bear the terrifying thunder with their bodies. Kaishu actually directly swallowed the extremely violent thunderbolt into his stomach. If others saw this scene, they would think that Kaishu was trying to die. Crackling! Zzz! Hiss! The thunder that was so violent to ultimate raged in Kaishu's body, and the long-lost severe pain hit, making Kaishu involuntarily gasp. I just feel like the inside of my body is being torn apart, which is unbearable. Whoa! A mouthful of blood was spit out by Kaishu and sprinkled on the ground. The scarlet bloodline is so dazzling. Chapter 103. It's no wonder, even though Kaishu's body is very strong inside, even if it's 10 times the gravity, it's just a little uncomfortable. Even if he fell from a height of 10,000 meters, he would not be damaged in the face of the terrifying impact, from which we can see how powerful Kaishu's body is inside. But no matter how powerful it is impossible to ignore the damage of thunder like the external body. Facing the extremely violent thunder, Kaishu, who had a strong defense, was also injured, and the injury was not serious. Kaishu could even feel his internal organs and blood vessels as if being torn apart. The severe pain made Kaishu's face turn pale and sweat dripping out. But at this moment, Zhuang Wang's immortality and his monster's physique let the original damaged body recover at an astonishing speed. However, after a cup of tea, it was back to normal. Even Kaishu didn't feel the pain for a long time, and his internal organs had already recovered. And with the recovery from the injury, Kaishu's body has become more resilient. It really works. Kaisha grinned, opened his hands, and his huge body stood on the ground like a demon god, with a pair of curved horns that were tough and sharp. BD brother, are you alright? Seeing Kaisha spitting out blood, Kaido lowered his head and asked. Ha 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 ha. Laozi is good, keep going. The madness in Kaisha's eyes was even worse, and he shouted excitedly at Kaido. Ouch! Kaido didn't ask too much, 783 he knew how strong Kaisha's physique was. Qinglong controlled the thunder, frantically gathered, and expanded the thunder field at a speed far faster than before. The dazzling and terrifying thunder was extremely frightening. Boom! The terrifying thunder struck down again, illuminating the entire sky. The entire island could clearly see the terrifying thunderbolt, which was then swallowed by a man like a demon god. This scene is so shocking. In the combat training room. God avoid. One knife-style ice moon love Sakura. Jun's gaze was firm, looking at the jet black sword light that Roger cut out, and he held golden pira tightly with both hands, and the cold frost condensed on the blade. With a yell, the silver-white sword light rushed over. Boom! Stay! Two razor-sharp blades, one black and one white, intersected, and black and red lightning raged, but the ordinary-looking battle platform was not damaged at all. Even the shock wave enough to shatter the rock wall was absorbed by an invisible protective shield. Yin and Bullet standing under the battle platform were not affected at all, and watched the battle above intently. Finally, within a few seconds of the stalemate, the silvery ice blade glow shattered. DBCB, the black sword glow undiminished towards Jun. Hateful. Originally, at Jun's speed, the few seconds of stalemate were enough for her to dodge several times. But Jun didn't dodge or evade, clenched his silver teeth, and raised the black blade with a tenacious expression. Boom! When the light of the sword collided with the blade, Jun only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily fell back more than 10 meters. Break it! Jun disregarded the bleeding palms, and there were many torn wounds on his body, and his spirit was in an unprecedented state of anxiety. Finally, he felt that the blade was no longer so powerful, and the surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Hoo-hoo! She heard the breathing sound of flying slash. This is, top swordsman. Jun clenched the handle of the knife with both hands and slashed down fiercely. Pang! The black blade shattered, and the atmosphere seemed to neigh. God's refuge opening the sky. But before Jun could be happy, a more terrifying slash magnified in her pupils. Tear! The slash passed through Jun's body, and was absorbed by the shield. Wow! Jun knelt down on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She felt death just now. If it was outside, she would really be dead. However, there will be no deaths in the combat training room, only serious injuries and defeats, and there will not even be hidden injuries. With Jun's inability to fight anymore, the figure of Roger slowly disappeared. Miss Jun! Big sister! Yin and Bullet left and ran up, looking at Jun with concern. I'm fine, I've gained a lot this time, you guys practice, I'll go back and summarize. Jun's pale face slowly regained its color after taking a body power pill. But when she stepped off the battle platform, it seemed that some kind of rule repaired the hidden wounds in her body. Although the body is still injured, it is much more relaxed. The process of recovering from injury is also a kind of physical improvement. It's my turn, I'm going to fight Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Jack. Bullet skillfully took out 50 million Baileys, and when the Baileys in his hand disappeared, a short Jack in marine costume appeared on the fighting platform. I'm going down first, so be careful. Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily this time. Up! Bang bang bang! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! On the fighting platform, a new round of fighting began. Time passed unknowingly, and 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The boundless sea will never be attracted by a certain person or a certain thing for a long time. Almost every day, various bounty orders are issued, some powerful pirates are offered rewards, or some pirates are arrested. And in these short 5 years, many powerful pirates have risen. Stir up the boundless wind and cloud in the whole sea. Kaishu has been in this world for more than 20 years, and now he is a 29-year-old man. Today's Kaishu is more mature than before. Without the wantonness of Haki 5 years ago, he is more restrained now, but he seems to give people a kind of calm and prestige, without any momentum, so that people dare not look directly at him. 19,997. 19,998. 19,999. 20,000. 17. No matter how many times I watch it, the captain's practice surprises me. 5 years later, Quinn's figure is even more bloated, with a chubby body and a pair of short legs, full of joy. This is what the captain said, the gap in wool. Chingu looked at the muscle tent that was practicing in the distance with admiration. Physical training and polishing is the most time-consuming, boring, and arduous process. Most people would rather fight a battle than grind their bodies all the time. Although fighting is the best way to improve strength. But a strong physique raises your lower limit and raises your upper limit at the same time. Physical fitness is the foundation of everything, the stronger the foundation, the higher the upper limit. Humph, it's a complete monster. Waldo, who was covered in bandages, drank rum unhappily. Pfft, Waldo, I heard that, 2 days ago, he was beaten by a pig's head again for challenging the captain. Quinn danced with his hands raised, and looked at Waldo, who was bound into a mummy, with a smile. Whispering. Waldo shouted angrily, but Qingqiao and the others laughed. More than 5 years is enough time for Waldo and the more than 4,000 pirates who just joined to be loyal to Kaishu. Chapter 104. Woo! The strong wind howled, blowing the sky full of flying snow, and heavy snow enveloped the whole city. Looking around, the whole world is pale, frozen by the vast ice and snow, and the white snow is flying all over the sky. This is Elmer, the 10th member country of New World. But at this time, the capital city of Elmer is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. The whole city looked dilapidated, frozen by the cold ice. The strong cold even caused the sky and the earth to change color, blowing the sky full of snow, covering it into a vast expanse of whiteness. In the snow-covered city, you can see the wreckage of various corpses everywhere, people frozen in human form, and people with panic expressions. These are people who were directly frozen into ice sculptures because of their strong resistance. Da-da-da. The crisp high-heeled shoes reverberated in the capital city. Wearing a white long skirt and a pink cloak, the black high-heeled shoes stepped on the snow-frozen ground, which was extremely conspicuous. It was the snow disaster Jun. Today's Jun is the beast's pirates disaster that resounds throughout the sea snow disaster. Master Jun, all rebels have been suppressed. At this moment, a pirate wearing a thick cotton coat ran over and said respectfully to Jun. Looking at Jun, he didn't dare to show any disrespect, and was full of awe and fear. The incomparably beautiful woman in front of her, who exudes a cool and royal temperament, is the top cotter of the beast's pirates. Wherever he went, there was heavy snow flying and 3 feet of ice, which was called snow disaster by the world. Nodding his head, Jun has no expression on his face, his voice is cold, without any fluctuation in his tone, like a goddess of ice and snow. It is impossible to tell that she is a pirate who will not blink even if she freezes a country and kills hundreds of thousands of creatures. Suddenly, Jun frowned, a trace of displeasure flashed across his delicate and glamorous pretty face, and he said coldly. That's all you're talking about, repression. The words were so cold that it almost froze the soldier. Jun-sama, my lord, what does this mean? The pirate stammered, his body was trembling, and he was almost unable to hold himself due to the strong cold. Snort. Without saying a word, Jun snorted coldly, raised his hand and pulled out the golden pira from his waist, and directly slashed with a brilliant slash, cutting off a house tens of meters away. Boom! Bang bang! The tall building collapsed immediately, and the sky was filled with snowflakes and ice. Amidst the screams of panic, a young man with a shaved back, wearing a patterned cotton coat, holding a long knife, and sharp eyes jumped out. That's it. In the stunned expression of the pirate, Jun said coldly, and then walked directly towards the boy. Dracula Mihawk, who is only 11 years old, has extraordinary skills and superb swordsmanship. He even defeated some pirates with millions of bounties. He is very famous in the Grand Line, am I right? Walking in front of the young man, Jun said softly, a smile appeared on his delicate and glamorous pretty face, it was so beautiful. Snow Disaster Jun. No, I want to call you another title, Tonsui Great Swordsman Jun. The young Mihawk showed a serious expression, raised the long knife in his hand, and said seriously. I want to challenge you, in the name of a swordsman. When the surrounding pirates heard Mihawk's words, they all looked dead, it's just a sword that doesn't know how to use it. Stupid brat! You dare to challenge Lord Jun, you don't know how to live or die. It's a pity, he is obviously a swordsman with great potential. Well, I've also heard the name Mihawk, looking for swordsmen to challenge. Mihawk ignored the mocking words around him, but looked at the paper garden seriously and calmly. A pair of sharp eyes revealed an unprecedented fervor, and the whole body was full of fighting spirit. Jun looked at Mihawk with eagle eyes under the meticulous face in front of him, slowly retracted the knife into its sheath, and then pulled out the decorative bracelet knife on his arm. Watching this scene, Mick was straight on the spot. At this time, Jun looked at Mihawk and said calmly with a cold face, sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Mihawk's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low tone, what do you mean? With a knife in his hand, Jun said calmly Kaido, I'm sorry if I offended you. But I'm different from a stupid beast that fights a lion and a rabbit with all its strength, even though you are a well-known swordsman. But in my eyes, he's still a childish brat. Mihawk's face became ugly at this moment. Jun's move is undoubtedly to look down on him. Mihawk drew out his long knife and rushed forward, stop looking down on people. Jun lowered his eyes slightly, and said in a cold tone, the frog at the bottom of the well, let's see how big this world really is. Don't think that you are so self-righteous because you are lucky enough to defeat two swordsmen. The sea is not a place for a brat like you to act recklessly. Please give me flowers. Mihawk's shot is a fierce slash. That's right. Mihawk, who is only 11 years old, is already a swordsman. This kendo talent is enough to make people look sideways. When Mihawk's blazing sword light cut down, there was a ding sound. How is it possible? Mihawk's eyes widened in disbelief. I saw that the flying slash he was proud of was easily pierced by Jun's knife, and even the blade that followed him was blocked by the knife. No. Impossible. Mihawk's sharp yellow pupils are full of disbelief, and cold sweat flows from his forehead, and when it drips, he is directly frozen into ice beads by the surrounding temperature. His slash was pierced, and the blade was directly blocked by Jun. And is with a decorative bracelet pocket knife. 0. Mihawk's heart was full of disbelief at the moment, and his face was covered with a layer of frost. As expected of Jun-sama. Ha ha ha, a self-righteous brat also wants to challenge Lord Jun. However, this brat has already reached the realm of cutting iron, it's unbelievable. But it's too early to challenge Jun-sama. The jeers all around Mihawk didn't care at all. Regardless of attacking Jun again, he didn't believe that the gap would be so big. But reality gave him a big slap. The gap between him and Jun is that big. It was like a moat, unable to even touch Jun's clothes. Only with that bracelet knife, Jun completely blocked all of Mihawk's attacks. At this moment, Mihawk is like a child in front of Jun. Even eventually, Mihawk rushed forward resolutely, wanting to hit Jun once with the last hope. He doesn't even want to win, he just wants to cut Jun, even if it's just to cut her sleeve. But this time, he still did not kill the king. Mihawk's body was frozen there. Jun's bracelet knife was inserted into his chest. The blood dripped down on the snow, it was so dazzling on the white street. Chapter 105. Why don't you retreat? Jun closed his pupils, looked at Mihawk's stubborn yellow eyes, and asked in a surprised tone. Mihawk could clearly see her knife pointing straight at his heart. Even if he didn't deviate from the angle at the last moment. With this knife, Mihawk will be directly pierced through the heart and die. In other words, the sharp-eyed brat in front of him just now had the heart of death. He just wanted to hit himself. But, is this necessary? Mihawk, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, was uncharacteristically calm at this moment. As a swordsman, I will not retreat. If I take a step back today, all the dreams I have held on to so far will disappear. I can never come back here. Even if I die, I will never back down. Mihawk said in an extremely firm tone. The corner of Jun's mouth curled up, and he looked at Mihawk with 680 approval. Since following Kaishu, she has come all the way, why has she ever taken a step back? If she couldn't become stronger and couldn't follow the man who pulled her out of the abyss, she would rather fight to death. Jun slowly put away the knife, took 2 steps back, looked at Mihawk and said seriously, Mihawk, since you are willing to die, then I will do as you wish. Itoryu swordsman Jun Black Sword Kinpura. Jun raised the corner of his usually cold mouth and introduced himself with a swordsman's salute. This is a recognition of Mihawk and a signal for a duel between swordsmen. After more than 5 years of watering with blood and condensing haki, Jinpira has become a sword. One sword swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the sharp sword thunder. Mihawk happily wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth and returned the favor with the same serious expression. He positioned himself for one final blow. At the same time, because of Jun, he learned a stronger move and was ready to use it at this moment. Its name: Night Cut. Watching this scene, the surrounding pirates became more and more uproar. Lord Jun actually drew his sword. What is going on? Does Jun-sama approve of Mihawk? But looking at Mihawk like this, can he still block Jun-sama's sword? Idiot, needless to say, even if he is not injured, he can't stop Jun-sama's sword. What a courageous kid! He would rather die than retreat. Who has such courage? Hi! He's just an idiot. All the pirates were shocked to see Jun drawing his sword against Mihawk. However, the attitudes toward Mihawk are mixed. Some people praise it, while others dismiss it. And at this moment, a cold light flashed in Mihawk's eyes, and he struck Jun with a blazing green slash. This is the most powerful blow he has gathered. If you can't win again, then he had no choice but to die. Mihawk comes with the will to win. Yeah, Jean. But in the end, Jun just slashed lightly with the black knife. The figures of the two staggered past. The scene was silent for 2 seconds. Jun stood up, unscathed, and even his jumpsuit, Kakuzu, was not damaged at all. But Mihawk, a huge wound with crisscrossing ravines suddenly appeared on his chest. In fact, even the good sword in his hand was directly broken. Looking at the thunder with only the hilt left, Mihawk's eyes were sad and he didn't care at all about the bleeding wounds on his body. Sure enough, we still lost. Mihawk laughed at himself. At the same time, he was also fully aware of the gap between himself and Jun. Between two people. Heavens different. He has no chance of defeating Jun at all now. But now that he is defeated, he has to die. Mihawk solemnly sheathed the sword and turned to look at Jun calmly. Jun also turned around and looked at Mihawk again in surprise. What are you doing? I'm defeated, take my life. Mihawk's tone was extremely calm, as if he was not talking about himself at all. A simple sentence, but it shows Mihawk's determination in kendo. Even to the death, we must defend the dreams and vows in our hearts. Jun also had a smile on his face. It's amazing. Puchi. The blood spurted and sprinkled on the white snow. Bang. Mihawk spat out a mouthful of blood, but with a smile on his lips, he fell backwards and lost consciousness. He didn't know that a layer of frost had condensed on his wound. Bring him back. Jun sheathed his sword and said calmly to the pirate not far away. Lord Jun, he is challenging the beast's pirates, why not just kill him? Jun turned his head and looked at the pirate who spoke coldly, are you teaching me how to do something? No. Don't dare. The pirate trembled all over and hurriedly lowered his head to apologize. Treat him. If he dies, all of you will bury him with him. After saying that, Jun swung the cloak behind him and left here without looking back. The surrounding pirates immediately ran over, hurriedly and carefully calculated to carry the seriously injured and unconscious Mihawk back. Boom! Click! Boom boom boom! Terrifying thunder and lightning ravaged the world, and the thunder falling from the sky shattered everything around it. The thunder and lightning in the sky gathered together crazily, forming a thunder field that could tear the heaven and the earth apart. My God, what is this? Is this the monster we're fighting against? How could it be possible to resist? Countless soldiers standing on the city, holding guns and cannons, all stared at the raging thunder in stunned silence. Their faces turned pale, their feet were trembling, and they were extremely frightened. The fools who resist to the end will be crushed under Laozi's strongest thunder and lightning. A giant silver bear standing on 2 legs, more than 20 meters tall, controlled the earth-shattering thunder and lightning. Bullet was indifferent and controlled countless thunders to strike the city. Boom, boom, boom. Click. My tai. Ah. BD, help, help me. I don't want to die. Along with despair and unwillingness, thunder and lightning fell from the sky, shattering all areas of resistance. Thousands of soldiers were easily blasted into charcoal and torn into slag in front of this terrifying thunder. Coke and debris floated all over the sky, the solid city was smashed, gravel and dust splashed down, and the catastrophic scene 4.8 was frightening. It's too powerful, it's like a godlike calendar. As expected of the Thunder Tribulation Bullet, one of the 9 tribulations. Long live Master Bullet! Behind the giant silver and white bear, thousands of pirates shouted excitedly, the voice was earth-shattering, surging like a wave. Suppress all resistance. From now on, this place will be the site of the beast's pirates. Kill all dissatisfied voices. The gigantic bear standing upright, with an indifferent expression, let out a ruthless roar. Yes. Master Bullet. Kill. Suppress them and turn this place into the territory of our beast's pirates. Thousands of pirates, like a wave, submerged everything with irresistible force. Wherever the giant silver and white bear with a height of more than 20 meters passes, it will crush all enemies who resist. Chapter 106. Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Today's Ghost Island has been transformed by Garam's cubic fruit. The forest green coverage rate is extremely high, the lakes and rivers are staggered, and it is prosperous and prosperous. At the center is a palatial palace filled with members of the beast's pirates. Boom! With a loud noise, Kaisha put down the boulder he was carrying, and untied the sea stone handcuffs and anklets, but the gravity bracelet on his wrist was still not taken off. Captain, it's not good. At this time, Simon ran over in a hurry. Guy wiped the sweat off his body with his fist, sat down and drank the prepared cold drink, and asked lightly, "What's wrong?" Who? Simon calmed down his heavy breathing, and said quickly, "My lord is going to single-handedly challenge the Roger pirates again." "Why do you say again?" "Because in the past 5 years, this is not the first time this kind of thing has happened. When Waldo and the pirates were first conquered, the beast's pirates had no battle plan because they had to digest Site 31. Kaido, who had just broken through in strength, couldn't stay idle anymore, and went directly to challenge the Roger pirates without saying hello. The result was no surprise, it was only Kaido who had just broken through to the general level. It didn't take Roger's shot, Rayleigh and Jabba teamed up to beat the duo. Fortunately, Kaishu arrived in time with Kaido's life card. Otherwise, Roger, the BD, really plans to hand Kaido over to Marine in exchange for a bounty. In Roger's words, their pirate group, short of money. Can you believe that the Roger pirates, one of the 3 overlords of the sea, can't afford 100 million Baileys? In the end, Kaisha fought against Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba, and took Kaido back from Roger's pirate group. That battle also established Kai's status as a top powerhouse. The bounty soared to 2.7 billion in an instant. In the second year, Kaido went to trouble the Whitebeard pirates again. Forcibly stunned by Whitebeard's fruit awakening, Kaisha fought another battle with the Whitebeard pirates and brought them back. In the third year, Kaido found Golden Lion's flying pirates at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this time, Kaido was not weaker than the Golden Lion Shiki, and the two fought in the sky for 3 days, regardless of the outcome. But don't forget, the flying pirates are the most powerful of the 3. There are more than tens of thousands of pirates under his command, and there are countless powerful cotters. Under the siege of Golden Lion and a group of cotters, Kaido finally exhausted his energy and was defeated. The Golden Lion isn't the nice guys like Roger and Whitebeard. He was going to kill Kaido directly, but no matter what method he used, he couldn't really kill Kaido. Ordinary weapons and shelling have no effect on Kaido. Golden Lion's slash wave was able to break through Kaido's defense, but within a short while, Duo's injuries recovered as before. After a great battle, Golden Lion also consumed a lot of physical strength. His resilience was not as good as Kaido's, so he had no choice but to throw Kaido directly to Naval Headquarters. After Kaisha got the news, he broke into Naval Headquarters directly. In that battle, Marine dispatched Marshal Kong Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and Hero Garp. There are 4 strong men at the Admiral level. However, Guy was kited and snatched Kaido back from Marine, but he also suffered a lot of injuries. Kaishu has been called by the sea since then the strongest monster in the world. That's right, it is the strongest monster, because he is no longer as strong as a human being. In other words, Kaishu is not a human being, he is a ghost race. In his 4th year, Kaido went solo to Naval Headquarters. Although after a year of practice, Kaido has improved a lot, but he has not yet reached the pervert level of Kaishu, able to single out 4 strong admirals. You must know that the stronger the strength, the harder it is to improve, and some vice-admirals will never be able to reach admiral alternates in their entire lives. What's more, at the level of generals, Kaido can play back and forth with the 2 admirals, but it is not as good. The 3 admirals were obviously at a disadvantage, and the 4 admirals directly pressed Kaido's head and beat him violently. However, Marine also faces the same problem as Golden Lion. Can't kill this monster. A few days later, Kaisha broke into Naval Headquarters and took away with multiple minor injuries. Blue Dragon Kaido has been known as the most powerful creature in the sea, land, and air since then. Kaido that guy. Kaisha shook his head helplessly when he heard Simon's words. He now has a feeling that he and Kaido have a clear division of labor. Kaido is in charge of causing trouble, he is in charge of peace. It's okay, that idiot won't die anyway, let him make trouble. Kaisha waved his hand and said casually. Kaisha would have been worried a few years ago, after all, Kaido's physique hadn't grown up at that time. Now Kaido's Qinglong body is no longer what it used to be, and basically he can't be killed. The evolved holy beast Qinglong is much stronger than the Qinglong in the original book. Even if Kaido's fruit has not yet awakened, even if he is thrown into the magma, he will not die. So Kaishu has nothing to worry about. What's going on with Vunan's Grand Tesoro? Kaishu asked about another matter. Master Vunan's G523 Grand Tesoro has been completed and will open soon. Master Vunan said that he will never let the captain worry about money. Simon said with a smile. Since Vunan is a golden fruit capable person, Kaishu will naturally not waste it. Like the Golden Emperor in the original book, it can build the world's first entertainment city Grand Tesoro. With the beast's pirates behind him, Vunan doesn't have to fear anyone. Moreover, Vunan can use the power of money to freely manipulate celestial dragons, and even use the power of the world's ZF. How is the establishment of Kongming's intelligence system? Kaishu asked. Don't worry, Captain, with the current strength of our beast's pirates, coupled with the financial support of Mr. Vunan, the intelligence department has been established very smoothly. Simon confidently replied, now our general staff already has its own intelligence network, which spreads all over the sea, and the New World is even more well known. Very good. Kaishu smiled with satisfaction. Kongming is a talent good at resourcefulness and intelligence work that Kaishu recruited 2 years ago. Now working in the intelligence department under the general staff, Kaishu is quite optimistic about him. Maybe the staff department can be handed over to him in the future. Chapter 107. A few days later, Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Clatter, 11. Jun-sama is back. Hurry up, pack a team to meet the snow disaster. Jun-sama. Tap tat tat. A large ship slowly approached the port of Ghost Island. The pirates who were patrolling near the port immediately ran over and stood in 2 rows. Tread. The moment the black high-heeled shoes stepped onto the port, all the pirates shouted in unison. Congratulations, Jun-sama. Jun's cold and beautiful face did not change at all, and he walked from the middle of the neat lines on both sides. Behind Jun, followed a young man with sharp eyes and bandages all over his body. It was Mihawk. Seeing the respectful posture of all the pirates, the underage Mihawk couldn't help but feel a little passionate and excited. After all, he is still an 11-year-old boy. Where has he seen such a battle? Which teenager doesn't want to shine brightly and attract people's attention? Jun took Mihawk and walked towards the center of Onijima. When the pirates along the way saw Jun, they all bowed their heads respectfully. Mihawk followed Jun step by step, noticing the envious looks in the eyes of these pirates. Envious? Are you envious that you can stand behind Jun in the snow disaster? Pass through the port, get on a gorgeous car, and arrive at the palace in the center of Onigashima. The magnificent door opened slowly. The door was so tall that even a giant could enter unimpeded. This shows how majestic a palace with such a huge portal is. Deng-deng-deng. Just as Mihawk was following Jun and preparing to enter, there was a sound of violent running outside the palace. Jun stopped unhappily, and Mihawk followed suit. I saw a tall, round, fat man sitting on a modified four-wheeled vehicle, which was pulled by two red-skinned wild boars. Amidst the dust, he ran towards here at a high speed. Cha-cha! Arriving outside the palace gate, two red-skinned wild boars rubbed their limbs against the ground. Ho 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 ho, Miss Jun, you're back so soon? You are indeed the snowstorm of our beasts pirates. Quinn held a cigar in his mouth and got off the four-wheeler with brisk steps. Gudong asterisk. Mihawk only felt that he was completely covered by shadows. Looking at Quinn, who was more than 6 meters tall in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow. Even Mihawk knows that Jun's strength and status are higher than Quinn's. However, the pressure of his huge height still made Mihawk, who was inexperienced in the world, feel uncomfortable. Jun shot Quinn a look, and said flatly, "UBD, you're getting fat again." Quinn, who was originally cheerful, changed his face instantly, and said loudly, "I'm not fat, I'm all muscle. I don't lose weight because it would be too popular to lose weight." "Hi hi." Jun responded perfunctorily, turned around and walked into the main hall. "Come on, Mick." "Yes, master." Mihawk reacted immediately and followed Jun's footsteps. "Master? Is it really strange? Ms. Jun actually accepts disciples." Seeing Mihawk address Jun, Quinn's expression immediately became dull, and he stared at Mihawk curiously. He wanted to see what was so special about this kid that he would make the always cold and proud Jun take him in as his disciple. Boom! Bang bang! As soon as he walked into the backyard of the palace, before he had time to look at the surrounding scenery, Mihawk heard a violent roar. Looking over quickly, I saw a handsome and burly man with curved horns on his head, holding another tall and strong figure in the spring. "Brother, I was wrong. Ah, don't fight." The beaten figure lay on the ground with his head in his hands, protecting important parts, begging for mercy. Judging by the skillful movements, it is definitely not the first time he has been beaten. "Stinky boy, I told you to practice hard, but Lao Zi sneaked out again. The most important thing is that he lost the F***ck again. You trash, Lao Zi beat you to death." Bang bang bang. "Ah! Brother, it's that BD Roger who doesn't talk about martial arts, and a boatload of people besieged me. UFG dare to be stubborn. Ah, don't dare, don't dare." Bang bang bang. Mihawk only felt his scalp tingling from being blown by waves of air, his yellow pupils widened, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. That punch to the flesh actually tore through the atmosphere, and the aftermath was shocking. Mihawk knew clearly that with such a fist, one punch could kill him. As for the beaten figure, although he screamed again and again, he was full of anger, and he knew at a glance that there was nothing wrong. The terrifying aura unintentionally exuded by the two figures made Mihawk feel cold hands and feet. The three of Jun stopped in place, watching from a distance, not daring to disturb them. "Captain, Kaido-sama." It wasn't until Kaisha stopped that Jun walked over and greeted with a smile. "Captain? Kaido?" Mihawk's eyes widened and he finally recognized the two. Captain and mate of the Beast's pirates. The strongest monster in the world, 100 beasts Kaishu. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, blue dragon Kaido. The two men who resound through the entire sea, even in the new world where monsters are like forests, are the two standing at the top. Oh? Jun, you're back? Are you all right? Kaisha rubbed the beater's wrist, sat on the recliner with a relaxed expression on his face, and asked with a smile. It seems that he beat Kaido violently, which made him feel much happier. Li Hao, Jun's charming smile is like a blooming snow lotus, which makes people dizzy. It seems that only when facing Kaishu, Jun will bloom such a moving smile. With a pair of slender white thighs, she walked behind Kaishu, massaged his shoulders, and said softly, Elmer, including several surrounding countries, have all been captured. Thanks for your hard work. Kaishu smiled appreciatively. If we take these countries around the Sea of Beasts, our territory will be no smaller than that BD Golden Lion. Kaido stood up like a normal person, and said with a big smile. Quinn immediately flattered him and said, You're right, Tutut Yen. Captain, there is one more thing. Jun said suddenly. What? Now many people in the sea call you, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger together. 4 emperors. What? Chapter 108. 4 emperors. Kaisha secretly thought, it seems that because of my arrival, the 4 emperors layout has been advanced by more than 20 years. Is this the butterfly effect? Humph, just because they deserve to be equal to Big Brother? Big Brother, let me teach them a lesson. Kaido first said indignantly that in his heart no one can stand at the same height as Kaishu, even Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger are no exception. Captain, shall we express ourselves? Quinn jumped up with his hands raised, but the corners of his mouth showed a cruel murderous look. He also believes that only Guy can stand on top of the sea. Even in the past few years, the other 3 who have kept pace with the Beast's pirates are not worthy. Although the Beast's pirates are latecomers, under the leadership of Kaishu, they have already surpassed the former 3 overlords. Kaishu put down his cold drink, looked in the direction of Red Line, and said with a smile, I am afraid that only Marine and the ZF of the world can make Hi suddenly accept this title. Hearing Kaishu's words, several people became thoughtful. What does the captain mean, that Marine is here to make our new world mess up again? Jun asked. Like an emperor to rule the sea. 4 emperors, such a name can make countless pirates go crazy and lose their minds. This is exactly what Marine hopes to see. The wise light in Kaishu's eyes flickered. As someone who has read 220's original comics, he certainly knew it. The throne of 4 emperors is the bait Marine threw into the fish pond, and the fish robbed each other. It should be said that this is the means of the politicians of the world ZF. Not only 4 emperors, but also Shishibukai in the near future. Shishibukai is to supplement the combat power of the world ZF and balance the sea, and more importantly, it wants to reach a compromise with non-affiliated countries. Shishibukai has the legal right to plunder, but it is not allowed to attack the countries that are allied to ZF in the world. On the contrary, it is legal for countries that are not allied countries to be violated by Shishibukai. Neither Marine nor the world ZF will care. The world government wants to use this method to make more countries have to seek protection and join the ranks of the world's franchise countries. Despicable Marine. None of them are idiots. After listening to Kaishu's words, even Kaido, who has always been calm, reacted. But Kaishu suddenly changed the topic, and said with a sneer, although I know this is Marine's conspiracy. However, we can't remain indifferent. After Kaido recovers from his injury, you go and let them know who is the boss in New World. Kaishu spoke calmly, but he was full of haki. Even the other 3 who now have the title of 4 emperors never paid attention to them. Which one to pick? Jun asked with a smile. If you want to fight, of course fight the strongest one. Golden Lion Shiki. Don't worry Big Brother, I will definitely teach that yellow-haired lion a lesson. Kaido said confidently. Don't be careless, Master Kaido, that guy Golden Lion is a man who is determined to conquer the world. The power under his command is very strong. Jun's cold tone reminded, that's what I said, but there was no tension on the expression, only confidence. Confidence in Kaido, even more confidence in Beast's pirates. Just Master Kaido is enough to give Golden Lion a headache. Not to mention that this time, Kaido didn't go to the Golden Lion's stronghold alone. Don't worry, Lao Zi doesn't care about that Golden Lion guy now. Kaido said confidently, it might be more convincing if you don't look at his current distressed appearance. No, this time it's just to say hello, there's no need to fight to the death. Guy Yi said flatly. We don't lack territory now, what we lack is foundation and time. Lao Zi has never regarded Whitebeard and the others as opponents. Only the ZF of the world is worthy of being our enemy. Kaishu looked sternly, and said calmly. There is no harm to us now that there is one more force to contain the world's ZF, and with 4 overlord forces, the world's ZF will let down its vigilance, which is more convenient for our development. Kaishu is very aware of the shortcomings of his own pirate group, compared with the 800-year foundation of the world's ZF, the difference is still too far. Not to mention too much, the monster-level combat power that Kaishu knows only includes 5 elders, Kong, Chariot, Garp, Hanfa, and the mysterious Knights of God. This does not include the hidden combat power of the CP organization, the Army of the Red Line, the heritage of the Celestial Dragon's family, the unknown national treasure, and the mysterious Lord Im. Understood, Captain. Quinn nodded in agreement. Compared to the reckless Kaido, Quinn still uses his brain. Seeing Kaishu and Mihawk stand there with arrogance, who decides the direction of the sea casually, he is a little bit fascinated. Captain, let me introduce you. Seeing that the big event was almost finished, Jun pointed at Mihawk, who was a little nervous, and said, "This is my new apprentice, Dracula Mihawk. He has a high talent for swordsmanship, and now he has comprehended the realm of cutting iron where all things breathe. In the future, maybe I can become the world's #1 swordsman." Hearing Jun's esteemed words, Kaido and Yin stared sideways at it. They know Jun very well, except in front of Kaishu, they treat everyone else with a cold look, and sometimes even some crew members of the Beast's pirates don't say a word. I have never been so optimistic about a person, and he is still a kid. Come to think of it, this kid named Mihawk really has amazing talents. According to what Jun said, he has already comprehended Zhantai at such a young age, and he indeed has a strong talent in the way of swordsmanship. Kaishu's eyes flashed, no wonder this kid with yellow pupils looks so familiar. Jun really brought him a surprise. Dracula Mihawk, the man who will be called Hawkeye in the future. He will indeed become the world's #1 swordsman. Proper monster-level combat power. Ha ha ha, kid, you are welcome to join Lao Zi's pirate team. Since you are Jun's disciple, follow Jun first and become a trainee crew member. Yes. The moment Kaishu stared at him, Mihawk felt his whole body trembling. Forcefully suppressing the oppression coming from his body, he nodded tenaciously. Seeing that Mihawk was able to speak calmly under Kaishu's aura, both Du and Quinn's eyes sparkled. While Kaishu and the others were happily chatting, the title of 4 Emperors on the Sea has spread at an extremely fast speed. Completely replaced the title of Sea Overlord. The 4 Emperors who rule the sea. Top of the pirate pyramid. 100 Beasts Kaishu, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Great Pirate Roger are all famous characters. The 4 Emperors belong to Lao Zi. Why does that guy Roger go? Let him go. Time to bring Whitebeard down, he doesn't have many cotters under his command. Lao Zi will also become the 4 Emperors, little ones, set sail. I don't know when, with the title of 4 Emperors, it was recognized by the sea. The idea of defeating all the 4 Emperors, or finding the legendary One Piece to become One Piece began to spread. Chapter 109. Name, Barbarossa Kaishu. Race, Ghost Race. Identity, Captain of Beasts Pirates. Talent, Steel and Iron Bones, Ghost Body, Indestructibility, Immortality. Devil Fruit, Zoan Everyone Fruit Super Phantom Beast Species Zombie King Form, Plus. Haki, Conquerors, Top, Armed Color, Top, Sight and Hearing Color, Top. Captain's Exclusive Abilities, Eye of the Heart, Commander. Power level, 2. Evolution source, 47. In more than 5 years, although the beast's pirates have expanded a lot of territory, their power level has not improved. Kaishu also didn't understand the rules for dividing power levels, and the system didn't explain it either. It can only be said that the further you go, the harder it will be to increase your power level. Today, Kaishu's Conqueror's Haki has reached the top level, coupled with powerful physical skills and various advanced Haki techniques. Even if he doesn't rely on physical strength and fruit ability, he has the strength of a general. If you add his powerful physique and fruit ability, Kaishu now has almost no opponents. He has completely transcended the monster level and reached king level combat power. It has even surpassed the original rocks. Of course, this does not include the hidden secrets of the celestial dragons, as well as the Lord of the World on the throne of the void, Kaishu's fruit has been developed and has reached the edge of awakening. The battle in naval headquarters alone allowed Kaishu to master the ultimate speed. However, the further it develops, the more advanced the blood required. Nowadays, even the blood of the elite vice admiral has no effect on Kaishu. He can only use Xiaoziali. Kaido has also made great progress. After all, with his talent and the help of so many resources, his strength has improved rapidly. Although the development of the fruit's ability is not as deep as Kaishu's, it should not be far from awakening. The development difficulty of the fruit after the evolution of the fantasy beast species has also increased accordingly. Coupled with Kaido's increasingly powerful physique and Conqueror's Haki, his strength has now reached the level of a high-level general. But the actual combat power is comparable to the top generals and emperors. And with Kaido's current physique and resilience, even a top general would be exhausted by him if he fought alone for a long time. Unless like Whitebeard, he directly stuns Kaido and makes him unconscious in an instant. Otherwise, except for Kaishu, no one in the sea can beat Kaido one-on-one. If it weren't for Kaishu's record, it would be amazing. The title of the strongest in single combat may fall on Kaido just like in the original work. In a few days, the main ship of the beast's pirates, the Beast Erebus, left Onigashima, navigating unscrupulously towards the territory controlled by the flying pirates. This move surprised all the forces in New World. The Beast's Erebus is the main ship of the Beast's pirates, and its every move attracts everyone's attention. "Captain, can we just lead the team with Lord Kaido, Yin, Gaspard, and Sebastian? That guy from Golden Lion is quite powerful. He has more than a dozen pirate groups under his command." Jun is a little uneasy because his opponent is also the 4 emperors. And in everyone's eyes, he is the most powerful 4 emperors. "That's enough," Kaishu said calmly, with a domineering and confident tone that made people unconvincing. "Captain, are you tired? Do you want me to press your buttons?" Seeing no one around, Jun suddenly blushed and turned around boldly and said. It can be said that no one in the entire Beast's Pirates knows about Jun's longing and love for Kaishu. Many pirates, including cotters, have already agreed that Jun is the future captain's wife. Not to mention Jun, Kaishu, who is handsome and powerful, is the dream lover of countless women in the sea. As for body type, it seems that there is no such concern in the world of pirates. Giants can have children with ordinary people. For example, Beast's Pirates' true fighter Sebastian is a hybrid of a giant and a murloc. Big Mom even gave birth to a bunch of mixed-race kids. What's more, Kaishu, who has developed the fruit until he is about to awaken and masters the return of life, can control his own body shape. Tired? Massage. Kaishu felt a little sweaty in his heart, and he didn't feel it at all if he didn't fight for 3 or 4 days. Okay. Kaishu, who was just about to refuse, saw Jun's expectant eyes, and unconsciously agreed. Then Captain, let's go back. Jun's cold face bloomed instantly, such an expression that only Kaishu could see. After returning to the palace, Kaishu took a shower, put on a bath towel and came out, with a tall and burly figure, full of muscles, and damp after bathing. Jun, who was waiting outside, was stunned. She, who was always cold, turned red and hot. What's wrong? Kaishu found Jun standing motionless after lying down. No. No. What, Captain, wait. Zero ask for flowers. Jun was awakened by Kaisha from his daze, and frantically began to oil Kaisha's wide back. The moment Jun's cold little hands touched Kaisha's back, Kaisha's body felt hot and his heart beat a little faster. "Captain, how is the strength?" Jun's technique is still good, and it can be seen that he has learned it specially. But she didn't feel her strength on Kaishu at all. To Kaishu, it was just a pair of cold little hands stroking his back. Yes, not bad. At this moment, Kaishu felt that his body was very hot, and his breathing was a bit short of breath. This is a feeling that Kaishu has never experienced before. No matter before or after crossing, Kaishu can be said to be completely single. "Captain, what kind of woman do you like?" Jun suddenly stammered and asked. His palms were sweating, and his tone was even more tense. If people outside saw Jun like this now, they couldn't believe their eyes. Is this still the decisive, cold, and arrogant Snow Disaster? She is obviously a shy, inexperienced little girl. I've never thought about it. Kaishu also didn't know how to say it, he never thought about the word like. Then what are you thinking about now? Jun suddenly acted coquettishly. Kaishu, who was always fearless, suddenly became a little nervous. Jun gave a putchy smile, and the cold expression disappeared completely, but Yuja's temperament was more obvious, making her look bolder. He lowered his body and put his mouth close to Kaishu's ear. Kaishu could even feel her breath on the back of his ear. "Captain, do I like this?" Kaishu's breathing became a little heavier. Jun showed it so clearly, no matter how hesitant it was. Suddenly turned around and hugged Jun in his arms, lowered his head and kissed. Jun was taken aback by this sudden movement, and responded enthusiastically after realizing it. "Captain, I like you," Jun said nervously with mist in his eyes. Kaishu picked up Jun and walked to the room. 10,000 words are omitted for details that cannot be described. After one night, Jun becomes even more charming. The transformation from girl to woman makes her look more mature and sexy. Kaishu also has the first woman in his life. Kaishu is in a good mood, temporarily put down his practice, and accompany Jun to eat, go shopping, play. B. Chapter 110. Kaishu now understands why there was an old saying in ancient times: in the previous life, heroes are saddened by the beauty pass, and the hibiscus tent warms the spring night, so the king will not go to court early. Especially a woman like Jun, who treats outsiders like an iceberg, is bold and shy in front of herself. "Husband, I want that dress." When the two of them were alone, Jun was no longer the captain. That seemed too intimidating, and now the two are completely in the love period. Wanakuni, the capital of flowers. Jun dragged Kaishu into the street, carrying several bags in his hand, some of Jun's, but most of them were guys' clothes. In Jun's words, Kaishu's clothes are too few, as her man, she must dress Guy so handsomely. "Boss, wrap it up." Kaishu didn't look at it directly for money, as long as Jun likes it. The owner of the clothing store didn't dare to take the money at first, but seeing Kaishu House 153 cool look, he still took the money tremblingly. Jun stood on tiptoe and kissed Guy's fist, and said with a sweet smile, "My husband is so kind." More than a week has passed like this. Kaishu and Jun have shown their affection, causing many people to eat dog food. Beast's pirates basically know that Jun has become Kaishu's woman, their captain's wife. This makes many female members like Nakan envious. But that day, Jun suddenly proposed to go to sea. "Isn't it just a troublesome pirate group, and you still need to go there yourself?" Guy Fist arrogantly opposed Jun's decision to go overseas. "Not only to deal with that pirate group, but the most important thing is that I am going to take Mihawk out to practice. A swordsman who has not experienced the tempering of the sea will never grow up." As the top coder of the Beast's Pirates Snowstorm, Jun is not just a vase, but still very assertive. And for Mihawk, not only her, Guy also values it very much. Kaisha showed helplessness, no one dared to object to his decision, except for Jun. "Humph, you can go if you want." Kaisha snorted arrogantly, turned around and left. Jun smiled happily, caught up with Kaishu and held his arms, squeezing softly, and acted coquettishly. "I knew my husband was the best." "Husband, don't be angry, the big deal is that you have the final say today, what do you think? I will listen to you. Jun blushed so much that the more he spoke, the softer his voice became. That's what you said. Kaishu's eyes lit up and he laughed happily. Rogue, big pig hoof. After Jun left, he re-entered the state of cultivation. Now Kaisha mainly focuses on cultivation, apart from physical fitness, it is observation haki. Top observation haki has many directions, such as foreseeing the future, perceiving emotions, reading minds and so on. Kaishu now has the ability to foresee the short-term future in addition to having an extremely wide range of sight, hearing, and color. But it only lasts less than 5 seconds, which is obviously not enough. Although knowledge color does not have special advanced skills like armed color and conquerors, some people are even born to awaken top observation haki, such as the Red Earl. But observation haki can still awaken these abilities through acquired practice. For example, Katakuri and King Luffy in the original work. While Kaisha was training hard, Kaido and the others also entered the realm of Golden Lion Shiki after a week of sailing. Admiral, let me go to the Beast's pirates and the arrogant guy. Sky Snake Sokka, the captain of the number 1 ship of the flying pirates, said with an angry look. The Beast's pirates broke into the Golden Lion's territory so brazenly that they didn't take them seriously at all. It was obvious that they were deliberately looking for trouble. How could the flying pirates, who had always been in trouble, be able to swallow this sigh of relief? Yes, Admiral, we must let those guys from the Beast's pirates know the consequences of offending our sky pirates. The captain of the second ship, Gunpowder Barris, said equally angrily. Gee ha 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 ha. Golden Lion suddenly laughed, but everyone could hear the suppressed anger in the laughter. That kid Kaisha wants to use Laozi to establish his authority. The ferocious holy intention flashed in the Golden Lion's bright eyes. After spending half his life wandering around the sea, how could Golden Lion not guess Kaisha's intentions so obvious? If it were an all-out war, it wouldn't be Kaido. But precisely because he knew the intention of Guy's punch, Kaneko was so angry. 4 emperors obviously has 3 goals, and Kaisha chose him to establish his authority. What does it mean? This is simply not taking his Golden Lion seriously. I've been provoked. There's no reason not to fight. This time Laozi will defeat Kaido with his own hands. Let the whole world know that Laozi is the pirate admiral, Jin. Golden Lion stood up, holding 2 swords, Haki Ling Yin said. Oh! But it's not like Blue Dragon Kaido has never been defeated by us. Although Kaido can't be killed, we can kill all the other beasts' pirates this time. That's right. Kill them and let Kaishu, the beast, see how powerful we are. Let's go. The Golden Lion roared with a ferocious smile. On the other side, Beiribos County. Gudong Gudong. Cheers. Including Kaido, all the members were chatting, drinking, and eating meat, and there was no sense of fighting tension at all. The 15-year-old Jin has lost his childishness and looks like a handsome young man. The action of eating meat suddenly stopped, his eyes were slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised to look at the sea in front of him. Soon after, Sebastian and Gaspard also stood up, looking at the sea as well. On the other hand, it was Kaido, who was drinking heavily and his eyes were a little blurry. Lord Yin. The crew member looked at them doubtfully. Get ready, it seems Shiki wants to stop us here. Yin said calmly. After hearing Yin's words, everyone else immediately became serious, put down their glasses, picked up their weapons and started to be on guard. Soon after, several pirate ships appeared on the sea level, and their strong momentum could still be felt even though they were several sea miles apart. The battle between Golden Lion and Roger in 2.6 involved driving a pirate ship on the sea, not necessarily flying in the sky. It seems like that guy from Golden Lion has spent all these years in vain. He's much better than the last time we saw him. Jin commented lightly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became even more exciting. Gaspard's aura was even more fierce than 5 years ago, and there was an extra scar on his face, making him look even more ferocious. He glanced at Yin, who was full of fighting spirit, and stopped him. Jin, the Golden Lion is still fighting. Give it to Kaido. Woo 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 woo. But before he could finish speaking, Kaido's cry could be heard on the deck behind him. "This time I cried when I was drunk." Everyone in Beast's Pirates lowered their heads helplessly when they saw this scene. Gaspard looked at the unreliable Kaido and swallowed back what he was about to say. Chapter 111. Seeing the flying pirates approaching, Yin's eyes became brighter, and his fanatical fighting spirit spread to every cell in his body. Soon, the two pirate ships stopped less than 10 meters apart. The silent suppression made the weaker pirates swallow their saliva involuntarily, and their palms sweated. The atmosphere seemed to stop moving at this moment, and the turbulent sea stopped. Golden Lion Shiki followed 6 cotters and walked to the bow. Golden Lion's flying pirates, there is a total of Captain No 17, who is still the cotter of the pirates in the headquarters. There are hundreds of pirates under his command. With such a huge power, it's no wonder that Golden Lion is called the most powerful 4 emperors. But since the Beast's Pirates only came with a few cotters, Golden Lion naturally wouldn't call all the cotters. That would make it look like he's afraid of the Beast's Pirates. So this time, Golden Lion only brought 6 cotters. Looking straight at Yin and the others, he said, "Gee ha 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 ha, what's the matter? Isn't that brat Kaido afraid to come out to see Laozi?" "Golden Lion, don't be too arrogant, how can Domit Yin be afraid of you?" Yin stood at the bow of the boat and said coldly. "Little ghost, don't think that Laozi won't dare to kill you with 02 Kaisha backing you." There was a cold light in Shiki's eyes, and he said in a cold tone with a cigar in his mouth. Yin did not back down, ignoring the biting murderous intent of the Golden Lion, and said indifferently, "If you have the ability, try it, Golden Lion." "Smelly brat!" Golden Lion's conquerors surged out, and the clouds surged instantly. Almost in the same world, Yin's pupils shrank and collided with Shiki's haki, and the 2 strong haki collided in the air to create lightning sparks. The sea was even churning and heaving at this moment, the wind stopped blowing, and it seemed that the surroundings were suppressed by momentum. Bang bang bang! Many people on the 2 ships were foaming at the mouth, rolled up the whites of their eyes and passed out. "Gee ha 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 ha!" Golden Lion laughed wildly, drops of sweat dripped from Jin's head, and his eyes were serious. Obviously, Yin's conquerors was at a disadvantage. The 2 auras, one purple and one black, keep colliding, and Yin's conquerors is gradually suppressed. Just when Yin's conquerors was about to be broken. Shiki, what do you mean by bullying Laozi's crew?" Kaido's tall body appeared behind Yin, and the berserk conquerors came out. Pushing Golden Lion's conquerors back at once, they collided continuously over the sea area between the 2 sides, and the dark red lightning kept flickering. Boom! The atmosphere roars, the clouds roll. "Look, the clouds, no, the sky is cracked." The crew members on both sides looked up at the sky, almost forgot to breathe in horror. The sky is cracked. Before Kaido and Golden Lion fought against each other, no one thought that the collision of conquerors alone could cause such a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth. This is the duel between kings. The previous collision with Yin couldn't be compared with it at all. "Go to the nearest deserted island," Golden Lion said suddenly. "The place is up to you," Kaido said proudly. "Walk." Found a deserted island in the nearest sea area, the 2 sides did not talk nonsense, and fought together directly. The purpose of Beast's Pirates is very simple, to show off their muscles and fight. Of course the flying pirates can only fight. On this unknown desert island, the first battle, 4 Emperors Battle. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. Kong also convened a group of Marine executives to discuss this matter. After all, every action of the Beast's Pirates is the focus of Marine's attention. "What do you think about this matter?" Master Kong Yuan asked, sitting at the head. "Marshal, I think this is an opportunity, we can catch Kaido and Golden Lion when they are both hurt," suggested Hawk Vice Admiral. "No, we can't get involved in New World for the time being, and do you think Golden Lion can make Kaido lose both?" A Vice Admiral of the Doves objected, "Don't forget, that guy Kaido is an unkillable monster. Even if we can't lose both sides, we can take advantage of this time to severely damage the flying pirates and even capture the Golden Lion." The hawkish Vice Admiral continues to advocate for the military. if you want to arrest the Golden Lion and severely damage the flying pirates, you need 2 admirals to lead the team and assemble tens of thousands of elites. Such actions may cause the pirates of New World to unite. In that case, our marine may suffer heavy losses. Another Dove, Vice Admiral, objected. Unity is unity, the Marines will still be afraid of them, and fight them all. Hawk Faction Vice Admiral said dissatisfied. Then we don't care about 4 Seas and Grand Line. The Doves and Hawks Vice Admirals refused to give in to each other, but Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr, Thunder Dragon, and Great Staff Crane all remained silent. Garp has bubbles hanging on his nose and has fallen asleep. Zephyr is 38 years old after 2 years in the Valley of the Gods, promoted to Admiral. Okay, stop arguing. Marshal Kong's voice interrupted the quarrel in the meeting room. Sengoku, Thunder Dragon, what do you think? Marshal Sora asked Sengoku and Thunder Dragon. There are 2 of them, one representing doves and one representing hawks. Admiral, a Logia Thunder Fruit capable user, is 60 years old. He is a veteran admiral of the Rocks era, and his qualifications are second only to Kong Kong in all Marines. Marshal Kong, I think it's better to ignore them. Sending troops to New World is not good for us. Sengoku's eyes flickered, and he continued, this time the Beast's pirates only have a few cotters led by Kaido. Once we send troops to New World, it is likely to lead. 100 Beast Sky Order. Quiet. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence. 100 Beasts Kaishu, this name is no longer a supernova 5 years ago. Not to mention the forces under 640 under the former 3 overlords. It represents the strongest monster in the sea today. Even naval headquarters, when facing Kaishu, dare not say that they are sure of winning. One person monopolizes 4 admiral-level combat forces, and can also take Kaido away. With such terrifying strength, apart from the rocks at their peak, Kaishu is the only one. Even some hawkish vice-admirals, when they heard Kaishu's name, their faces changed and their eyes became heavy. Marshal Kong frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at Thunder Dragon again. Marshal, we really can't mess with the 4 Seas and the Grand Line because of the New World, but doing nothing is too unreasonable. Let me lead the team and play by ear. After thinking for a while, Lei Long said seriously. Although he agreed not to attack with all his strength, he was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. And this time his goal is also very clear. Since there is no way to take Kaido, it may lead to the monster Kaishu instead. Then look for an opportunity to severely damage the Golden Lion, or do something to the air pirates. Marshal Kong and Staff Officer Crane looked at each other, then looked at Lei Long seriously and asked, if something cannot be done, can you guarantee that you will not act arbitrarily? Of course, Marshal. Thunder Dragon replied in a deep and serious voice. Okay, Thunder Dragon, this time it's up to you to go to the New World G5 branch, you must play by ear. Marshal Kong looked at Thunder Dragon and issued an order seriously. Thank you, Marshal. Thunder Dragon was very satisfied with this order. Chapter 112. You bastards, don't underestimate our flying pirates. Kill. Let them know how powerful we are. We are the most powerful flying pirate group in the sea. Everyone, come to me, let them see how powerful we beasts pirates are. Ha 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 ha, die. Bang. Bang bang. Boom boom boom. The 2 pirate groups collided under the leadership of their respective cotters. Kaido and Golden Lion have no intention of taking action for the time being. This is the best opportunity to train both pirate groups. What's more, is there any reason to ask the king to take action as soon as possible? Kill. Go to hell. Bang bang bang. Damn it, you die to Laozi. On the desert island, the 2 sides started a fierce battle. People fell every minute. The sound of guns, the clash of swords, and the roar resounded. B. Yin casually killed a crew member of the flying pirates and looked for the next target. Chirp. Hiss. Yin suddenly jumped away, and a sinkhole was corroded by a smelly venom where he started to stand. White smoke was still hissing in the pit, so you can imagine how powerful the venom is. Kid, are you the new 9 tribulations of Beasts Pirates? The Beasts Pirates really have no one, and they let you, a young brat, become a cotter. The captain of the number 1 ship, Soaring Snake Sokka, appeared in front of Yin and said with greedy eyes, "Do you know what I like most?" As he spoke, Sokka's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and his figure suddenly shot towards Yin. During the ejection process, the body turned into a big snake with 2 wings on its back, a blue body, and barbs on its back. The gleaming fangs quickly bit Yin, who was standing there. "My favorite thing is to see geniuses die young, and then swallow you all up." Jin could feel the fishy smell coming towards his face, his eyes flashed red, and his whole body ignited with golden flames. Bear! Clang! Jin pulled out the Yama from his waist, and golden flames wrapped around the blade. "That only shows that you are afraid that geniuses will grow up and threaten your status." Jin stared coldly at the big snake that was already in front of him, more than 30 meters long, Fire Dragon Emperor. The blade cut out an oriental dragon-shaped flame, and the hot flames greeted the giant snake like lava. Waste! The surrounding temperature increased rapidly, and the giant snake's beastly eyes suddenly closed. Bear! Seeing this, the giant snake opened its smelly mouth and spit out green flames. It's obviously a flame, but it gives people a cold feeling. Boom! Bang bang bang! The golden and green flames collided violently, and a deep, charred pit exploded in the earth. The stalemate lasted for less than a few seconds, and the green flame seemed to be encountering a natural enemy, being continuously devoured. After a while, the golden flame completely engulfed the green flame and rushed towards the giant snake unabated. Damn it! How could such a thing happen? How could Lao Zi's poisonous snake flames be inferior to that brat's flames? Sokka couldn't believe it when he saw his own flames being engulfed. But when I saw the surging golden flames and felt the blazing heat, I didn't dare to take it hard. The wings on its back just flapped once, and the giant snake flew to an altitude of tens of meters. The speed is amazing. Zoan snake fruit phantom beast species soaring snake form. Jin looked up at the giant snake in the sky and said lightly, "It's a pity that I met a guy without talent." "What did you say?" Sokka heard Yin's slightly disdainful tone, and his snake eyes flashed with a biting cold light. "You don't have any courage and are afraid of your opponent's growth. You are just a timid guy. Kid, Lao Zi is going to kill you." The huge flying snake descended from the sky, opening its venomous fangs and biting Jin below. Shua! Yin's figure suddenly disappeared. Boom! Wow! The fierce kick tore apart the atmosphere. Sokka, who was kicked in the abdomen, flew backwards with his huge body like a cannonball, hitting the pirates hard. A dozen unlucky pirates were knocked away, and Sokka's whole body was smashed to the ground, causing the earth to roar. "What? Are you kidding me? Gudong, how is this possible?" A mere disaster actually suppressed the captain of the number 1 ship, Sir Teng Snake Sokka. The sudden drastic change made everyone in the flying pirates look in disbelief. They cried out one after another, some of whom couldn't believe their eyes. "That brat!" Even the golden lion standing at the back was a bit incredulous, holding a cigar in his mouth and looking at Yin with a slight frown. "Sokka, let me help you." At this time, a bloated man over 7 meters tall, holding a sledgehammer, rushed toward Jin, who was about to chop at the giant snake. Clang! Yama collided with the sledgehammer, sparks flew and a harsh buzzing sound sounded. Yin and the man holding the sledgehammer both took a few steps back and looked at each other solemnly. "Captain of the 6th ship of the flying pirates, Earthhammer Absinair," Yin said coldly. Absol also looked at Yin solemnly. He was a strong man himself, otherwise he would not be able to use a sledgehammer as a weapon. But in the collision just now, Yin's strength was not weak at all. Is this the Beast's Pirates disaster level cotter? Then how strong should the top cotter Calamity be? Are the Beast's Pirates all monsters? Absenir, come with me to kill this brat. Sokka has now transformed into an orc form, with blue snake scales covering his body, vertical pupils, a forked tongue, and a cold stare at Yin. Good. Absol gripped the sledgehammer and stood beside Sokka. Boom, boom boom. In just half an hour, the battlefield was already covered with blood, corpses and broken arms could be seen everywhere, and the entire desert island was filled with the strong smell of blood. Compared to Yin's strength, Gaspard is at a disadvantage here. Pyroblast. The captain of the second ship, Gunpowder Barris, appeared behind Gaspard and punched him in the back. Is Zhao Hao? Boom. A jelly bean barrier rose up behind Gaspard, but when his fist hit it, a violent explosion occurred, and the jelly bean barrier was shattered and burnt black. Fortunately, Gaspard took the opportunity to step aside. He looked at Barris, who was not tall and even a little thin, with ferocious eyes, and said solemnly, Paramecia explosive fruit. It's really a difficult ability. Beasts pirates real Gaspard, and don't forget Laozi. Just as Gaspard escaped the explosion, a blazing flying slash struck him from his side, seemingly trying to cut him in half. Hateful. Gummy burst. Gaspard turned his arm into gummy candy and turned into the shape of an electric drill. Covered in pitch-black haki, the electric drill continued to rotate and thrust out, stabbing towards the sword. Boom! In the flash of electric light, the knife light was smashed, and the gummy candy fell off Gaspard's hand. Captain of Ship Number 5, Wind Speed Swordsman Corley. Chapter 113. Golden Lion glanced at the surrounding battlefield, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said loudly to Kaido. Kaido, is that all you beasts pirates have? Indeed, because the home court is in the Golden Lion's territory, the flying pirates have a large number of people, and the crew of 100 beasts was at a disadvantage for a while. Shiki, don't get too excited. Kaido didn't seem to care about the situation on the battlefield at all, just sat on the ground, took out a gourd of wine and drank. Kaido, if you want to challenge the admiral, ask us first. Don't be so contemptuous. At this time, two tall figures jumped out from the crowd. When the person on the left rushed over, his body changed directly. Roar! The already tall body has grown to a height of 5 meters, with a ferocious and ugly tiger face, sharp claws and a long tail. The roar is loud. The sharp claws became pitch black and shone coldly. Zoan cat fruit tiger form. After the person on the right jumped to the ground, he pressed his hands on the ground, and an unpleasant smell of black oil spread 947 towards Kaido. Paramecia yuya fruit. Regarding the attack of the two, Kaido didn't seem to notice it, and he was still sitting there drinking wine. In the expectant eyes of the two, Shua. A tall blue figure appeared in front of Kaido. You two, don't disturb Boss Kaido for a drink. Sebastian raised the spiked hammer and slammed it hard on the ground. Boom! Boom! Amidst the huge roar, the ground shattered, and the ground in front of the hammer turned up like a wall of earth, blocking the oil and tiger claws. Beasts pirates really hit Sebastian. Hey, Andalin, the captain of the third ship of the flying pirates, Fire Maniac, and the captain of the fourth ship, Bao Hu Bao Ban. Sebastian's tall body completely covered the two of them. He raised his sunglasses with his fingers and smiled evilly. P.S. At this time, Sebastian is not blind yet. Get out of the way. This can't be done, Then you go to die. Bang, bang, bang. Boom boom boom. Bear. In the vast land, three figures collided at an alarming speed, moving quickly, leaving behind after images. From time to time, there was a collision, causing large waves of air to crack, cracking the earth, and strong winds raging, blowing away patches of trees. Fire oil. Andalin and Bao Pai looked at each other, and the unpleasant smell of gasoline gushes out from the solace of Andalin's feet. Although Sebastian tried his best to dodge, his body and feet were still stained with a lot of gasoline. When Bao Niu saw this, he laughed ferociously, and his sharp tiger claws suddenly crossed and collided. Sparks fell, and the gasoline ignited instantly. Along the direction of the gasoline, it roared past with unstoppable power. A cold light flashed in Sebastian's eyes, and his body jumped up high in an instant, and a fierce kick swept out, incredibly fast. The blazing flames were split into two by the kicked-out wind blade, and even the ground covered in gasoline was shattered. The flames flew everywhere. Go to hell, Tiger Birthday! But in the midst of the lightning and flint, a sharp tiger claw struck forward, the sharp cold light flashing, as if it was about to tear Sebastian's body apart. Sebastian, who was in mid-air, had no way to avoid it. This was also the intention of Andalin and his 2 men just now. Sebastian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could only quickly raise his arm and use haki to defend himself. Boom! Tear! Blood spilled from the sky. There were 3 long claw marks on Sebastian's arm, dripping with blood. If I hadn't used haki to defend in time, my entire arm would have been torn off. However, the strength of the temporary covering of haki still could not withstand the sharp and dark tiger claws of Bao Pai. At this time, Kaido burped and stood up drunk. Why are there so many troublesome guys? What are Yin and the others doing? Looking at the pirates fighting everywhere, Kaido frowned in dissatisfaction. It seems that the number of deaths on both sides is too small. Let's clear the game again. Kaido's fierce pupils shrank suddenly, dark red lightning intertwined, and the terrifying conquerors swept away. Thump, thump. However, in just a few moments, thousands of pirates from both sides were foaming at the mouth, falling to the ground and losing consciousness. In an instant, there were very few people left standing on the entire desert island. How arrogant Kaido is, he used haki in front of Laozi. Golden Lion Shiki laughed wildly, the laughter was a little cold, and the strong murderous aura was overwhelming him, and he said solemnly, "You are looking for death." Ignoring the strong murderous aura of the Golden Lion, Kaido grinned, "Wololololo, then you come and kill Laozi. If you can't kill me, I will kill you, a yellow-haired lion." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido crushed the ground under his feet, and the Golden Lion shot into the sky like a heavy cannon, bringing with it a strong wind. "The sky is Laozi's domain, get out of here, please." Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashed, he raised the Sakura Ten in his right hand and swung it out, slash wave. An incomparable blazing slash shot down suddenly. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido's face was full of excitement, and he fired the mace with all his strength without showing any signs of weakness. The 2 sides clashed violently. Powerful air waves impacted and raged in mid-air. Bang bang! The ground below was shaken and cracked by the horrific aftermath. The fainted pirate was thrown out like a rolling stone along with the air waves, and then fell heavily on the ground, life or death unknown. But no one cares about the life or death of these people. Whether it is the flying pirates or the beasts pirates, they are all cruel, bloodthirsty, ruthless, and indifferent guys. These pirates that even conquerors can't resist, they don't care about life or death. Chapter 114. Bang! Bang bang! Clang __. Clatter! With the violent golden slash wave, the shocking Kaido retreated, and the sea surface was choppy and boiling. "Shiki, you old guy, your strength has improved a lot in the past 2 years." The huge mace crushed the atmosphere and slammed into the Golden Lion in mid-air. Kaido couldn't stop laughing. "Kaido, it's not your turn to criticize Laozi. You are not qualified yet." The Golden Lion's figure flashed, dodging the mace that came smashing wildly. Boom! The fierce and unparalleled wind pressure directly formed a shock wave, and the sea surface in the distance was cracked, which was a bit shocking. Golden Lion's eyes were bright, his muscles were tense, and his arms with bulging veins slashed down fiercely, the blade directly tore the atmosphere. Clang! Boom! Kaido didn't show any weakness. Before he could take back his mace, he clenched his fist with his left hand and slammed back with his backhand, making a hard blow to Golden Lion's sword light. Clatter! Boom! The strong air wave rolled out layers of ripples at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea was so shaken that it couldn't help roaring, setting off huge waves, which made people's faces change. Crackling! One after another dark red lightning appeared, intertwined violently, like dragons and snakes dancing wildly, colliding violently. The incomparable conqueror's haki kept hitting and fighting, and no one wanted to give half a point. The sea kings, sea fish, and sea beasts in the vicinity were all directly stunned. The earth was broken like a spider web, and the cracks continued to spread. Countless fainted pirates fell into the cracked abyss, and some pirates were directly torn apart by the shock wave. The scene was too horrific to watch. This is the confrontation of strong monsters, ordinary people are not even qualified to approach. "Oh, Shiki, are you tickling Laozi?" Kaido withdrew his fist with a smirk, mocking unscrupulously. Golden Lion looked at Kaido and the big hand that collided with his own /wave, and there was nothing wrong with it, and his face was gloomy and scary. Lao Zi can't kill you if you don't believe me. Chirp. The Golden Lion held two swords and swung out suddenly. The blazing blade light went forward without hesitation, slashing towards Kaido with the momentum of splitting mountains and seas. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. The dark red lightning kept flashing, and the sound of piercing the sky resounded fiercely. Boom boom boom. Loud noise. The indescribably huge collision caused the entire island to shake, and a large area was violently smashed to pieces. Oohoo oohoo. The terrifying air waves visible to the naked eye could not stop ripples, raging wildly, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Rows of big trees were crushed to the side, squatting, and even directly uprooted. This is the power of Kaido-sama and the Golden Lion. Yin covered his eyes with his palms and stared at the terrifying collision in midair through his fingers. Even though they are far apart, they can still feel the unparalleled destructive power. I personally feel the gap between myself and the monster. Master Admiral. Admiral. Sokka, Absiner, and others were also affected by the terrible shock wave at this time, and retreated tens of meters away from the battlefield between Kaido and Golden Lion. Away! A dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and among the dark clouds, a winding dragon completely covered the sky. Looking at his majestic body, he looks like a god, making people want to worship him. The huge body was in the flame cloud, and only the majestic dragon head could be seen, but the complete appearance could not be seen clearly, but at least the body length was more than several hundred meters. The real dragon never sees its tail. Hot interest. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the terrifying red flames shone and condensed in the dragon's mouth. Golden Lion looked up at the sky, solemn and humiliated. He is obviously the king of the sky, but this guy Kaido is still under his control. But at this time, I couldn't care about anything else and fought against Kaido several times. Golden Lion is very aware of Kaido's terrifying destructive power. If the heat breath was powerful enough to destroy a mountain in the past, it could now wipe out half of an island. 0, please give me flowers. That blazing flame is even more terrifying than the Logia Maramara fruit. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. Wow! Contrary to everyone's expectations, when Golden Lion stretched out his palm, the sea surged up. Just like a dragon sucking water, several huge water columns in the sea rushed towards the sky. The water columns gathered together, and the terrifying amount of water formed a blue lion's head, roaring towards the jet of hot breath. Chirp! Ho ho! Boom bang! Sizzling! The collision of fire and sea water. Seen from a distance, one red and one blue collide in midair. The mist instantly filled the air. Ah! So hot, ah! The boiling steam even made the skin of many pirates turn red, causing water boils to appear. The stalemate between the flames and the sea water continued to evaporate thick water vapor, and the entire desert island seemed to be covered in boiling mist. Visibility is extremely low. At this time, looking at the coast of the desert island, it was like the tide had receded, revealing a large wet reef. It was obvious that Golden Lion's move just now drained a huge amount of sea water. No one expected that the sea, known as the nemesis of ability users, would actually be controlled by the Golden Lion. There is a scene in the anime where the Golden Lion controls the sea water at will, but the amount of water is not that much. Now it is the Golden Lion at its peak. Oh ho ho ho! Call _. Suddenly, the majestic dragon chant sounded, and the wind howled. All the thick water vapor was blown away, revealing a tragic desert island. Wolulululuo, Golden Lion didn't expect that this guy like you would actually hide something. Kaido's dragon head looked down at the Golden Lion floating in the air, and he laughed unexpectedly, his laughter shaking the sky. In previous battles, Golden Lion has never shown that he can control sea water. Gee ha ha ha, it's you, the brat, who is so much in the way. The whole cards were exposed, and Golden Lion was happy to blame. However, as the Golden Lion who dominates the sea, he still smiles and fucks Yunkin with pride. Chapter 115. Boom, boom, boom. Dark red lightning loomed in the collision, spreading across the entire sky to form a large net. The thunderclouds tumbling overhead were suddenly split in half by the invisible Haki collision, revealing a torn sky. The sky changed drastically, the wind howled, and the dark clouds were torn in half by the fierce collision. Gee ha 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 ha! Golden Lion Shiki chewed half of his cigar and laughed wildly, the blood in his bones boiling, as if a real vice raised its head to the sky and roared. Constantly dodging the dragon's flames and wind blades in the sky, staring at the huge dragon with blazing eyes. Lion Majesty, earth coiling. On the deserted island, the mountain trembled like an earthquake. Immediately afterwards, the ground was manipulated by an invisible force, and 507 collapsed in an instant, and all the soil mixed together to form a gigantic lion's head. The flowers, plants, and trees were uprooted and squeezed into the lion's head, and the dragon swooped towards the sky like Mount Tai. But such a colossal monster still looks a bit small in front of Shenlong. Golden Lion, are you making Laozi laugh? Kaido mocked. Chirp. There was a sound of breaking through the sky in the clouds, and a thick dragon's tail was thrown out fiercely with the momentum of the head. Boom! The huge rock lion head couldn't bear it directly, and it collapsed on the spot when it was hit. Gravel flew, mud splashed, and gravel fell like raindrops. Kaido, you are still so stupid. The golden lion instantly appeared under Shenlong's body, and the two knives turned into after-images and swung quickly. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Countless dazzling slash waves slashed towards Kaido, and Shenlong's huge body didn't even need to be locked on. The roaring sound in the sky continues. Obviously, the rock lion head just now was just a feint to attract more attention. Chiang chiang chiang. Kaka. The incomparably blazing blade slashed at Shenlong's body, and the hard dragon scales blocked the sharp slash. 1 and 2 strikes are fine, but such dense slashes. Even Kaido's dragon body can't resist. After all, this is the cutting edge of the sea's top swordsman. Tear. There were 2 long wounds on Shenlong's chest, and blood spilled like a stream. Boss Kaido. Kaido-sama. Hateful. Seeing this scene, the crew of the Beast's pirates all changed their expressions and shouted in concern. Die! Taking advantage of the victory, Golden Lion pursued, and changed his jet black dual knives into straight stabs, trying to pierce into the already opened wound. Shiki, UBD. Shenlong's huge eyes glared. Clang! The dragon claws protruded out and clashed with the 2 knives, sparks flew everywhere. Hot breath! Kaido opened his bloody mouth and spit out a fiery and dazzling rotating pillar of fire, blasting towards the golden lion beneath him. Boom! Shuisha! The golden lion sneered, quickly drew out the blade, and retreated violently. In the sky, the golden lion's speed is indeed more flexible than the Shenlong's huge body. Although the complete beast form is more destructive, its speed and agility cannot keep up. It's no problem against other pirates, or even ordinary admirals. But it's a bit difficult to deal with the golden lion, which is at the top of the monster hierarchy. After a brief confrontation, Kaido obviously understood this truth. Brush! The divine dragon disappeared in an instant, transforming into an orc with a body covered in dragon scales and a dragon tail behind him. What a monster! Golden Lion saw that the 2 long cuts on Kaido's chest were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Can't help cursing angrily. This is the most helpless and disgusting thing about Golden Lion. No matter how serious the injury is, it can usually recover in a short time. It is unable to cause fatal damage at all, which is why the title of Immortal Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, comes from this. Wolululuo, if you want to kill Laozi with that painless attack, stop dreaming, Shiki. Successful 3 Yin Naraku. Kaido jumped on top of the golden lion, holding the mace with both hands. The dark red Haki lightning kept flashing, and smashed it down from top to bottom. Damn it, Laozi is a golden lion. The golden lion's eyes were extremely cold, and the Haki on his 2 swords was strong, and he slashed at Kaido crosswise without any sign of weakness. Bang bang! The earth-shaking roar sounded, and it seemed that it could be heard in the entire sea area. Clatter! Woohoo woohoo! The terrifying air waves formed into a terrifying shock wave and spread wildly. The land, gravel, big trees on the desert island below, and even the pirates who had not yet had time to get away, were all blown away. Crackling. Dark red lightning intertwined between the two weapons, and a dark ball appeared between the two swords and sticks. One after another, the winding electric snakes danced wildly in an instant, covering the entire sky. Quick, get out of here immediately. This island is sinking. No, but, retreat quickly, we will be submerged by the sea if we don't leave. Lord Yin, us. Withdraw. The battle between the two monsters has gradually shattered the desert island. The earth cracked open inch by inch, and seawater poured in through the cracks. The undulating sea, with 5.4 huge waves getting bigger and bigger one after another. Islands and ships are like small boats in front of this turbulent sea, and they seem to be swallowed up at any time. This also forced the Beast's pirates and the Sky pirates to stop and urgently withdrew to their respective ships. As for those pirates who were unconscious or even seriously injured, they could only wait for death in despair. 4 emperors? Let Lao Zi verify whether you, a lion, are qualified. Kaido is as fast as lightning and can easily avoid the slash wave from the golden lion. The mace flashed with thunder and lightning, and he threw it out with his backhand. Chirp! Chirp! There was a dull roar in the air, and the atmosphere produced a terrifying air pressure. Arrogant. Chapter 116. The wind and cloud changed, the earth tore apart, and an endless storm set off layers of ripples, like a hurricane, rolling up everything. In the center of the broken island, which seemed to be submerged at any moment, 2 figures, one big and one small, kept interlacing, one with a deep devilish aura, and the other with a savage aura. Like an ancient prehistoric beast, it is daunting. Boom boom. Kazikaka. The deafening collision, the endless dark red thunder winding, the invisible domineering wool, like thousands of troops, is like water and fire. The terrifying high temperature rises on Kaido's feet like dragon claws, and his legs are red. A terrifying blast of flames rushed out like a galaxy in the 9 heavens. ZZ. There was a sound of burning, a smell of barbecue, and a golden figure flew upside down. Among the broken rock ruins, Golden Lion stood up, raised his hand to see the burnt smell above, and a smirk began to appear on his cheek. Kaido, the fire of your brat can actually burn off a layer of my skin, but you are still far away from killing me. With a subsequent grab, the scorched palm and 4 layers of flesh were directly torn off by the Golden Lion. He didn't even frown, but instead had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The most astonishing thing is that the palm from which the Golden Lion tore off the flesh is also recovering quickly. Although it is not as good as Kaido, but this kind of wound is believed to heal soon. Return your life. Seeing this scene, Kaido stood up straight, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a white fang grinned from the corner of his mouth. This method of controlling the body similar to returning life is not uncommon in the sea. Shua! Shua! Looking directly at Yao Yao, the ground exploded with a bang, and the ground under the 2 people's feet was directly shattered. Between the lightning and the flint, the 2 rushed out like meteorites. Shiki, you really can't do it. After images flashed, a thick arm, surrounded by terrifying power, armed eruption, like a pillar of Optimus, carrying unparalleled thick force, crushed. Stop talking big, Kaido, it's still too early to win against Lao Zi. At the same time, the unparalleled sharpness of the sword bloomed, like 2 crescent moons across the sky. Boom! Boom! The sound of the collision resounded through the sky, sparks splashed in all directions, sand and rocks flew, and the ground under the 2 of them collapsed directly. The layers of the ground seemed to be peeled off, rolling up endless wind and dust, and drowning in all directions. The seawater seeps out of the ravines and has already spread up. But both of them didn't care, their eyes full of murderous intent stared at each other, and the sound of magnetic clashing of mace and blade rang out. They both just want to kill each other. Shiki, kill Lao Zi. Kill Lao Zi with all your might. Kill Lao Zi if you can. Kaido's eyes were filled with ferocious bloodshot eyes, and his expression was a little crazy. Little devil, Lao Zi must kill you with his own hands. Golden Lion's eyes turned cold, and the veins on his forehead bulged out one after another. Every time he swung the knife, he cut out the light of the knife that split the mountains and the sea. Boom boom! Bang bang bang! Clatter! The earth shaking, unparalleled storm has made the battlefield out of control. The broken rocks are tumbling, and the sea water is churning under the feet. One after another, terrifying impacts are constantly destroying everything. Kaido showed a ferocious smile, and the dragon scales all over his body shone with lightning. Violent thunder surged in, and for a while, Golden Lion was directly surrounded by the thunderstorm, and was strangled continuously. Zzz. Boom. Shiki's long blonde hair was curled up one by one, and his body was also in a state of embarrassment. He was wounded by thunder in many places, and his tyrannical eyes looked directly at Kaido, emitting a dazzling sword light without giving in. Clang! Boy, if you want to kill the old man, you should go back and practice hard. The coat floated, and the blazing sword light bloomed like a starry sky, and the matchless new knife washed over Kaido's chest. Click! Tear! Dragon scales shattered and blood flew. Kaido was also cut with a bloody wound. Looks even worse than Golden Lion's injury. But... damn! Golden Lion gritted his gums and cursed angrily. I saw that the bleeding wound on Kaido's body was healing rapidly. It is scary enough to be able to block the Golden Lion's slash with his physical strength. You must know that even an ordinary admiral will lose his combat effectiveness even if he is hit by such an attack. But now Kaido's injury is still recovering rapidly. Where Golden Lion was injured by lightning, there was no sign of recovery at all. It is impossible for Golden Lion to use a skill like Return Life to recover from injuries all the time, as that consumes a lot of energy. But wounds return wounds, even if Kaido is more injured than him. If you keep fighting like this, you will only lose yourself. This is why, as long as they face Kaido, almost all forces will besiege by default. Anyone who is exhausted with Kaido will be exhausted by him. Unless there is a special ability like Whitebeard that can quickly take Kaido out of combat. Shiki, a little more force might kill Laozi. Don't get too complacent, brat. The hurricane swept across like diamonds, two figures, one big and one small, collided with each other. The entire sky was chaotic, and the two passed by with a muffled grunt. At the same time, two black feet spun past. Bang bang! The invisible figure, countless sounds in the entire high altitude, one after another hurricane, carrying the power of destruction, continuously spread in all directions. Wow! Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, Kaido's whole body bowed, his face was full of pain. His bloodthirsty eyes were full of rage. Regardless of everything, Kaido opened his hands and used two lightning spears, piercing the flesh and blood, and penetrated the Golden Lion's shoulders. Zzz. The smell of burnt meat wafted up, cold sweat dripped from Golden Lion's forehead, his shoulders were bloody, and his golden robe was wet with blood. Woluluoluo, Shiki, do you want to beg for mercy from Laozi? Begging for mercy? Just you? Such a minor injury is nothing, Laozi is a Golden Lion. Golden Lion wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled disdainfully. The injuries on his body did not make him weaker, but instead made him more violent. When is a beast like a lion most dangerous? The answer is, when it hurts. Whoosh! The ground collapsed, the sea water splashed, and the Golden Lion disappeared. Suddenly, the Golden Lion appeared in front of Kaido like a flash, with his knees bent, and with the aura of landslides and earth shattering, he suddenly shot into the sky. It hit Kaido hard on the jaw. Click! The sound of dragon scales breaking was heard, Kaido's head rose, and a mouthful of blood flew out. The next moment, the Golden Lion appeared on Kaido's head with a ferocious face, its cruel eyes staring hard at those violent giant eyes. Clang! The terrifying slashing blade tore through the atmosphere, and Kaido's dragon horn swept and collided at the critical moment. The huge force caused a crack to cross under Kaido's feet, the entire ground collapsed and shattered, and seawater flooded out. The two continued to fight on the island that was about to sink, and a group of ships reappeared in the sea outside the island. Chapter 117. The two continued to fight on the island that was about to sink, and a group of ships reappeared in the sea outside the island. These are the various forces that have heard the news. Pirates, the underground world, disguised marine intelligence agents, world ZF agents, various kingdoms, there may be any kind of forces. The Beast's Pirates Vice Captain, Blue Dragon Kaido, was able to fight the Golden Lion Shiki, like that. Isn't that nonsense? Although Kaido's record has always been a defeat, he was defeated only after being besieged. That is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. It's incredible. Beast's pirates are too strong, only one deputy captain makes Golden Lion so embarrassed. Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. I'm afraid the pattern of New World will change. I heard that 100 Beasts Guy Quan is a monster even scarier than them. I know that the strongest monster in the world can break into naval headquarters alone to save people. It seems that there is also a gap between 4 emperors. I'm afraid that after this battle, the Beast's pirates will become the strongest, 4 emperors. The head of the 4 emperors. Watching the battle between Golden Lion and Kaido from a distance, each faction has its own ideas. Especially some pirates, seeing the injured Golden Lion and Kaido, the greedy desire gradually emerged in their hearts. If one of them can be killed, not only can he become famous, but he might be able to replace one of the 4 emperors. Haha, big news, because of news. The most excited person here is Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Morgans, who is only 21 years old, is already unique in terms of intelligence in the underground world. Morgans, a Whitebeard man in a gentleman's suit, is nicknamed Big News. The battle situation here has been reported by him around the world. What? The first battle between the 4 emperors. Blue Dragon Kaido fights Golden Lion Shiki. The Beast's pirates don't pay attention to the flying pirates, and only send the deputy captain to break into the territory of the Golden Lion. Ranking battle between 4 emperors. Beast's pirates 4 emperors first. 11. In short, the battle between the two shook the sea and attracted the attention of everyone in the world, and Beast's pirates became even more famous. After all, with only the deputy captain and a few cotters, they dared to provoke the most powerful flying pirate group in New World. New World is the only one. Beast's pirates. Rewind the time to an hour ago. At the entrance of New World, the marine troops led by Admiral Brontosaurus himself also entered New World. After joining the Marines from the G5 branch, they headed for the Golden Lion's territory. Compared with pirates, Marines' fleet is more orderly, and its actions are more strictly prohibited. Report that Thunder Dragon Admiral, Golden Lion Shiki has fought Qinglong Kaido. At the forefront of the fleet, on a large ship with admiral specifications, a Marine put down the phone bug and ran to Thunder Dragon to report. Thunder Dragon, who is already 60 years old, doesn't look old. With black and white hair, muscles all over his body, and a body over 4 meters tall, he looks full of explosive power. At this moment, he was making tea meticulously. Even if the sea soldier reported loudly, it didn't affect his tea-making action. This is the Thunder Dragon, a serious and dedicated Marine. Mr. Thunder Dragon, they shouldn't be over so soon, we can get there. A Vice Admiral waved his hand to signal the sailors to go back to work, respectfully took the tea from Thunder Dragon, took a sip of the steaming tea, and calmly analyzed. Tross. Thunder Dragon kept moving his hands and was cleaning the tea set. He said seriously, pirates are a group of greedy guys who are afraid of death, and they may be withdrawn at any time. We still have to be prepared and order the warship to sail at full speed. Yes. Tross Vice Admiral put down his teacup and immediately went to convey embarrassment. Soon, the speed of the warship was a bit faster, and the sea breeze could be felt more forcefully blowing the cheeks on the deck. Mr. Thunder Dragon, if we enter the New World with such a big fanfare, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of all parties. After Tross came back, he looked at Brontosaurus who had put away the tea set and was enjoying tea, and asked carefully. After all, as the commander of G5, stationed in New World all year round, he knows the strength of pirates like New World very well. No one is easy to mess with. Especially the pirate group recently known as the 4 Emperors is extremely powerful. Looking at the posture of Thunder Dragon now, it is obvious that he is going to make a big move, and it is very likely that he will provoke 2-4 emperors at once. Even Tross, a hawk, was a little unsure. The Brontosaurus raised his serious eyes and looked at Tros. Are you afraid? No. Tros looked solemn and said with great determination, for the sake of justice, I will give my life. When Thunder Dragon heard Tros's firm words, his eyes gradually softened and he said calmly, whether it is the beasts pirates or the sky pirates, they are all evil existences. But we really have no way to deal with that BD Kaido, so this time, our primary target is the sky pirates. If conditions permit, sanction the cotters of beasts pirates as well. This is all for the justice of the sea. Thunder Dragon said with a determined look in his eyes. As for the forces in New World, don't worry. This time I am the only one here. They know that Marine is not going to capture New World, and those selfish pirates will not unite. I understand. Tross said in response. Brontosaurus is still very optimistic about the equally radical Hawk Vice Admiral, otherwise the headquarters would not send him to guard the New World branch. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Oh? Who did I think was trying to hinder Lao Zi's pirate group? It turns out to be Brontosaurus, you old guy. A majestic Haki's voice came, and Brontosaurus and Tros immediately changed their expressions and looked solemnly at the sky. The 3 warships immediately stopped sailing and all scanned the surroundings on alert. But on the endless sea, there are only undulating waves and no enemy is visible. This is bad. Thunder Dragon looked up at the clouds and said with an extremely ugly face, I didn't expect that it would be the worst case scenario. Tros' expression also changed, and he said anxiously, why did that monster appear here? Marine on the warship saw Admiral and Vice Admiral both looking at the sky, and looked over with caution. He clenched his weapons and stared without saying a word. The sea instantly became extremely oppressive. Gudong then. From time to time, Marine swallowed his saliva and his palms became sweaty. Under Marine's nervous gaze, a figure gradually appeared in the clouds and landed slowly. No. It can't be, that's right. How could this happen? Him. How come he is here? Oh my god, oh my god. It turned out to be 100 Beast Sky Punch. Why? We are clearly not close to the Beast's pirates' territory, why would Kaisha come here? Under the gaze of all the Marines, a pair of curved ghost horns, a tall body, and a demon-like god like Kaisha slowly descended from the clouds and appeared in front of them under the sunlight. All Marines' eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped, looking at this man in shock and fear. That's right, it's fear. Even though they have more than 1,000 combat powers, even if they have admirals and several vice-admirals, they still feel fear welling up from the bottom of their hearts. This man is a monster who can suppress Marine Marshal and Marine Admiral. It is the strongest and most terrifying monster of this era. Man Zero who can come and go even from naval headquarters. 100 Beasts Kaishu. Chapter 118. Kaishu. Thunder Dragon read with a livid face. The first time Kaishu entered naval headquarters alone, Brontosaurus was not there and did not participate in that battle. But the second time Kaido made a big fuss in the headquarters, he was called back urgently. Because of the Thunder Fruit, the Brontosaurus is very fast, so it catches up with Guy to rescue Kaido. %@ at 1 %. That time, he personally experienced the horror of this monster. Unrivaled strength, extremely powerful defense, lightning-fast speed. Beast's Kaishu has no weaknesses at all. Guy Fist came to the sky above the warship, scanned the audience, and said solemnly, Brontoron, Lao Zi personally welcomes you Marine to New World as a guest. That's really flattering. Even Thunder Dragon, who has always been strong, couldn't help saying with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. However, since we're here, Kaishu said flatly, let's stay. Domineering, powerful, unquestionable, coercing the audience. Even in the face of Marine Admiral, Haki still spoke with such confidence. Kaishu, are you trying to start a war with Marine? Thunder Dragon stepped forward. As Marine Admiral, he could not show any weakness at this time, and said in a strong tone. Kaishu looked at Thunder Dragon calmly, and suddenly 713 days laughed, "Ahahahaha! War! Just what I want!" Kaishu stopped laughing wildly, and looked at Thunder Dragon coldly, "Your fate is decided. As for a marine, I want to see if I dare to fight Laozi. You!" Thunder Dragon's face was livid and ugly, his serious eyes showed extreme anger, and his hands were bulging with veins. "Then you are going to die. Damn pirate!" No one thought that the dignified Marine Admiral would suddenly launch a sneak attack. The body of Thunder and Lightning suddenly appeared in front of Kaishu, the right foot flashed with lightning, and it flew past his head without hesitation. Boom! There was a loud thunder and lightning neighing, and a terrifying explosion flashed across the world in an instant. It is like the punishment of the gods, sanctioning all the evils in the world. "Have you got it?" Wei Wei stepped forward, even though the dazzling thunder made his eyes hurt, Tross still stared at the sky full of thunder. How can it be? The next moment, Lei Long's eyes widened, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. At the very center of the roaring thunder and lightning, Kaisha stood calmly, his right hand was pitch black, and unexpectedly firmly grasped the violent lightning kick. This made Thunder Dragon somewhat unacceptable. You must know that his ability is the most violent thunder. Even Sengoku in the form of a Buddha can only fight against each other and dare not fight hard. But Kaisha picked it up so easily. Besides haki, the most important thing is that thunderous physique. "Old Thunderbolt, you are very arrogant." Kaishu's eyes were full of danger, and he felt a numbing sensation from his right hand, roared, and threw out violently. "Call out!" The sound of piercing the air came, but luckily the Thunder Dragon elementalized in time. However, the lightning still smashed through the deck and fell into the bottom of the cabin. Brontosaurus Admiral! Admiral! Seeing the smashed deck, Tross and a group of marines shouted anxiously. No one thought that Admiral would be at a disadvantage as soon as they fought against each other. "This is Kaishu, the beast." Kaz! The blue and white thunder drifted away, and the next moment, Thunder Dragon returned to the deck with a gloomy expression. Waves of thunder began to gradually become violent. "Marine Admiral, is that all?" Kaishu looked down at the Brontosaurus, and he didn't shy away from the wind. "Hateful!" Boom, boom, boom! "Kaishu, don't underestimate the justice of this old man." The thunder surged, the entire sky roared continuously, and a silver lightning flashed across, and the violent light pierced everything, and it was fleeting. 300 million volts thunder fist. "Thunder Dragon, you alone are no match for Laozi at all." Kaishu sneered ruthlessly, clenched his fists, covered his arms, and looked at the Thunder Dragon that was charging. Guy punched out, and the big, air exploded, unexpectedly blasting the thunder forcefully. Boom! Thunder fell, and in the blink of an eye, Thunder Dragon fell on the deck again, taking a few steps back unstoppably. "Call out!" There was a hiss that pierced the eardrums, and before the Thunder Dragon stood still, a thunder spear exuding terrifying energy appeared in its right hand. Thunder spear! The sky collapsed, the world went dark, and a flash of lightning, which could not be caught at all, came in a flash. Kaishu's eyes froze, his arms grabbed Thunder Spear like a dragon, and his whole body moved horizontally in the air. "Your thunder is much stronger than that guy Kaido's. It seems that the idiot's ability still needs to be developed." The coat was shattered, exposing the wild upper body of a demon god. Kaishu held his right hand, and with an unwilling bang, the Thunder Spear shattered. "Brontosaurus Admiral!" Everyone looked at the Brontosaurus worriedly. The battle was very bad for Marine. "You go, let the boss go back safely." Thunder Dragon ordered to the warship. "No, Mr. Thunder Dragon, hurry up and get on the boat, let me be the queen." Tross immediately objected, but he has always admired Thunder Dragon. "Don't talk stupidly, Tross, this old man is Marine Admiral. This old man has been fighting for justice all his life, how could I let you die here? Let the old man leave a kindling for justice." There was a smile on Thunder Dragon's serious face, without any fear, only extremely proud. He is extremely proud that he can carry out the justice of his life and fight to the end. "Brontosaurus Admiral!" All the soldiers on the warship burst into tears. This is an old soldier saying goodbye to them. The old man is a remnant of the old era, and the new era still needs you, so I will leave it to the old man. Thunder Dragon turned his head without hesitation, and looked at Kaishu, who was walking slowly. Mr. Thunder Dragon. Several vice admirals lowered their heads and shed tears, and even the Dove Marine's eyes were slightly red. Walk. Tros held back all his emotions, gave the order, and the warship set sail. Farewell finished. Kaishu said calmly. Kaishu didn't think about keeping the marines of those 3 warships, because the Thunder Dragon would stay just to cut off those marines. If it wasn't for those marines, at the speed of the Brontosaurus, it is possible to run away in Guy's mule. It is possible. Ha 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 ha, come on, pirate, let me show you the serious justice of this old man. Thunder Dragon's eyes were cold, and he said loudly with a determined expression. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky turned, and countless thunder roared in all directions. At the very center, the Thunder Dragon stood suspended, and its whole body swelled rapidly. In just a moment, a thunder and lightning monster exuding endless coercion appeared. The thunder winds, the terrifying sound, and the ability to make the world crazy, overflowing. In the scene of the riot, Kaishu's face was indifferent, feeling the free lightning in the air, but bloodthirsty murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Gigavolt Thor Mode. Chapter 119. Billion Volt Thor Mode. ZZ. Throughout the sky, 2 streamers of light, one black and one blue, chased and collided with each other. Pfft! Thunder Dragon vomited blood, his eyes turned cold, and he turned around also 10 punches. Bang bang! Fisting to the flesh, the 2 were torn together like beasts, and in just a moment, the scars on Lei Long's body spread all over his body. He was panting, his face was covered in blood, and his ribs were broken. On the other hand, Kaishu's clothes were scorched black by lightning in many places, but no injuries could be seen on his body. The violent thunder could not cause any damage under his demon-like body. Billion-volt Brontosaurus. Kaishu squinted his eyes, looking at the huge Brontosaurus rising from the ground, and projected out a black barbed death air spear. Buzz! Boom, 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 boom. The eardrum was torn, and the spear with a diameter of 2 meters directly penetrated the Brontosaurus, tore the atmosphere, turned into light and fell towards the sea. Hateful! For the sake of the sea, I must eradicate you. The thunder and lightning around the Thunder Dragon turned into a thunder field, flashing wildly, and its blood-stained face looked extremely ferocious. Thunder Dragon has only one belief in his heart at this moment. That is to die together with Kaishu. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, as if it was the end of the world. The sky was covered with violent thunder and lightning, as if God was angry. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Clatter! Thunder flashed, the sea surged, and the entire sky turned white, losing its original color. The clouds moved sideways, the earth shook, and the entire world was filled with areas of destruction. World-destroying Thunder Dragon. With a roar, the entire sky was covered by thunder fields. That's Brontosaurus Admiral. Mr. Thunder Dragon is ready to drag Kaishu to death together. At the same time, Marine, who had been far away for several sea miles, looked at the scene of thunder and lightning roaring in the sky, their eyes widened, and they murmured in disbelief. Only a few vice admirals could tell from this move that the Brontosaurus was determined to die. Above the sky covered with thunder and lightning, a huge oriental dragon formed by thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. Stretching for thousands of meters, it is several times larger than the body of many green dragons. The entire sea area can feel the terrifying power contained in the thunder dragon above. Once it falls, even a large island can be completely destroyed. This is the destructive power of an admiral-level powerhouse. This guy is really a lunatic. Looking at the thunder dragon shining with lightning, Kaishu commented in a tone of approval. The thunder dragon above is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Once it falls, even the thunder dragon will not be spared. Even if he is a thunder fruit-capable user, if such a berserk force explodes, the thunder dragon will be crippled even if it does not die. Only such lunatics will be recognized by Kaishu. Brother, you are indeed very strong, Laozi recognizes you. Kaishu turned into an orc, with green pupils exuding a cold aura, looking up at the lightning dragon, with the same crazy expression. I don't need the approval of an evil pirate. Die! Roar! The thousands-meter-long thunder and lightning dragon roared and crashed down with an incomparable, heaven-shattering power. Come! Kaishu seemed to be even more insane than Admiral the Thunder Dragon, and even rushed towards the Thunder Dragon regardless. The tall Kaishu looked so insignificant in front of the Thunder Dragon. He swallowed Kaishu in a big mouthful. Boom boom! Boom boom! A blue mushroom cloud exploded with a halo of light. The violent thunder raged across the entire sea area, and the densely packed thunder and lightning seemed to destroy everything around it. The atmosphere screamed, the clouds shattered, the sea was blown up, forming a huge crater, and a wave of hundreds of meters high surged towards the surrounding area. Waves of air that destroyed the world swept away in all directions. For a moment, an unimaginable hurricane and lightning flooded everything. Quick! The tsunami is coming! Full speed ahead, fire the guns! Speed up with the cannons! Ah, the tsunami is coming! Oh my god, oh my god! Quick! One sword, armed, I. Tempest kick! Bang bang bang! Even though they were several sea miles away, the tsunami caused by the thunderous explosion that destroyed the world still swept over. The Marines responded hurriedly on the deck, steering the helm, reefing the sails, and using the recoil of the shells to accelerate. In short, use all means to escape from the 100-meter tsunami. At critical moments, the Marine Vice Admirals showed even more magical power, tearing apart and shattering the tsunami behind them. 0. Ask for flowers. Leave at full speed before a bigger tsunami comes. The terrifying thunder explosion was like a natural disaster. And can Guy Fist survive the natural disaster? I don't know how long it took, but although the sea was still turbulent, the thunder that exploded in the sky had disappeared. Hoo. Above the sky, I saw a dark figure breathing heavily. The curved ghost horns and the huge and burly body are none other than Kaishu. But at this time, Kaishu was very embarrassed and his whole body was black. It is not caused by armament haki coverage, but the real meaning of black. There were burnt black wounds in many places on the body, and the opened flesh and blood seemed to be roasted, with white smoke emitting hissing. 0. Ahem. Kaishu coughed twice, and his bright and majestic eyes stared at the front of nothingness, where the Thunder Dragon Admiral originally stood. Farewell. Kaishu said respectfully to the empty sky. This respect has nothing to do with position. It is recognition of Thunder Dragon's strength, and even more admiration for his belief. Until the moment it was exploded and shattered by thunder, the Thunder Dragon carried out its own justice. Such a boy, how romantic! That's right, the Thunder Fruit user was crushed into powder by the violent explosion of thunder and disappeared between heaven and earth. Not because he couldn't survive. But until the last moment, he was making his final contribution to the sea. That's when you see Kaishu still standing in the thunder of the explosion, knowing that you can't kill Kaishu and you will die. Break away from the elementalization and let the violent thunder destroy your body. In this way, Kaishu will not be able to control him after his death. It's no secret that Kaishu has the ability to turn dead people into puppet. And similar devil fruit has also appeared in the sea. Kaishu will respect Marine like this even if he is an opponent. As for why Kaishu got hurt so badly? Because this guy is crazier. He didn't use his power to fight back the Thunder Dragon, nor did he use any haki. Just after transforming into a beast, he rushed into the center of lightning and withstood the thunderous explosion that destroyed the world. Such a person is not a lunatic. What kind of group is he? Chapter 120. Bang! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! Crashing, slapping! Bang bang bang! That's it, let me get more excited, Golden Lion Shiki! Kaido suddenly laughed wildly, and a blood-red violent aura erupted from his body. The surge of momentum caused the seawater underfoot to collapse, revealing the ruins and rubble of broken plants and walls. Kaido kid, don't be too proud. Golden Lion's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slashed out with both swords. A huge and dazzling slash tore through all obstacles and instantly hit Kaido's dragon claw. Boom! A strong light burst out suddenly. It's impossible to look straight at. The dragon claws were in a stalemate with the dazzling sword light. When the dragon scales 293 in the palm of his hand shattered, they also crushed the sword light. Brush! Brush! The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the place almost at the same time. Boom! Boom bang! Boom boom boom! With a loud noise, a powerful storm tore apart the earth and sea water. The two violent figures separated like lightning, and then collided with each other in an instant, and they couldn't help but fight. Boom! Kang! Boom! The two figures, who looked like ancient beasts, were fighting fiercely, constantly colliding violently. For a moment, electric light flashed, wind blades danced wildly, and sword light slashed wildly. Boom boom! The horrific collisions produced explosions one after another, like shock waves sweeping in all directions. Exaggerated mushroom clouds kept appearing. Along with the continuous explosions, they couldn't help but spread, and vortices appeared on the sea surface. The terrifying air waves raged crazily, destroying everything that stood in their way. In the face of this destructive force, the broken earth shook and roared. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it keeps collapsing and collapsing. Crackling! The two terrifying auras collided crazily, neither one willing to be outdone, not giving in to each other, and intertwined with dark red lightning. Meandering like a snake, intertwining violently, shining erratically, and exaggeratedly scary. On the roaring sea, one after another sea kings were knocked unconscious and floated to the surface of the sea. 3 days later, an explosive news spread across the sea as newspapers spread, shocking the whole world. No! It's not true! Oh my god! Marine Admiral Brontosaurus actually died in battle. How could such a thing happen? That's the Marine Admiral, the highest combat power that protects justice. No way, 100 Beasts Kaishu actually killed the Thunder Dragon Admiral. How could this happen? How could Admiral lose to the pirates? Justice lost. It's over. Even the Marine Admiral is dead. Who can stop Kaishu and his beasts pirates? No, justice will never fail, I don't believe it. I will join the Marine, Sifulon Admiral for revenge. Master Kaishu is indeed the strongest. I want to join the beasts pirates and follow Master Kaishu. Boys, the Marine Admiral has died in the battle. There is nothing that can stop us. Let's go to sea to realize our ambitions. Oh! The sea is in an uproar. During this period of time, a series of news bombarded me, leaving countless people shocked and speechless, and the sea completely boiled. Because of Marine Admiral's death in battle, countless ambitious pirates began to act recklessly, causing chaos in the sea. As the newspaper spread across the sea, Kaishu's reputation reached its peak, leading to countless admirers wanting to join the beasts pirates. Marine once fell into confusion and panic because of the death of Admiral Brontosaurus. Fortunately, Marine Marshal Kong Kong stood up in time to boost morale and calm the morale of the troops. New World, the territory of Golden Lion. Walk. Shiki's clothes were stained red with blood, and his face was covered with blood stains. He looked extremely hideous. He covered his somewhat sunken chest, glared at Kaido who was laughing wildly, and turned around to fly towards the ship in the sky. A shocking showdown, which lasted for 5 full days, finally came to an end. This unprecedented battle ended with Golden Lion Shiki being seriously injured, unwilling to continue fighting with Kaido, and retreating on his own initiative. Hoo. Kaido was also panting and his face was a little pale. There are many cuts and wounds densely scattered all over the body, but they are all healing at an extremely fast speed. The 5-day battle also took a heavy toll on Kaido's physical strength. Woluluoluo, the mixed-haired lion, it's Laozi who wins. Kaido laughed maniacally. The Golden Lion, who hadn't completely left yet, heard Kaido's proud laugh, and his expression became terrifyingly gloomy. However, the always unruly Golden Lion Shiki did not refute even though his face was full of anger this time. This time, he was indeed defeated. With the pride of the Golden Lion, he will naturally not admit his failure. Oh, we win. Kaido-sama defeated the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha. Long live Boss Kaido. Oh, Golden Lion is nothing more than that. As expected, we Beasts pirates are the strongest. In contrast to the Sky pirates who retreated in defeat, the crew of the Beasts pirates all cheered. In the sea area outside the island, all forces naturally heard Kaido's heroic voice. Yes, did Blue Dragon Kaido win? No way, Golden Lion Shiki actually lost to the vice-captain of Beasts Pirates. Gudong Beasts Pirates 2.6 is so powerful. Big news, the first battle of 4 emperors is over, Golden Lion lost, and Blue Dragon Kaido won. Head of the 4 emperors, now he is truly worthy of the title. Even the most powerful Golden Lion lost. Beasts Pirates are of course the strongest 4. Soon, the results of the battle here spread throughout the world. It has not been 2 days since the news that the Admiral Brontosaurus was killed by Kaishu, the 100 Beasts. The news that Blue Dragon Kaido defeated Golden Lion Shiki soon spread throughout the world. For a time, the Beasts Pirates were unparalleled and dominated the entire sea. The 2 brothers 100 Beasts Kaishu and Blue Dragon Kaido have attracted the admiration of countless pirates. The titles of Beasts Pirates, the strongest 4 emperors and the leader of the 4 emperors, are also recognized by the world. Chapter 121. 1 week later, Ghost Island. To celebrate killing a marine admiral and defeating the Golden Lion, becoming the strongest 4 emperors, the Beasts Pirates held their biggest party ever. All members participate, including affiliated pirate groups. As for the empty territory defense, not long after the defeat of Marine and the Sky Pirates, who dares to challenge the majesty of Guy's fist at this time? Yo-ho-ho! A toast to the guests with fine wines. Facing the wind, rain, and huge waves. My favorite flag is flying under the clear sky. Looking into the distance together. Yo-ho! Binks wine toast. A midnight show for 1 person. Drunk and dreaming about past times. Ha 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 ha, kids, drink as much as you like. Oh. Cheers! To this victory. The captain killed the Admiral Brontosaurus, and the vice-captain defeated the Golden Lion. Now we are the strongest pirate group in the New World. Jump up, brothers! Ha 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 ha! Cheers! The atmosphere of the banquet was warm and noisy, and everyone celebrated the joy of victory. Captain, there's big news again! Qing Jiao suddenly shouted excitedly, attracting everyone's attention, and they all looked at him curiously. Gudong, ah, what's wrong, green pepper? Kaishu drank a large bucket of wine in 1 gulp and looked at Qing Jiao in confusion. Here are today's latest newspapers. Qing Jiao took out a stack of newspapers and pulled out a bunch of reward orders. There are also our latest reward orders in it. Oh! Kaishu said with an interested smile, look at how much green peppers Marine added to us this time. Let's see for everyone. Qing Jiao first drew out a few bounty tickets, which were really beaten by Beasts Pirates. Really fight the Rubik's Cube monster Garam, the bounty is 490 million belly. Really fight, female Huxia medicine Dr. Nakan, the 5 owners have a bounty of 10 million baileys. A real fight Hammer Murloc Sebastian, the bounty is 547 million baileys. If you really beat the Poker King Big Bear King, the reward will be 626 million baileys. What a fight! Marine trader Gaspard has put a bounty on Jinshi with 100 cubic belly inside his body. If you really beat the Crazy Lion Guy, the reward will be 785 million baileys. If you really beat the Chameleon Gamenyo, the reward will be 830 million baileys. A real fight, Golden Thief Wunan has no reward. The sound of someone swallowing was heard from time to time at the banquet. The bounty on Beasts Pirates' real fight alone was terrifyingly high. Among them, the Crazy Lion Guy Wen and the Chameleon Gamenyo are cotters who have just joined. One is Zoan, a person with lion form ability, and the other is Paramecia, a person with copy fruit ability. When Chameleon Gamenyo joined his army, even Kaisha was a little surprised. Because in the original work, Gamenyo was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates before Kojiki Oden. The ability to copy fruits is even more powerful, and can be said to be the superior of clone fruit. Not only can you copy other people's appearance, but you can even copy other people's skills. Only after joining the Beasts Pirates, he discovered that his ability seemed unable to replicate the fantasy beast species. He can't copy the abilities of Kaishu, Kaido, Xingqiao, and others. Gaimanyo would not have thought that this was because the phantom beast species of beasts pirates had abilities that had been systematically evolved by Kaishu. Of course his fruit ability cannot be copied. As for why Vunan has no bounty, it is because of bribing the celestial dragons. Vunan's Grand Tesoro is already an independent country recognized by the world government and the king of the world's largest entertainment city. His reward has been revoked. Hey, Marine's bounty amount has been increased a lot. He's finally not so stingy. Kaido drank wine and laughed and said that he was naturally happy that the Cotters had increased the reward. The bounty offered 5 years ago was not so high. When Kaishu and Kaido first formed Beasts Pirates, their strength had surpassed that of these real fighters, but the bounty was only over 600 million. Today, the highest number, Gaimano, has exceeded 800 million. Laozi sees that Marine has no choice but to print money to increase the reward. Kaishu knows that this is a sign before the bounty increases. The captain is right, we are Beasts Pirates. That is, what is naval headquarters when the captain and first officer are here. Ha ha ha. That's right. The pirates laughed wildly and toasted, and then looked at the other bounty orders. This time it was for disaster. 9 tribulations plague Quinn, bounty is 1.286 million Baileys. 9 tribulations Thunder Tribulation Bullet, bounty of 1.32 billion Belly. 9 tribulations Fire Tribulation, bounty of 1.33 billion Belly. 9 tribulations The Greedy Robbery of Green Pepper has a bounty of 1.4 billion Belly. 9 calamities Calamity Burndy Waldo, bounty of 1.633 million Baileys. Damn it, why am I lower than Yin's bounty? Bullet looked at his reward order with an indignant look on his precocious face. He and Yin can be said to have grown up together and have the best relationship, but they are always compared to each other. Because they all want to be Kaishu's right-hand man, the most capable 547 general. But every time, Bullet's bounty was 10 points lower than Blast's. Ho, maybe Jin is more popular than you. Because both of us are handsome guys from Beasts Pirates. Quinn's short legs danced, her body swayed to the music, and her rhythm swayed as she rapped. Bullet suddenly turned into a shark and said, "Why is Laozi so unpopular?" "No. What does this have to do with?" "Ha ha ha. Yo ho ho. Ha ha ha." It has to be said that Quinn's ability in creating atmosphere is even greater than his ability in scientific research. In just a moment, not only did Bullet no longer worry about the bounty, but everyone was amused. Kaishu looked at Bullet, who was chasing Quinn, and Yin, who was drinking quietly with a smile on his face, and laughed heartily. It can be said that these two little guys were cultivated by him. One is 13 years old and the other is 15 years old, but he has become the second best cotter of Beasts Pirates after the disaster. Due to the general's strength. Pervert? It can be said to be quite pervert, completely surpassing Kaishu and Kaido of the same age. However, this does not mean that Bullet and Yin's talents are higher than Guy Creek. It is the result of Kaishu sparing no effort in accumulating resources. Chapter 122. Bullet and Yin are very talented. In the original book, Bullet was able to compete with Pluton Rayleigh at the age of 15, which is enough to prove his talent. Of course, this must be the result of Rayleigh's letting the sea, just like Wang Luffy's victory over Katakuri, and then added exaggerated reports. You know, in the original book, Bullet practiced in Impel Down for 20 years, and when he came out at the age of 45, he was at the admiral level. Guess the 15-year-old Bullet should be at the vice admiral level. This is already a terrifying talent, otherwise Roger wouldn't have accepted a person on board who was totally different from the philosophy of Roger's pirates. Therefore, it stands to reason that Bullet is now only at the rear admiral level. But don't forget that the Phantom Beast fruit increases the upper limit and talents of Bullet and Yin. In addition to starting training in advance, there are also resources such as gravity bracelets, stamina pills, and actual combat training rooms. Do the math. 5 stamina pills a day equals 50 million berries per day, and 18.25 billion berries a year. In the actual combat training room, at least 50 million berries per month, and 600 million berries per year. This adds up to cost at least 18.8 billion a year. And that's not counting resources for medical care, Sea King's food, education, and more. If combined, Kaishu's 5-year resources on Bullet and Yin's body are about 100 billion baileys each. That's why Kaishu keeps saying, poor culture and rich martial arts. Without the cultivation of so many resources, no matter how talented Bullet and Jin are, it is impossible for them to reach such heights at this age. To use a saying in the fantasy world, so many resources are used on a pig, and it can be turned into a demon. What's more, Bullet and Yin are already geniuses. The next step is the reward for the only disaster in our beasts pirates. Qingjiao smiled and took out a reward. Above is a photo of Jun beastman form. Against the background of white snow, with icy wings on his back and a black knife in his hand, his face is beautiful and moving, but it gives people a kind of lonely and cold that can only be seen from a distance and cannot be desecrated. Disaster Snow Disaster Jun, the bounty is 2.646 billion baileys. Oh, it's more than 2.6 billion, as expected of Mr. Snowstorm. Miss Jun heads. No, it should be the captain's wife. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the top cotter of our beasts pirates. I'm so envious of Big Sister, I also want to work hard to become a disaster. Long live Jun-sama. Seeing Jun's reward order, the atmosphere of the beasts pirates became even higher, and everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and envy. We must know that Jun has not been a disaster for a long time, less than a year. But from less than 2 billion before, it has soared to 26 now. Riding the dust, far ahead of the other cotters of beasts pirates. Well-deserved Big Sister. Even Bullet and Waldo, who have always been rebellious, looked at Jun next to Guy with respect. On the contrary, Jun just smiled lightly at his latest reward, and then gently stood beside Kaishu, pouring wine and vegetables for him. Even Kaido laughed and said, with respect in his tone. Regardless of strength or identity, Kaido recognizes Jun very much. Plus Jun is now Kaishu's veritable woman. Maybe in the future, when the elder brother beats him up, he will have to rely on his sister-in-law to save his life, so most of his attitudes towards Jun are tinged with self-flattery. As expected of a master. Mihawk, who was sitting on the side drinking juice, thought with admiration. Finally it belongs to the captain and the vice-captain. Under everyone's expectant eyes, King Jiaohu took out the reward order hidden in his clothes. Blue Dragon Kaido, the bounty is 3.76 billion baileys. Everyone was taken aback by Kaido's super high bounty, which is equivalent to 4 emperors' bounty amount. You must know that Roger in 4 emperors has a bounty of only 3.8 billion baileys. The rewards offered by Kaido and Roger are almost the same, but Kaido is only the vice-captain. At last, Qingjiao showed the last reward order, which belonged to their captain Kaishu. 100 beasts Kaishu, the bounty is 4.37 billion baileys. Wow! Ha ha ha, you really deserve to be the captain. It's more than 4 billion. This is currently the highest amount of reward offered by the sea. Except for the original rocks, no one has a higher bounty than the captain. The captain will definitely surpass rocks in the future. Ha ha ha, for everyone's latest reward, Tian Cup. Oh! Compared to the festive and boisterous atmosphere of the beasts pirates. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Today is the day of the burial of Admiral Brontosaurus. Because the bones of the Thunder Dragon are gone, Marine can only choose to bury the clothes of the Thunder Dragon. The whole Marine Ford is solemn, and the tombs of the martyrs are full of darkness. No one spoke, only low sobs. All the Marines are wearing black suits, with a white flower on their chest, bowing their heads and holding the heavenly general Thunder Dragon. After burying Thunder Dragon's clothes in the martyr's tomb, his wife and children were already unconscious from crying. Staff officer He and several female generals supported Lei Long's wife and comforted him softly. Kong Kong endured the grief and stood quietly, but his eyes were already red. Even Garp, who has always been out of tune, looked sad at this moment, quietly looking at the photo of Brontosaurus on the tombstone. All salute the heroes! With a shout from the marshal, all Marines stepped forward in unison, looked at the tombstone of Thunder Dragon respectfully, and raised their hands in salute. Marine Admiral Thunder Dragon, fighting on the front line of justice, destroying countless evil pirate groups, and stopping the ambition of the Rocks pirate. Good Zhao Zhao, in order to maintain the peace of the sea, I have been fighting pirates all my life. Dedicated to the marine, to the sea, and to justice. He carried out his belief in justice to the end of his life. For the stability of the sea, he fought with Kaishu, the 100 beasts, to the last moment. Now, he has given us his faith. Marine soldiers, are you willing to carry out the hero's justice? Willing. There is a firm cry from the Marines. Maybe one day we will all sacrifice, but as long as justice is still there, heroes will not disappear. Kong Kong looked firmly at the tombstone, bent down and bowed. Behind him, the senior Marines such as Zion Shi Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, Iron Fist Garp, and Staff Crane bowed and bowed. All for justice. The densely packed Marines shouted in unison, their firm beliefs soared into the sky, and the sound shook the world. Chapter 123. Red Line, Sanctuary Marie Joyce. This is the location of the World ZF headquarters, and it is also the territory of the Celestial Dragons, the descendants of the gods. The World ZF building, here is the center of power. Marine once again asks to send troops to New World, I revenge the beasts pirates. After hanging up the bug, 5 elders, wearing a black suit, with white curly hair, a white beard and a flat hat, with a scar on the left side of his face J. Galozi Satan, first break the silence. Humph, what is Kong Kong Dang Marine? Is it a personal organization that can act at will? But Marshal Marine dares to make demands on us, it's too presumptuous. Wearing a dark red suit, no bow tie, blonde hair, blonde beard, 5 elders with a scar on his chest, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, said dissatisfied. The point is that Kong Kong's tone was a bit aggressive just now, which made 5 elders very dissatisfied. Wearing a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard, 5 elders Makas Mazes Hung said in a flat tone, what's more, it was Marine who acted on his own this time, which led to Admiral's death. Although the beasts pirates are not a small threat, with Marine's strength, they are not enough to kill the 2 monsters Gai Chan and Kaido. Sending troops rashly will only bring greater losses. And maybe, it will also make other 4 emperors unite. 5 elders in a dark green suit, bald, with a figure-8 beard, and a Madara 207 birthmark on his forehead Topman Vachol Ist analyzed calmly. That's right, Marine's strength has weakened a lot, and it's not appropriate to start a war at this time. Wearing a white robe, bald head, wearing glasses, and holding a katana sword in his hand, 5 elders Izanbaran v Nashi Xiao Langsheng nodded in agreement. A Marine Admiral's sacrifice, 5 elders couldn't care less. What they want is the stability of the sea, and the rule of the world ZF will not be threatened. As for the pirates, there are Marines to deal with them. Mere pirates are not worthy of letting the world give up their background. How rampant pirates are, it's only in New World. In comparison, Garp's BD's son, the Revolutionary Army's ideology established is a greater threat. Makas Mazes Hung said in a low voice, looking at the information about the Revolutionary Army collected by the CP organization on the table. Agree. Good. J. Galyasha Satan, picked up the photo of the dragon, and said coldly, I didn't expect the son of the marine hero to have the idea of overturning the world. Humph, if it wasn't for Marine's death protection for Garp, and Garp's reputation is indeed not small, arresting without reason would cause chaos, and he, Ahak, would have been thrown into impel down long ago. Isn't Baron V. Nashu Langsheng said coldly. Saint Topman Voculi tapped the ground with his cane, and said lightly, since this is the case, let Marine remember this lesson. However, it is appropriate to give them some compensation. Next year's military expenditure will increase, and then give the Logia lava fruit to Marine, so that Marine can cultivate a new admiral. Saint Topman Vocholi said sternly after thinking for a while. Well, yes, the loss of an admiral, Marine's combat power really needs to be replenished. Agree. Seconded. In addition, the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan can also be implemented ahead of schedule. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint said calmly, and looked at the other 4 people after speaking. That's right, the pirates in New World in this era are much stronger than before. Marines alone may not be able to suppress them, but they can indeed use the power of pirates. By the way, I can remind Marine that if they don't do well, we can replace them with other forces at any time. They are not irreplaceable. In addition, it can also attract a group of powerful pirates. Shepherd 10 Peter St said coldly. The other 4 nodded in agreement. If Marine strengthens its power, the world government will worry that it will be disobedient. Let Marine find Shishibukai candidates as soon as possible. New World will wait and see what happens for the time being, and don't make any decisions on its own. The office fell into silence again. Soon, Kong received orders from the 5 elders. The atmosphere in the marshal's office was very depressing at this time. Tell me. What do you think of this matter? The leader, Kong, rubbed his forehead and looked a little unhappy. 7 Warlords of the Sea, the conditions given by above are really generous. Tapping his fingers on the table and chairs, staff officer he looked equally unhappy. Because as long as this plan is implemented, Marine's reputation will be greatly impacted again. The Thunder Dragon Admiral has just died, and he has to rely on pirates to contain the pirates. How does this make the public view UMI? Crack. Below, Garp bites a donut, his eyes angry and disappointed. Long, is this why you left Marine? Garp thought to himself, but said nothing. Damn it, are you going to endorse a group of lawless pirates? Putting down the document in his hand, Zephyr shouted angrily. Do the 5 elders know the pros and cons of this proposal? Sengoku was a little annoyed. At this time, the door was pushed open, and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces walked in with a paralyzed face. Kong immediately stood up and shouted respectfully. Commander-in-chief of the armed forces Sakura is not only Sora's boss, but also the previous Marine Marshal, his big brother. Boss. Everyone stood up and looked respectfully at this man with grey hair who was over 80 years old. Although he is over 80 years old, Sakura's momentum is still strong. Sakura sat down at the first place vacated by Kong. His expression was not good, he talked helplessly, and said, Hey, this time the 5 elders have made up their minds to implement the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan, and Marine can only implement it. Looking at each other, Sengoku and he said at the same time, it seems that the 5 elders are going to control Marine. Unfortunately, even Kong, as the marshal, cannot object to the above order that must be executed. What's more, even the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces is here, and the meaning is already obvious. Marine can only execute this plan, there is no room for rejection. After everyone left, Kong pounded the table unwillingly and shouted in a low voice, Damn it, do we really have to rely on these pirates to suppress the sea? And similarly, all the people who went out, some sighed, some were unwilling, some were sad and angry, they were just not enough. Because they all know that the world is getting more and more chaotic. If you can use pirates to control pirates, then what's the point of having Marines? This makes how the world thinks of Marine. The most speechless thing is that Marine is required to recognize the illegal behavior of 7 Warlords of the Sea. It is really ironic, this world. Not long after, the Marine meeting announced the decision of the World ZF as well as some support for marine resources and orders for 7 Warlords of the Sea. Although everyone is filled with righteous indignation, especially the representatives of the Hawks want to go to war against the Beast's pirates. But under the tough orders of the world government, we can only accept it unwillingly. Chapter 124. What? The ZF of the world wants to establish 7 Warlords of the Sea. Is this to recruit those evil pirates? What about the Marine? Isn't there a just Marine? Why do you need pirates to protect the sea? Ha 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 ha, it's so funny, Marine is going to work with pirates. It seems that Marine is no longer able to do it, and they still have to use the power of pirates. But it's nice to become the 7 warlords of the sea. You have the legal right to plunder and you no longer have to worry about being caught by the Marines. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi is going to be one of the Shishibukai, so he can do whatever he wants. Is Marine no longer able to protect the sea? The Admiral Thunder Dragon died, so we can only rely on pirates. What's going on in this world? Pirates are actually legal. Useless Marine. Bah! Lao Zi doesn't believe in Marine's justice anymore, and even joins forces with pirates. That's right. Since pirates are legal, why not be a pirate and be free? Whoa, don't, my parents were killed by pirates, and I want to take revenge as Marine, why can evil pirates be legal? In just a few days, with the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea policy, the sea was in an uproar. Not to mention Marine, the people of 4 Seas and Grand Line are outraged. Marine's prestige fell to the bottom. The Fishmen Island is located at 10,000 fishes on the seabed of Angshi continent. It is a necessary place to reach the New World, where many strange creatures live. Mermaids, daughters of the sea, these are not myths. Here, you can clearly see the legend that the upper body is a human and the lower body is a fishtail. The underwater world is very beautiful and dreamy, plus the mystical creatures like mermaids make this place the cradle of the world. However, beauty is also a crime, just like being weak, without strong strength, everything is empty talk. Colorful, 10,000 meters deep, a huge island, magnificent, under the sunshine, it is still so transparent and peaceful. It is no exaggeration to say that this place may be paradise on earth. However, this sea is ultimately the world of human beings. The Murlocs and mermaids are just races excluded by humans, and even discriminated against by humans. They are directly called fish and trampled on and traded at will. It was not until 200 years ago that the Dragon Palace Kingdom became a member of the World ZF that it began to establish friendly relations with humans. The Fishmen Island Kings are also allowed to attend World Summit. But despite this, humans still hold an attitude of disgust towards the Murlocs, and the problem of discrimination has not been improved, but worsened. For this reason, this grievance has been preserved until now. However, now a new turning point has appeared, that is 7 warlords of the sea. Yes, as long as Tiger the Adventurer from the Fishmen Island becomes 7 warlords of the sea, then we can rely on this to deter pirates. Although the fact that humans will catch mermaids cannot be eliminated, it can definitely be reduced. However, Mermaid Island is now caught in a dilemma. Because, a super overlord of the New World intends to protect the Fishmen Island. Dragon Palace City, luxurious and magnificent, is simply a wonderful workmanship. Everywhere you look, you can see countless mermaids living in dreams, living happily and playing at will. Here, it is simply a man's paradise. Although some can only be seen but not eaten, but the slender figure and exquisite face are all the best choices. It's no wonder that countless human traffickers and pirates risked their lives to dive into the 10,000-meter deep sea to catch mermaids. Dragon Palace City, because of craftsmen. At this moment, the king of the Fishmen Island is entertaining several people. In the lead, one wears a crown and is bigger and stronger than the average mermaid. A large mermaid with thick and fluffy orange-red hair and beard, flame-like tattoos on both arms, and thick body hair. At this time, he was laughing and holding a wine glass in his hand. On the opposite side, a pirate about 30 years old, with long hair and spider veins on his forehead, who looks extremely treacherous and cruel, is also holding a cup and drinking with the Mermaid King. King Neptune, how is it? Do you understand what Dad means? Thanks to Newgate, the Fishmen Island, are happy to plant the Whitebeard flag. Also, thank you Skiard for coming all the way. I wonder if you can stay for a few days so that we, the Fishmen Island, can thank you. Haha, then I'll stay for 3 days. If it's any longer, Dad will be angry. The guy named Skiard had a lustful look in his eyes. If Kaisha were here, he would recognize this squad. In the original work, in the Summit War, Akainu instigated rebellion and stabbed a filial son with a heartbroken heart. Surprisingly, Whitebeard actually sent this guy to the Fishmen Island. Mr. Yard, the boss of Fishman Street, Tiger, the world government intends to make him a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and will this affect the Whitebeard pirates? Neptune was a little worried and said cautiously. Haha, don't worry about this. Dad already knew it before coming here. Shishibukai is Shishibukai, and the Fishmen Island is the Fishmen Island. Squard didn't care and took a sip of wine. Indeed, Whitebeard had explained it before coming here. 0, please give me flowers. As for why Whitebeard knew about Shishibukai in advance, I believe that as the 4 emperors of New World, he would have his own information channels. Just like Beast's pirates, even Marijoy information is available. That's good, that's good. Relieved, Upton breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! At this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the palace. Neptune and Skiyard stopped drinking at the same time and looked outside in surprise. No. That's not good, Your Majesty, the Beast's pirates' real fight broke in. Minister Zo, wearing a top hat, a single-sided spectacle on his left eye, and holding a horn cane in his right hand, ran in and shouted eagerly. What? His words shocked Neptune and Skiyard at the same time. 0. Beast's pirates. This is the 4 emperors group that is currently flourishing in the sea. Even more terrifying and powerful than the veteran Whitebeard pirates. Ha 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 ha, get out of here, lousy. Before Neptune could react, several royal army soldiers were thrown in screaming. Then, 2 tall figures walked in. A real fight from Beast's pirates. Crazy Lion Guy article. Hammer Murloc Sebastian. They're all famous pirates in New World. Following the appearance of the 2, a group of armed royal army followed. But they all looked frightened and hesitated to step forward. I don't know what the 2 real fight adults from the Beast's pirates are doing in the Fishmen Island. Neptune looked at the corpses of several royal soldiers in pain, suppressed his inner anger, and gritted his teeth. Your Excellency Neptune, please don't be angry, we didn't want to hurt them at first, they are my compatriots after all. Sebastian smiled and said, but his tone was a little careless. It's just that we have something to discuss with Your Excellency, but they actually stopped us from coming in. That's a bit too rude. After Sebastian finished speaking, he pointed at the royal army around him, and shrugged helplessly, with an expression that he didn't want to. Then I would like to ask you two, is there anything you need to discuss with me? Facing Beast's pirates' true fight, Neptune had to be patient no matter how unwilling he was, and instead asked politely. Hi ha ha ha. Crazy Lion Guy laughed and said. Nothing, it's just that the captain watched the Fishmen Island. From now on, this is our Beast's pirates' territory. Chapter 125. What? Hearing Guy Wen's arrogant words, Neptune's eyes widened suddenly, and his mind was a little dazed. But before he had time to speak, Skiyad couldn't help shouting in shock and anger. The Fishmen Island is now Papa's place. You Beast's pirates better get out of here and don't think about it here. Skiyard stood up and looked at the tall Guy Wen and Sebastian with a sharp warning. Dad! From the Whitebeard pirates. It was only then that Guy Wen and Sebastian noticed this treacherous and evil-looking man. That's right, I am the captain of Dad's great vortex spider pirates, Skiyard. This is now the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Skiyard patted his chest and said loudly Kikiki with a proud look on his face. Guy Wen ignored this ugly guy and looked at Neptune. Noticing Guy's ferocious eyes, Neptune bit the bullet, nodded and said, Your Excellency Skiyard is right, the old man has just agreed that the Fishmen Island belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. Neptune does not want to conflict with the Beast's pirates, and since they both belong to the 4 Emperors group, it is expected that the Beast's pirates will also give the Whitebeard pirates a face. Did you hear that? Why don't you leave quickly? Skiyard looked at Guy and Sebastian proudly. With Whitebeard at his back, he is not afraid of the 2 cautious hits from Beast's pirates. Guy Wen, this is a bit difficult to handle. Sebastian pushed up his sunglasses and showed a teasing smile, this is the first mission assigned to us by the captain. Ha 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 ha. Guy Wen licked his lower lip with his tongue, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he showed his white teeth and said, "It seems that we were too talkative and gave them an illusion. Then Laozi will say it one last time." Gai Wen laughed evilly, and a biting chill instantly filled the surroundings. The Fishmen Island belongs to beasts pirates from now on. Surrender or perish. Do you understand? The bloodthirsty tone was extremely domineering, not negotiating at all, but informing. It's an ultimatum. This. Neptune heard the murderous intent in Guy's words, his eyes were tangled, and his expression was uncertain. Skiard was furious, and the two guys in front of him ignored his existence from beginning to end. "You two bastards! I told you this is Dad's territory, are you deliberately provoking us, the Whitebeard pirates? Don't think you beasts pirates are anything special. Dad is." Guy frowned, his ferocious eyes drooped, looked at the shouting Skiard, and interrupted impatiently, "Shut up! Dad, Daddy, are you all unweaned children? What did you say?" Skiard's eyes widened and his eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. "Go away! Who do you think you are? You are just a subordinate pirate captain, but you are qualified to talk to us here." Sebastian scolded in a cold and disdainful tone. "It's enough to call the cotters of your Whitebeard regiment over. You don't have the qualifications yet." Gai Wen looked down as if he were looking at garbage. "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Skiad showed his sharp fangs, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he laughed angrily. "Arrogant kid, the little pirate from paradise thought he joined the beasts pirates, so he dared to talk to Laozi like that. Crazy lion." Gai Wen has been in paradise before. After the beasts pirates became famous, he became a crazy admirer of Kaishu. After that, he entered New World and joined beasts for less than half a year. After experiencing the cruel reality of the New World, Squard thought that the pirates in the paradise were just children playing house. In fact, he was not the only one. All the New World pirates thought that the first half of the Grand Line was just children's play. Therefore, in Skiard's heart, he also looked down on Gai Wen. I think he only dared to show off his power in the New World because of his reputation as beasts pirates. Little pirate? Ha 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 ha. This is really a funny joke, idiot. Do you think you are Whitebeard? Guy covered his forehead and laughed wildly. Do you want to show off as a senior in front of Laozi? It's enough to call your patron Whitebeard over. As for you, just go back to his crotch and drink milk. What did you say? Damn brat, how dare you insult Dad? Skiard's ferocious face suddenly became furious, and he pulled out his long filial son's sword. Zero. Anyone who insults Dad will die. Chiang. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and he swung a sharp knife at Gai Wen from a distance. Squard only knew that he was defeated by the Roger pirates, and when he was at his lowest point in his life, that great man took him in. It's a feeling of being recognized. Just like a real father, Whitebeard loves every family member and is the strongest supporter of all family members. That man who is bold, generous, and inclusive is the belief of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, when Gai Wen said such insulting words, Skiard ran away. It's so boring for children to play fencing like everyone else. Gai and Wen didn't even look at him. The sword on Sister Jun's head was 10 times stronger than that of Skiard. Bang! Kang! The iron tools clashed and sparks flew everywhere. The gleaming lion's claws were simply raised to block Skiard's long knife. The two looked at each other with equally fierce eyes, one eye was about to burst, and the other one was smiling. After just a brief confrontation, Guy had a general understanding of Skiard's strength. However, the strength of an ordinary vice-admiral may not even be as good as Garam, the weakest real fighter in Beasts Pirates, with 2.6. Have you not had enough to eat, Whitebeard's BD? Kid, don't think that you can speak arrogantly just because you blocked my knife. Skiard shouted. Rultang? Whitebeard can say such things. A loser like you doesn't even have the qualifications. Gai Wen's arm exerted force and directly pushed Skiard away. Lifting his right foot, the black hacky swept over and kicked out suddenly. Blood lion armed storm lion feet. The whole leg was like bloody thunder and lightning, and the wolf kicked Syed's long knife. Boom! Boom! Wow! The huge force knocked Skiyard straight away. His figure slid out from the floor tiles of the hall and hit the wall head first. Chapter 126. Captain. Boss Squad. The minions of the Squad pirates shouted in panic when they saw their captain being kicked away. Bang! After a while, Skiyard fell from the embedded wall. He shook his head dizzily before standing up again. Damn it, this kid is so powerful. Skiyard was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that Guy Wen, a crazy lion in his 20s, would have such power just a few years after he went to sea. The new world is not the world of demon fruit power. Skiyard roared, unwilling to admit defeat, and his hands, which were almost numb from the huge force, regained control of the sword. Armament Haki instantly hovered over it, its sword energy flowing freely. The floor tiles shattered under his feet, and he rushed out, passing hundreds of meters away, and arrived in front of Guy Wen in an instant. Spider Vortex Slash. The shining sword light is like spider silk, covering Guy Wen's body. Sebastian had no intention of helping, but instead stepped aside with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Don't act like Senior 09, New World has the final say with your fist. Guy looked down at Skiyard with indifferent eyes, the golden mane on his neck swayed in the wind, and Guy in the form of an orc was even more powerful. Haki. Don't you understand this? Idiot. The fist is wrapped with blood energy, coupled with armament Haki, there is a fierceness like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring. Guy Wen was filled with murderous intent, and his bloody and black fists struck hard. Boom! Chiang! The violent fist swept up the crescent sword chi, shattering the menacing attack into pieces in an instant. The power of the fist continued unabated, and the scarlet fist wind erupted within a very short distance, drowning Skiyard. Boom! Damn it, it's just a real fight from Beast's pirates. Skiyard gritted his teeth, the veins in his arms bulged one by one, and he slashed hard from top to bottom with the blood-red fist light. Tap tap tap! Skiyard stepped back continuously, making holes in the floor tiles and cracking the tiger's mouth. However, in order to protect Whitebeard's honor, Squard gritted his teeth and persisted, his treacherous face extremely tenacious at this moment. Ah! Break it for lousy! After a stalemate for a while, Skiyard increased the strength of his hands, and the blood-red fist light was finally split into two by the long blade. Too slow. But before Skiyard could take a breath, a mighty figure appeared above him with lightning. The tall shadow completely covered Skiyard, causing his pupils to shrink. Ouch! A roaring lion's roar gave Squard an instant splitting headache and he couldn't help but cover his ears. There were many pirates and royal soldiers around, their eardrums felt like they were about to burst, and they fell to the ground rolling in pain. Wind and cloud lion storm. The sharp claws were cold and gleaming, like a storm, tearing down from above. Captain. The members of the Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates who were watching the battle couldn't help but scream in worry. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the gap between the two sides is almost crushing, and Skiyard has no power to fight back. Are Beast's pirates that strong? An ordinary cotter can really fight, but he has the strength of an elite vice-admiral. When the dust fell, Skiyard, covered in blood, lay on the floor tiles. If it weren't for the critical moment, Skiyard used Haki defense. I'm afraid it has been torn into pieces. Cough cough cough. Skiyard stood up tremblingly, his eyes full of resentment. He didn't believe that a rookie pirate who relied on the reputation of Beast's pirates and was still in the paradise before was even stronger than him. Laozi is the captain of the Great Maelstrom Spider Pirates, how could he lose to you, a real fighter who just came to the New World? Skiyard's eyes were about to burst, and he waved the long knife in his hand like a windmill, blowing a gust of wind. Woo-hoo-hoo! Ah! Save me! No! Ah! The body of Wang Qiajun, who was slightly closer, was involuntarily sucked in by the wind. Then the body was torn apart by long knives and wind blades. This caused a red blood dance to appear on the outside of the rolled-up wind and waves, and the fishy smell also spread into the hall. Sir Skiyard, please stop! Upton shouted anxiously as he watched one of the Royal Army soldiers being swept up by the strong wind. Boy, Laozi is the big vortex spider Squard, and he will never lose to you in a real fight against beasts pirates. Squard completely ignored Neptune at this time, and shouted wildly in his eyes. Bang! After saying that, he stepped on the floor tiles and rushed towards Guy Wen at high speed. The storm whipped up by the long knife then swirled and swept forward with terrifying power. Hi ha ha ha! Guy's eyes flashed red, his muscles tensed up, and his wild aura came out instantly. Stop being so arrogant, a coward who only hides behind Whitebeard. Guy Wen crossed his arms, his tail moved up and down, and haki wrapped his upper body. Crazy Lion Zingai Aotong. Transformed into a rainbow, like a heavy cannon, it shot out as the earth shattered. Claws and star marks shone in the air. The sharp cold light caused the surrounding atmosphere to be torn apart. Keep moving forward, unrivaled. Boom! The storm collided with the scarlet claw marks, causing terror and raging. Wow! The floor tiles were broken piece by piece, as if a layer had been plowed away, going in all directions. The main hall trembled, and the sea water outside rippled strongly. Crack, bang! There was a crisp sound, which seemed to be the sound of broken iron tools. Wow! Red light and storm wind crossed each other and both landed. The long knife in Skiard's hand had broken into two halves, and a large mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. Tear! Just as he was about to stand up, two crossed claw marks appeared on his chest, and bright red blood shot into the air. The most critical thing is that the sharp claws tear the air and generate high temperature, which scorches a large area of flesh and blood on Skiard's face. The open wound, with black smoke coming out, looked disgusting. The burning sensation and the tearing pain in the chest were unbearable and made me want to die. What pained Skiard most now was not that he was scorched and disfigured. But, after being crushed by the Roger pirates, his ambitions were shattered and his body was severely damaged, and he once again met the person who crushed him. And he is still a newcomer who has been out at sea for less than a few years. This made him feel humiliated. I'm going to find Dad. He muttered to himself, as if he was beginning to doubt life, and only Whitebeard could reassure him. Looking for Daddy? Ha 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 ha. Guy raised his head and laughed with disdain. A fragile mentality that cannot stand blows, cannot accept failure, and has serious shadows. Such people will be useless even if they are alive. I'll send you to hell. Poor thing. Guy Wen opened his palm, revealing Sun Yan's sharp claws, and drops of blood dripped from the claws. Chapter 127. Sea of Beasts, Wanakuni, Ghost Island. Husband, the Fishmen Island is not close to the territory we control, why do we have to capture it? Jun's beautiful face was still flushed after exercise, and she lay softly on Kaishu's body. His fingers circled Kaishu's chest, which was only covered with a thin blanket, which vividly outlined her bumpy figure. He raised his head and asked with some confusion. Kaishu hugged Jun, sniffed her hair, and said with a twinkle in his eye, "Don't underestimate the Fishmen Island. As the only way to enter the New World from the park, it can be said to be the best outpost. Not only can you collect a steady stream of tolls, but you can also select potential crew members. Furthermore, the natural strength of fishmen is 10 times that of ordinary people. What is very hard work for humans is very easy for fishmen, such as mining in the sea stone mine. One more thing, among all the races in the sea, fish and mermaids are indeed the darlings of the sea. As long as we conquer them, we can more easily obtain the resources of the sea, such as devil fruit and treasures that have sunk to the bottom of the sea." The wise light in Kaishu's eyes shines, and he is bound to win the Fishmen Island. The sea has underestimated the potential of the Fishmen Island. Kaishu believes that, besides Wanakuni, the Fishmen Island is one of the islands with the richest resources. And the most important thing is, Poseidon is the princess of the mermaid clan. As one of the ancient weapons, Kaishu can be used without it, but it cannot be left out. And Pluto is buried in Wanakuni. In other words, Kaishu has a chance to master 2 of the 3 ancient weapons. As for the Fishmen Island being a little far away from Guy Fist's current territory, this is not a problem. At worst, we will send cotters to take turns guarding the area when the time comes. In the original book, Whitebeard's territory is in the second half of New World, so he still has the Fishmen Island under his control. Well, hubby, what you said makes sense. Jun raised his head gently and kissed Kaishu, smiled and found a more comfortable position to lie in Kaishu's arms. Then Guy and Sebastian can go together alone, are they capable? Don't worry, although that Guy Sebastian only has ordinary vice admiral strength, Guy Wen's strength is not weak now. Kaishu confidently covered Jun's smooth back with his hands. Perhaps because he has fishman blood, Sebastian doesn't want to become a landlubber. Kaishu didn't force it. Besides, Sebastian's talent was only average, so it was no pity. Guy Wen's fruit has also evolved. Jun immediately thought of Kaishu's ability. Then what is his ability now? He is now. Kaishu whispered in Jun's ear, and the hot breath made Jun's pretty face blush. Where's Kaido? Why did you send him out mysteriously? Jun seemed to have thought of something again and asked curiously. Kaishu touched Jun's smooth face and said with a sly look in his eyes, I'll let him find it. A treasure that can keep you young forever. What? When Jun heard this, he immediately sat up from Kaishu's arms. The blanket on his body slipped off, revealing a piece of spring scenery, but only Kaishu could appreciate it. But at this time, Jun didn't care about this at all, but asked expectantly, is there really such a treasure? Stay young forever. These 4 words are simply fatal to women. Especially a beautiful woman. Of course Jun is no exception, especially after knowing that finds are immortal. She is even more worried that she will become old and sallow in the future, and Kaishu will see her ugly appearance. Now that she heard about such a treasure, how could she not be excited? Pure gold. Ever heard of it? Kaishu said with a smile. I've heard of it. But isn't that a legend? Is there really pure gold in the world? Jun asked with uncontrollable excitement. Of course there is, it's on a giant lanternfish, I've asked Kaido to look for it. Great, great, hubby, I love you to death. Hearing Kaishu's affirmative answer, Jun, who had always been a cold sister, was as happy as a child at this moment. This shows that no woman can resist the magic of eternal youth. Then don't you express it. Kaishu looked at the vast spring scenery in Jun and said eagerly. Disgusting. Noticing Kaishu's fiery gaze, Jun tapped his shoulder lightly. But there is no intention to cover it up. Instead, the delicate body is closer to Guy's hard muscles. He exhaled like blue and said seductively, how do you want me to thank you? Kaishu looked down, stroked Jun's smooth hair with his big hand, and pressed it slightly. Snort. For the sake of pure gold, I will satisfy you once, just once. Jun rolled his eyes at Kaishu, picked up the hair by his ears with his fingers, and leaned down. The dark depths of the sea. You can see many luminous objects, such as fish, sea kings, corals, volcanoes, etc. A majestic haki green dragon is stepping on the flame clouds, looking for something in the sky and sea. A whole brother, the sea is so big, where can I find that lanternfish? Kaido complained with a curse in his mouth. However, I still turned my sight to the maximum, Li Hao, and kept moving forward to search. As for why Kaido can go into the sea? It is not that he is free from the curse of the sea, but that he controls the sea water and separates it from around his body. To explain it in terms of cultivating immortals is like using a curse. Wherever the blue dragon passes, the sea water automatically separates. Then Kaido stepped on the flaming clouds and swam freely on the bottom of the sea. This won't work, it won't work at all. By the way, try the dragon power that the BD brothers said and see if you can control the sea kings and communicate with them. I have been searching for a day and a night, and it is basically looking for a needle in a haystack. Even though Kaido's observation haki is extremely wide, it still doesn't have much effect in the boundless sea. Kaido, already impatient, is ready to test his newly developed powers. Communicate with sea kings and even control sea kings. Chapter 128. Wait. Your Excellency Guy Wen. Seeing Guy exuding piercing murderous intent and walking towards Skiyard step by step, Neptune hurriedly shouted. Guy Wen's eyes were covered with violent murderous intent at this moment, and he looked at Neptune with cold eyes. It seems that if he doesn't give a reasonable explanation, he will be killed as well. Sir Guy, please don't be impulsive, Skiard is the son of Whitebeard Newgate. If you kill him, it will provoke conflict among the four emperors. Neptune was stared at by Guy's beastly and bloodthirsty eyes, and the hairs all over his body stood up. However, he still suppressed the fear in his heart and hurriedly explained. Skiard cannot die, let alone on the Fishmen Island. Otherwise, the anger of a four emperors is not something they can bear. Boss Skiard is Whitebeard's son. You can't kill him. If you kill Captain Skiard, aren't you afraid that Dad will kill you? The pirate gangsters also used Whitebeard's banner to threaten. At this stage, Whitebeard has not yet been recognized as the strongest man in the world, but no one dares to underestimate Sakura's overwhelming strength. Among the great pirates in the New World, only Kai can stabilize Whitebeard. Only Golden Lion, Roger, Kaido, and Red Earl can compare with it. With that kind of power, who on the sea is not afraid of 3 points? What's more, the entire sea knows what the consequences will be if 050 Whitebeard's son is killed. Guy Wen's violent gaze also calmed down a lot. Although he doesn't take Skiard seriously, Whitebeard is not something he can easily offend. After all, the Whitebeard pirates are the four emperors of New World. Guy is just a real fighter who dares not offend one of the four emperors, let alone has the right to provoke a war between the four emperors. If you are a coder at the disaster level, of course you don't have to worry about this. They have absolute freedom externally. Not to mention offending the four emperors group, even if it angers the naval headquarters, the beast's pirates will support it. Guy Wen, don't be impulsive. Our mission is to conquer the Fishmen Island, not to start a war. Sebastian also stepped forward to persuade him at this time. He knew that once Guy Wen fell into a violent state, he would become bloodthirsty and crazy. Although he will not lose his mind, he will be carried away by anger. According to the captain, this is because Guy's strength is not yet able to master the evolved fruit ability well. Sebastian has been a member for more than 5 years, and is now a die-hard fan, so it is inevitable to know this. After all, I have worked with Beast's pirates for 5 years, so it is impossible not to know that other coders are phantom beasts. Hu. Guy Wen took a few deep breaths and slowly transformed back into human form, the bloodlust in his eyes gradually fading away. You're lucky, go away. Trash. Bang. Guy kicked Skiard out with a kick. The floor tiles along the way were stained with blood, and he rolled and kicked in front of Skiard's crew. Wow! Skiard couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of black blood again. Boss Skiard. Captain. Captain, are you okay? Boss Skiard. Several crew members hurriedly bandaged Skiard's wounds, fearing that he would die. Ahem, brat, next time. Laozi will definitely kill you. Don't think, ahem, that this matter is over. Skiard looked at Guy with hatred and shouted with a distorted expression. The murderous aura in Guy Wen's eyes was ignited again. Your Excellency Guy Wen, calm down, please move inside first and let's talk in detail. Feeling Guy's cold murderous intent, Neptune hurriedly stood in the middle and humbly smoothed things over. No way, who called this the Fishmen Island? He couldn't afford to offend either party, but no matter which party had an accident, he was responsible. Ha. Skiard suddenly laughed crazily. Even though he felt severe pain all over his body even when he spoke, he still said loudly and mockingly. How can you be convinced, little brat? Laozi is Whitebeard's son, do you dare to kill me? On the contrary, it's you, but Beast's Pirates is just a real fight. Even if Laozi kills you, nothing will happen, Ajad. Wait, wash your head and wait for Laozi to come to you. Skiard's destroyed face now looked even more cunning, cowardly, and terrifying. It seemed that only such ridicule could satisfy his fragile heart that refused to accept failure. Guy Wen's eyes were fierce, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he clenched his fists. Let's go, ha. Skiard stood up with the help of the 2 crew members and walked out of the palace. He didn't forget to look back at Guy with a provocative look, trash. Hearing Skiard's counterattack with the same words, AI's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Not good. Neptune was the closest and instantly felt the crazy murderous intent. whoosh. But before he could stop him, Guy Wen had disappeared in front of him. Die! A scalp-numbing roar came, and Squard couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He saw Wen's tall figure. Without having time to think about it, he pushed out the 2 crew members who were supporting him. Tear! Ah! The 2 crew members only had time to let out a scream before they were torn in half by Guy Wen. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and internal organs were scattered all over the floor. The hot blood spattered directly on Skiard's face. You, what do you want to do? My dad is Whitebeard. If you dare, kill me, you are finished. And it will also provoke a war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates. The Beast's pirates will definitely push you out when the time comes, to appease Daddy's anger. You don't want to live anymore. Go away quickly. Skiard's ugly face was full of fear. He sat down on the ground, kept retreating, and threatened in horror. Laozi hates being threatened. Especially for a trash like you. Guy Wen walked towards Skiard step by step, and bloody claws appeared on his palms. No, do not want. Ah! Tearing! Guy Wen's hands turned into afterimages and directly tore Syed into pieces. The whole body was covered in blood, and there were many pieces of internal organs and minced meat hanging on it. He looks like a butcher from hell, which makes people afraid to look directly at him. You guys should die too. Help! Tear! Ah! Not a single member of the crew of the Squard pirates escaped, and they were all killed by Guy Wen. The originally luxurious and beautiful hall was now like a hell on earth, with corpses and fragments strewn all over the ground. Many of the royal army's faces turned pale with fright, their legs were weak and they sat on the ground, their whole bodies trembling. Chapter 129. Oops! Things are getting serious. Looking at Skiard's torn corpse into pieces, cold sweat broke out on Neptune's forehead, and his eyes were full of worry. The worst-case scenario still happened. Sebastian also looked troubled. These are causing trouble. Blue brew. At this time, a burst of phone calls broke the silent atmosphere after the killing. It's the captain. Taking out the phone bug from his pocket, Sebastian's head shook. Kaka. Moxie Moshi, this is Jun. The phone bug imitated the cold voice of Jun, and its eyelashes became slender and curved. Master Snowstorm. Hearing Jun's voice, Sebastian immediately shouted respectfully. Everyone in the hall shut their mouths instantly, not daring to make a sound even if they were afraid, and many people even held their breath. Snowstorm. This is the top official of Beast's pirates. Even the naval headquarters and 4 emperors have to be prepared for big shots. How is the situation going? Has the Fishmen Island planted our Beast's pirates flag? On the other end of the phone came Jun's casual inquiry. But these words made Sebastian sweat profusely, and even Guy, who had just been filled with murderous intent, had his eyes a little dodgy. Something happened. Sebastian stiffened his hair and replied tremblingly. The phone bug's imitated look paused and he asked coldly, what's wrong? Before we came, the Whitebeard pirates had already sent their great maelstrom spider pirates. After that, Skiard provoked again, and Guy Wen gave them to killed. Sebastian told the story clearly. The hall fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked at the phone bug. They didn't dare to take a breath, and Sebastian and Neptune were already sweating profusely. Pa! In the main hall where the drop of a needle could be heard, the sound of handover came from the phone. I'm Guy Kite. 2 curved corners were imitated on the head of the phone bug, and a majestic and calm voice made everyone tremble. Captain. Sebastian and Guy responded respectfully at the same time. Neptune and Wang Qiajun were trembling all over and dared not exhale. Beast's Kaishu. The strongest monster in the world. The man who now stands at the top of the entire ocean. Sebastian. Kaishu said flatly. Sebastian immediately replied, I'm here, Captain. Guy Wen was provoked and killed Skuyad, what were you doing? Kaishu said calmly. I persuaded, then stood aside. Sebastian replied sweating profusely. Meaning, you were not involved? Kaishu asked. Yes, it is. Sebastian felt uneasy. Ha 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 ha. After a while of silence, Guy suddenly laughed wildly on the other end of the phone. Everyone present only felt chills all over their bodies, and their backs were already wet with sweat. You idiot, do you want to shame Lao Zi's flag? It's just a mere scumbag pirate, but you are afraid of the head and the tail. Do you think Lao Zi is afraid of Whitebeard? Kaisha roared full of anger, making the entire Dragon Palace city quiet as a chilling cicada. Many fishmen were frightened and fainted. What are you talking about, offending and not offending? This kind of statement really makes people want to laugh. Kaisha's sneering voice continued, anyone who dare not provoke monsters is useless. If you are afraid of death, don't be a pirate. Whitebeard is behind that BD, isn't Lao Zi behind you? Answer me. Idiot. The last roar made Sebastian's trembling teeth chatter. Ship, Captain, I was wrong. Sebastian lowered his head tremblingly and admitted his mistake. Come back and go to Yin's place. Kaisha said coldly. These words directly made Sebastian's blue face a little pale, like a dead fish. I don't know if it's because he was treated as a test subject when he was a child, this guy Yin got into the bad habit of torture. 2 years ago, there were spies from the CP organization who were tortured to death by Yin. Those who have been captured by Jin over the years either died or were directly tortured to be insane. The methods were extremely cruel. Sometimes Quinn will also provide various viruses. It can be said that there is a real life that is worse than death. But Sebastian didn't dare to refute, no matter his loyalty to Kaishu in his heart or his fear of Kaishu's majesty. This trip, he must go. I just hope that Yin can act more lightly for the sake of being in the same boat. Guy Wen. Captain. Wild Lion Guy Wen immediately responded respectfully, with an extremely dignified expression. He could already predict Sebastian's fate. 0, please give me flowers. Either you have to endure the criminal law, or you have to lose half your life. Or be directly tortured to death. You did a good job this time. Remember, anyone who dares to provoke the beast's pirates, no matter who they are, must die. Kaisha said murderously. Yes. Guy Wen nodded respectfully, feeling slightly relieved. It seems that I did nothing wrong this time. It was the captain's boldness that he and everyone here underestimated. The same as 4 emperors, but Si Zhang didn't take Whitebeard seriously. However, you are still hesitant. You didn't kill that trash right away. When I come back, Lao Zi will educate you personally. Guy Wen's heart fell to the bottom in an instant, and the ups and downs were too fast. Kaishu's meaning was obvious. This time he was not very satisfied, he wanted to beat Guy Wen himself. As for whether he will die? That depends on Guy's luck. Give the phone bug to Neptune, you 2 losers. Yes yes. Guy Wen immediately handed the phone bug to Neptune. Neptune took it with a trembling hand, and pulled out a far-fetched smile, Master Kaishu. Guy punched his own people so hard, which made Neptune's heart jump into his throat. Fearing that if he accidentally angered Kaishu, the Fishmen Island would be destroyed. The Fishmen Island is under my command. We must hand over 500 million bellies worth of treasure every year. Every month, all adults on the Fishmen Island need to draw a bag of blood. Recruit 10,000 troops within 1 month, and come to Ghost Island to wait for dispatch. Have you understood? Kaishu said domineeringly, there is no room for rejection at all. Yes. I understand, Master Kaishu. Neptune immediately agreed without any hesitation. At this time, if one more nonsense is said, I am afraid that the Fishmen Island will be destroyed. Neptune had no doubts about Kaishu's decisiveness. Everyone in the sea knows that Kaishu, the 100 Beasts, is a lunatic and the most dangerous man. However, Kaishu's conditions are not that harsh. Except for the strength of 10,000 murlocs, everything else is nothing. Kaka. Hearing Neptune's answer, Kaishu hung up the phone directly without delay. Hoo 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 hoo. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the phone bug that had hung up. It's so oppressive. Even from a long distance, just hearing Kaishu's voice gives people a strong sense of coercion. Chapter 130. The sea occupied by Whitebeard. The long-lost old rivals met again after 3 years. The Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson met on the sea. Roger stood at the bow of the ship with a grin on his face, his mouth full of white fang, and his black beard twitching. "Whitebeard, Tassili!" Roger shouted loudly, and Rayleigh, Jabba, Isaurus and others all followed him with weapons. Even Shanks and Buggy, who were only 7 years old, were fully armed and full of excitement. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard drank from a wine gourd that was larger than an ordinary person, and glanced at Roger, who was dozens of meters away on the sea. "Want a war, Roger?" Marco, Jose, Baista and other young strong men who are already official crew members are also ready. Cotters such as Huetabai, Aboida and Andre had already stood on the bow of the 230 ship. "Ha ha ha! We haven't seen each other for several years, so we have to have a meeting, Newgate." Roger laughed loudly and swung the long knife forward fiercely. "Kill! Children, teach the Roger pirates a profound lesson." Whitebeard slowly put down the gourd of wine and finally put away his disregard for everything. 4 Emperor's pirate ships instantly connected, and a terrible battle broke out again between the 2 pirate groups standing at the top of the sea. Neither captain took action, choosing to let their men go out to battle and hone their skills. Because they are old rivals who have been fighting for more than 10 years and know each other very well, their men have some restraint and basically will not cause any casualties. Buggy and Shanks sneaked around the deck where the battle was fiercest and appeared on the Moby Dick from behind the mast. Buggy held several knives in his fingers, Shanks held the dagger at his waist, and had the audacity to face Whitebeard who was drinking heavily. "Haha, when you meet me, Uncle Buggy, you are the one. I'm going to dye your Whitebeard red." The 2 brats who had never seen the world made grand speeches. Whitebeard, who was sitting on a huge chair and drinking, probably never thought that something like this would happen. The raised bottle of wine stopped at his mouth for a while and he never put it down. Whitebeard squinted at the 2 ignorant people, and felt a faint interest in his heart. This emotion is extremely rare for him, because in his heart, everything he does is meaningless if it is not for his family. There is a saying, "The one who truly understands you will always be your opponent." This sentence is not unreasonable. Garp has a close relationship with Roger, and he knows Roger very well. But so does Whitebeard. He and Roger have been at sea for more than 10 years, and they know each other better than themselves. So at this moment, Whitebeard became interested in why Roger let Shanks and Buggy come on board as interns. Moreover, isn't the hat that the red-haired kid is wearing exactly what Roger once wore? Did this kid inherit Roger's wool, or did Roger think he could inherit his own? 2 years ahead of schedule, Shanks should have worn the straw hat when he was 9 years old. This is the butterfly effect. Thinking of this, Whitebeard took another 2 sips of wine and sat motionless on the huge seat, watching the 2 brats baring their teeth and claws like monkeys. The fight on the deck continues, and Buggy and Shanks are full of courage. He jumped over the crowd and charged at Whitebeard. When the others saw this situation, they smiled indifferently and said nothing. "Whitebeard! See how powerful we are!" Bang! 1. Shanks and Buggy appeared in front of Whitebeard, one on the left and one on the right, just when they were about to stab Whitebeard. Whitebeard just stamped his feet, and a wave of air blew the 2 imps away. Bang bang! Shanks and Buggy both landed on their butts and hit the deck, grinning in pain. "Cool-la-la-la!" Whitebeard rarely laughed because he bullied 2 brats. The members of the Roger pirates didn't care when they saw it, but instead started mocking him mercilessly. "Idiot, why did you get knocked down so quickly?" "That's right. I must be lazy in my usual practice." "Buggy, aren't you going to dye Whitebeard's beard red?" "Shanks, has your butt blossomed?" Ha 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 ha. Everyone around was laughing, which made Shanks and Buggy's faces turn red with anger. "Oh no! Dad, it's not good!" At this moment, a pirate in the cabin shouted eagerly and ran over, almost rolling and crawling. The fight on the deck also temporarily stopped due to this anxious shouting, and both sides reached a tacit understanding. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates put down their weapons one after another. "Hi!" Whitebeard, who was about to tease Buggy and Shanks again, turned his head. Laughing boldly. "Cool-la-la-la-la, a man on the sea must be as bold as the sea," my son. Dad is not good. Scarier was killed on the Fishmen Island. Not only the boat, but the entire sea area became quiet. It feels like a storm is coming. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are almost all brothers. Even if the relationship is not good, they are not allowed to hurt their companions. They are very united. Now, when a person is killed, it is no different than the sky falling. Cool la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed boldly, his laughter full of sorrow. Boom. Conqueror's haki's suppressed release caused ripples in the nearby sea. This extremely powerful pressure caused the nearest buggy to collapse to the ground, unable to move. Shanks was also pale and shaky, but did not fall. All the new members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group 2.6 and the Roger Pirate Group were knocked unconscious, frothing at the mouth and fell into unconsciousness. Whitebeard was furious and involuntarily used his hands to crush the wine bottle into pieces. My son was killed because he was not as strong as others. As long as he goes to sea, he will be aware of being killed. But since he is already my son, as a parent, I cannot sit idly by and ignore him no matter what. Who is the murderer? Whitebeard's tall and mighty figure was full of powerful oppression, and he asked in a deep voice. The pirate could remain unconscious under such pressure, so his strength was not too weak. Beasts Pirates Real Fight, Crazy Lion Guy's article. The pirate said tremblingly, not daring to breathe because he was out of breath. Chapter 131. Beasts Pirates. Roger's expression changed immediately when he heard the name of the beasts. Roger, what do you want to do? Rayleigh is also one of the people who knows Roger best. Seeing his expression, he immediately understood what Roger wanted to do. The crew quickly brought back Buggy and Shanks, fearing they would be accidentally injured. Kaido has caused us a lot of trouble. Roger said with a grin, but there was no anger in his tone. Just like what Whitebeard just said. Roger has a mind as big as the ocean. But Kaishu, the man of 100 beasts, is too dangerous. If we don't suppress him, New World will be in chaos. Roger also has his own dream, and Kaishu is a big mountain in front of him. Kaishu. The person who was rounded up by the naval headquarters' highest combat force. Buggy and Shanks quietly listened to Roger and Rayleigh's discussion. I heard he is the strongest monster in the world. And the golden thief Wunan under his command has countless treasures. Thinking of this, Buggy felt yearning in his heart. Buggy, don't be too obsessed with treasure. Freedom and happiness are the most precious things in the sea. Shanks 09 patted him on the shoulder. What did you say, Shanks? The red nose was pressed against Shanks' face, his face full of anger and desire for treasure. Shut up, there is no pirate who goes to sea not to hunt for treasure. The two have different views and will inevitably part ways in the future. Aboard Moby DK. Beasts Pirates. Whitebeard stood up from his seat with his naginata in hand. That brat Kaishu, you've crossed the line. If it was just a piece of land, Laozi wouldn't care, but he actually killed Laozi's son. Dad, let me get back the head of Kevin the Hunter. Huitabei said angrily with a pair of angry eyes. But she still has sense and only wants to target Guy and does not want to have a head-on conflict with the Beasts Pirates. How dare you kill our companion, Dad, let me teach him a lesson. Lackjoy shouted hurriedly. Shut up, Laozi. Whitebeard gave orders angrily. You think Laozi doesn't know what you are thinking? Do you think Laozi is afraid of Beasts Pirates? Scarier was killed by an imp from Beasts Pirates. His skills were inferior to others. Kaishu did not bully the small ones, and Laozi had no reason to target his crew. But with this tone, the circle will naturally want to find out that BD Kaize personally. Whitebeard's eyes were awe-inspiring. He was not afraid of even the strongest monster in the world. Even knowing that Beasts Pirates is more than just Kaishu, Whitebeard still wants to go. Cool la 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 la. Idiots, there's nothing to worry about. Laozi is Whitebeard. Whitebeard's smile was extremely heroic, and the great pirate's haki and heart were vividly displayed at this moment. A man of the sea is not afraid of wind and waves, let alone powerful enemies. Oh. In the past few years, those guys from Beasts Pirates have been too arrogant. I have long disliked them. I really thought I was the head of the 4 emperors. Dad is the strongest man in the world. Let Dahai know this time that we, the Whitebeard pirates, are the strongest. The captains are all full of fighting spirit. Even though the Beasts pirates have an amazing record, they are not afraid. Because they are, the Whitebeard pirates. Their father, Whitebeard, is the strongest man in the world. Although it has not yet been recognized by everyone, Dahai vaguely has this title. As long as their father is here, they, the Whitebeard pirates, have nothing to fear. Dare to face any enemy, even fellow 4 emperors Beasts pirates. This time Lao Zi will go to Kaishu in person to ask for an explanation. Whitebeard banged his pheasant on the deck hard and said calmly Haki. Etc. At this time, Roger suddenly spoke up. Whitebeard looked at Roger with his cold eyes. Whitebeard, we're going with you. Roger showed his white fang and said with a hearty smile. Roger, are you looking down on Lao Zi? Instead of being grateful, Whitebeard glared at Roger angrily. How can there be any reason to seek revenge for your own family and ask others to help? Get aside, Lao Zi. Roger was not angry even when Whitebeard scolded him unceremoniously. He scratched the back of his head and smiled heartlessly, we are not friends. Lao Zi is Whitebeard and doesn't need to join forces with anyone. Don't be so full of yourself, Roger. Otherwise Lao Zi will sink you to the bottom of the sea first. Whitebeard knocked the pheasant on the deck and said boldly and happily. This is not arrogance, but the pride and confidence of a strong man. In that case, good luck to you, Day. Roger looked at Whitebeard with a serious face and shrugged helplessly. Set off. Whitebeard ignored Roger and waved the pirate ship straight towards the Sea of Beasts. For a time, the undercurrent of New World surged. The Whitebeard pirates received the news, and of course other forces also received information about the Fishmen Island. The Beasts pirates took the Fishmen Island under their control, and the Madmaster Gaivan also killed Sunbeard's Sun Squad. This is a hard slap from 563 to Whitebeard. Of course, Whitebeard will not remain indifferent. Based on the actions of the Whitebeard pirates, it is not difficult for all forces to see that a new battle of the 4 emperors is about to begin. Naval Headquarters, Marin Village Conference Room. I believe everyone is aware of the recent news in New World. The war between the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates is about to break out. Kong sat at the head of the table and said seriously, this may be our chance. No, they won't start a full-scale war. At most, it will be a battle between Whitebeard and Guy. Staff officer he put his chin in his hands and said calmly, after all, Whitebeard didn't even summon his pirate group. If this is the case, Whitebeard will definitely lose. Zephyr said with certainty. Although Sengoku and Garp did not speak, they nodded in agreement with Fa's words. Whitebeard may be strong and an out-and-out monster, but he is by no means a match for Guy's punch. Only by actually fighting Kaisha can you know how terrifying that guy is. Their Marine's Admiral Brontosaurus died in Guy's hands. And it was a crushing defeat. Although Brontosaurus is older and his strength has declined a bit, he is still an admiral after all. But it was directly killed by Kaishu. One can imagine how terrifying that monster is now. Chapter 132. In this case, we can intercept the Whitebeard pirates after fighting them. Crane Vice Admiral took out a chart, his eyes shining with wisdom. Can Whitebeard make it safely from Kaishu? A Vice Admiral couldn't help but said as he thought about the scene where Kaisha fought alone against several of Marine's top combatants. Unless the Blue Dragon and Snowstorm of the Beasts pirates take action, Whitebeard will not be left. Crane Vice Admiral said with certainty. With Whitebeard's shock fruit ability, it's hard to leave him alone on the ocean. Won't they take action? Asked the diminutive JS Vice Admiral. No, with Kaisha's pride, he will never join forces with others to besiege Whitebeard. Crane Vice Admiral crossed his arms and said affirmatively. And it's just casualties caused by turf fighting. This is a normal thing in the sea. Whitebeard will not fight to the death. It's just to vent his anger and save the face of the Whitebeard pirates. 7. Whitebeard knows this, and so does Kaishu, so if Kaido and Snowstorm go, Whitebeard will definitely not fight. It may sink several islands that are home to hundreds of beasts and then retreat. They will not start a full-scale war. If the beasts want to destroy this situation and eliminate the Whitebeard pirates, that guy Roger will definitely not agree. I believe that guy from Golden Lion will also know this truth. In addition, the other forces in New World are eyeing us, and we, Marine. Guy alone will not start a full-scale war. Whitebeard will not even do it. Sengoku then answered with a smile, so we, Marine, are going to break this situation. While the Whitebeard pirates are weak after the battle, annihilate them with one blow on their way back. As long as the Whitebeard pirates are eliminated, it will be impossible for New World to remain in chaos, and then our chance will come. Sengoku didn't finish what he said, but everyone present understood what Sengoku meant. This time, Sengoku and Garp will lead the team to New World to give the Whitebeard pirates a fatal blow. Marshal Kong gave the order directly. Clear. Garp nodded reluctantly. Go get ready and notify the G5 branch to respond. Kong gave final instructions. Of course, they can't go directly to New World in a big way. That would tell everyone that they, Marine, want to take advantage of the situation. Because of the impending war in New World, Naval Headquarters dispatched 2 vice admirals from the headquarters to the New World G5 branch to strengthen the defense. While Marine was secretly preparing its combat power, it did not forget to vigorously publicize the incident of the Fishmen Island, making the fire even more intense. Now not only the major forces, but also the common people know that there will be a war between the 4 emperors. Whitebeard is the person who became the overlord before the beasts, so he will definitely win. Are you kidding me? Isn't Golden Lion the overlord before Lord Guy Fist? In the end, he couldn't even defeat the vice-captain of the 100 Beasts. Of course, Master Kaishu, the 100 Beasts, is the strongest. Beasts Pirates is the leader of the 4 emperors. I feel like I'm being impulsive. The current Beasts Pirates, even Marine, have to avoid their edge. That's right. What do you know? That monster Whitebeard has the shock fruit ability that can destroy the world. Blue Dragon Kaido was once suppressed by Whitebeard alone. Kaishu is not necessarily his opponent. There are different opinions on the sea. They are happy to see the dog-eat-dog between pirates. In the hearts of civilians, it is best for Kaishu and Whitebeard to die together. No one mentioned anything about the situation that happened on the Fishmen Island. This kind of thing is completely normal in the sea. There is no sympathy in the sea, the weak are just like loose. The only person discussing the Fishmen Island is just because the trash that was killed was Whitebeard's son. 3 days later. The blue sea is endless and cloudless. The sun shines on the sea and shines brightly. From a distance, you can see a pirate ship that looks like a whale sailing into the wind. It's Whitebeard's main ship, the Moby DK. The Moby DK exudes a fierce aura, and the gods will give way to it while sailing. All pirate ships that appeared within sight were sunk. Dad, there is only 1 day left before we enter the territory of Thistle. Marco said to Whitebeard, who was drinking. Be careful, the other party may appear at any time. Whitebeard said lightly while drinking wine. Don't worry, Dad. Marco said. But in the corner of the pirate ship, there was a kid with anxious and gloomy eyes. He has a yellow hat, a naturally curly black head, and some dark skin. It's the future Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. The arrival of Kaisha caused many butterfly effects. For example, if Kojiki Odin dies, can Roger still become the Pirate King? Whitebeard did not accidentally enter Wanakuni, but met the young Teach in advance. Teach is quite dissatisfied with Whitebeard's actions this time. Teach is different from those who blindly believe in Whitebeard. He is very aware of the power of Beast Guy. Looking at the record of 100 Beasts Guy Fist, the title of the world's strongest monster is definitely not just a boast. Whitebeard can't be a match for that monster Kaishu. Teach thought to himself. Dad really dotes on these guys so much that he actually wants to use this method to protect these innocent guys. Teach looked at the confident crew members on the boat with disdain, and also had a guess about Whitebeard's purpose. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates may be a little optimistic and naive because of Whitebeard's overprotectiveness. But Whitebeard has been fighting on the sea for many years, how could he not see the difference between the 2 pirate groups? So this time, it is not a war between 2 pirate groups. It's his battle with Kaishu, the 100 beasts. In addition to being angry, Whitebeard also wanted to use this battle to let the world know. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates is his family and his children. No matter who it is, Whitebeard will not let it go as long as it hurts his son. Even the beasts who are also 4 emperors. Damn it! I thought that the Whitebeard pirates had the best chance of getting that fruit, but I didn't expect that a monster like Kaishu would appear. Teach roared in his heart unwillingly. If I had known better, I would have killed myself by joining the beasts' pirates. But what can he do now if he doesn't give in? Now there is only one way to follow Whitebeard until it is dark. I hope Whitebeard will not die in the battle, the Whitebeard pirates will not perish, and he still hopes to get the fruit. Chapter 133. Amron Island is a large desert island located at the junction of the Sea of Beasts and the Sea of Whitebeard. The temperature here is hotter than the desert during the day, and colder than Winter Island at night. Because of the harsh climate and temperature difference, it was deserted and became an uninhabited island. Now this place has been chosen as the battlefield. As the Moby Dick gradually approached, more overlord ships around the sea area had already arrived first, occupying all the best positions. The calm sea area became lively, with more and more boats sailing, and more conversations. The edge of Amuklang Island was almost overcrowded. But no matter how noisy he was, he couldn't disturb Kaishu. He calmly looked at the tall and majestic figure on the Moby Dick. The two people's eyes met in the distance. The new 4 Emperors' War is about to begin, and the ultimate showdown that will affect the world is about to begin. Who is the real strongest? Wherever there is big news, there is bound to be big news Morgans. He said to himself that many people couldn't help but nod in agreement. Everyone is looking forward to it and waiting quietly. In the distance, on the singing ship, there was a trace of Big Mom. She rarely left her own country and sailed over to watch the battle. In the eastern waters, on an inconspicuous boat, there stood a nobleman wearing blood-red clothes and a cloak, with black hair, and holding an umbrella sword. There was a blooming blue rose on the left chest of the red clothes. The aloof Red Earl Barlow 547 Rick Redfield, actually came to watch the battle. In the western waters, ships flying the flag of the Sky Pirates also arrived, and it was Golden Lion's men who came, and he himself seemed to be delayed by something. This battle between Kaishu and Whitebeard can be said to have attracted the attention of the world. A monster known as the strongest in the world. A man who is vaguely known as the strongest man in the world. The battle between the two of them is much more valuable than that between Golden Lion and Kaido. And this time we can compete for the real strongest 4 emperors. It also has a considerable impact on the pattern of New World. The calm sea stirred up waves again and turned into a big storm sweeping the entire world. Mom, that annoying brat, it would be great if Whitebeard could sink him into the deep sea, but it would also be okay if he killed Whitebeard. Big Mom ate sweets and said without mercy. The world's strongest monster, Kaishu, show me how strong you are. Red Earl Rider stood elegantly on the boat, with a fiery light flashing in his eyes. Beasts pirates. Golden Lion's men gritted their teeth and looked at Kaishu on the island. Time passed by, and under the spotlight, the Moby Dick finally approached the Amokarang district. The white-bearded, BCFD, man standing at the bow of the boat, holding a naginata and cutting clouds, looked at Kaishu on the beach with his eyes that despised everything. The confrontation of breaths in the air made the entire sea area even more depressing. On the calm sea, strong winds swept across, and the waves were rough and crashing on the beach. Gudong. The depressing atmosphere of the impending storm made many people swallow their saliva and their palms became nervous and sweaty. Cool la 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 la, Kaishu kid, have you been waiting here to die for a long time? Whitebeard's laughter was so domineering that it shook the air. His tall and majestic body is like a little giant, so powerful that humans of normal height can only reach his legs. Many people were in an uproar when they saw Whitebeard's majestic momentum through video calls. It was the first time for many people to see this legendary figure, and they could not help but be impressed by his supreme grace. At the same time, they also had inexplicable awe for Whitebeard. The aura of boldness, Haki, rushes towards you. The face has a white beard that curves upward in the shape of a crescent moon. It is not funny at all. On the contrary, it has a rough and majestic look. However, compared to Kaisha's demon-like body, Whitebeard is still a bit shorter. The curved horns are like a demon from hell. The majestic and domineering momentum makes people dare not look directly at it. Even just standing there gives people an unbearable feeling. Its power is as powerful as an abyss, and its power is as powerful as a rainbow. So scary. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, Laozi is getting impatient with the waiting. Kaisha roared in a low voice, and his aura as deep as the sea burst out instantly, ravaging the entire sky. His whole body slowly levitated from the beach, and the sky was filled with wind and clouds, lightning and thunder. What's this? Why is the beast guy floating in the air? His fruit power. Have you ever heard that Kaisha fruit has this ability? It's like lion fruit. This one is so boring. In the world of pirates, there are few flying abilities. Except for the strong who rely on physical skills to walk through the air, there are technology and fruit abilities. But Kaisha's floating is obviously not technology. This made many forces more curious about Kaisha's abilities. That's right. It's been almost 6 years, and they still haven't figured out what Kaisha's abilities are. All I know is that it is a phantom beast species. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, but he didn't show any surprise at all. At their level, a flying ability is nothing at all. The Moby Dick docked under everyone's expectant gaze, and Whitebeard walked down the stairs step by step. My children, move the boat farther away and wait for me to come back to hold a banquet. His tone sounded as if he had a winning ticket and a plan in mind. But the words still showed enough importance to Kaishu, otherwise he would not let his sons sail away from him. Protecting your own useless son? It's so ugly, Whitebeard. Kaishu glanced at them, not caring about their departure. Only by letting the group of people on the Moby Dick leave and out of the attack range can Whitebeard truly use his peak strength unscrupulously. Shock Fruit's devastating blow is not something that ordinary people can bear. Whitebeard landed on the island and looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Kaisha was surrounded by strong winds, lightning, and thunder, like a god who brought disaster to the world. The aura of terror spreads in all directions with the two at the center. When the four emperors meet, conquerors haki must collide first. Kaisha stands proudly in the storm, and his unruly and domineering side is fully displayed. Zitsiza. Everything was silent, the entire space was covered by two terrifying auras, and the sea stopped surging and became quiet. The sky that had just seen lightning and thunder was even more divided, the dark clouds in the atmosphere were split into two, and the dark red lightning in the sky kept colliding. Whitebeard couldn't help but shrink his pupils during the collision of shocking momentum. Whitebeard's conquerors was suppressed. It's incredible, Kaisha the Beast. Red Earl Rider murmured in surprise, the blood in his body roaring. Kaishu, get out of here Laozi! Whitebeard immediately roared and took action, several hundred meters away, and waved a terrifying fist with a white halo wrapped around it. A terrifying offensive carrying the earth-shattering came over. He seemed to want to shake the world to pieces, and no one on the sea dared to resist him. Boom, click! Centered around Whitebeard's fist, the atmosphere was forcibly broken into spider web-like cracks by this punch. A real flash flood, the earth shattering, and the most powerful blow on the sea can simply be described as unstoppable. Whitebeard, if you just want Laozi to go down, you still have a long way to go. Kaisha roared loudly, and the clouds in the sky were shaken away by him. The muscles on his right arm were pulsating, and the veins were popping out, like a meteor falling down. Kaishu actually used his brute strength and physical strength to catch Whitebeard's air shock. Not even haki is covered. Chapter 134. Boom! Bang bang bang! The desert island instantly collapsed under this terrifying collision, and an entire layer of land was shattered into powder and disappeared into the sea. The strong wind whipped up caused those watching the battle from all directions to involuntarily cover their eyes with their palms. Whitebeard was at a disadvantage at the moment of collision, and he fell back more than 10 meters before stopping. Kaishu. Whitebeard used Kong Yunkai to stabilize his body, and his gaze became more serious. Just relying on brute force, he was able to break through his concussive power, and the aftermath also hit him. How strong is this guy Kaishu? I am afraid that even the ancient giants, who are famous for their strength, do not have such terrifying power. What a monster! His. Some people took a breath. The strength displayed by both sides was unbelievable. The duel at the beginning was of this intensity. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is indeed not what the pirates boasted about. All the forces watching the battle were extremely shocked. I originally thought that the name Whitebeard was given was a bit exaggerated. Only those who have actually seen such power can understand. Whitebeard, deservedly the strongest man in the world. That terrifying power of shock can literally overturn the sea. It's just that, Kaishu is even more terrifying. If you strike with both fists, the aftermath can create huge waves. The place of collision collapsed instantly and turned into powder and dissipated. No one could have imagined that such a result would occur. Places several miles apart will be affected, and the lives of those who are not strong enough will be in danger. On the sea, the densely packed ships retreated in unison, and they stopped only after they retreated to the surface of the sea. The battle has been intense from the beginning, making everyone watch this scene with their eyes wide open, fearing that they will miss the most exciting moment in the blink of an eye. There was a lot to say, and soon the two of them fought together again. Bang bang bang! Boom! Boom boom! Chiang, zhang! Whitebeard, if that's all it takes, then this warm-up should be over. Kaishu's expression was stern and condescending. The spectators who heard these words almost felt their hearts turn cold. What kind of gap is this? Was the battle just now just a warm-up? It is conceivable that from today on, many people will lose the courage to continue sailing on the sea and tremble when they hear the name of Kaishu. The battle has just begun, Kaishu kid! Whitebeard roared, and a strong concussive force spread instantly, and the surrounding weather shattered like a spider web. At this moment, he seemed to have the power to swallow up mountains and rivers. Whitebeard turned the pheasant and stuck it on the ground. He squatted down slightly, bulged the muscles of his arms, raised his big hands to grab the air, grinned, and threw it downwards with all his strength. Several scratches appeared in the air. Kla-la-la-la! Boom! Da-da! The sky is spinning, the earth is shaking, and the mountains are shaking. The waves rolled over the island, the sky seemed to be sinking, and the island shook violently, as if the island was about to turn over. Hateful! What kind of power is this? Ah, grab me, I'm going to fall. The island is going to overturn. No. The wave is coming. It's too scary. Even ships far apart are affected by the turbulent sea, trying hard to stabilize themselves, not to be swallowed up by the shock, and to withstand the surging waves. Ha 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 ha, that makes sense, the attack just now is as weak as a tickle. Kaishu raised his head and laughed, his cloak rustling, and his contemptuous expression finally became serious. He could feel the terrifying vibrations coming from all directions, front, back, left, right, up and down. The body that was floating with telekinesis could not remain stable and fell from the air. That's right. The reason why Guy's fist can fly is because of his fruit superpower, telekinesis. Big earthquake. Boom, crack. Taste Lao Zi's fist, Whitebeard. Bang bang. The moment Kaishu fell, Whitebeard's fist wrapped in white halo hit him. Kaishu didn't show any weakness, he was so arrogant and without any skills, he punched him in the face. Two huge fists collided with each other, and the violent impact shattered the atmosphere. If the glass is hit hard, it will crack with traces. The extremely strong shock wave emptied the seawater on all sides of the island, exposing the wet rocks, and the seawater swept up huge waves that swallowed everything farther away. Hateful! Veins bulged in Whitebeard's arms, and he had no intention of retreating, going head to head with the world's strongest monster. Is that old guy Whitebeard crazy? Big Mom's Shi Wen Se saw all this and didn't even react when the puff in his hand fell to the ground. The closer they get to their level, the more they can directly feel how terrifying Kaishu's power is. What a monster! Even the most destructive shock fruit can be smashed to pieces with brute force. Request flowers 0. Red Earl Rider's knowledge is even better, and he can discover more. With Whitebeard's power plus shock fruit, who dares to challenge him head-on. But Kaishu is just an unreasonable monster who doesn't use haki and fruit abilities. The ultimate power, destroy everything. The live broadcast was broadcast to all over the world, and everyone watching the game was amazed, jealous, and hating, and more often than not, they were shocked to the point of losing their voices. Open your mouth wide and look at the right person carefully without blinking. Pang! After less than a moment of stalemate, the halo on Whitebeard's hand burst. Ka, ka ka! The atmosphere around both sides was shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spread everywhere, and the sound of shattering glass continued to sound. The two looked at each other, sparks flying. Hateful! Whitebeard's arm was bleeding, but he didn't retreat at all. Covering it with a layer of armament haki, it blocked Kaishu's terrifying force, and the clutter caused the ground to completely collapse for several kilometers in radius. Whitebeard's character is destined to not evade any attack. He is tolerant of everything and has the courage to fear nothing. And if he wants to compete with Kaishu, he is also destined to not take a step back and can only fight head-on to the end. Once you retreat, your momentum will be lost, you will no longer have the courage to move forward, and you will no longer be able to stand in awe. But this time, Whitebeard lost again. Be the first to use haki. The duel between the two was really terrifying. Every attack would cause the earth to collapse, tsunamis to sweep through, and strong winds to rage. Such horrific battles may have been extremely rare in 800 years of history. Your shock fruit is of no use at all. Kaishu's powerful physique ignored Whitebeard's terrifying concussive power, and quickly turned around and punched out, hitting Whitebeard's shoulder, who was unable to change his move. Crack! The bones on Whitebeard's shoulder cracked, and his body flew backwards at extremely high speed. The body flew upside down and blood splashed everywhere. Whitebeard ignored it and blasted out a white shock wave with all his strength. The wolf smashed into Guy's chest. Boom! Whitebeard, who counterattacked in time, hit the ground and slid dozens of meters before he could stop. Climbing out of the dirt and gravel, Whitebeard twisted his neck, and dark red blood flowed out of the wound on his left shoulder. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. Every time he moved his left arm, he could feel severe pain. But this pain is nothing to Whitebeard. After fighting for half your life on the sea, what does it mean to be injured? Pain can arouse the blood of the seaman and his undying fighting spirit. 10. Chapter 135. Kaishu stood motionless dozens of meters away, his white shirt shattered into pieces. But there was no wound on his chest, and he watched Whitebeard stand up again with awe-inspiring eyes. Ultimate defense. Even the terrifying shock wave cannot break the Eve's body. Whitebeard, that's not all you have, is it? Kaishu stretched his muscles, the aura of wild beasts all over his body became stronger, and asked in a cold tone. "Ku-la-la-la-la, stop talking nonsense, Kaishu, it's 100 years too early to defeat Laozi with just this kind of attack." Whitebeard wiped a handful of bloodline casually, and the flowing blood slowly stopped. "Daddy!" On the Moby DK, Marco, Whitebeard, and others all screamed in worry. They did not expect that Whitebeard, who had always been strong and invincible, would always be at a disadvantage. And it seems that 100 Beasts Kaishu is not serious yet. At the very least, 870. Haki hasn't even used it yet. He actually managed to injure Whitebeard with just his physical strength and strength. That damn kid is getting more and more terrifying. Big Mom keeps stuffing sweets into her mouth, eating to relieve her inner irritability. Big Mom knows very well what Kaishu's physique represents. You know, when she was 5 years old, she defeated the giant heroes with her strong body and her own strength. But even now, she doesn't dare to take over Whitebeard's ability. But Kaishu can do it. Ha 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 ha, then make me more happy, Whitebeard. Haki overflowed from Kaishu's words, making people tremble. Take big strides forward and move forward courageously. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Whitebeard sneered and raised his hand to twist his painful shoulder. The clothes on the shoulders were torn, revealing steel-like muscles, exuding a terrifying grace. Shock knife. Whitebeard uprooted the clouds and leaped high, covered with a white halo and dark red lightning. At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes turned scarlet. Let Laozi try it out and see the difference between the weapon color and conquerors. Kaisha grinned excitedly, and the dark haki covered his arm, clenched his fist, and smashed the pheasant knife hard. Bang bang! Boom, 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 boom! Crash la la la! Guy's fist hit the black and white pheasant knife, and the layers of air shattered. Centered on the collision between the two, an overwhelming shock wave spread to all directions. The island kept shaking, and the ground beneath its feet was broken like tofu cubes. Whitebeard. Laozi is the strongest. After a stalemate for a while, Kaisha roared with a ferocious expression, and the force on his fists increased. Bang bang! Dark red lightning splashed and white shock waves buzzed. Sweat was pouring from Whitebeard's forehead, and his arms holding the knife were shaking. The huge force from the blade caused Whitebeard's feet to sink into the soil, and he was pushed backwards, plowing out 2 ravines. Damn it, I'm Whitebeard! Whitebeard's heroic voice shook the surroundings. The atmosphere shattered, the island shook, the waves surged, all the fist shadows disappeared, and Kaisha was actually knocked back. The ground beneath your feet broke in the middle, splitting in half with a bang sound. Crash! The huge vibration caused the sea surface to surge, and the waves became bigger and bigger, seeming to form a tsunami. Bang! Bang bang! The atmosphere continued to shatter and the scope continued to expand. Everyone felt the vibrations coming from their bodies, and felt an inexplicable heart palpitation for no reason. This is the power awakened by shock fruit. The island shakes violently, and every move can cause terrible earthquakes. The earth-shattering power is so terrifying that people all over the world can feel their own insignificance from the image even through phone calls. The cracks in the atmosphere never stop, they are always spreading, and anything that stops in front will be annihilated into dust. The terrifying power of destroying the world triggered a chain collapse of the atmosphere. Broken white light fell like glass from a high altitude. The sea area was rippled with waves and a huge tsunami was rolled up. Empty shock. Whitebeard roared and struck an extremely powerful blow. The invincible power that suppressed all enemies came down, and his eyes were fixed on Kaishu. The atmosphere fragmented, tsunamis rose and fell, and the islands trembled. Every time they moved, a turbulent wave would be rolled up. Whitebeard is so powerful at this moment, so powerful that he seems to have the power to destroy the world at this moment. The spectators were all shocked and could not imagine why there was such a power in the world. Because of the limitation of ability, even if someone surpasses Whitebeard in strength, he still cannot achieve this kind of terrifying and devastating attack. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, Whitebeard is qualified to be called the strongest man in the world. Because of the strength shown by Whitebeard, he really has the ability to sink an island and destroy the world at any time. Ha 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 ha! Kaishu looked at Whitebeard, whose every move could cause earthquakes and tsunamis, and laughed like crazy. Only Whitebeard at his peak could create such a doomsday scene. Defeating this Whitebeard will be fun. Kaishu's eyes shot out 2 purple lightning bolts, showing no intention of avoiding them. The whole body exudes a terrifying death aura, and everything around it is quickly withering and withering. Roar! A corpse roar of a hell demon and 2 fangs look creepy. Kaisha finally got a little serious. The whole person leaned forward to resist the devastating shock waves coming from all directions. My body kept making a thumping sound. If it were an ordinary admiral, I'm afraid it wouldn't have haki defense, and wouldn't even be qualified to get close to Whitebeard. Armed Hades prison dragon breaker. The fist was punched out like a dragon, and the corpse energy soared into the sky, like an evil ghost from the 18th level of hell, roaring with a terrifying roar. Move forward indomitably, unstoppable. The surrounding shock waves were all crushed and shattered. Cool la la la, it's been a long time since we fought, Kaishu. Whitebeard is equally enthusiastic and fearlessly raises his sword to attack. The awakened shock power covers the entire blade, the white halo is extremely solid, and the dark red haki shines. Boom! Asterisk 2.4 Kaka. Wow! The earth-shaking loud noise, the terrifying power of the earth shattering. The ships watching the battle far away on the horizon were almost capsized by the aftermath. The explosion that resounded through the sky made people's eardrums burst. Whitebeard and Kaisha were submerged by the hurricane that swept from the ground, and the island was completely torn apart by the force of the collision. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped on the spot. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the two figures. The terrifying and earth-shattering attack, neither of them gave in, seemed to end in a draw. People who were not strong enough could not understand what was going on in the field, but people like Red Earl Rider and Big Mom could see it clearly. The arteries in the entire arm of Beard were shattered. Blood spurted out from the split arm in an instant, and it couldn't be stopped. Chapter 136. The powerful collision between the two caused terrifying destructive power, causing Whitebeard to be severely injured. On the other hand, Kaisha's upper body clothes just disappeared, and his demon-like body showed endless majesty. After a long time, the smoke and dust completely dissipated. Finally, someone is seen on the nearly sunk island, where Guy writes about the confrontation. Whitebeard's bleeding arm was also spread around the world by the video phone bug. Dad. Marco and others on the Moby DK were even more worried. Whitebeard had a stern look on his face. He hadn't been injured like this for a long time. Even in the fist fight with Garp, it was only a minor injury. You can imagine how powerful Kaishu's attack is. But just in an instant, he became excited again. Only fighting against such a powerful enemy on the sea is interesting, isn't it? Adventure, fight and die. This is the romance of a man from the sea. Whitebeard, you can't swing your fist anymore, can you? Kaishu exudes terrifying arrogance, which is as chilling as a demon abyss. Just looking at it makes your body tremble. Stop joking. Kulala. Whitebeard Zizi's whole body was filled with strong fighting spirit, and he laughed loudly and boldly. Lao Zi is Whitebeard. Buzz buzz. The air shook, and Whitebeard struck again, and the fist with a halo seemed to collapse the space. The awakened shock fruit is so terrifying. Kaishu stepped forward and rushed over, shouting excitedly, "Pleasure me with all your strength, Whitebeard!" Boom! Kaka! Crash la la la! The violent collision caused a devastating aftermath that swept through everything around them. The dilapidated and desolate desert island sank piece by piece. How devastating a blow could this collision between extremely terrifying combat forces cause? In the future, Aokiji and Akainu compete for the position of Marine Marshal, permanently changing the climate of an island, half magma and half frost, which lasts for many years. This is just a battle between two people with abilities whose destructive power is not the highest. Like Whitebeard, every time he fights seriously, he will almost sink the island under his feet into the sea. Not to mention, Guy Palm with ultimate power. If there were more duels of this level, even the islands in the world would disappear quickly. The sky once again shattered under Whitebeard's aerial shock, and the spectators were almost numb. From shock and disbelief to becoming accustomed to it, now there is no emotion at all. All I want is to see the outcome of victory or defeat. The two of them were like gods in myths and legends, and everything they did made the world fall apart. It seems as if the heaven and earth are sending disasters and want to destroy the world. Buzz buzz. The world shook, and Whitebeard finally couldn't bear it anymore. His body seemed to be hit by a speeding monster, and his whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, and the sun was buried in the rubble. Hoo-hoo! Whitebeard's chest was beating like a broken bellows. While everything was shaking, his body was also subject to a countershock. Continuous high-intensity awakening ability blows. Even if he is ironclad, he needs to rest and recover. It's a pity that Kaishu didn't give him any time to breathe. Whitebeard, among the people I have fought against, there is no one stronger than you. I, Kaishu, would like to call you the strongest man. Kaishu wiped the corners of his mouth and laughed wildly due to the injuries caused by the shock to his internal organs. Whitebeard is the only one who can single-handedly hurt Kaishu. That's enough to make him proud. Are you kidding me? Guy Boxing Boy, since when did Lao Zi need you to prove it? The gravel was rolling, and Whitebeard crawled out from the stone, wiped the bruises caused by the shock in his organs, and said with a smile and curse. Whitebeard looked directly at Kaishu's figure that had recovered as before, and a crazy smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kaishu, I wonder if you can recover if your brain is shattered. Anyone can see the wanton fighting spirit in Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard is going to fight for his life. Red Earl Rider frowned and said to himself, Whitebeard's behavior is obviously going to hurt both Kaishu and others, or even perish together. This is so irrational. How many people in New World are watching with eager eyes? So many forces are coveting the territory of Whitebeard and Kaishu, coveting their heads to become famous in the world. If Kaishu and Whitebeard both suffer losses, or even die together, New World will be in chaos in January. And, can Whitebeard do it? If it were in the past, the Red Earl believed that Whitebeard would definitely be able to do it. No one could withstand the shaking that would destroy the world. But today's battle completely subverted Red Earl Rider's imagination. 100 Beasts Kaishu, that guy's physique is really terrifying. Even after awakening, the shock fruit can directly shock the internal organs and even the brain in Whitebeard's hands. But the Red Earl felt that it was not enough to kill Long. Maybe, you can't even lose both sides. Ha 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 ha, if you can do it, just do it. Kaishu raised his head and laughed, as before, I'll kill you if you have the foundation. Kaishu's smile widened, his expression was crazy, and his violent aura gradually became violent. Sea quake. Whitebeard bent his legs, crossed his fists on his chest, and violently spread them apart to hit himself. Click 843. There was a shattering sound, the air on both sides of his body was completely shattered, and a vibrating force was transmitted to the ocean. Crash! Ooh-hoo-hoo! Wow, wow, wow! The sea roared angrily, and a huge wave of hundreds of meters swept in with a punch, as if it was going to submerge the entire island. The sea is rough, and the ships on the sea are like small boats swaying in the storm, and they may capsize at any time. Some pirate ships approaching the desert island were all engulfed by huge waves. There is absolutely no way Dad will lose. He is the most powerful man on the sea. Aboard Moby Dick, Whitebeard's sons are in intense emotion. This battle can't continue any longer. Once the anger is vented, it should be stopped and we should stop them. In the north of the sea, a small boat floated, and the person standing on it turned out to be Roger. He looked solemn at this moment. Roger knew very well what kind of turmoil would result if Whitebeard and Kaishu continued to fight. Whitebeard is no match for Kaishu. But now, nothing can happen to Whitebeard. Otherwise, there will be no deterrent force to make Marine fearful, so Marine will definitely increase the roundup of pirates. This will bring great trouble to his dreams and ambitions. What's more, Whitebeard is still his friend. Chapter 137. Ah! The tsunami is coming again. Hurry, stay farther away, get out of here. Wow! Is this really a power that humans can possess? Whitebeard actually caused a tsunami. He is truly the strongest man in the world. Whoa! The tsunami that covered the sky and the sun made the world aware of the anger of the Emperor of the Sea. All over the world, people who saw such a natural disaster scene for the first time opened their mouths and were stunned in disbelief. Is this the power of 4 emperors? Many ambitious pirates lost the courage to go to sea in front of this scene. And Whitebeard's title of the world's strongest man is gradually recognized by the sea. Ha ha ha! We are still far from drowning Laozi. Kaishu's body was filled with corpse aura and death aura, which seemed to be the source of death at this moment. The sea is also mortal. The tsunami rising on both sides of the island has completely obscured the sky. It seems that the next moment, this majestic tsunami will flood this desert island. Kaishu clenched his fists with excitement on his face, a grey-black aura filled his body, and a strong aura of death wrapped his fists. Realm of death, sea of corpses in Hades. Ouch! A creepy, piercing scream sounded. The death energy turned into extremely ferocious skulls, crowded together. People with trypophobia will be heartbroken just by looking at it. The corpse gas exudes a strong fishy smell, overwhelming the sky, like a sea of blood. Bang bang! As Kaishu waved his fists, countless skulls rose into the sky, opening their mouths and rushing toward the tsunami. Bloody and grey colors rise up like demons devouring heaven and earth. Even Whitebeard, who has always been a heroic haki, couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this horrifying scene. Die! The sea! Kaishu's eyes were crazy, and he clenched his fists and swung them again. The atmosphere vibrated and roared, and the terrifying blue tsunami turned into grey-black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sea water is dead. W. Roger, who has the ability to listen to the voice of all things, looked at the huge wave that was completely grey and black, as if it had lost its sexual power, with a shocked expression. Wow! It was a terrifying tsunami that was powerful enough to submerge a deserted island. It was unexpectedly broken by Kaisha's crisscrossing fist wind, and huge grey-black waves fell towards both sides of the desert island. That's right. It's just a kind of powerlessness. Such a terrifying tsunami was like withered leaves returning to the earth, giving people a sense of death. Snapped. At this moment, Whitebeard crushed the ground violently and rushed towards Kaishu, who was punching the sea. The big hand was wrapped in an extremely condensed halo, grabbing at S head. Whitebeard knows that the sea earthquake cannot submerge Kaishu, everything is for this moment. Only. Whoosh. Whitebeard's big hand passed directly through Kaishu's head. After image. There was a hint of horror in Whitebeard's eyes. But before he could react, Kaishu kicked him in the chest with a bang sound. Click. The sound of broken ribs was heard, Whitebeard's eyes bulged, he vomited blood, and flew backwards like a heavy cannon. Bang bang bang! It smashed several large holes in the ground and flew backwards for hundreds of meters before landing in the ruins. At this time, the after-image captured by Whitebeard completely dissipated. Kaishu kicked the figure sideways, slowly retracted his right foot, and said lightly, "Too slow, Whitebeard. Ultimate speed." Kaishu has been fighting Whitebeard just because there is no need to hide. But it doesn't mean that he can't react. On the contrary, the speed of final awakening is the strongest factor in the physical improvement of the Zombie King fruit. Cough cough cough. Even with several broken ribs, Whitebeard still stood up. It's just that his situation is very bad at the moment. His internal organs were bleeding and injured due to the shock, several ribs were broken, his arms were bleeding profusely, and there were more than a dozen wounds of various sizes on his body. With such a serious injury, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Cool la 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 la. It's really awesome, Guy Punch Boy. But Whitebeard still smiled with pride, as if these injuries were not on him. Newgate, you are really in a sorry state. At this time, a noble and mocking voice came from the coast. Whoa! Whoa! Within a breath, he came to Whitebeard's side. Rider, if you don't stay in your castle, what are you doing here? Are you trying to take off Laozi's head? Whitebeard looked at Red Earl Rider indifferently and said coldly. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, I've never seen you like this. Hearty laughter rang out, and Roger landed on this desert island at this time. Oh? Roger, Red Earl, do you want to help Whitebeard? Kaisha looked at the two people who suddenly appeared and said provocatively. What a joke! Whitebeard said angrily, there is no need for others to intervene in Laozi's battle. Don't be brave, Newgate, you are no match for him. The Red Earl said calmly, besides. I also want to experience the strength of 100 beasts Kaishu. Kaishu looked at Red Earl Rider, who was full of fighting spirit, and smiled wildly, then the three of you will come together. Although I really don't want to admit it, we are indeed no match for you when fighting alone, so. Roger touched his head awkwardly, pulled out the ace from his waist, and said seriously, I'm sorry. Damn it, you are looking down on Laozi. Whitebeard looked at Roger and Red Earl Rider angrily. People like him were the most disdainful of joining forces to fight against the enemy. Zhao, get out of my way, Guy Feng's opponent is Laozi. Whitebeard didn't care about the bleeding wounds on his body, he raised Kong Yunkai and swept it across. Boom! The terrifying shock wave raged, even Roger and the Red Earl were within the attack range. This is Whitebeard. Ah, what a stubborn guy! Roger quickly stepped aside and said in a nonchalant tone. Snort! Red Earl Rider used his pitch-black umbrella sword to block, and the shattered atmosphere of buzz hit the umbrella sword without shaking it at all. After all, attacking them was only by the way, because part of the offensive was directed at Guy. Interesting. Kaishu looked at the three of them and smiled slightly. He did not dodge or evade, but the shock wave hit him, causing a fierce roar. But Kaisha stood still and didn't even take a step back. What an unscrupulous monster! Seeing this scene, Roger and the Red Earl couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. Chapter 138. 10,000 Kingdoms, Cake Island. A pirate ship somehow managed to avoid the surveillance line of the Big Mom pirates. He sailed into Cake Island quietly and found a secluded place to land. And this pirate ship is none other than New World 4 Emperors, Roger's Oro Jackson. Rayleigh, be careful. Jabba, who stayed to watch the ship, rolled up a long stack of rubbing paper and gave it to Rayleigh. Don't worry, that crazy woman from Big Mom is not on Cake Island now. Even if she is discovered, her little devils can't stop me. Rayleigh put away the rubbing paper and smiled confidently. Then he took several crew members and walked towards the Cake Island. Cake Island, I heard that the whole island is full of desserts, I really want to see it. Shanks, who was lying on the railing, smelled the fragrant milk fragrance coming from the island, and said with starry eyes. Buggy swallowed and said, there is no way, this time the vice-captain and the others are going to steal something called a historical text, and if we go there, it will only get in the way. Boom! Boom! Ah, it hurts! It hurts, it hurts! A sudden fist hit Shanks and Buggy on the head. The two brats fell directly from the railing to the deck. They covered their heads and looked up with tears in their eyes. You two brats, this is not our territory, don't speak so loudly. Besides, go and mop the floor in the cabin quickly, don't be lazy. Yanlong pointed to the cabin and said politely. No. Hey, go right away. Shanks and Buggy looked aggrieved and trotted back to the cabin. Looking at the backs of the two little ones, Yanlong helplessly shook his head. This is the enemy's base camp. Although Big Mom is not on the island, once discovered, a war may begin at any time. It's too dangerous to have two imps on the deck. Shock knife. Whitebeard held the bushunri with both hands, covered the blade with powerful armament haki, and jumped into the air to chop at Kaisha with the force of splitting mountains. Kaka. The indescribable shock caused the entire island to shake violently. One after another, terrifying cracks intertwined in the atmosphere, and the ground collapsed, cracked, and shockingly huge cracks appeared in various directions. Terrible air waves were raging, causing the sea to become turbulent. Lao Zi must ask you to join forces. Kaisha said coldly. Haki's covered arm was like a long bow, hitting the blade directly. Boom! Boom boom boom! This blow was enough to penetrate the rock, and the terrifying shock wave spread all around, sending Whitebeard flying away with gritted teeth and trembling hands. God avoids! Roger looked at the raging shock wave, grinned, and swept out the dark sword flashing with dark red lightning. With a bang, the aftermath of the shock was cut into pieces, and the unabated black sword slashed at Kaishu. Hi his! Kaishu's frightening aura continued to rise, and his whole body exuded an even more violent aura. Blow! Kaishu's figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared, as if he had broken through the limitations of space. He kept dodging the sharp sword light, and even appeared behind Roger, hitting Roger hard on the back. Boom! Roger's strong sense of sight has been locked on Kaishu, and he quickly reacted and turned around to fight with his fists. The terrible collision continues to expand in the atmosphere, shocking. Wow! Roger felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the force was so strong that he couldn't help but fly backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood quick slash! The umbrella sword in Red Earl Rider's hand was wrapped around the pitch-black haki, and before Kaisha could withdraw his move, he stabbed him at a tricky angle. Bye. Not fast enough, Rider. Kaisha glanced, grinned slightly, and grabbed the umbrella sword with his big black hands. How can it be? Rider looked at Kaisha with a mouthful of white fang in disbelief, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Damn it, stare! Whitebeard stood up again, and several shock waves suddenly swept out from the air, hitting Kaisha who was grabbing the umbrella sword. Boom! Kaisha kicked the Red Earl in the chest, causing his face to twist and he couldn't help but vomit blood. The whole person flew out quickly like an arrow from a string, and was embedded in the ground. Then Kaisha quickly turned sideways, dark red lightning flashing on his fist. Bang! Boom! The earth roared. Dust was flying all over the sky, a large amount of gravel was splashing, and the air waves were impacting with ripples. The shock wave and the fist were in a stalemate across a layer of dark halo, touching an area of 100 meters in the center. It collapsed completely, and cracks in the spider web appeared. Brush! At this time, Roger appeared next to Kaishu, covered in darkness, resisting the terrifying shock wave. Don't forget me, Kaishu. God avoids the sky. A jet-black blazing sword slashed over fiercely. A long ravine was plowed out of the dilapidated land along the way. Accompanied by flying sand and rocks, the terrifying and dazzling sword light came to Kaishu with unparalleled sharpness. Underworld shaking axe. Kaishu raised his right foot high, wrapped around the grey death energy and haki, and stepped down hard from top to bottom. Kaka. Boom boom. The ground was shaken and shattered like glass. The terrible collision between Roger and Kaishu caused the already overwhelmed earth to collapse, creating a terrifying abyss. The whole island shook and shook violently. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another, spreading at an unexpected speed. A hole, don't underestimate me. At this moment, the Red Earl, whose eyes were splitting, suddenly appeared in front of Guy Yi with the light of his sword. At this time, even Kaishu had no time to change his moves. Can only cover the body with a layer of haki. Chiang! There was a clanging sound of metal, and the sword shined on Kaishu's chest, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Kaishu was also bombarded by this powerful sword light and retreated repeatedly. By the time the sword light dissipated, he had already retreated dozens of meters away. Ha 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 ha, it really hurts, Ryder. Do not make jokes. Chapter 139. Oh my god, the 100 beasts Kaishu is actually 1 against 3. Whitebeard, Roger, and Red Earl Ryder are all famous pirates, and they are actually joining forces to fight against the enemy. Don't forget, 100 beasts Kaishu is a man who broke into naval headquarters alone, was besieged by Marine's highest combat power, rescued Kaido, and escaped unharmed. Is this their fight? What a terrifying force! It's so incredible. If you put it this way, in terms of top-level combat power alone, Beast's pirates alone can rival the other 3 or 4. I really can't believe that there are such horrible things in the world. No. As expected of Master Kaishu. I want to join the Beast's pirates. It's so scary. The strongest monster in the world. At this time, everyone watching the earth-shattering battle on the desert island had their eyes widened with incredible expressions on their faces. Originally, the battle between Kaishu and Whitebeard was terrifying enough for them. But unexpectedly, after Whitebeard lost to Kaishu and was seriously injured by Kaishu, Red Earl Ryder and Roger actually joined the battlefield. But this did not put Kaishu at a disadvantage. Even so far, Kaishu was still suppressing the 3 of them. This shocked everyone who watched the battle through the phone bug. The strength Kaishu showed was really terrifying. Ha ha ha, although it's a bit of a loss of identity to fight 3 against 1, who is it that you are the monster? Roger laughed, his blood boiling, and he slashed out one after another like a meteor shower. God avoids the sea and attacks violently. Boom, boom, boom. Countless swords struck Kaishu crazily, with the violent force of splitting mountains and seas, knocking Kaishu's huge body backwards. The earth keeps collapsing, and dust and smoke are everywhere. Waves of air swept out uncontrollably, flying away a large amount of gravel. Thick dust filled the air, covering Kai's figure. Thick cracks kept spreading out, as dense as a spider web. Godong! How's it going? Looking at the battlefield covered in smoke and dust, everyone couldn't help but look nervously. Hulala! Roger, Whitebeard, and the Red Earl did not relax at all, and stared solemnly at the place covered in dust. Soon, there was a sound of sand and stones falling to the ground, and a tall and burly figure appeared in the dust and smoke. It really hurts a bit. Kaishu walked out slowly, smiling lightly. How come? Roger looked at Kaishu in surprise, with only red marks on his chest. Monster-like body. The 3 of them couldn't help but their eyes dropped, and they once again sighed at Guy's unimaginable physical fitness. Cool la 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 la, it seems Laozi really lost this time. Whitebeard boldly admitted that he was not as good as Kaishu, without any hypocrisy. Although they were forced by Kaisha to join forces, now that they have taken action, Whitebeard has to admit that he has lost. Whitebeard still has this respect. Ha 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 ha, since we know that we are not Lao Zi's opponent, let's go together. Kaishu's aura became more fierce and he looked at the three of them with bright eyes. Damn you kid, don't be so arrogant. Air shock death kill. The huge vibration was like the earth falling apart, thick cracks spreading, and invisible shock waves blasting out with devastating force. Gurgling. A large amount of sea water continued to surge up, filling the potholes on the ground in a blink of an eye, forming lakes. It's unimaginable that this could be caused by humans. Kaishu, it's such a pleasure to play against you. The Red Count charged up and slashed out with a blood-red sword light, tearing the atmosphere, and the aura of destruction rushed towards him. Ha 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 ha, Lao Zi can't lose. Roger laughed loudly and jumped into the air. The dark haki wrapped the blade, and the dark red lightning around it shone with a cold light. God avoids the sky. Roar! Kaisha roared excitedly, and a huge sound wave swept out, turning into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, and collided violently. Hades' collapse of heaven and earth. The sound wave was destroyed in an instant. Kaisha's fists were intertwined with dark red lightning, and he was directly blasted out with a step of his feet. Boom! Bang bang bang! Huge sound waves swept through the air, a circular air wave formed in the air, and violent winds raged in the air. Three terrifying attacks formed a straight line in the air, locked in a stalemate with Kaisha's iron fist, and the three distinct forces formed a tug of war. Uhuhu! The fierce wind was raging, blowing the sea below into wild waves, and a large number of rocks were swept away and smashed into the surroundings. Boom! Pang! Please give me flowers! There was a loud sound, and a terrifying shock wave rippled in the air. The sea was hit by rough waves, and the ground was broken like pieces of tofu. With the power of Kaishu Ultimate and Haki, the attacks of the three were detonated after a stalemate for a while. Crazy air waves swept across, forming a hurricane visible to the naked eye, raging in the sky. It's not over yet. Guy! Kill! Three figures came forward, and the four of them fought together. Bang! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! Click! Boom, boom, boom! Brilliant slashes, domineering fists, terrifying shock waves. The battle between the four was earth-shattering, with the island shaking and the sea tilting. 0. Even the forces far apart can feel the destructive power. It seems that if you get closer, it will be torn into pieces. Hoo 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 hoo. After dozens of moves, both Roger and Ryder were panting, with blood spilling from their mouths. The arm holding the knife was shaking, and blood flowed from the arm to the palm. Roger's body was also in a state of disarray. Roger's chest was somewhat dented and several ribs were obviously broken. The Red Earl suffered swelling and fractures in his left shoulder and calf. The most serious one was of course Whitebeard. He was already seriously injured, but now his face was pale and his body was covered in blood. Even the iconic crescent beard has half disappeared. Hoo hoo! Kaisha was also panting heavily. It was obvious that facing three top powerhouses was taking a lot of energy from him. The several wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to Roger and the other three, Kaisha can be said to be in the best shape. Whitebeard, stare. Roger said with a solemn expression, it's pointless to continue fighting. Kaishu, this monster, is even more physical than Kaido. The always proud Red Earl Ryder also nodded heavily at this moment, not bad. Cool la 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 la, in this case, Lao Zi has beaten enough, Kaishu, if you want Lao Zi's head, continue next time. Since there has been a fight, the matter of the Fishmen Island has of course been revealed. With Whitebeard's caliber, he certainly wouldn't dwell on this matter. After all, Skiard was killed by Kaisha's crew in the most normal way on the sea. Want to leave? Does Lao Zi agree? Kaisha glanced at the three people with cold eyes and said in a domineering tone. Chapter 140. Dinanin. Whitebeard laughed loudly and boldly, and with the laughter, the atmosphere was shaking. Kaka. Domineering, shaking the heavens and the earth. The island trembled violently, the sea tilted, and the surrounding air was shattering like glass. The atmosphere kept whining, and the entire space was vibrating with frequency. This is Whitebeard's strongest attack, Conquerors plus the fruit's ability to awaken. The heart-stopping vibrations were like the earth falling apart. The sea was split into several pieces, and the islands were collapsing. It seems that I have to go all out. A cold light flashed in the Red Earl's eyes. He never thought that one day he would join forces with Whitebeard and Roger. What was even more unexpected was that none of the three of them could be a match for Kaishu. I had to try my best to prepare for retreat. Blood Moon Bat Entanglement Dark Night Invasion. A dark blood-red blazing slash tore through the atmosphere, bright and eye-catching. 773. Ha 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 ha, it's great, but I can't die here yet. Roger laughed, dark haki wrapped around the blade, and red lightning raged. God avoids the sky. The three of them joined forces again to strike, ravaging the earth with unstoppable power. Everything along the way turned into powder, abyss, ravines, and the entire sea area was in motion. It's like a natural disaster coming to the world. Ha ha ha, this is the right thing to do, this is how we have to fight. Kaishu is filled with corpse energy, and the black haki is getting darker and darker. Suddenly, a deathly air rose into the sky was covered with grey, and the sunlight was blocked. Like a grey curtain covering the sky, night falls. Underworld Baitang Prison Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd. The death energy that filled the sky turned into a roaring dragon, and the corpse energy carried an unparalleled fist light. Like a great halberd piercing the sky and the earth, it blasted through with the roaring dragon. Boom boom boom. Wow. Kaka. Bang bang bang. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the collision was deafening, the sound waves shook everything around, and even the sea had abyss-like cracks. Everyone who was bumping in the rough waves didn't care at this time and fell on the deck, covering their ears. Dark red lightning flashed and struck across the sky. Although the collision was in mid-air, the island looked like a magnitude 10 earthquake. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and an overwhelming shock wave ravaged the entire sea area. The island was completely torn into pieces, and the dust and sand obscured everyone's sight. Countless sea kings appeared on the sea surface, looking at the sky and roaring. Is this God angry? This is really the power that humans possess. Terrible. This is the battle between the four emperors. It is simply a disaster that will destroy the world. Such a terrifying battle collision shocked everyone and scared many pirates to the point where they never dared to go to sea again. This devastating collision completely detonated the island and destroyed everything. The aura of destruction rendered observation haki temporarily useless. The atmosphere was violently crushed and shaken. Time and space seemed to have stopped halfway at this moment. After a long time, the dust settled and the grey lifeless air that covered the sky disappeared. Wow! Roger, Whitebeard, and Red Earl, who persisted for a while, were still knocked out by the terrifying shock wave, spitting blood out of their mouths and scattering it in the air. Not to mention them, even Kaishu was somewhat powerless in this devastating collision. He was also blown backwards by the unstoppable aftermath. 4 people were swept away 100 meters in 4 directions. The desert island has completely disappeared, and there is only a vast ocean below. Dead. Seeing Whitebeard fall from the sky, Marco quickly turned into a blue phoenix. At the last moment when Whitebeard was about to fall into the sea, he caught him. Bang bang bang! The other 2 were not so lucky and fell directly into the sea. Kaishu used his mind power to stabilize his body in the air. But at this moment, he was breathing heavily, and the torn wounds on his body were healing quickly. After all, he is different from the 3 Whitebeards. They use long-range attacks while Guy Boxing uses fists to fight head-on. Shua! Marco took Whitebeard, who was covered in blood, back to the ship. Fortunately, he is a Zoan ability user, otherwise a little kid would not be able to carry the tall Whitebeard. Dad! Daddy! Looking at Whitebeard, who was covered in injuries and looked pale and frightening, Huidabei and others all looked anxious. Ahem, cough, don't worry, Laozi won't die yet. Kula la la la, Kaishu, what an incredible monster, I'm afraid it's already on par with the original rocks. Whitebeard coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and laughed weakly. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the tall figure floating on the sea. With 1 against 3, he was the only one still standing in mid-air. There is no doubt that the final winner is Kaishu. Wow! 100 Beasts Kaishu actually won, he defeated Whitebeard, Roger, and the Red Earl. Incredible, how could such a monster exist? Too strong. This is the strongest monster in the world. The strongest 4 emperors. Invincible, Lord Kaishu is invincible. I want to go to sea, I want to join the Beasts Pirates. The outcome of the victory shocked everyone who watched this scene around the world. This is 1 versus 3. But there are 3 people, all standing on the top of the sea. Beasts Kaishu actually won. How dirty is this man? Ha 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 ha. Kaishu opened his big hands and laughed wildly, of course. Laozi is the Kaishu of the 100 beasts. Oh. At this moment, except for the world government and marine, almost everyone on board the ship could not help but shout fanatically. I have to admit that there is an irresistible personality charm called powerful. Whoa! Whoa! Hundreds of meters away on the sea, Red Earl and Roger finally emerged. Seeing Kaisha floating in the air like a monster, both of them felt helpless. Whitebeard, the battle ends here. 3.8 The favor Laozi owes you will be offset by your lives this time. Kaisha looked at the direction of the Moby DK and said coldly, without pursuing it. Whitebeard snorted coldly, but did not refute. They originally thought they could force Kaishu into the sea, and even if they couldn't kill him, they could evacuate safely. But I didn't expect that when the 3 of them joined forces, neither party would suffer. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, the fact is that Kaishu really has the strength to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. So since Kaishu didn't take action this time, the favor was naturally written off. Although Whitebeard never took the so-called favor to heart. But it was a shame for Whitebeard to be defeated and let go. Whitebeard is willing to fight to the death. But Whitebeard couldn't bear the death of his children. Therefore, he had to hold his nose and recognize the favor that he didn't take seriously. Chapter 141. Walk! Whitebeard shouted unwillingly, and the pirate ship immediately left here. I was so high-spirited when I came here, but now I feel so lonely. At this moment, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates realized that their father was not invincible. There are even more terrifying monsters in this sea. If they don't want to become the next squad and want to maintain the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates, they must become stronger. Dad, we will definitely practice hard and we will never embarrass you next time. Huitabei said with firm eyes. Right. I must seek revenge from the Beasts pirates next time. Practice hard. Whitebeard looked at the sons who were ignited with fighting spirit with joy. This battle was not fruitless, at least it made his sons grow up. This may be a blessing in disguise. Kulala la la la. As for the failure of this battle, Roger, Whitebeard, and Red Earl didn't take it to heart except for their initial irritation. They are all big pirates who have spent half their lives fighting on the sea. How can they be obsessed with temporary gains and losses? After so many years of ups and downs, they have experienced countless failures through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If they don't have this bit of courage, they are not worthy of galloping across the sky. This time the battle was defeated. Then practice hard and win back next time. Blindly unwilling to fail and dwelling on the past is a sign of weakness. A truly strong person will not be confused by failure. Even if I cry bitterly, I will put aside all the unwillingness to stand up again and work hard to become stronger. Moria in the original book became confused, corrupted, and addicted to external forces because she lost to Kaido and her crew members were killed. The opposite is the protagonist group, whether it is Luffy, the king of the Water City, who lost to Lucci, or Zoro was killed by Eagle. Even if they are instantly killed, they will stand up again and find ways to work hard to become stronger. Although the ones who fail are more fierce, the charm of hot-blooded comics is here, and they will not be defeated by failure. Kaishu no longer paid attention to the Whitebeard pirates, but glanced at Roger and Ryder 100 meters away. No, leave quickly! Roger screamed strangely, and his beard plunged into the sea. The Red Earl also took a deep look at Kaishu, jumped into his boat, and sailed away gracefully. Kaishu didn't stop him. Neither Roger nor the Red Earl was an esper. It is not easy to leave them on the sea. The same goes for Whitebeard, if Whitebeard wasn't too seriously injured. It is almost difficult to leave shock fruit users on the sea. Moreover, the beast pirates still need to develop, and they can just share the pressure from the world government for Kaishu. Again, Kaishu has never regarded Roger, Whitebeard, and others as opponents. He has always had only one ambition, and that is the world government, the celestial dragons, and the throne of Lord Im. 3 days later. As newspapers spread. This time Kaisha fought against the 3 Whitebeards and the news of their victory spread to every corner of the sea. For a time, it caused an uproar in the sea. Real or fake? 100 beasts Kaisha can actually defeat Whitebeard, Roger, and Red Earl together. It's too exaggerated. What's this? I don't remember that Lord Kaisha rescued Kaido from the siege of naval headquarters. How can this be the same? That was a complete escape, but this is a direct defeat. And Whitebeard, Roger, and the Red Earl are all great pirates who truly stand at the top of the sea, and they are not comparable to those hypocritical marines. Ha 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 ha, this world is getting more and more interesting. Rox died a few years ago, and now there's Guy Long. Will you become a man who suppresses this era? Laozi wants to join the Beasts Pirates, and I want to follow Lord Kaishu. Are all pirates so scary? Who else can save us? Stop dreaming, now even Marine has to cooperate with pirates to contain the 4 emperors of New World. That's right. How about we find a way to become a member of Shishibukai? But in this battle, Whitebeard still deserves the title of the strongest man in the world. That's right. That's right. I have witnessed that earth-shattering battle with my own eyes. That monster Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world. It can cause earthquakes, shake mountains, and huge tsunamis. It's so scary. It's not that Whitebeard isn't strong enough, but Kaishu is more terrifying. The next era will definitely be full of beasts. Ha 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 ha. The world was shocked by this battle, and the newspapers let the entire sea know the power of Kaishu and the terror of beasts pirates. After the people on the sea were amazed and shocked, panic, fear, anxiety. The careerists would not miss such a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the decline in the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates, they began to plan their own interests. There are countless pirates who want to join the Beasts Pirates and follow Kaishu. Of course, there are many other news mixed in. For example, Whitebeard possesses the strongest Paramecia shock fruit, has the power to destroy the world, and is known as the strongest man in the world. Or maybe, Big Mom's base camp, Wangguo, was invaded by the Roger pirates led by Rayleigh, a large number of treasures were stolen, and the red historical texts were rubbed. Big Mom became even more furious after returning to 10 kingdoms. The eldest son Pero was directly robbed of 10 years of his life by the furious Big Mom. If Katakuri hadn't interceded, Pero would have had his soul stolen by Big Mom. Ha 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 ha, I really didn't expect that the crazy woman Big Mo733M actually has 2 red historical texts. Well done, Foolie. On the Oro Jackson, Roger looked at the 2 sheets of paper with dense rubbings on them and laughed happily. Rayleigh smiled slightly and said, but then, I'm afraid that crazy woman from Big Mom will cause trouble for us. Just let her come. Roger stroked his beard nonchalantly and said with a smile, brothers, in order to celebrate getting 2 red historical texts, we have a banquet. Oh. Captain, you lost to Kaisha this time. How dare you hold a banquet? That's too much. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh looked at the happy people and did not stop Roger from holding a banquet this time. This time they not only got 2 red historical texts, but also took a lot of treasures, which finally eased the tight economy of the Roger pirates. As for offending the Big Mom pirates? Not to mention Roger, Fulai actually doesn't care. But when he saw the picture of Kaishu, the 100 beasts, on the newspaper in his hand, Rayleigh couldn't help but his eyes darkened. Even Roger, Whitebeard, and Ryder were defeated when they joined forces. He is truly an out-and-out monster. Rayleigh pressed her fingers slightly and exclaimed in her heart. As the brains of the Roger pirates, Rayleigh is different from the heartless Roger. It's natural to think more. Chapter 142. The Sea of Beasts. It is a deserted island dozens of nautical miles away from the Amaklang Island that has sunk into the sea. The Whitebeard pirates Moby DK has been here for 3 days. Dad, didn't I tell you that you can't drink alcohol yet? After Marco changed Whitebeard's bandage, he looked at Whitebeard, who took out the wine gourd and started drinking. He puffed up his cheeks and said dissatisfiedly, "Kula la la la, stupid son, don't listen to those ship doctors, wine is the best healing medicine for pirates." Whitebeard took a few sips and laughed boldly. Marco looked at Whitebeard with dead fish eyes and said angrily, "Dad, you want to lie to me again? Last time I helped you steal wine, I was scolded by Sister Whitebeard for more than half an hour. Man, don't worry about this." Whitebeard smiled awkwardly, and then drank again. Marco has been learning medical skills from the ship's doctor, plus his phoenix's rebirth flame. In the past 3 days, Whitebeard's injuries have finally recovered by 50% to 60%. After drinking some wine, Marco stopped stopping him. Whoosh! Marco's hands turned into blue flame wings and flew to Whitebeard's huge chair. He looked up at Whitebeard and asked in confusion, "Dad, why are we staying here and not going back?" "Kula la la la, stupid son, Lao Zi was so seriously injured, how many people want to take this opportunity to take Lao Zi's head? Not to mention the pirates who want to become famous in one fell swoop, Marine alone will not miss this opportunity." 17. At this time, there is no safer place than Kaishu territory. Whitebeard put his big hand on Marco's pineapple head, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "As a great pirate who has been roaming the sea for many years, if he didn't have this sense of crisis, he wouldn't be alive until now. This is not about giving in, but about assessing the situation. Just like before Kaishu, Roger, who had the strongest conquerors, would also choose his edge when encountering Garp. At the same time, hundreds of nautical miles away from Whitebeard's territory, 3 naval headquarters warships stayed here. How's it going?" Sengoku asked in a low voice. Jack Ma Vice Admiral shook his head and said, "Still haven't found the movie theater of the Whitebeard pirates. It's been 3 days. Where will the Whitebeard pirates go? This is the only way for them to go back, right?" Sengoku frowned and looked at the chart on the table. "I don't know. The storm caused by Whitebeard's battle 3 days ago was so great that the intelligence agency's ships were unable to track the Whitebeard pirates." Jack Ma said distressedly, "Will Admiral Whitebeard take a detour and go back by another route?" "Hoo-hoo." On the sofa next to him, Garp was sitting there with his head raised and sound asleep, with a bubble coming out of his nostrils. According to the information brought back from the Whitebeard pirates' hinterland by an intelligence officer who risked his life, Whitebeard has not returned to his territory yet. Sengoku said slowly. "This is strange." Jack crossed his arms and said doubtfully, "Is Whitebeard still staying in the territory of the beasts?" "It's impossible. He does not mean that." Sengoku's pupils suddenly opened and he said loudly, "That's right. Whitebeard must still be in the territory of the beasts." Snapped. The bubbles on Garp's nostrils burst, and the sleeping Garp was instantly awakened. "What's wrong? Is dinner ready?" Garp looked around in confusion. Sengoku had a bulging vein on his forehead and yelled at Garp, who had his nostrils pressed shut, "If you want to sleep, go back to your room, don't get in the way here." "Ah ha 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 ha. Then I'll go back and catch up on some sleep. Yesterday I challenged the donut record. It was too late." Garp didn't care about the angry Sengoku at all, yawned heartlessly and walked towards the room. Sengoku sighed helplessly. But he quickly adjusted his mentality and said calmly, "There is only one reason why Whitebeard, who has always been proud, chooses to stay in the territory of the beasts. He's hurt badly. It's definitely not an injury that can be healed in a short time, so we can wait a few more days." "Yes." The next day, the sky was covered by dark clouds, violent storms hit, and the waves continued to surge. "Quickly, reef the sail, quickly reef the sail. Turn the helm, Flower. This damn weather is just like my girlfriend's temper. It changes at any time. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend yet. Whoever says it doesn't, it's just that she has an unpredictable temper and says I don't understand her. Tuan Fen's people. Isn't it because you can't grab the treasure and you are too poor? You are so annoying. On the deck of the Moby Dick, everyone was busy, trying to control the swaying ship in the heavy rain. It didn't take long for the storm to stop and the waves to calm down. But hailstones started falling again, and they were no ordinary hailstones. Each one was several meters large. If it fell, it could instantly smash a big hole in the ship. Itoriuiai. Ice Wind Fang. Meteor Hammer. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates crossed the sea and showed off their magical powers to destroy the hail before it fell. The climate of the New World is so unpredictable and full of dangers. Whitebeard didn't make any move, holding the wine, and the old god was sitting on the throne on the deck, without any panic at all. But if you look carefully, you can see that Whitebeard is a little restless, with uneasy thoughts deep in his eyes. I always feel like something is going to happen. What exactly is it? Is it possible that it's been 4 days and the jackals in New World haven't given up yet? Whitebeard took a sip of wine and thought to himself. But after a long time, I kept using observation haki to explore, but I didn't notice anything abnormal. Am I too worried? Whitebeard thought with relief. After the hailstorm, the sky finally cleared up, cloudless, the breeze was gentle, and the temperature was comfortable. Hoo-hoo! This damn weather is finally over. You clearly didn't do anything just now. Why are you tired, Min? Nonsense, that hailstone just now, if I hadn't cut it in half, the ship would have sunk. You still have the nerve to say that cutting them in half is useless. I didn't blast them into pieces. The deck was full of crew members, all bragging, chatting, and arguing with each other, and it became noisy in a relaxed manner. The pirate ship's recovery speed continues to return. Chapter 143. Tweet. Suddenly, a sound of speeding through the air came. What? Immediately, some crew members reacted instantly, and their playful eyes suddenly froze. Bang! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! But it seemed to be too late. When they turned back, cannonballs hit the bow of the Moby Dick. In an instant, sawdust flew and flames burst out. Fortunately, the Moby Dick was large enough, and a few cannonballs were not enough to destroy it. That is Marine. Directly ahead, 3 warships rode the waves and came towards them quickly. No. It's Marine. Garp, is Marine hero Garp. Standing at the bow of the ship was Garp, who had taken off his suit and was throwing cannonballs with a grin. Fistbone meteor swarm. Tweet. Damn, despicable Marine, you're here to ambush us. Stop talking nonsense, the shells are coming again. What a monster. Throwing cannonballs with your hands is faster than the cannon. What to do? Looking at the group of shells coming through the sky, the crew members all stared wide-eyed and were at a loss. Itoryu Hyojin continuous moon slash. Meteor hammer dance. 467. Murloc karate. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The cannonballs fired one after another were stopped by the captains doing their duty. Sister Huetabai. Captain Lakjo. Captain Epoita. *7. Seeing the captains standing bravely on the bow of the ship, the crew members who thought they were dead just now breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could relax, the warship Garp made another move. I saw an extra-large iron ball tied with an iron chain, which Garp raised with one hand. No. It can't be. Everyone's expressions changed, and several captains also looked solemn. Taste my power. Garp showed his white teeth and threw the extra-large iron ball very fast. Ah! Seeing the iron ball that was as big as a pirate ship falling from the sky, many crew members were so frightened that they sat down on the deck. A huge shadow covered everyone on board. Dong! On the Moby Dick, the atmosphere shattered and huge cracks spread. The extra-large iron ball suddenly stopped in the sky. The next second, it fell towards the sea next to it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The extra-large iron ball hit the sea surface, causing turbulent waves. The pirate ship and 3 warships were all bumping in the undulating waves. Cool la 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 la, Garp, it's not like you to sneak up on me without even saying hello. Whitebeard held the cloud cutter in his hand and walked towards the bow step by step. No matter how the pirate ship swayed, it remained motionless, staring ahead, and the heroic Tien smiled. Ha 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 ha, I can't help it. I have to obey your orders this time, otherwise my donuts and tea will be confiscated. Garp touched his head and spoke clearly. Idiot, you don't need to tell him these things. Sengoku's angry voice sounded, and he saw his figure appearing on another warship. It turns out to be Sengoku. No wonder he can determine our retreat route. Whitebeard's boldness remained undiminished, and he spoke loudly. It's not that difficult. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard and said calmly, come with us to impel down. The waves gradually subsided, but the atmosphere in this sea area became extremely depressing at this moment. Ku-la-la-la-la. Taking advantage of the situation is truly your marine style. Whitebeard mocked loudly in a bold tone. However, if we want to catch Laozi, you are not enough. Dong. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, he punched Marine in the direction, and the air shattered again. That's not necessarily true. A cold light flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Standing at the front of the ship, Garp stretched out both palms, and the powerful armament Haki teamed up to cover. An invisible barrier was laid in front of the marine warship to block Whitebeard's shaking power. If you want to catch Laozi on the sea, even calling that old guy Kong is not enough. Boom! Whitebeard grinned, stuck the pheasant knife beside him, squatted slightly on his knees, and crossed his fists in front of him. Suddenly, it hit both sides, the atmosphere on both sides shattered directly, and cracks spread in the air. Crash! Wow! The sea immediately began to surge, and the waves continued to rise and fall. The waves on both sides were higher and higher, and the warships continued to rock in the waves. Whitebeard dares to say such things, he naturally has his confidence. No future Aokiji's frozen fruit restraint. On the sea, you have to face the tsunami triggered by Whitebeard at any time. Crash dash! Huge tsunamis formed on both sides, rushing towards Marine like an overwhelming force, even the sunlight was blocked. It's too exaggerated. How could there be such a monster? It's over, it's over. The Marine soldiers were not as calm as Vice Admiral and Admiral. They all looked at the incoming tsunami with their mouths wide open in horror. Damn it, Whitebeard's injury has almost recovered. As an old rival, Sengoku is very aware of the side effects of shock fruit's strong Yamato. While it can trigger landslides and tsunamis, it can also have a powerful counter-shock to itself. People with average physiques may be directly killed. To say that this fruit is the strongest paramecia, it is better to say that Whitebeard has brought this fruit to the strongest level. It was originally thought that Whitebeard had been seriously injured and could no longer use his abilities. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard spent 3 days recuperating in a corner of the Sea of Beasts. Today, it can still cause such a terrifying tsunami. But at this time, there was no time to think about anything else. The golden light shone, and Sengoku's body expanded rapidly, transforming into the form of a giant Buddha. Buddha's shock wave. Sengoku's golden figure jumped up, shot out his palms continuously, and powerful shock waves densely bombarded the tsunami. Bang bang bang! Wow, wow, wow! On the tsunami that shot up into the sky, craters appeared one after another, which turned into raindrops scattered all over the sky and fell. Fistbone impact. Garp, who has always been crooked, now jumped in front of the tsunami on the other side like a heavy cannon. The thunderous iron fist blasted out with unstoppable force. Bang! Wow! In an instant, the color of the world changed. The twisted air around him seemed to explode at this moment. The terrifying power carries an overwhelming force. With unstoppable power. In the middle of the tsunami that penetrated the sky and the earth, a hole with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly appeared. A large amount of seawater in the hollow has been evaporated or turned into raindrops and splashed everywhere. At this point, you can see it with just one blow. If Garp in his peak period now has top admiral strength, then Sengoku only has high-level admiral strength. Chapter 144. Ghost Island. The sky is clear and cloudless. The palace backyard, the huge training ground. I'm so tired, Tiger. Jinbei, who was only 14 years old, lay weakly on the ground after sweating profusely all morning. "Be quiet, Jinbei." Tiger, who was sweating profusely, was waving heavy dumbbells not far away, exercising his arm strength in bed. The whole person seemed to be struggling, and he gritted his teeth and insisted, "In this sea, if you want not to be bullied, you must become stronger." On the first day after the battle between Kaishu and Whitebeard, the 10,000-strong fighting force of the Fishmen Island, led by Tiger, arrived at Wano and Nagashima. To Kaisha's surprise, Tiger actually brought young Jinbei. And Tiger rejected the invitation from the world government's 7 warlords of the sea. Moreover, compared to Captain Kaishu, our efforts are nothing at all. During the 2 days on Ghost Island, Tiger had already been shocked by Kai's crazy training. Carrying more than 10 tons of weight to exercise under 10 times the gravity is simply a bit mind-numbing. If it were anyone else's body, I'm afraid it would have collapsed long ago. "Jinbei, didn't the captain say that you are still young? Don't rush to train your body. You should spend part of your time cultivating your fruit abilities." After Tiger put down the dumbbells, he looked at Jinbei, who was still complaining just now, but got up again and exercised meticulously, and said happily. Among all the compatriots that the fishman picked up, the one Tiger most favored was Jinbei. That's why he was brought to the Beast's Pirates with him. Fortunately, I am also very optimistic about Jinbei's potential. And gave them 2 devil fruits. "Well, I know, Boss Tiger." Jinbei nodded obediently, then turned his eyes, looked at Tiger and said. "Boss Tiger, we don't have money to go to the actual training room yet, why don't we try it in actual combat?" Tiger looked at Jinbei with expectant eyes and said with a smile, "Jinbei, you have become dishonest. If you want to compete with me, just tell me." Hehe. Jinbei rubbed his head naively. Today's Jinbei is not the calm Shishibukai in the original work. The age of 14 is the time when a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. "Okay, let's see how much progress the captain's fruit has made you." Tiger smiled slightly and did not refuse, but also looked at Jinbei expectantly. "Then Boss Tiger, I won't be polite. Come on though." Jinbei's expression became serious, his hands clenched, and his body began to change. The body expanded a lot, reaching a height of 3 meters. The body was covered with a layer of black armor, and 2 tentacles grew from the top of the head. And a pair of sharp front feet grew from his waist, and his hands and arms turned into the same pitch-black feet. His whole body exudes a bloodthirsty and wild aura, which is nothing like his honest appearance just now. Completely transformed into a terrifying monster. Zoan Chongchong fruit phantom beast species dragon-eating ant form. It's really an incredible ability. Tiger's expression also became solemn, and he stood with his legs spread apart, taking a fishman karate posture. "Be careful, Boss Tiger." Jinbei's voice also became hoarse, and his red eyes were full of terror. "Hit the water." Water droplets appeared on Jinbei's 4 pincer feet, and he swung towards Tiger fiercely. 5,000-piece karate. Tiger, who had been prepared for a long time, quickly punched to meet the attack. Boom! Boom boom boom! The water droplets in midair were like bullets, hitting Tiger's punch. Even though Tiger retreated a meter or 2, all those terrible attacks were blocked. No wonder the captain said that the Chongchong fruit is very suitable for the fishmen. The already strong wrist strength, coupled with the increase of the Chongchong fruit, is really stronger than the giant. Everyone in the sea knows that the Chongchong fruit can enhance the strength more than other ordinary Zoans. Especially the ants in the Chongchong fruit increased hundreds of times. What's more, it's the insect fruit of the phantom beast species. What I use is the 5000 WA Shokan Jinbei is just ordinary water. It was himself who was repelled. You must know that Jinbei didn't eat the devil fruit 2 days ago. Even if he doesn't use fishman karate and just ordinary physical skills, Tiger can easily defeat Jinbei. If Tiger didn't have the strength, he wouldn't have been able to cause so much trouble in the Holy Land and rescue so many slaves in the original work. What's more, Tiger is now 24 years old, Mao Ping is only 14 years old. This shows how much this phantom beast fruit has improved Jinbei. This is only the result of 2 days, and Jinbei has not been developed at all. You must know that in addition to the physical enhancement of Zoan itself, the fantasy beast species also has various special abilities. *T. It seems I have to take it seriously. The corners of Tiger's mouth curled up slightly, and red flames appeared under his feet. His feet turned into hooves in the flames, and his body quickly rose and expanded. His muscles bulged, and his body became even taller and more majestic. Alas! A bull roared, and powerful sound waves spread all around. Jinbei did not dodge, and the sound waves hit the armor on his body without leaving even a white mark. Zoan Niu Fruit Phantom Beast Species Bull Demon Form. Tiger has thick and curved horns growing on his head, and his whole person exudes a violent and arrogant aura. He took out a double-edged giant axe from nowhere, and the flames wrapped the axe blade. He stepped forward and rushed towards Jinbei. Bull Demon, cut your head. Lifting the handle of the axe, he slashed down hard with the force of splitting Huashan Mountain. Jinbei's eyes narrowed, but he didn't even dodge. He raised his four pincers and stepped apart. Dragon Ant holds the sky. Boom boom. The ant's feet collided with the flaming axe blade, and the sound of iron roaring exploded. The terrifying air waves centered on the two of them and raged in all directions. The ground beneath Jinbei's feet cracked, and his thighs sank deeply into the soil. What a strong defense! Looking at Jinbei's black armor with only cracks on the surface, Tiger said in amazement. Although he can't use his full strength, nor can he use Haki, the power of the bull demon cannot be underestimated. The armor on Jinbei's body is no less than a chi defense. It hurts. Jinbei's terrifying face was a little distorted, and the huge force of the collision did not completely split his armor, but it did not mean that he would not feel pain. Come again. Continue. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The two figures kept colliding on the training ground, and the fierce roar attracted the attention of many people. Kaishu, who was sitting on the balcony, naturally noticed the fight between the two. But he didn't care, and instead read the newspaper in his hand. Tisk, tisk Big Mom, that crazy woman, must be really angry. Wearing a white shirt and grey casual trousers, while reading the latest news, Kaisha couldn't help but chuckle. In these 3 days alone, I have been chasing the Roger pirates. Chapter 145. Big Mom doesn't know what to think. She is no match for Roger, and she keeps biting him. Gently squeezing Kaisha's shoulder, the beautiful Jun didn't understand this behavior. Is there anything I can't understand? Roger, as long as his partners are not involved, is famous for his good temper. This time, I stole 2 historical texts from Cake Island while Big Mom was away. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he didn't want to have any more entanglements with Big Mom and ran away when he saw it. Kaisha shook his head and said sarcastically, Big Mom also knows that there is nothing he can do against Roger. This time, she just wanted to take this opportunity to make a splash. After all, that guy Roger is one of the 4 emperors after all. Kaisha stretched his body, looked at Jinbei who had been beaten down below, smiled faintly, and said, It's almost time to let them perform and make some noise. With a smile in his eyes, Jun stretched out his left hand and put it on Kaisha's shoulder. 090 New World, it's time to clean up. Who? Whitebeard, let's see how long you can hold on. Buddha's impact. Whitebeard gasped, and the sword knocked back Sengoku who wanted to get closer. But Sengoku stepped on the moonwalk and immediately came back to kill him, and slapped Whitebeard on the bow of the ship from afar. Sengoku, you alone are not enough. Whitebeard smiled arrogantly, and swept across with his sword without giving in. The concussive force collided with the shock wave. 2 invisible forces produced a roar that shattered the atmosphere, and ripple-like air waves swept across the sea. Crash la la la. The sea stirred up waves again, and both Daxia and Moby DK were jolting. Fire. Tweet dash. Counterattack, fire. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The Marine and Whitebeard crews were not idle either, so they bombarded each other with artillery fire if they could not engage in a battle. You all have to stay today. Sengoku, if you can do it, give it a try. Whitebeard jumped up, raised his pheasant knife covered in white halo, and struck Sengoku. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard coldly, quickly spun his body, and collided with Whitebeard's pheasant knife. Boom boom boom. Bang. Crack. The atmosphere continued to break apart, and invisible shock waves pushed around. Sengoku's right foot hurt and he was pushed back. Whitebeard used his strength to return to the bow, but his breathing became louder. Whitebeard's face was solemn and gloomy, and he became anxious in his heart. He was not worried about himself, but was afraid that something would happen to his sons. The injury was not healed, and there was a dull pain in his body. The physical exertion was great, and his current condition was very bad. Bone Fist Meteor. At this time, Garp suddenly appeared on Moonwalk, and his dark fist came towards him. Whitebeard didn't have time to think of a countermeasure. He clenched his right fist tightly and the white aperture continued to expand. When Garp's iron fist was about to rush in front of him, he smashed it hard. Boom! Crack! Huge cracks were created in the atmosphere, and in the direction Whitebeard hit, all the air in the area shattered like glass. As if being lifted up by a bulldozer, the shattered atmosphere erupted with terrifying shock waves and rushed towards Garp. Boom! Wow! An even more deafening roar resounded throughout the world, and the sea surged violently. Many sharks, whales and other sea animals appeared on the sea surface, screaming and setting off huge waves. Garp was unable to use his strength in the air, and was sent flying backwards by the terrifying shock wave. Tap tap tap! Whitebeard's face became even paler, and he stepped back continuously, almost falling to the deck. Dead! Dead! The crew all looked at Whitebeard with concern. But they can't interfere in the battle between monsters. Ku la 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 la, Sengoku, Garp, Laozi won't play with you here. Whitebeard used his pheasant to steady himself and looked at Sengoku and Garp with a smile. Want to escape? Sengoku said coldly. No, it's you who are going to fall under Laozi's fist. Whitebeard grinned, stuck the pheasant knife beside him, squatted slightly on his knees, and crossed his fists in front of him again. Seeing Whitebeard's familiar movements, Sengoku Garp's expressions changed. It was too late to stop him, so he immediately returned to the warship with a tacit understanding. Boom! Suddenly, it hit both sides, the atmosphere on both sides shattered directly, and cracks spread in the air. Stay alive! Whitebeard showed his snow-white teeth and half of his crescent beard was broken, but it still did not affect his heroic aura. Wow! Hwa hwa hwa! The already turbulent waves became even more turbulent. In the distance on both sides, one wave was higher than the other, and the warship was constantly rocking in the waves. It's coming again. This is Whitebeard's power, he can cause a tsunami at any time. Everyone, hold on to the boat, don't fall in. Don't worry, we have Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp here. The Marines were not as panicked this time as they were last time, and they all clung to the railings around them. Some Marines simply hold cannons. Crash dash! Huge tsunamis formed quickly on both sides and rushed towards the warship overwhelmingly. This time the tsunami seemed to be a bit more ferocious than usual. Get out of here! Yes, Dad! Whitebeard cannot fight for a long time in his current state, and Whitebeard and others naturally know his father's situation. The sails were quickly lowered, and even the oars from the bottom of the boat were stretched out. Rows of pirates rowed the boat at the bottom of the cabin. Hateful! Seeing the Moby Dick flying away in the distance, taking advantage of the wind and waves, Sengoku bit his gums unwillingly. That guy Whitebeard's ability is really troublesome, ha 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 ha. Garp didn't care about Whitebeard's departure and smiled broadly. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly deal with the tsunami. Baitang Buddha's impact. Fistbone Galaxy impact. Bang bang. Boom boom boom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soon after, the tsunami subsided again. On the warship that was already soaked by the sea water, Sengoku looked at the sea with angry eyes. The Whitebeard pirates have completely disappeared. It's really careless. I should have discovered that Whitebeard is in the territory of the beasts earlier. Sengoku said angrily. Ah ha 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 ha, there's nothing we can do about it, click, click, click. Garp took out a bag of senbei from nowhere and ate it carelessly. They all saw Whitebeard's state, and it can be said that this is the best chance to kill Whitebeard. But they are not the Sakazuki of the future, and they will not disregard the lives of marine soldiers on the warship just to kill the enemy. UBD. Sengoku angrily snatched the senbei from Garp's hand and poured it all into his mouth. Ah, my senbei! Garp looked sad, as if he had lost something very important. Go back to 0.2. Sengoku, on the other hand, clapped his hands happily, and the warship began to return. The other side. Wow! Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to collapse as his body shook. Dead. Chapter 146. 3 days later, the sea started making waves again. After Whitebeard was defeated by Kaishu, the 100 beasts, he was ambushed by Sengoku, Garp and other marines. After half a day of bloody battle, Whitebeard caused a tsunami to evacuate. But Whitebeard was also injured, and some even saw Whitebeard being sent to rescue and fell into a coma. This situation has made many pirate groups who are spying on the position of the 4 emperors ready to take action. After several days of waiting, someone finally couldn't help but launch a challenge to the Whitebeard pirates' territory. With the first one, there is the second and the third. In just a few days, the Whitebeard field has become a target of public criticism in the New World. A piece of fat in the eyes of countless careerists. And with the tentative invasion, Whitebeard was still nowhere to be seen. Only a few captains and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates were resisting the invaders. This made the watching jackals even more convinced that Whitebeard was really seriously injured. This is the best chance to pull him off the throne. Who wouldn't want to take off the head of the world's strongest man and become famous in the world? With the help of careful people. Finally, the turf war in the Whitebeard waters broke out 16, and many pirate groups began to invade and plunder unscrupulously. Chaos, fighting, killing, death. It's happening every moment. The Whitebeard Sea has become the most chaotic area in the sea. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. Marshal Kong looked at the information from New World with a red face. The chaos in Whitebeard Sea reached its climax in the past 2 days. In order to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, in order to find the seriously injured Whitebeard, take off his head. In order to ascend to the throne of the 4 emperors, the pirates are killing each other every day. Not bad. Although we didn't kill Whitebeard this time and let him run away, our goal has almost been achieved. Marshal Kong's eyes were filled with joy. The chaos in the New World is exactly the news that Marine is secretly spreading. However, Whitebeard did suffer serious internal injuries this time. Otherwise, with his domineering personality, he would have come out to suppress those young people long ago. Marshal, in the past 2 days alone, at least a dozen pirate groups have been destroyed. Those pirates are now starting to go crazy for the position of the 4 emperors. Sengoku also said with a smile. The more chaotic the New World is, the better it is for them Marine. Taking this opportunity, our branch in New World can also expand appropriately. Staff officer he crossed his hands and supported his chin, and said shrewdly. Yes, it's time to expand Marine's influence. Fa nodded in agreement. I think it's okay, then, who's going? Marshal Kong looked at everyone in the office. Hi. Garp sat on the sofa with his arms folded, bubbles rising from the tip of his nose, and he could already hear snoring. Let me go, it's time for those lawless pirates in New World to be judged with justice. Sengoku exuded a decisive aura and took the initiative to ask for help. Although he is a dovish general, he is not that radical. But don't forget, what Sengoku believes in is justice that rules the world. Marshal Kong and staff he looked at each other, thought for a while, and nodded slightly in agreement. Okay, Sengoku, you will lead the team this time to further extend the New World branch. Marshal Kong agreed to Sengoku's request. But remember one thing, don't provoke the Beasts pirates for the time being, let alone extend to the location of the Sea of Beasts. Do you understand? Counselor he asked. Don't worry Zayahi, I know that I will not easily conflict with the Beasts pirates before I am sure about dealing with the monster Kaishu. Sengoku's eyes flashed and he said calmly. He is not just a reckless man, he knows that if he provokes the Beasts pirates at this moment, all their previous efforts will be in vain. Okay, then let Sengoku. Marshal Kong was about to issue an order to adjourn the meeting. But at this moment, the sound of rapid running came, and the office door was pushed open. Hoo, Marshal, it's not good. A messenger wearing a justice robe looked panicked and shouted breathlessly. Seeing the soldier's rude behavior, everyone in the office except Garp could not help but frown. For the messenger to be so eager and even push open the door of the marshal's office regardless of etiquette, something big must have happened. Hundred beasts Kaishu left the ghost island and came to the headquarters. What? After hearing the words of the messenger, Marshal Kong's expression suddenly changed. 100 beasts Kaishu. This name can now be described as Marine's nightmare. Not only broke into naval headquarters twice, but also killed the Admiral Brontosaurus. It can be said that every move of that man can affect the pattern of the world. Now, Kaishu is actually targeting Marine Ford? What does he want to do? Officially declare war on Marine? Or do like Kaido and take on the entire naval headquarters? If it were anyone else, it could be said that he was seeking death. But that man Kaishu, the 100 beasts, really has such strength. This has to make Marine all kinds of soldiers. Where is he? Marshal Kong's eyes narrowed and he asked seriously. No. I don't know. The messenger's eyes were a little flustered and he said with a trembling tone. What are you talking about? You don't know? You tell me you don't know about such an important thing. Marshal Kong slapped the table angrily and yelled. Marshal, we really don't know. After Kaishu left Ghost Island, he flew at a low altitude. But not long ago, he flew to a high altitude and couldn't be traced at all. The intelligence department analyzed Kaishu's flight trajectory and it was very likely that he was heading towards the headquarters. Coming. The messenger quickly explained. 187. Okay, you go down first. Staff, he waved his hand and said calmly. After the messenger closed the office door, staff, he said calmly, no matter whether Kaishu comes for us or not, we must be prepared. New World's expansion plan has been postponed for now. During this period, the headquarters will be vigilant at all times. Zephyr also nodded seriously. I agree with Zayahi. It's best to report it to the world government and ask them to send some reinforcements. The Marine family members and soldiers in the headquarters can choose to transfer some of them. That's not good. Several people brainstormed, and when Sengoku was about to say something else, his expression suddenly changed. He screamed in panic, and several others reacted in the same way. Boom, boom. Crackling. The naval headquarters building was hit by a bloody ray of light falling from the sky, causing a violent explosion. The entire island can feel shaking, and explosive mushroom clouds rise into the sky. The originally tall marine building was blown into ruins, causing at least thousands of marine casualties. Countless Marines were affected by the explosion. Marines whining, moaning, crying, and cries for help could be heard in a surrounding area. All the Marines and residents of Marine Ford looked at the explosion zone in confusion, at a loss, and fear. They didn't know what happened. Chapter 147. What's going on? No. I don't know. Why did the headquarters building suddenly explode? Damn it, I'm under attack. Quick, people. Stretcher, bring the stretcher quickly. Someone here is injured. Where are you, Marshal and the others? Yes, an admiral. Nothing will happen to them, right? No. No way. Those are the Marshal and Admiral, how could they be hurt by such an attack? Just when the Marines were anxious, confused, and panicked, a golden light rose from the ruins, attracting everyone's attention. Bang! Crash! The rocky ruins were bounced away, and the golden Buddha appeared there. Under him stood Marshal Kong, Staff Crane, Zephyr, and a confused Garp in his hand. It's Sengoku Admiral. Great, Marshal, and the others are fine too. Of course. I told you not to worry. What are you doing? Why don't you sound the alarm? An enemy is coming. Marshal Kong yelled angrily, didn't you see that the building was attacked? It hadn't even entered a state of war yet. Marines below the Vice Admiral, evacuate the residents immediately. Sengoku ordered loudly. Do-do-wo-do-wo. After hearing what Marshal Kong said, the Marines finally reacted, and immediately a piercing siren sounded over Marineford. Quick! Quick! Come here! Quick! Don't let Marshal, Admiral, and others get distracted. Everyone retreat here. Charlie, go to the family area and bring everyone safely to the port for evacuation. Everyone, keep people safe. All for justice. Yes. The Marines immediately helped up the wounded and guided the residents to start evacuating. All officers below the Vice Admiral were organizing the action. The residents of Marineford, most of whom are Marines' family members, naturally cooperated actively when they heard Marshal Kong's serious tone. Damn, who is it? How dare you come to Naval Headquarters to cause trouble? Who could it be? No matter who it is, he is dead. We have Marshal and Admiral here. And Vice Admiral Garp. You're right. Damn, that BD is really here. Marshal Kong's face was extremely ugly, and there was deep fear in his eyes. It came too fast. Staff officer, he looked at the sky worriedly. I'm afraid his abilities have been enhanced. Didn't we only know about his flying ability recently? Sengoku and Zephyr are also prepared, and even the careless Garp has a serious look on his face now. Swish! Under everyone's nervous gaze, a tall figure slowly descended from the sky. Look! Heaven! That's the strongest monster in the world. Head of the 4 emperors, 100 beasts Kaishu. How is it possible? It's Kaishu. What's he doing here? Why is he here? What does he want to do? Did the headquarters arrest Kaido again? Gudong! The Marines and residents who had not left yet all stared at the man in the sky with their eyes wide open and trembling. He is about 7 meters tall and burly, with a handsome and resolute face. He is wearing a white coat and casual purple and black trousers. Kaishu's current clothes are matched by Jun, so he is not as wild and unrestrained as before with Kaido. Make him look noble with ancient haki, handsome with endless majesty. It seems to be a collection of contradictions, which makes people fascinated, but also awe-inspiring and dare not look directly at it. It is none other than the head of the 4 emperors of the New World, 100 beasts Kaishu. Kaishu, what do you want to do? Marshal Kong looked at Kaishu warily. What to do? Kaishu smiled slightly and said, it seems that Laozi doesn't need to report to you. When you went to pick up a bargain, it seemed like you didn't ask Laozi whether you agreed or not. We only went to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, and we didn't invade your sea of beasts at all, so we shouldn't have any conflict with you. Sengoku said coldly. No conflict? If you say there is no conflict, then there is no conflict. Corpse energy and death energy condensed in Kaishu's palm, and he shot towards Sengoku like a destructive force. Whitebeard is Laozi's enemy. Who allowed you, Marine, to take action? Chirp! Sengoku's pupils opened, and he waved his palm to attack, and the invisible shock wave and grey-red light collided in mid-air. Boom, boom boom! A deafening explosion sounded, Buddha's light and death shone in mid-air, violent shock waves scattered in the air, and the entire island could see layers of dazzling aftermath. Crash! The seawater lapped at the coast with surging force. The soldiers and residents all opened their mouths and looked at the sky in shock. Kaishu, don't get too carried away. Now that you are here, I will keep you here no matter what, in the name of justice. Guy Fist, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Marshal Kong, Garp, and Zephyr shook off their robes, took off their suits and ties, and got ready for battle. Yet. Kaishu had a crazy look in his eyes and smiled ferociously, then let's stop Laozi. Kaishu fell downwards at an extremely fast speed, the aura of death shrouded his feet, and the sound of breaking through the air came quickly. Buddha's shockwave. The golden Buddha raised his right palm, the word swastika formed in his palm, and slapped the falling Kaishu hard, and an invisible shock wave spurted out. Boom! Bang! Bang bang! The atmosphere kept vibrating and roaring, and the airwaves impacted everything around it. Sengoku's shock wave was wiped out layer by layer. After a stalemate for a while, Kaishu stepped on the palm of the Buddha, making a roar like metal collision. Sengoku's arm hurt and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Let me give you a little greeting gift. When Kaishu put his feet on the ground, a slight sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he raised his right hand. Paw, and a snap of his fingers. Buzzing. Wow. Swipe. Bang bang bang. The rocks, shells, warships, and houses all around were shaking. What happened? I always have a bad feeling. What's going to happen? Godong. Under the nervous and alert gazes of Marshal Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and all the marines and residents, I saw a dozen warships staying in the port suddenly rising into the sky. Ah! Help, help! How is this going? Golden Lion's lion fruit! Wow ah! The marines on the warship made a panicked cry for help, and then they fell one after another like dumplings. Not just warships. Rocks, cannons, trees, buildings. In short, with Kaishu as the center, everything within a radius of 1 kilometer was swept up into the sky. At this moment, everyone, including Marshal Kong, Admiral, and Garp, were all staring at the obscured sky with their mouths open. Chapter 148. What kind of ability is this? Lion fruit. Damn it, that BD Kaishu, what kind of phantom beast is he, and why does he have abilities similar to lion fruit? Warships, rocks, cannons. All floating above marine fort. This kind of scene only occurs when playing against the Golden Lion. But now, Kaishu actually has this ability, which makes all the marines feel a little weird. No matter what your abilities are, you will be suppressed here today. Kaishu, don't underestimate our justice. The whole body was shining with golden light, like Sengoku, the Buddha who saved the world. He stepped on his feet and jumped up high. The word swastika appeared on his huge palm. Wolf Kaishu drew it down. Ah! Kaishu put his left hand behind his back, stretched out his right index finger, and slightly bent his knuckles towards Sengoku. Tweet! Pang! Several violent noises broke through the air, and several warships fell from the sky. They actually knocked down Sengoku, who had jumped into the air, and pinned him beneath the warships. Sengoku! Sengoku Admiral! Mr. Sengoku! Marshal Kong and a group of marine executives, Quanjing 199 spoke out. Standing behind Marshal Kong, Staff Officer He's eyes flashed and he said, unlike Golden Lion's lion fruit, those warships were controlled by Kaishu and accelerated to crash down. Lion fruit can make objects float, and can even control the movement of objects in the air, including sea water. But there is one thing that lion fruit cannot do, that is, land. Only the downward movement of the object lion fruit cannot be freely controlled. Golden Lion usually releases the fruit's ability, or weakens the control of floating, to achieve the purpose of landing objects. But the few warships just now slammed into Sengoku like bullets. Otherwise, Sengoku won't be able to dodge even in the air. No matter what his abilities are, I will crush them all. Garp clenched his fists and looked at Gai Peng with cold eyes. Bang! A golden light suddenly appeared, the battleship was lifted off, and Sengoku jumped out from the ground with a stern expression. As expected of Marine Admiral, but since it is a gift, please. Kaishu raised his hands to his chest, stretched his 10 fingers toward the sky, then smiled slightly, bending his knuckles at will, sign for it. Choo choo choo! Bang bang bang! Get out of the way! Various warships, rocks, trees, and buildings floating in the sky were like bullets, shooting down like raindrops at the people on the ground. For a moment, the entire marine fort roared and exploded. The sound of explosions was endless, deep pits were smashed into the ground, and smoke and dust were flying all over the sky. Buddha's impact. Iron fist. Black bull gravity strike. Kong double dragon teeth collapse. Boom boom boom. Pang. Marshal Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and all the naval headquarters vice admirals, all showed their special abilities, smashing all kinds of falling rocks, cannons, trees. Especially those generals who protect ordinary marines and the people cannot rely on sight, hearing, and color to avoid, and can only catch all the violently fired objects. Godong! No way! Kaishu alone restrained all the generals. Marine in the distance looked at this shocking scene in shock. Kaishu actually made all Marine senior executives tired to deal with it. The most important thing is that Kaishu himself stood elegantly in the middle of the battlefield. Like a conductor, controlling all falling objects. 100 Beasts Gai Zheng is too scary. Damn it, is it a domain-type control ability? No. It's more like an ability like telekinesis. After a while, Marineford's shaking stopped, and the sky turned blue again. However, the island at this time was already shrouded in thick dust. The entire interior of the crescent bay of the naval headquarters is full of pits, broken eaves and broken walls, and countless building sections. It's like going through a brutal war. Who would have thought that this was caused by one person in less than 10 minutes? And he just stood there, moved his fingers, and didn't even move his feet. Ahole, Kaishu, I will definitely kill you. Looking at the naval headquarters, which symbolizes justice, there are now ruins everywhere. Kong Kong was completely angry, and before the smoke and dust dissipated, he rushed over like a heavy cannon. Gugu Shanbo Feng legs. Sora's whip legs whipped up strong winds, covered in haki as black as ink, and kicked Kaishu's head quickly. Snapped. A big black hand directly grabbed the right foot kicked by Marshal Kong, and an explosion suddenly erupted in his hands and feet, but Kaishu was completely unmoved. Kong's expression changed drastically, and before he could even twitch his feet to retreat, severe pain came from his right foot. Ah! Not good. Armed and crushing strike. Iron Fist Meteorite. Seeing Marshal Kong being captured by Kaishu, Zephyr and Garp came to kill him from the left and the right, their powerful momentum and the sound of breaking through the sky repelling each other. Let go of Brother Kong. Sengoku, in the form of a golden Buddha, attacks from the front. The shock wave in his palm has been brewing for a long time. If you want it so much, then I'll give it back to you. Kaishu grabbed Marshal Kong's right foot and threw it hard at Sengoku. The impact brought by the powerful force was like a fired cannonball, making a violent sound of breaking through the air. Brother Kong! Bang! Sengoku immediately dispersed the shock wave in his hands, and turned his hands to catch Marshal Kong, who came through the air. The powerful impact made Sengoku's hands hurt, and he hugged Kong and flew out together. Peng _ It crashed into several buildings and was finally embedded deeply into the wall. Underworld Overlord raises the cauldron. After throwing Kong Kong away, Kaishu clenched his fists, grey light shone in his hands, and the dark haki quickly enveloped him. Bang bang! Two violent collisions sounded, and Kaishu blocked the explosive attacks of Garp and Jiffo with both arms. The powerful air wave centered on the three people, and the strong wind swept around them. The ground beneath his feet shattered layer by layer, and then turned into powder in this unparalleled impact. Is this the only strength you have? Kaishu swung his hands like a crescent moon, and Garp and Zephyr were knocked back by the powerful force at the same time. Just as the two retreated, Kaishu disappeared instantly. Shua suddenly appeared in front of Zephyr, moving as fast as teleportation, causing Zephyr's pupils to shrink, and he looked at the enlarged fist in front of him in disbelief. Boom! Kawa puff! Zephyr had no time to counterattack, and could only instinctively cover it with a layer of armed color. A huge fist hit him directly in the face, breaking his nose, vomiting blood, and knocked him to the ground. How come? Everyone looked at Kaishu in horror. In just a short moment of confrontation, two admirals were injured. How strong is this guy Kaishu, the 100 Beasts? Chapter 149. Zephyr. Garp quickly came to Zephyr's side and stared at Kaishu not far away with great vigilance. Are you okay? Garp worriedly looked at the embarrassed Zephyr with his peripheral vision. It's just a broken nose. I didn't expect to be able to catch our fists. I was careless. Zephyr wiped the blood from his face, not caring about the minor injury, but looked at Kaishu with solemn eyes. He underestimated Kaishu's physique and shooting speed. While facing the attack of Marshal Kong, it can also react to his and Garp's attacks. Kaishu was able to handle it calmly. This was something Zephyr didn't expect. I'm afraid this monster's physique has become even more powerful. Its speed, strength, defense, and fruit abilities are all different from what they used to be. Be careful. Sengoku stood up from the pit and whispered. Clear. Boom. Guy. Marshal Kong had a ferocious look on his face, gritting his teeth and roaring word for word, looking at Kaisha with eyes filled with murderous intent. Incompetent barking. Kaisha moved the joints of his hands and looked at the four marine executives in front of him provocatively. We're almost done with the warm-up, come on, let's make Laozi a little more excited. As long as you can force me to use my fruit power this time, Laozi will leave immediately. Kaisha looked at Kong and Kong with a ferocious smile, their expressions extremely crazy. Even in order to stimulate them, they say things that don't use their abilities. Stop looking down on others, Kaishu. Sengoku's body shone with golden light, and Kaishu's slight made him extremely angry. Kaishu, the show is too arrogant. This is naval headquarters. Garp's iron fist came towards him, and before he even got close, the powerful punch was already numbing his scalp. The palm of the great Buddha. Armed and crushing impact. Meteor, arms, bone broken. Exploding iron fists, powerful shock waves, powerful physical skills. Boom, boom. Chirp bang bang. Wow. Bang. The powerful and violent collision was dazzling, and the deafening explosion made the entire marine fort tremble. This is the right thing. Kaisha smashed the shock wave with one punch, stepped on the ground with his feet, and disappeared instantly, making all other attacks in vain. Whoosh! Appeared in front of Sengoku, made a fist, covered it with haki, and suddenly hit Sengoku's abdomen. Bone wrist armed collapse rhino. Kong appeared behind Kaishu instantly, his dark wrist like a giant rhinoceros, slamming into Kaishu. Kaishu's eyes turned cold, and he quickly changed his moves, changed the direction of his fist, and hit the wrist behind him. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! The roar of the collision sounded, and invisible air waves were pushed around. Kong took several steps back, but Guy seemed to be having trouble holding it. Bone Fist Galaxy Impact. Garp seized the opportunity and rushed to Kaisha's side like a heavy cannon. His iron fist roared like thunder and exploded like a bow. The atmosphere was torn apart, and there seemed to be cracks in the space. Buddha's shockwave. Sengoku reacted immediately and slapped Kaisha with his giant golden palm. Armed with the Fist of Hades. The invisible shockwave and the black fist collided together. After a stalemate for a while, Guy's fist hit the Buddha's palm, and Sengoku took a few steps back again. Die! Kaishu! At this time, Garp's roaring and explosive iron fist has arrived. Completely covering all Kaishu's escape routes, Kaishu has no way to avoid it. In an instant, he was hit in the back by Meteor's bright fist. Pang! At this moment, a roar resounded throughout the world, and the earth shattered layer by layer like a spider web. Kaisha was launched like a cannon, creating a long ravine along the way, eventually collapsing the thick rock wall and being buried in rubble. Kaishu, I'm not a vegetarian with my fists. Garp grinned and said coldly. That's great. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp. The fist of Vice Admiral Garp can penetrate mountains. All evil will be destroyed. Another 4 emperors has been punished by justice. Justice will prevail. Marines in the distance saw Kaisha being blown away and shouted excitedly. It seems as if Marine is about to conquer the new world. Fire! Bang! Bang bang! Boom 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 boom! Marine did not stop, and countless artillery shells were bombarded at the location where Kaisha was buried. The sound of explosions is endless and the fire is soaring into the sky, giving Kaisha no chance. This is not a cartoon, but a real world. Kaisha breaks into naval headquarters alone, and he doesn't just have to face a few top-level combatants. As the home field advantage, naturally there is strong artillery support. Although they cannot get close to the center of the battlefield, they can provide help at the flow. Don't underestimate artillery. How many people can withstand hot weapons with their flesh and blood? You know, during the Summit War, even Whitebeard was hit by a bullet. Garp, danger! Please give me flowers, Zero. Suddenly, Zephyr shouted anxiously. But before he finished speaking, a figure rushed out of the explosion flames, and a kick covered in rich haki instantly hit Garp's chest. Click! Wow! There was a crisp sound of ribs breaking, Garp's pupils dilated, his eyeballs bulged, blood spit out from his mouth and flew out. Marine's cannonball sauna is a little hot. Kaisha stood where Garp was just now, his shirt disappeared, revealing his well-proportioned muscles, and there was no trace of gunfire burns on his body. Even the hair and lower body clothes are intact. There was only a sunken fist mark on his back, and a hint of bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. It shows that Kaisha was injured just now. Garp's iron fist will still be injured even if Kaisha uses his body to block it. How so? Weird, monster. Such a fierce artillery bombardment was of no use at all. Withstand the iron fist of Vice Admiral Garp and still stand up. Not to mention Marine in the distance, Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr also had ugly expressions on their faces, looking at Kaisha with deep shock and disbelief. Such a physique is much stronger than that BD Kaido. Sengoku sighed with a headache. With such a terrifying physical defense, there is nothing we can do against him. Zephyr also looked helplessly at Marshal Kong. And he has even more terrifying resilience. The dented fist mark on Kaisha's back has quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Kong didn't know how to deal with Kaisha at this time. Faced with this kind of monster who stands there and hits you at will, using all your means, and there is nothing you can do against him, everyone will feel quite powerless. Cheer up, everyone. We are Marines. No matter how powerful the evil pirates are, we will never fail. Justice will prevail. When Kong heard Marine's low morale, he immediately suppressed the feeling of powerlessness in his heart and loudly encouraged him. Marine doesn't lose that easily. Zephyr also said coldly. Immune to death him, then consume him to death. Sengoku looked at Kaisha with firm eyes. Not bad enlightenment. Kaisha showed his white teeth, then, Lao Zi will destroy all your confidence. Kaisha's speed is so fast that intermediate observation haki can only vaguely feel that only advanced observation can capture it. Chapter 150. Hades' Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. As soon as Sengoku noticed Kaisha's actions, the dark right elbow was already struck. The terrifying corpse energy and death energy turned into ferocious and roaring skulls. Just hearing the sound is like being in hell, making your body tremble and your scalp numb. Baitang Buddha's impact. The golden light of the Buddha flourished, and the skeleton hissed and emitted white smoke, as if he was about to be saved. The impact of the swastika in the palm of the Buddha is like a bodhisattva suppressing the underworld, and the energy of the next day adds to the power of the shock wave. Boom, boom boom. Golden light and darkness collide. There was a crack in Sengoku's huge Buddha palm, he clenched his teeth tightly, and a trace of blood flowed out, blocking Kita tightly. The ground beneath his feet was as cracked as tofu, and then shattered under the terrifying impact. The ground seemed to have been plowed away, and the airwaves continued to wreak havoc on the surrounding 250. Kaishu, no matter what, I have to keep you. Kong's decisive voice sounded behind him, and the sound of breaking through the air tore through the surrounding atmosphere. I wonder how the world's governments will react to killing a marine marshal. It's really curious. The blood in Kaisha's body began to heat up, his face was filled with excitement and madness, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. Armed, steel, crushing machine fight. Kong snorted coldly, rushed behind Kaishu in an instant, and punched Guy with a fist that made cracks appear in the air. Top armament haki, you're not the only one who knows it. Kaishu pushed Sengoku away without fear, turned around and punched him as well. There is no color on the fist, but the atmosphere around the fist has the same cracks as the sky. It's obviously all physical magic, but look at it, it creates a scene like Whitebeard shattering the atmosphere. Such is the destructive power of top armament haki. Bang bang. Boom. Boom boom. Crack. The two fists collided, cracks appeared in the atmosphere, and the roar that resounded through the sky was deafening. The shock wave swept through the entire area, cracks appeared in buildings dozens of miles around, and those that were closer were all reduced to ruins. On the ground beneath their feet, apart from where they stood, a sinkhole with a diameter of 1,000 meters appeared. Fell ha ha ha, not enough. Not enough. Kaishu laughed crazily and appeared in front of Sora. His fists had no skills whatsoever, just like machine guns, constantly bombarding him. The sonic boom sounds are approaching continuously. The terrifying airwaves created ripples and swept around in an overwhelming manner. Buddha's shockwave. Bone fist meteor shower. Armed and crushing strike. Sengoku and the other three immediately followed up, surrounding Kaisha from all sides. Iron fist, haki, and shockwave came overwhelmingly to kill him. Ha 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 ha. This is the right thing. Kill Laozi if you can. Don't be so cocky, Kaishu. You can never leave this time. Several people immediately fought together and tried to hold Kaisha back. Their goal was very clear, which was to use up all the calendar. Although the strength of Guy's boxing is much stronger than that of Admiral, in terms of true strength, it is very good to be able to suppress 3 admirals. If there are 4 admirals, it stands to reason that Kaisha should be at a disadvantage. However, the key is that Kaisha's physique is too strong. It's terrifyingly strong. It's so strong that it makes people despair. Sengoku's shockwave, Garp's iron fist, Zephyr's taijutsu, Kong and Kong's haki, none of them can cause him any harm. An enemy that you can't defeat, but the opponent can attack without restraint, is certainly difficult for them to deal with. So this situation was created, with 1 against 4, Kaishu had the upper hand. This is why Kaishu is called the strongest monster in the world. They fought from day to night, and from night to dawn. Just when Kaishu was making a big fuss at naval headquarters for a day. New World G1 branch. Doo-woo-doo-doo. The piercing alarm sounded over the entire branch, and all the soldiers quickly gathered at their combat positions and entered combat mode. Fighting in the chaotic New World all year round, their fighting qualities are much higher than the Marines in the Paradise. Who is the enemy? Report to Vice Admiral Huaziza that the Beast's pirates have been discovered. The direction they are sailing is our branch. What? Beast's pirates? Why are they here? Huaziza screamed in surprise, but quickly calmed down. Now is no longer the time to think about these things. Since the Beast's pirates are here, they must be coming with bad intentions. How many people are here? Who is leading the team? Looking at the flags on the ship, it's one of the 9 tribulations Berndi Valdo and Chameleon Gaimanyo. The number of troops on the ship is unclear. A catastrophe and a real fight lead the team, now we're in trouble. Everyone is on alert. As soon as they come into range, fire immediately. We have set up 79 cannons at the port to suppress them on the sea with firepower. Yes. Even facing the notorious Beast's pirates, New World's Marine has the courage to fight. They seem to have discovered us, silly Lily. Gaimanyo's lizard-like tongue kept sticking out, his eyes smiling playfully. Valero Lolo. Laozi has long wanted to kill these annoying Marines. Waldo said with wild and excited eyes, he wants to take revenge on Marine, it's not just a day or 2. Let Laozi say hello. Waldo raised the ship's main gun with both hands, his eyes bloodshot and shouted crazily. Momo 10-fold cannon. Chirp. A huge cannonball was blasted out, and it continued to grow in size on the way out. When it reached the sky above the base, it was already as big as a warship. Just kidding. Quick, run. Damn it. How can we fight this? Help, help. Bang. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose over the base port. The entire kilometer radius of the port was razed to the ground, surrounded by corpses that had been torn apart by bombs. Waldo, don't blow them all up. At least let me kill some Marines in 4.3. Marine's blood is delicious, sizzling. Gaimanyo licked the corners of his mouth, his sick smile full of cruelty. Go ahead at full speed. Don't let them have a chance to escape. Kill. Marine, don't ever step into the New World again from now on. Fight back, fight back. Huaziza Vice Admiral, we can't stand it anymore. Why can't I stand it anymore? It's just Beast's pirates. What kind of pirates haven't I seen in the New World? But, there's nothing good about it. Look for your own reasons. Have you practiced your physical skills well over the years? Has your strength improved? Huaziza Vice Admiral, they are coming. What? Everyone rushes to me to respond. Oh. Chapter 151. New World G5 branch, the base director is Jack Ma Vice Admiral. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The battle here started earlier. Countless artillery fires roared, and the sea stirred up waves. Beasts pirates greedy robbery con green pepper and shenda naken. No. No. They still have a snow disaster on board. What? It's over, it's over. What are you talking about? We are Marines. The Marine soldiers of G5 have a ferocious appearance, looking more like pirates, and their fighting style is extremely fierce. As soon as the two ships of the 100 Beasts entered the firing range, they couldn't wait to open fire without waiting for an order. Bang bang! Do you need help? Jun asked while sipping black tea on the pirate ship. No need, Jun-sama, Ching Jiao and I can handle it, don't worry, leave it to us. Naken smiled confidently. Okay then. Jun-17 said with a faint smile, thank you for your hard work. Let's talk, I can't wait any longer. Ching Jiao looked excited, and the cone on his head shone in the sun. He couldn't wait to stand on the bow of the boat and soared into the sky. Yo ho ho ho, try my cone head. Bang bang bang. All the cannonballs that were in the way were thrown aside by the spinning green peppers and the strong wind. Suffer death, Marine. The moment he stepped onto the G5 branch, King Jiao's mouth was ferocious, the cone fell, several Marines were directly pierced, the ground collapsed, and a whole Marine was affected. One of the 9 tribulations of Beasts Pirates, the agreed tribulation, green pepper of the cone, has landed. Damn it, kill him. He is just a person, don't be afraid. Shoot. Kill. Bang, bang, bang. Although the soldiers of the G5 branch all showed fear on their faces, they still fought back quickly with firm eyes, firing countless bullets and artillery fire at Ching Jiao. Roar! There was a huge roar in the dust stirred up by the explosion. A huge warhammer dragon rushed quickly, and the ground shook as it was trampled. The high and protruding tip was like a sharp blade crashing into the marine array. Roar! Boom, boom! Several marine soldiers were connected to the conical head of the warhammer dragon, and it hit the base fort. The fort exploded instantly, and the marines nearby were blown to pieces before they had time to dodge. Too weak. Too weak. Ching Jiao shook off the corpse on the head of the cone. Blood covered his body, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Are the Marines in New World so weak? It's so disappointing. Ching Jiao spit out flames from his mouth and blasted through another fort, shouting, hand over all your treasures to me. Master. Seeing the brutal fighting at the G5 base, Mihawk's blood boiled. He grasped the handle of the knife at his waist and looked at Jun expectantly. Go. The battlefield is the best place to hone your sword skills. Jun waved his hand casually, but his tone reminded him, don't die. Yes. Mihawk pulled out the long knife from his waist, jumped off the pirate ship impatiently, and rushed into the base. A tribute to light. Above the Beast's pirate's ship, a beautiful white unicorn soars in the sky. The single horn on the head emits white light, and all the crew members on the ship seem to be covered with a layer of white armor. Oh! Lord Nakin! Hurry up and land, Lao Zi's sword is already thirsty. Kill! Kill! The crew members were all excited. With Nakin's blessing, their strength, defense, and recovery had been greatly improved. Zoan Mama Fruit Phantom Beast Species Light Unicorn Form. In a large-scale war, it is more strategically important than many fruits. Jun looked at Nakin, who had returned to his original state, shook his teacup and said with a smile. But I think, as a ship doctor, this fruit is more suitable for medical treatment than on the battlefield. Nakin pushed up his glasses and said proudly. Really? Jun nodded in agreement. The light unicorn form of the phantom beast species has almost no other destructive abilities except for the physical enhancement like other Zoans. This fruit can be said to be a purely auxiliary treatment system. Almost all skills either heal or improve the status of oneself and others. Therefore, Nakin has now become Beast's Pirate's first ship's doctor and part-time nanny. The New World G2 branch is also in raging war, with constant roars, marine corpses everywhere, and the base stained red with blood. The ones attacking here are Beasts Pirates, Plague Queen and True Fight Big Bear King. Hoo ho ho ho, Marines, let's see my latest scientific research results. Bang bang bang. Ah! Help, help. Don't touch me, the virus on your body will be contagious. Master Quinn, although I am Iron Man, can you please stop launching viruses at me? Damn fat man, go to hell. A hole, I'm just afraid that if I lose weight, I'll be popular, so I don't want to lose weight on purpose. Boom boom boom. All marine branches in New World were attacked by Beasts Pirates at the same time. Kaishu's move shocked and caught all the forces off guard. 347. Although pirates occasionally attack marines, such a grand and all-out attack on all marine branches in the New World has never happened. In the final analysis, a thief is a thief after all, and the world's government is the orthodoxy of the sea. As the largest violent organization under it, this just army has huge dominance in the sea. The four seas and Grand Line are all under Marine's power. No one dares to really provoke this behemoth. But now, looking at the posture of Beasts Pirates, they want to completely drive Marine out of the New World. Beasts Pirates, are you going to start a full-scale war with Marine? This is what all the forces thought after getting the news. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fort. The battle is still going on. Even if he fights 4 people alone, Kaishu still has no ability to use it. He is testing, using 4 admiral-level monsters to test the limits of his own physical skills, physique and haki. Bulu bulu. The phone rang urgently. Staff officer he looked worriedly at the battle in the distance, took out the phone and picked it up. I'm Crane. Advisor he, this is the G7 branch. We are attacked by the Beasts Pirates, Yin the Fire and Gaspard the True Fighter. Please support us. Please support us. The voice coming from the phone bug was so urgent that you could even hear the explosion of artillery shells. What? Chapter 152. Please, support, ah. Hey, what happened? Hello. Before the anxious words on the other end of the phone were finished, there was a scream. All that could be heard was the roar of the explosion and Marine's dying cry. Moxie Moxie. Suddenly, someone picked up the phone bug, and a voice spoke on the phone. Who are you? Staff officer he asked immediately, with anxiety in his eyes. Commander of the Naval Headquarters. A man said jokingly, introduce yourself. I'm Gaspard from Beasts Pirates. Gaspard, you marine scum. He, then I have to thank you for letting me join the Beasts Pirates. If it weren't for you, I would still be a righteous marine, and maybe I would be like these guys. Staff officer his face was gloomy, but he still asked calmly, what do you Beasts Pirates want to do? What did you do to Marine from the G7 branch? What do you want to do? Gaspard smiled evilly, of course I will drive you out of the New World. But Marine from your branch is unwilling to cooperate. Gaspard paused for a moment, then turned to look at the Marine corpses lying on the ground and the scene of massacre. The corners of his mouth turned up, showing his white teeth, and said, so, I killed them all. Click. The cold tone made Staff his heart freeze, and his arms trembled slightly. Looking at the phone call bug who was hung up, she could imagine the inhumane scene in the G7 branch now. Bulu bulu. The phone rang again. Officer he tried his best to suppress his sadness and anger, but he became increasingly uneasy. With a fixed look in his eyes, he picked up the phone. Staff officer, I am Huazizi. This is the G1 branch. We are being attacked by Beasts Pirates. Please support, please support. Huazizi Vice Admiral's tone was very urgent, and you could even hear that he was fighting someone, and explosions sounded from time to time. What? Damn Kaishu! Officer he opened his eyes wide and looked angrily at Kaishu in the distance. This was clearly his conspiracy. Kaishu came to Naval Headquarters with great fanfare, just to hold back Marine's high-end combat power. Then he sent his men to attack the New World branch, making it impossible for them to provide combat support. Retreat! Retreat immediately! No matter how angry they are now, it will be useless. Without the support of Admiral, the combat power stationed in New World will not be the opponent of Beasts Pirates at all. The key now is to retain your strength and not make unnecessary sacrifices. Withdraw. Hwazi's vice admiral couldn't believe it. You know how much effort Marine put into the G1 branch. With this withdrawal, Marine's years of hard work will be in vain. Retreat immediately. That BD Kaishu is attacking the headquarters and there is no way to support him. Staff officer, he shouted unwillingly, the branch has been lost. There will be a chance to get it back in the future. You should retreat immediately. Don't make fearless sacrifices. The reason why conspiracy is that even though you know clearly that this is the plan of Beast's pirates, you have to follow his plan, there is nothing you can do about it. Yes. Hwazi's vice admiral also nodded in agreement angrily and unwillingly. The moment Zoan hung up, staff, he heard the retreat order from Hwazi's vice admiral. In just a short period of time, Counselor He's intelligence department received requests for help from all branches in New World. The enemies are all one, Beast's pirates. This BD. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Survive, you must survive. Officer, he has lost control of her emotions. She has been a Marine for so many years and has never encountered such a serious incident or such a crazy pirate. They actually attacked all Marine branches in New World at the same time. This is going to start a war with Marine. But when he saw Kaishu in the distance and the 4 highest combat powers of the world government, fighting inextricably, staff, he felt helpless. I'm afraid even the world's ZF can't do anything about such a monster. Ha 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 ha, it's not enough. Let's make Lao Zi more excited. Boom. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. With a crazy smile on his face, Kaishu knocked back Garp with one punch. He was hit in the back by Sengoku's shockwave and couldn't help but take several steps forward. He turned sideways to avoid Zephyr's black arm, and his kick collided with the charging Kong Kong. Before he could change his move, he was repelled by the rapidly charging Garp. Even at Kaishu's speed, he was constantly being attacked by 4 admirals. After fighting for a day and a night, Kaishu was hit at least 100 times. But he is still the same as before. He's full of energy, and doesn't look injured at all. Kaishu. Kong Kong took advantage of the gap between Kaishu to catch Garp and Sengoku, Iron Fist, and Shockwave. He kicked Kaishu on the waist with a domineering kick, causing a violent sonic boom in the air. Kaishu was kicked hundreds of meters away, knocked down the ruins of buildings, and fell into the wall. Crushing strike, aerial strike. Zephyr jumped into the air, and his dark hands turned into afterimages, constantly hitting the atmosphere. The bursting fist light swept across the impact, like a continuous bombardment, constantly bombarding Kaishu in the ruins. Dot. Boom boom, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Each punch produced a huge explosion, and Kaishu's body continued to explode with roars. The wall collapsed, the ground caved in, and the impact of the fist blast knocked Guy's fist into the ground. Dust and smoke are flying all over the sky, and the earth is constantly cracking. Buddha's compassion, great impact. Sengoku immediately followed up, with a huge golden Buddha palm and a swastika symbol that seemed to suppress all evil in the world, and the shock wave penetrated into the underground of Kaiden's trap. Rumble. Strong vibrations erupted deep underground. Boom, 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 boom. Shock waves continue to spread from the collapsed underground, like a huge earthquake that shakes the earth. Tread. Sengoku and Zephyr returned to the surface, and Kong and Garp immediately appeared beside them. The 4 of them stared at the terrifying impact underground with serious expressions. How's it going? The violent shock wave affected the perception of sight, hearing, and color, but they were all sure that Guy was definitely not dead. Such an attack should be able to seriously injure you. Zephyr said with a serious look, if this doesn't work, it would be terrible. He's seriously injured. Kong's expression was deeply uncertain. Hateful. Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. This kind of unkillable pirate was really an insult to justice. Garp didn't speak, but watched the shaking of the earth warily. Come out, Kaishu, it's not like you to pretend to be dead like this. Kong Kong sweated slowly. Bang. Kaishu jumped out from the depths of the ground. He was a little embarrassed, but he didn't appear to be seriously injured. He was just slightly out of breath. It really hurts? Kaishu smiled slightly, I haven't felt like this for a long time. What a scary little devil. Garp joked with a headache, but only he knew the shock in his heart. Chapter 153. It hurt so much to hit Laozi just now, now it's my turn. Kaishu smiled cruelly, stepped on his foot, and rushed towards the 5 people like an arrow from a string. Boom! Bang 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 bang! Click! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The battle begins again. Kaishu's attacks are even more crazy and fierce. Do not dodge or avoid all attacks, perfectly explaining what it means, the best defense is offense. Kaishu is inseparable here, but the battle in New World is a complete one-sided massacre. With only the Vice Admiral stationed in the branch, it may be okay to resist other pirate groups, but it is completely inadequate in front of the Beast's pirates. Ho 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 ho, so many treasures. As expected of Marine, you are indeed extremely rich. Qingjiao looked at the piles of various treasure boxes, as well as weapons and ammunition, and laughed excitedly. Although according to the rules of Beast's pirates, half of the treasures stolen each time must be handed over. There is also a large portion of trophies for ordinary crew members and squad leaders, including rewards for outstanding crew members. The rest is the personal income of the leading cotters. But it's also a big fortune. You know, this is a marine base treasure. At least it exceeds tens of billions. Qingjiao and Nakan can share at least 1 billion Baileys this time. Chiang Chiang. Mihawk raised his sword and slashed at will, and each slash was able to kill a marine. Turning his head to look at Qingjiao, who was obsessed with money, he said calmly, Master Qingjiao, it's just some treasure, don't be so happy. Mihawk, who only focuses on the art of swordsmanship, doesn't care about treasure at all. For him, even if there are billions of Baileys, no famous sword is more attractive. The most important thing is that this guy Qingjiao is just like the Western Dragon in the storybook. I like to collect treasures, and then just guard them, admiring my collection of treasures from time to time. Sometimes even Kaisha wonders if he gave the green pepper the wrong fruit. Perhaps the pixia fruit is more suitable for green peppers. What do you know, you kid? Of course the most important thing for a pirate is treasure. Qingjiao curled her lips, then looked around and whispered, not to mention other things, just those physical strength pills and the actual combat training room cost money. You just joined not long ago, and you are Master Snow Disaster's disciple. All resources will be reimbursed by the pirate group for the time being. But when you are almost strong enough, if you want to obtain those resources, you have to spend your own money. You don't think that you can use those precious resources that even the world's government can't provide, right? Although Mihawk has only joined for less than a few months, his loyalty is not low. In addition, he is a disciple of Jun, so his talent in swordsmanship is even more valued by Kaishu. Therefore, some of the core resources of Beast's pirates are also open to Mihawk. After hearing Qingjiao's words, Mihawk's expression changed, BHBJ. As long as you experience the core training resources of Beast's pirates once, no one can refuse it to anyone who wants to become a strong person. Mihawk is certainly no exception. He also wants to continue challenging Pluton Rayleigh in the actual training room next month. Master Qingjiao, don't forget my share of the treasure. Mihawk's face straightened and he said seriously. Green pepper. Qingjiao, I don't need to tell you more. On the other side, the GL branch. Because of Vice Admiral Huazai's decisiveness, he took the opportunity to detonate the ammunition depot and evacuated with many Marines. But Marine, who didn't have time to evacuate, was not so lucky. Damn it, that guy Huazai blew up the ammunition depot and ran away. Waldo cursed bitterly with dust on his face. He was so careless that he let the base director Huazai run away, which made him very unhappy. His our goal has been achieved, running away a few Marines will do no harm. Gaimanyo transformed into Hana's Hiko and pierced the heart of a Marine in his horrified gaze. The hot blood sprinkled on Gaimanyo's face. Gaimanyo stretched out his lizard-like tongue and licked it, laughing sickly. Damn, then kill these Marines, Momo Tank's speed. Ah, ah! Evil, devil! Valdo and Gaimanyo massacred the remaining marines to vent their anger. The G3 branch, the base director Green Mickey, Vice Admiral, was reduced to ashes by bullet. Not a single marine escaped. They were surrounded by beasts pirates, and thousands of marines were mercilessly slaughtered. It's so enjoyable, so enjoyable. Crazy Lion Guy tore apart a marine with both hands, smiling cruelly and excitedly. These hypocritical marines should have been kicked out of the New World a long time ago. Bullet said with a laugh. Kill, kill. Leave no one behind. Kill them all for lousy. Ha 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 ha. The blood dyed the entire base red, and the smell of blood could be smelled even from miles away. The pungent fishy smell made the crew of Beasts Pirates even more crazy. G2 branch, Marines' stumps and broken arms are everywhere. No matter how much you resist, you are no match for Quinn and the Big Bear King. These G2 Marines like to torture pirates the most. We have to have fun with them this time, ha ha ha. Set up the fire and roast them. Don't, ahh. Ha ha ha, look here, fishing for sea kings with them is really interesting. I like to hear them all scream, it's so sweet. Ha 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 ha. The G7 branch was also exterminated and no one escaped. Many marines were captured and tortured in various ways. Ah! Please, let me go, I want to join the Beasts Pirates. A Marine Rear Admiral looked at his colleagues who were tortured to death, and his defenses completely collapsed, and he cried and begged for mercy. Rear Admiral, what are you talking about? Jackie Rear Admiral, I misjudged you. We have always regarded you as our most trusted family member. How could you surrender to the enemy? We are the just Marine. Many Marines cursed when they heard Jackie Rear Admiral's words of begging for mercy. Oh! It's interesting. These Marines didn't beg for mercy, but you, the Marine Rear Admiral, surrendered. Jin put down the torture instrument in his hand and laughed sarcastically. I joined Marine just to make money. Now that I have made enough money, I am not willing to die for Marine. Make money. This was the first time Yin heard this reason and looked at Jackie Rear Admiral curiously. For money and treasure on the sea, shouldn't you become a pirate? Sir, you don't know that in the eyes of civilians, our Marines are the most trustworthy. Sell them some self-defense weapons or supplies, and most people are willing to pay for them. Keep talking. For example, if some merchants cannot sell cheap goods, I will cooperate with them and let them sell them outside at very high prices. Then I will use my identity as Marine to let those merchants sell to civilians at a cheap price. The civilians will believe that this is you got a great bargain, not only will you buy it, but you will also thank me and treat me like a family member. The last time my Bay Pair Kingdom came to me, their specialty mibi was originally only sold for 50 belly. I asked them to mention it to 10,000 belly, and then I sold it for 7,500 belly. It sold out quickly in the surrounding waters. Jackie Rear Admiral looked at Yin flatteringly. So, he is really a talent. Don't dare, don't dare. As long as you let me join Beasts Pirates, I will make money for Lord Kaishu wholeheartedly. Didn't you just say that civilians will trust you because you are a Marine? If you become a pirate, will they still trust you? Of course I will. When the time comes and I apologize publicly and shed a few tears, those civilians will definitely think that I was forced, and they will continue to support me. After all, I am their family member. Yes, unbind Jackie Rear Admiral. Marine has indeed fallen. Gaspard said calmly as he looked at Jackie Rear Admiral who was happily leaving. No, it should be that the world's government is too rotten. Chapter 154. In just one day, all Marine branches in New World were destroyed. The number of Marines who died in the line of duty is at least over 30,000. Such horrific results and bloody killings frightened all the major forces. After knowing that Kaisha made a big fuss in the naval headquarters and fought 4 admiral-level monsters alone, I was even more in awe of the Beasts Pirates. Marines' power in New World has been completely uprooted this time. Ha 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 ha, the hypocritical Marine finally suffered a big loss in the hands of Master Kaishu. How strong is Kaishu? He was able to hold back 4 naval headquarters monsters. The leader of the 4 emperors. The strongest pirate group in the sea, it truly deserves its reputation. Will this cause a large-scale marine invasion to take revenge on New World? The sea is not calm anymore. Although this news is currently only known to the major forces, I believe that the entire sea will be shocked in less than 2 days. All major forces are speculating on Marine's subsequent actions, or whether the world's government will reveal the truth. Watching, waiting, worrying, excited, looking forward to. All forces are waiting for the subsequent development, but no matter what, Kaishu's prestige has reached its peak. Even faintly surpassing the ocean overlord who dominated the entire New World rocks. The beast's pirates made all forces retreat. Even the New World, which was out of control, and the wolves fighting for Whitebeard's territory, would never dare to take a step further. Even if no one is stationed in the beast's pirates' territory now, no one dares to cause trouble. As long as the flag of ghost horns and fangs is hung, no matter whether they are pirates, underground forces, or careerists in the dark world, they all have to behave themselves. Another day dawns on the sea, New World, Roger Pirates. Really, today's young people are really amazing. They actually drove Marine out of New World. Roger took a rare serious sip of wine, looked at Rayleigh and said. Rayleigh nodded seriously and said, yes, even the original rocks didn't do it. Ah ha 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 ha. The sea is interesting like this, isn't it? The next second, Roger regained his optimistic attitude, raised his nose hairs, put his hands on his waist and laughed to the sky. Roger, you idiot, Marine was kicked out of the New World, which means that it will not be so easy for us to go to the world in the future. Do you think that Guy Kaisha will hand over the occupied Marine base to others? Rayleigh knocked Roger on the head unceremoniously and cursed. Hee, it doesn't matter. No one can stop our adventure. Roger didn't care at all, he showed his 8 white teeth and said with a smile. Brothers, there is a party to celebrate Marine's withdrawal from New World. Idiot, what does Marine's withdrawal from New World have to do with us? Don't always find excuses like this to hold banquets. You have almost spent all the treasure we snatched from Big Mom in the past few days. Ah ha 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 ha, right? Let's celebrate getting rid of that crazy BCH from Big Mom. The reason to celebrate is not the point. Ha 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 ha. Oh oh oh. Above the sky, golden lions flying pirates. Gee ha 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 ha. The golden lion was like a roaring lion, looking at the information in his hand and laughing wildly. Kaishu did a great job, driving the cowardly Marine out of New World. Golden Lion's eyes flashed fiercely, he bit his cigar and smiled happily. This reminds Lao Zi of the captain back then, who was really just as lawless. Puff puff. A man in a white coat looked like a clown, and his feet kept making sounds similar to farts. Indigo, what do you want to say? Golden Lion looked at Indigo curiously. Indigo didn't speak, but kept making strange movements with his hands, as if he was performing a mime. Ah, you're saying that Kaisha's sphere of influence is getting bigger and has surpassed us. I really understand. Indigo looked at the Golden Lion in disbelief. Don't worry, Lao Zi is a man who wants to rule the sea from the sky. A mere bit of maritime territory cannot restrict Lao Zi's actions at all. Gee ha 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 ha. Golden Lion's eyes flashed, he bit his cigar, and said with an unruly smile. Let's go. Let's go find Roger. Zero, please ask for flowers. As long as we can reach a cooperation with Roger, New World will belong to Lao Zi sooner or later. Compared to the other 3-4 emperors, the New World Whitebeard Sea area can now be said to be in chaos. In the past, with Whitebeard's intimidation, no one dared to cause trouble, and even those who did would be quickly eliminated. But now, the Whitebeard pirates have nothing to do, and there are pirate groups making trouble or seizing territory everywhere. The pirates are killing each other for territory. One pirate group occupied it in the morning, and it might be replaced by another group in the afternoon. This is not bad, but there are still many pirate groups who only care about treasure and do not care about their territory, which is simply a disaster for the island residents. Not to mention all the treasures were plundered, homes, relatives, and even lives were lost. Pirates who were ruthless and murderous would even massacre villages and towns. Ah, don't, spare my life. Help. Run. Ha ha ha, I still want to escape from Lao Zi's grasp. Young men, let me rob as much as you like. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Oh! Little girl, let's play with uncle instead, hee. Let go. Husband, save me, ah! Captain, there are two beautiful women here, you can enjoy them first. Ha ha ha. On an island in the Whitebeard Sea, a beautiful village is being invaded by pirates. Fires were blazing into the sky, thick smoke was billowing, and the village was filled with the pirates' grins, lewd laughter, and pride. The pleading, despair, pain, and cries of the villagers. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates is burning in the most conspicuous place. Dong! Suddenly, the island moves. Is there an earthquake? The pirates looked around strangely, and the pirate captain walked out of the village room with two ragged women in his arms. I don't know, maybe. A burly pirate man said, but as he spoke, he suddenly stopped, with fearful eyes, a wide mouth, and stared blankly ahead. What's the matter, Elson? The other crew members were surprised. They looked in the direction of Elson's crew. They were all stunned for a moment, with expressions of fear. Chapter 155. That's Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Not good. Whitebeard appears. 4 emperors are coming. There is also the captain of the first team, the captain of the 7th team of the Ipswich Huetabei Lakyo. Am I dreaming? Why are Whitebeard and his captains here? This is obviously not the core area of Whitebeard's territory. Stop talking nonsense and run away. On the main road of the village, a tall and powerful man holding a pheasant, blonde hair, and a white beard that curves upward like a crescent moon on his face slowly walked towards him. It's New World 4 Emperors, Whitebeard. Don't ask how the half-destroyed beard grew back. Ask about the monster's physique, which is not something we can understand. Behind him were 2 squad captains and a group of crew members. How can 990 be? The pirate captain also looked frightened and panicked, while the 2 women around him who had obviously been abused had hope on their faces. Boom! Whitebeard walked under the burning flag and chopped the pheasant on the ground fiercely. A powerful momentum swept around, and everyone could feel the anger of the King of the Sea. The clouds scattered, the atmosphere was stagnant, and the scene was as quiet as a ghost. Cool la 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 la! Whitebeard laughed suppressedly, and then roared, "See, prepare to face Lao Zi's wrath. Kill them all!" Swish! Marco, Jose, and Baista, who had become the official crew members, couldn't wait to kill them. Their faces were cold and they had holy will. No! Spare my life! Do not kill me! I will return all the stolen treasures to you. Oh, please, let us live. When these villagers begged you to let them go, did you let them go? Go to hell! Ah! When the New World was in chaos, the territory of Beast's pirates could be said to be the most peaceful place. No matter how many pirate groups pour into the New World, the Sea of Beasts is always calm. Except for those who come to seek refuge, no one makes trouble. 3 days later. The battle at Kaishu at Naval Headquarters has lasted for 5 days. In the past 2 days, the news that Gai Zhang fought against 4 admiral-level monsters alone at Naval Headquarters and that the Beast's pirates destroyed all branches of Marine New World has spread throughout the sea. Oh my god, all the marine branches in New World have been destroyed. Has New World completely fallen into the hands of pirates? That monster Kaisha can actually fight 4 admiral-level warriors by himself. This time is different from the previous 2 times. In the previous 2 times, I saved people and left. This time, I fought to the death at Naval Headquarters. Yet, in addition to Marine Marshal, Admiral, and Hero Garp, there are so many Vice Admirals and soldiers. Once Kaishu is exhausted, there will be no chance of escape. But 100 Beasts Kaishu can still fight until now. Master Kaishu, you are indeed the strongest. Can't Marine protect us anymore? I want to go to sea, I want to join the Beasts pirates, if I am shortlisted. Marine is nothing more than that, ha ha ha. People in the sea began to panic, pirates in the 4 seas and paradise began to riot, and there were countless men who worshipped Kaishu and went to sea. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Boom. Guy. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Sora. Don't even think about it. Don't underestimate us. In 5 consecutive days of high-intensity fighting, Kaishu was beaten the most times. Even with his physical strength, he was still out of breath. However, compared to Guy's punch, Kong and the others seemed to be breathing more quickly. Although the 4 of them cooperated tacitly and had the upper hand, they did not have Guy's recovery power. The recovery of physical strength could not keep up with the consumption. Kong, let Lao Zi die here. Kaishu punched Kong arrogantly. Bone Fist Meteorite. Buddha Impact. Black Arm Armed Crusher. Boom boom. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the 3 Garps directly hit Kaishu's back, and Kaishu only covered it with a thin layer of haki. Although the energy and blood surged from being beaten, he still ignored it and used the impact of the 3 people to continue punching the air. Kaishu, don't underestimate me. Kong was in a very embarrassed state because Kaishu had been targeting him. However, he still quickly clenched his fist, covered it with top armament haki, and collided with Guy's fist. Bang! Taste! The atmosphere continued to spread shock waves around, flying away all the sand and rocks from the ruins. The waves are surging one after another, and the island is shaking uncontrollably. Kong's head was dripping with sweat. After a stalemate for a while, his legs slowly sank into the ground. It was obvious that he was weak. Garp. Sengoku immediately looked at Garp beside him. Clear. There is no need to say more about the years of tacit understanding. Garp quickly crossed his arms, and Sengoku jumped up and stepped on Garp's arm. Meteor. Big Buddha armed shock wave. With the help of Garp's power, the Golden Buddha appeared beside Kaishu, and the powerful haki blessed the shock wave, hitting Gai Shan's chest with one palm. Boom! A powerful and heavy palm roared in Kaishu's chest, the golden shock wave completely enveloped Kaishu, and the powerful force directly knocked him away. Puff! Kaishu was blown away with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his body was shaking. Even he was a little tired of taking on the attacks of 3 admirals after 5 consecutive days of fighting. In particular, Sengoku's shock wave can pass through the body just like shock fruit. Kaishu, no matter how arrogant you are, there should be a limit. Zephyr caught up with Kaishu at this time, and hit him hard with his black arm. To deal with you Marines, Lao Zi, this is not called arrogance. Kaishu quickly turned around in midair and faced Fa's fist. Stepping on the air under his feet, he punched forward without any fancy, and collided with Zephyr's fist. Boom! Get off Lao Zi! Kaishu's expression was ferocious. The stalemate lasted for less than a second. His fist suddenly exerted force. Zephyr's jaws cracked open and he was knocked directly to the ground. Kaishu, let me impel down and reflect on it. Before Kaishu could take action, Garp's black 3.7 iron fist covered the strong haki and hit Guy's back arbitrarily. Bang bang! There was a metallic collision, and there was an explosion of explosions in the atmosphere. There was a loud bang, and Kaishu hit the ground like a meteorite. A trace of blood flowed from his back, but before Kaishu could get up, the wound was healing quickly and visibly to the naked eye. Hi, hi! Zephyr stood up and panted heavily with a serious expression on his face, which meant Sengoku and Garp could breathe easier. After all, a Zoan fantasy beast has good physical strength and recovery speed. Kaishu has been targeting Kong again. As the strongest one, Garp did not suffer any serious injuries. It is indeed the highest combat power of the world's government. It is really not that easy to deal with you. Kaishu also stood up a little embarrassed, but his momentum became more and more fierce. His fighting spirit did not diminish at all. Then let's see who defeats me first, or Lao Zi kills you first. Chapter 156. Whitebeard is back. This sudden news made all the forces that were originally paying attention to naval headquarters and Kaishu turn their attention. That guy Whitebeard finally showed up. Those pirates and the kingdom are in trouble, and Whitebeard is not dead, so he is eager to bite off a piece of meat. Be prepared to bear the wrath of the strongest man in the world. Quickly, leave the Whitebeard waters quickly. What if Whitebeard comes back? He's just a guy who was defeated by the 100 Beasts guy's punch. How about our Flame Crow pirates? It's just, he's not Lord Kaishu. A guy who lost to Marine still wants to occupy the throne of the four emperors. No. Whitebeard is a real monster. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. Whitebeard, we can't afford to offend that guy. The situation in New World immediately changed drastically. Whitebeard led Marco and others to join his pirate group and launched a bloody massacre. All pirate groups that entered the Whitebeard waters suffered devastating revenge. At this moment, Whitebeard also showed the sea the true strength of a monster at the level of the 420 emperors. No pirate group can be an enemy of one, even the pirate alliance was knocked to the bottom of the sea by one punch. The worst thing was those kingdoms that thought they had strong military power. The entire country, including the islands, was sunk to the bottom of the sea by the angry Whitebeard. In just a few days, hundreds of pirate groups were wiped out, several kingdoms received news from the map, and the death toll reached hundreds of thousands. This killing was even bloodier than when the Beast's pirates occupied all marine branches in the New World. The death toll has exceeded several times. The main reason is that this time there is a kingdom involved. Whitebeard directly wiped out the entire country, the number of people can be imagined. However, there were still some clever pirate groups who escaped. This time, the world was also made aware of the terrifying destructive power of real monsters. Let countless pirate groups and kingdoms understand how powerful the four emperors are. Destroying a pirate group, a country, or even an island is an easy task for the four emperors. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, shows unparalleled strength. Whitebeard was defeated by the beasts, but that doesn't mean he's not strong enough. It's not like other pirate groups can provoke them at will. This also proves the terrifying strength of the beasts' pirates, the leader of the four emperors. As powerful as the Whitebeard pirates, they are no match. On the other side, it was when Whitebeard was stirring up trouble in the New World. The battle between Guy Fist and Naval Headquarters continues. Bang bang! Kaishu, go to hell! Ha 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 ha, kill Lao Zi if you can! Boom boom boom! Underworld Gidug Xiao. Kaishu's body energy and blood began to agitate, his body began to become hot and red mist began to surround him. A pair of curved ghost horns were faintly glowing with the heat of magma, and the veins on his body were protruding one by one. The aura that was originally like a wild beast became even more violent and explosive. This is... Everyone, be careful! Kong and the others were all tense and stared at Guy's fist with all their vigilance. This is the first time I've used this physical technique since it was developed. I don't know if it can kill you. Kaisha showed his interlocking sharp teeth, his eyes were full of bloodthirsty light, but his tone was as if he was talking to a friend. This is a taijutsu developed by Kaisha based on the inspiration of Luffy's second gear. By stimulating the ghost blood in the body, the strength and speed are improved. The teeth became sharp because of the stimulation of the ghost blood, not because of the use of the fruit ability. It's very similar to Luffy's second gear in the comics, but Luffy's squeezing potential consumes life force. Kaishu, on the other hand, has complete control over his body and enters a state of madness in a short time. This requires a certain level of control over the body in order to be able to control every part of the body in detail. Whoosh! Kaishu turned into an afterimage and disappeared, twice as fast as before. The second round of fighting has begun. Kong's pupils dilated, Kaishu's cold voice came from behind him, and he even felt the strong sound of piercing the air. There was no time to react, so I had to use haki defense in a hurry. Boom! Wow! Kong spat out blood and flew out in a perfect parabola, knocking over a pile of ruins and falling into the rubble without being seen. Damn it, Bone Fist Galaxy Impact! Only Garp can seize the gap between Kaishu's attacks, howl and gather thunderous fists, and shine with fearless brilliance. Wolf smashes Kaishu. Garp, stop being so self-righteous. Kaishu's eyes were red, and he turned around very quickly, kicking out like a comet, the colorless top haki, tearing the air apart. Bang bang! Boom boom boom! Violent explosions resounded through the sky, dazzling light spread all around, and the earth continued to collapse, forming a bottomless abyss. Get out of here, Lao Zi! Garp felt pain in his arm, his face turned red and he was kicked out. Kaishu's figure disappeared into a red afterimage and appeared in front of Garp, who was kicked away. Haki kicked him again. Meteor strike! Garp gritted his teeth and used his uninjured left hand, made a fist, and slammed it downwards. He used the impact of the fist light to change his body shape, and was away from Kaishu in the moment when he was lifted up by the air wave. Armed crushing strike! Zephyr's double aura is as black as ink, and his whole body exudes an aura as hard as iron. Just like the justice he believes in is unshakable. Rushing from Kaishu's side, trying to attack Kaishu's back. But before he could get closer, Kaishu's sinister face appeared in front of him. Varied. Zephyr's eyes widened instantly, his face full of shock. Before he could think about it, his domineering fist immediately struck back. Boom! But before Zephyr 643's attack could come, a very fast fist hit his chest. The overbearing power dispersed the surrounding atmosphere, and Zephyr's chest dented, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying into the abyss. Damn it, how could it happen so fast all of a sudden? Garp stared at Kaishu in shock with bloodshot eyes at the corner of his mouth. Boom! Kong tumbled up from the rubble. Doesn't this BD have no limits? Kong also looked ugly. Limit? Aren't limits meant to be broken? Kaishu's natural voice appeared in front of them, and red fist shadows came overwhelmingly. Hateful. Big Buddha shock wave. Steel broken star. Bone fist meteor stone. Kong, Sengoku, and Garp immediately counterattacked, and the shock wave, Haki's fist, and Kaishu's red fist collided in midair. The entire marine fort was shaking, and the sound of explosions coming from the atmosphere was endless. The space seemed to be distorted by the terrifying impact, and cracks like broken glass kept flashing. Stay out of the way! In an earth-shattering collision, Kaishu rushed out from the center of the raging air wave. A dark figure quickly appeared in front of Sengoku, with the sun sleeping on his lower abdomen. Kaka! There were cracks in the golden Buddha, Sengoku's eyeballs bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. It couldn't even maintain the form of the Buddha in midair, and it changed back to its original shape and smashed heavily into the rubble. Chapter 157. Armed and Crushing Strike. Bone Fist Impact. Garp and Zephyr crushed the ground beneath their feet and jumped up with fearless momentum. Surround Kaishu on the left and right, covering a range that Kaishu cannot avoid. This is also the best way to limit Kaishu's speed. Get out of here, Laozi! Kaishu directly grabbed Zephyr's fist, and the powerful Haki collided, causing circles of terrifying air waves to shake the sea. The other dark arm violently clashed with the iron fist, and blazing thunder, lightning, and air waves filled half of the sky. At the center of the explosion collision beneath my feet, a huge circular abyss appeared all around except where Kaishu was standing. Garp, Zephyr, your fists! It's not enough! Garp and Zephyr's eyes widened, and big hands like iron gripped their arms, crossing them forcefully. Then a domineering fist hit them, and they were thrown into the abyss before they had time to react. It's your turn, sir! Kaishu, covered in red mist, smiled cruelly and looked at Kong, who was on guard. Don't underestimate me. I am Martial Marine, a man who suppresses the sea with fearless justice. Kong covered the top armament Haki with both hands and rushed towards Kaishu like a sudden storm. He couldn't avoid Kaishu's speed. In this case, Kong simply gave it a try and used powerful attacks instead of defense. Shua! Boom! Kaishu's red figure rushed out, like an arrow from a string, and kicked Kong's fist, causing waves of air to stir up layers of land. That's all! Kaishu yelled with a ferocious face, and the sudden burst of power made Kong's face turn pale, his arms twisted irregularly, and he was shot out. Shua! Underworld Ghost Nebula! The red figure ejected, caught up with Kong and kicked him into the sky again. Then like a spring, he kicked up, down, left, and right, hitting Kong continuously. Because of the extremely fast speed, from a distance, it looks like a red line ball is forming around Kong. Bang 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 bang! Boom! Sonic booms continued to explode in the air, and blood fell like red petals. Die, Sora! Boom, bang! Kaishu's eyes were red, and his ferocious face showed fanaticism. Finally, he stepped on Kong Kong's lower abdomen with a kick from top to bottom, knocking him directly into the ground. The ground exploded directly, the exploded strata flew all over the sky, and a deep human-shaped hole appeared in the center. Hoo-hoo! Kaisha returned to the ground, and the surface of his body had returned to its original state. He had quit his violent appearance. His breath was a little short, and he kept breathing heavily. Marshal! Marshal Kong! Brother Kong! Is that a lie? Sengoku and the others, who had just been blown away and had no time to rescue, looked towards the direction of the deep cave in horror. Xiao He! Sengoku immediately looked at Staff He. Clear! Staff Officer He nodded with a serious expression, and instantly disappeared from the spot with the word shaving. Kaishu, you must pay the price. Garp took the lead to kill from the ravine and abyss, and the iron fists tearing apart the atmosphere rolled in. Hi! It's just you. Kaishu smiled coldly, turned around and swung out his domineering fist, and Garp's punch force continued to scatter. Kaishu, don't underestimate Marine's justice. Almost in the next second, Zephyr jumped in front of Kaishu, covered in darkness. Haki was so concentrated that the space vibrated. Then don't underestimate Laozi's ambition. Laozi is the beast Kaishu. Kaishu's top armament Haki covered him, turned around and faced him with a shocking punch. Boom! The air wave swept across and exploded, and the shock wave spread uncontrollably. Zephyr retreated continuously, leaving only a plowed mark on the ground. Aha! The figure of Staff Officer He flashed past from a distance. I saw that she was holding a blood-covered Kong in her hands. Her arms were bent irregularly, her chest was sunken, bleeding from 7 holes, her breath was as weak as a gossamer, and she was seriously injured and unconscious. I'm afraid this kind of injury won't last long. Oh, he's not dead yet? He's really tough. Kaisha smiled maliciously. Dong! Buzzing like a big bell. Big Buddha domineering impact great compassion. The golden Buddha clasped his hands together, and dark red thunder and lightning flashed. The huge Buddha palms suddenly slapped Kaishu together, golden light enveloped Kaishu, and powerful shock waves came from all directions. Xia He, take Marshal Kong away quickly. We are here. Don't get in the way. Roar! With a corpse roar from the abyss of death, Kaishu's eyes glowed with green light, a pair of zombie teeth protruded, and his body shrank to about 3 meters at a rapid speed. Endless corpse energy and death energy erupted, and all the shock waves were swallowed up completely. Wherever the air of death passes, flowers and plants wither, devouring the lives of the weak. Quick, get out of here! Run! The further away from here the better. Garp and Zephyr stood up in embarrassment, feeling the chilling breath of death, and shouted orders to Marine behind them. Laozi keeps his word. Since I have used my ability, this battle ends here, but... Kaishu's weakness after the outbreak of ghost blood quickly faded away, and his green eyes flashed with a biting chill. He disappeared in front of Sengoku in an instant, and said to the crane officer. Before leaving, Laozi wants to kill this guy Kong with his own hands. Pang! The speed of Kaishu's beastman form actually produced a strong sonic boom. Danger, Xia He! Staff Officer He had no time to look back. His eyes were focused, and he held the dying Kong in his arms and gritted his teeth. A strong momentum suddenly burst out from his body, and he used the secret of returning life to increase his speed. You can't run away. Kaishu came at a high speed, and behind him seemed to be fire due to friction with the air. Don't even think about it. Garp jumped into the air, knowing that he couldn't catch up with Kaishu now, so he could only punch behind Counselor He with both fists. Niu Zhao Zhao wants to use the terrifying fist light to stop Kaishu, and the air wave set off can make the crane staff faster. But he didn't expect that Kaishu would ignore it and continue to question Counselor He. The jet black fist light, which was enough to break mountains apart, only slowed down Guy's fist speed a bit. After using his abilities, Kaishu's body becomes even more terrifying. Coupled with the strong Haki and Garp's terrifying iron fist, they couldn't even knock him to the ground. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about hurting the marshal. 2 vice admirals rushed over from in front of Staff He with weapons in hand, one on the left and one on the right blocking Kaishu. Go away. Take it. Kaishu turned his hands into claws, and directly crushed the heads of the two vice-admirals under their horrified gazes. Ha 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 ha, die, Sora! Hades' square heavenly halberd. Chirp. The grey square halberd with a destructive aura was shot towards Staff Officer He, and the target was Kong Kong. In her hand. Chapter 158. Damn it, wash and purify the space. The entire area suddenly shone with holy light, and the surrounding air began to become thicker. The light that exuded the aura of death was purified like ice and snow before it reached Staff He. Kaishu also felt that he was in Uzumaki, his physical strength was constantly draining, and the ground under his feet became slippery. This is, Devil Fruit Awakens. Kaishu's eyes flashed. Everything around me changed, and I felt like I was in a rotating washing machine. My physical strength was rapidly draining away, my body was getting soft, and I felt like I was turning into clothes that were fluttering. It's useless. Kaishu's eyes were cold and his whole body was filled with corpse energy. This sticky space area did not have much impact on him. Bubble bondage. Kaishu appeared in front of Counselor He, but his body suddenly froze, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. The whole body was wrapped in bubbles that came from nowhere, and Haki was in pitch black. The bubble that was originally just a bath turned out to be like steel, binding his whole body tightly. Is that the only way? Kaishu looked at Commander He indifferently, grey light burst out from his body, and all the bubbles surrounding his body melted and died. Kaishu kicked Commander He with a kick. The overbearing power and the heart-stopping death energy caused vibrations in the purified space. Give the air to Laozi. Corpse energy enveloped Kaishu's whole body, and level 500 armament Haki covered his right fist. When he hit the Crane Counselor, all the bubbles were blown away. Purify the whole body. Kaishu felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he had the urge to relax and sleep. Roll. Boom, boom. A deafening roar of explosions came from the ground, and the entire space was shattered into pieces, making constant rattling noises. Burst. Pang. Violent roars resounded throughout the world, and fire shot into the sky. All the clouds dispersed, the entire area shook continuously, the sea was turbulent, and the aftermath of the explosion formed a huge tsunami. Who? Officer He panted to protect Kong Kong. With her strength, it was too far-fetched to resist Kaishu. Being able to decisively detonate the entire space at the critical moment and take the opportunity to escape is her limit. A big hand suddenly stretched out from the explosion and grabbed the Kong Kong in Staff He's hand. What? Officer He was so shocked that before she could react, Kong had disappeared in her hands, and Kaishu walked out of the flames unharmed. Let me explain to you here, the so-called detonating space does not actually cause the space to explode, but a regional explosion. Even Admiral cannot break the space, let alone the space collapse and explosion. How can it be? Staff Officer He was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out of his head. He looked at the intact guy's fist in disbelief. Such a terrifying explosion could injure even Kaishu, Commander He was confident. No matter how bad things get, Lu will be in a state of utter disarray, but like now, Lu is completely fine. Not a single hair fell out. How did you do it? Staff Officer He swallowed his saliva and blurted out in disbelief. I have no obligation to answer your questions. Kaishu smiled coldly and raised the Kong Kong in his hand. Compared with those unimportant things, now it's time to send your Marshal Kong on the road. No. Officer He shouted with his eyes wide open and rushed towards Kaishu. Hearing Officer He's anxious shouting, on Marineford, the three Sengoku people who couldn't open their eyes due to the explosion all looked up anxiously and looked into the distance. The battle between Kaishu and Commander Crane was too fast, and the explosion of the washing awakening made it impossible for them to move forward. As for why the washing space can explode, you can understand that there are ingredients in the dishwashing liquid that can cause flames or explosions. Roar! Under the horrified eyes of all Marines, Kaishu's two sharp zombie teeth bit Kong's neck. Marshal Kong! Brother Kong! Marshal! Damn it, Kaishu, UBD, let Marshal Kong go. Kill! When they saw Kong's body shriveling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, all Marines were horrified and angry. Tab. Garp, Jean, Kabite, Guo, and Zephyr ignored their injuries and rushed towards Kaishu with all their strength and gritted their teeth. At this time, no one noticed that the green eyes were getting deeper and changing to dark green. The sky is still sunny and the heat wave is rolling. However, the Marines felt that the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and the area around Guy's fist became even more eerie, terrifying, icy, and cold. A shudder that makes one's hair stand up involuntarily and tremble all over. Let go of Martial Kong. Bone Fist Galaxy Impact. Baitang Great Kindness and Compassion Prajna Palm. Armed and Shattered Tornado. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr attacked Guy from the front and from the left and right sides, who was still drinking blood. The atmosphere buzzed, and powerful oppression swept over. Hee. Kaisha finally raised his head, with a streak of bright red blood at the corner of his mouth, looking ferocious and terrifying. You guys are so inconvenient. Kaisha let go of his hand, and the shriveled Kong fell weakly at his feet. The underworld, the end of death. Oh ho ho. The wails of ghosts and gods came out from the sweeping death aura, and the densely bloody skull faces were filled with resentment, hatred, and anger. Just one look at it will make you involuntarily feel fear. Pumbat. As Kaishu's fists crisscrossed, powerful fist lights and overwhelming skeletons roared towards the three of them. Boom boom boom. Woo, woo. Bang, bang, bang. There were loud noises and an overwhelming shock wave rippled through the air. The island was shaking, and the entire marine fort could hear the screams of resentment. This kind of sound is like a curse on the world before death, which makes people's hair stand on end. Only the three of Sengoku remained firm and unmoved. Shockwave, Iron Fist, and Haki kept defeating the fist-colored skeletons. Guy Punch. The three of them looked anxious, especially since they could no longer hear Kong's heartbeat, and they were even more panicked inside. At this time, Kong, who was already a mummy under Guy's fist, suddenly became plump. The withered body became lean and muscular. Although it was not as muscular as before, it was no longer skinny and bones. Some withered skin, glowing with a metallic luster. Since you are so worried about Kong, let him say hello to you. Kaisha crossed his arms and laughed evilly. Tread. Kong, who was covered in scars, jumped up and opened his eyes. A pair of dark July pupils appeared without the whites of his eyes. They were not human eyes at all, and there was no trace of emotion in the pupils. Deadly silence and darkness. 17. Sengoku and the others' minds went blank for a moment, and they stared blankly at Kong, unwilling to believe their eyes. How could, Martial Kong? Chapter 159. Kaishu, UBD, what did you do to Brother Kong? Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Guy to punch him. Then he took a sad look at Kong, who was no longer human and had lost his vitality. Kong died like this. That's their Marines Martial Dash. The person who suppressed the sea earlier than Sengoku, Garp, and others. Marines mainstay, Optimus Prime. Martial, who has been supporting and helping Sengoku since he joined Marine. What was done to him? Ha, isn't it obvious? Just killing an old guy. Then he turned him into Laozi's toy. Kaishu said casually, not taking the identity of Martial Kong Marine seriously at all. If Martial Marine is killed, what kind of reaction will the world's governments have? Will it be a desperate revenge? Kaishu doesn't care about these. If you have the ability, just come. Although Kaishu cannot suppress everything now, he can fear nothing. Kaishu, I must kill you. Sengoku was not the only one who was angry. Garp, who had always been carefree, was now filled with murderous intent. The whole body is covered with extremely rich haki, like a black man. King Kong rushed over with angry eyes and heavy artillery. But Shua! Kong appeared in front of Garp. Looking at his marshal, even though he knew that Kong was dead, he was now just a puppet controlled by his opponent. Garp still couldn't throw a heavy punch, so he could only retreat unwillingly. Guy, you! Garp glared and gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were even more furious. I feel much better after killing this old guy Kong. If you have any dissatisfaction, Laozi will wait for you in New World. Kaishu ignored the angry and hateful looks from Garp and the others. With a wave of his hand, his and Kong's bodies jumped into the air and quickly disappeared into the sky. Although Sengoku and the others can catch up with Kaishu, do they dare to stop Kaishu? None of the four of them can take down Kaishu without his abilities. After using his abilities, they are even more unable to deal with it. What's more, if the fight continues, if the world's government does not support them, they may all die. What a monster! Zephyr clenched his fists and muttered to himself unwillingly. Everyone says that Marine Admiral is as cool as a monster. But after seeing Kaishu's power, Zephyr thought, who dares to call Kaishu a monster in front of him? Sora, brother! Sengoku covered his eyes, tears streaming down uncontrollably, and Counselor he also covered his face and cried. Although Zephyr does not have such a deep relationship with Kong, he still looks lonely, sad and resentful. Sengoku, now is not the time to be sad. No one expected that Garp, who was usually the most unruly, would be the first to stand up and calm the morale of the army. The sea is going to be in chaos. Zephyr's face was solemn. He could imagine what kind of riot Dahlia would have when he knew the news. We all underestimated that monster Kaishu. They didn't expect that it was just an action against the Whitebeard pirates. They wanted to disrupt the peaceful New World and change the pattern of the New World. Marine would have the opportunity to develop the power of the New World. There will be a counterattack from Kaishu. Unexpectedly, just a few years have passed, and it has become even more terrifying. He didn't have time to tell them about the situation of the New World branch. When they find out, they may regret their decision. To prepare for the Marine Supreme meeting, I will go to the Holy Land Marie Joyce tomorrow. Sengoku suppressed his sadness, forced himself to calm down and ordered. On the other side, Kaishu, who left naval headquarters, was in no hurry to return to the New World. Instead, he robbed a pirate ship and headed to the Four Seas. Sengoku, what did you say? Say it again. Holy Land Marie Joyce. One by one, the calm five elders yelled at Sengoku angrily. All five of them had incredible expressions on their faces. Marshal Kong died in battle. Sengoku lowered his head sadly and said, he already knew about the situation in New World. Of course, the world government already knew about it when they fought Kaishu. How can it be? Shepherd 10 Peter said in an unbelievable tone, with you, Garp, Zephyr, and Sora, how can we not win a Kai? Sora actually died in battle. Although I really don't want to admit it. Jean said unwillingly, that monster Kaishu is indeed terrifyingly strong. You can fight us for 5 days and 5 nights with only Taijutsu and Haki without using the fruit ability. 0 Please ask for flowers. Although we have the advantage, any attack is useless against his body. He also mastered a physical technique that greatly increased his strength. Marshal Kong was careless and was seriously injured by him. After using the fruit's ability, there is nothing we can do against him, Marshal Kong. Speaking of this, Sengoku spoke in a low tone. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, he killed me directly and forcefully. And he also turned the dead Marshal Kong into a puppet. After Sengoku finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the five elders' office, and everyone fell into silence. The amount of information Sengoku reported was so overwhelming that they couldn't accept it for a while. One person, without using any abilities, can actually defeat 4 admiral-level experts. 0. And there are ways to increase your strength dramatically. Using the fruit's ability, he was able to make Sengoku and the others helpless and kill Kong in front of them. Does such a monster really exist in the world? How should the world government deal with such a monster? That guy Kaishu is already so strong. I'm afraid it's already on par with the original Rox. Marcus Mazishung said with emotion. Rox has the record of fighting several admirals alone and killing 1 or 2 of them. But it seems that Kaishu is more difficult to deal with than Rox. After all, Rox can be killed by his numerical advantage, but Kaishu, a monster, is difficult to kill. You go back first, Sengoku, and rebuild the naval headquarters first. Saint Jagalusha Satan said to Sengoku, obviously he did not want Sengoku to hear the next words. Then I'll resign. Sengoku left wisely. He did have a lot of things that didn't need to be dealt with. Kong is dead, and now Marine's affairs are all on him. After Sengoku left, the office fell into a brief silence, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing for a while. Topman Wachulai, who was wearing a dark green suit, had a bald head, had a figure-8 beard, and had a Madara birthmark on his forehead, was the first to break the silence. According to what Sengoku said, Kaishu, even if Marine and CPO join forces, they won't be able to deal with him. Shepherd Peter hesitated and said, I'm afraid I can only ask, I'm, too. Chapter 160. Shepherd 10 Peter said hesitantly, I'm afraid I can only ask. I'm. No. 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 But before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by the other 5 elders. This little thing will alarm the Lord. Do you want the Lord to know how incompetent I am? Wearing a kimono and holding a first-generation kaititsu, Izambulan v Nasu Shiro said in displeasure. Yes, no matter how powerful he is just a pirate. Even if the government cannot suppress him now, there is no need to be afraid of him. Marcus Massa nodded in agreement. Isn't Rox the same as Kaisha back then? Even Marine couldn't do anything to him, and even suppressed him in the previous era. But now, it's different that he died in the sea. No matter how arrogant the pirates are, only 987 can be arrogant for a while. After a few decades, they will end up like rocks. The government of our world is the one that will stand firm. Saint Jago Lucia Satan said calmly, this comes from the confidence of the world government that has stood for 800 years. In the past 800 years, there have been too many arrogant pirates, but in the end they were just short-lived. The one who rules the sea is always the world government. This is also the reason why even if Rox unified the new world, the world's government did not send out hidden forces to destroy it. Because as long as a few decades pass, Rox will naturally weaken. There is no need to consume Celestial Dragon's heritage. If Rox hadn't been so ambitious, he would have directly attacked Celestial Dragon's Valley of the Gods. I'm afraid it won't be destroyed. Is that all? Shepherd 10 Peter asked. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. What you just said is right, except for adults, it is really difficult for us to deal with Guy Yi at the moment. Instead of spending energy on him, it is better to eradicate Dalag's revolutionary army first. They are the ZF's most serious problem. Yes, fighting Kaishu to the death will not only strain the government, but also allow the revolutionary army to take the opportunity to grow stronger. The most important thing is, we can't kill Shi. Saint Izanbalan v Nashulang said in a serious tone. Unless Kaishu dies, even if his power is destroyed, it will have no effect. On the contrary, it will anger a monster that cannot be killed and has no worries. Moreover, with Kaishu's current power, even if they use their secrets, they will definitely suffer heavy damage. What will the Revolutionary Army do then? You must know that although the Revolutionary Army was established only a few years ago, the ideas of freedom and equality have gradually spread like wildfire. This is the biggest threat. Pirates, no matter how powerful they are, can hardly threaten the dominance of the world government. Force can only be strong for a while. But once thoughts and beliefs spread, there will be endless troubles. Let him be rampant in the new world for a while. When his strength declines, the ZF can enter the new world again at any time. What about the empty seats? Let Sengoku take over. Then recruit troops from around the world to replenish the marine force as soon as possible. Good. Agree. But like this, the ZF's power. Let Marine use all its strength to attack pirates in the Four Seas and Paradise, and then report it in a big way. That's right. In this way, our control over the world and the Paradise will be further strengthened. South Blue, a pirate ship is riding the wind and waves. Kaisha was lying comfortably on a huge lounge chair, wearing sunglasses, and was extremely comfortable. A group of pirates who were originally vicious were now driving the pirate ship fearfully. From time to time he looked at Kaishu and the shriveled and stiff body on the deck, his eyes full of fear. Each one was careful and peed like a grandson. The weather is still good all over the world, and you don't have to worry about sudden storms when you sleep. Kaisha stretched out comfortably and looked at the blue sea casually, feeling extremely comfortable. I train my body every day, and I haven't been so relaxed for a long time. As for why Kaisha came to South Blue? That's because he received information that there were traces of the fortress fruit on South Blue's Silicorny Island. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so Kaisha stopped by and treated it as a holiday for himself. It stands to reason that the fortified city fruit is not very strong, and it is not worth attracting Kaisha's attention at all, let alone taking action personally. But, for a time traveler, who can refuse a space ring? Fortress fruit plus ring equals space ring. Nothing wrong. As for how to make objects have devil fruit abilities? This is not something Kaisha should consider. 0. Isn't Quinn a scientist? He also worked with Vegapunk on MADS. They once teamed up to discover the blood factor known as the life design map. This little invention should not be a problem for him. After all, there must be inspiration behind the punch. If Quinn can't do it, Kaisha will let him know whether the Brachiosaurus meat tastes strong or not. Bang! Just as Kaisha was enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze, the roar of a cannon broke the tranquility here. The shell explosion sounded on the side and rear of the ship, causing a huge splash of water. Sir, it's not good. There are pirates. A pirate said tremblingly. Pirates are pirates. Aren't you pirates? Just kill each other. Kaisha said calmly without raising his eyelids. But, both the captain and the deputy captain were killed by you, my lord. The opposite side is Bartholomew Bear, the thug who has a bounty of 17 million Baileys. We are no match at all. The pirate said with a cry of grievance. Who did you just say? Thug Bartholomew Bear. Do you have devil fruit powers? Yes. I heard that he is a person with paramecia meatball fruit ability. Lean closer. Yes. 3.9. Seeing the pirate's hesitation, Guy glanced at him calmly. Just this look immediately made the pirate feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was trembling. Sir, let's get over here. The pirate only felt shrouded in a haze of death. After reacting, he stammered loudly. These little pirates from all over the world don't pay much attention to the monsters in the New World. After all, that level is too far away from them. Even if I occasionally see reports about New World, I won't remember that much and forget them soon. That's why when Kaisha boarded the ship, their captain spoke so loudly. These pirates only knew that Kaisha was very strong and killed their captain and deputy captain. As for who it is, they don't know. Chapter 161. Wow! On the endless sea, two pirate ships were heading toward each other, approaching quickly. Boss, the Mastiff pirates are coming to us. A pirate wearing a sailor suit observed with a telescope for a while, then turned his head. He shouted to a young man who was 3 meters tall, wearing rimless glasses, brown gloves on his hands, and holding a book. Really? It seems they also want to travel. Young Bartholomew Big Bear looked up at the approaching pirate ship and said indifferently. Ha, the captain is right. The Mastiff Carry, whose bounty is only 5 million Baileys, didn't run away when he saw us, the Big Bear pirates, and came up to him? He's really looking for death. That's right. The boss is a big pirate with a bounty of 17 million Baileys. Stop firing, don't damage the treasure on the ship. Lean directly over. The crew members laughed. 21 They were very confident in their captain. On the contrary, the still immature bear was very calm and had an unruffled look on his face. Soon, 2 pirate ships approached. But what surprised everyone in the Big Bear pirates was that there was no movement on the opposite side of the Mastiff pirates, and it was unusually quiet. What happened? There's no movement at all. Is it a trap? Then shall we go there? Such unusual silence actually made this group of pirates, armed with weapons and well prepared, hesitate for a moment. Tap tap. At this time, there was movement from the Mastiff pirates. I saw a thin-looking pirate, followed by a tall man with a shriveled face, walking to the contact position. Hey, which one of you is Bartholomew Big Bear? If you want to see me, come here quickly. The thin pirate took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to shout God tier. What did you say? Are you actually talking to our captain like that? But just a member of the Mastiff Pirates wants to call our boss over. Who do you think you are? Lao Zi will go over and chop you right now. Upon hearing the thin pirate's words, the crew of the Big Bear pirates immediately yelled and cursed. People appeared on the pirate ship opposite, but they were not afraid anymore. Quiet! Xiangbo calmly spoke. The noisy crew members shut up in an instant, and a trace of fear flashed in many people's eyes. Although their captain is only a teenager, he seems to be quite introverted and not very talkative. But in fact he is a very indifferent person who regards human life as nothing. They had seen with their own eyes that the expression on the young captain's face barely changed when he slaughtered an entire ship of pirates. The bear ignored the crew and looked across. To be precise, looking behind the thin pirate. Kong Kong! He could feel the pressure coming from that person. Especially when he saw those pair of lifeless and dark eyes, he could not help but feel a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. It's like looking into the eyes of death. Very strong. Terribly strong. This is the most intuitive feeling of a bear. After thinking quietly for a while, the bear took off his gloves and patted himself. Ah! The thin pirate looked at the tall bear that suddenly appeared in front of him and was startled. Who wants to see me? Xiang asked calmly, but his eyes under his glasses kept looking at Kong Kong warily. Without even sparing a glance, the thin pirate was already sitting on the ground. Please, please come with me. The thin pirate stood up, trembling and respectfully leading the way. Kong Kong, staring at the bear with empty eyes. Seeing this, the bear hesitated for less than 3 seconds and then followed. Kong Kong followed the bear. Soon, on the deck ahead, he saw a tall and burly man with a long, curved head and double horns lying on a huge recliner. Just one glance made the bear tremble all over and his pupils dilated. My lord, Bartholomew Bear is here. The thin pirate said humbly. Kaisha waved his hand indifferently, and all the pirates on the deck immediately retreated sensibly. You seem to know me. How could Xiang's every move be hidden from Lu? The leader of the 4 emperors who trembled in the sea, the famous captain of the beasts pirates, Master Kaishu, there is no one on the sea who does not know him. Xiang said respectfully. He didn't expect that he could actually see the legendary Sili in this place. Interesting. If you know it's me, aren't you afraid that Lao Zi will kill you? Kaisha grinned and suddenly changed the topic. The cold killing instantly caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The bear could not help but stand on end, and every cell in its body sent out danger signals. The body trembled unconsciously, and a breath of death enveloped the whole body. Gudong! The bear swallowed his saliva and looked at Gai Peng in fear. Is this the 4 emperors' 100 beasts Kaishu? Just releasing a part of the murderous aura will make you unable to move your hands and feet 110. No. No, if Master Kaishu wants to kill me, there is no need to let me in. Xiang suppressed the fear in his heart, and a nervous expression appeared on his usually calm face. Ha 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 ha. Good. Kaishu regained his murderous intent and smiled with satisfaction. Being able to speak calmly amidst his murderous aura is beyond the ability of ordinary people to endure. Even the pirates who have a bounty of tens of millions in the paradise will be so holy that they can't speak. He is indeed the future tyrant bear. Hi! The murderous aura dissipated, and the bear felt relaxed all over. Only then did he realize that his back was already soaked. Bartholomew Bear, do you want to join Lao Zi's pirate group? Get up! Although Kaisha was asking, anyone could tell that there was no refusal in his tone. Xiang was shocked. He didn't expect Kaisha to invite him to join. But at this time, he was no longer allowed to think about it slowly. It is an honor to join Lord Kaisha's beasts pirates. The bear nodded immediately, then gritted his teeth and said, But... Huh? But what? Chapter 162. But I would like to ask your excellency to help the Salbi kingdom. This year's heavenly gold has not been collected yet. Xiang Gubo's calm face showed a sad look, and he quickly explained to Kaishu. In fact, it is very simple to say. The kingdom of Sorbi is one of the world's franchised countries, but it is a poor country. As a member of the royal family, Xiong had to go to the mountains to cut firewood by himself when he was a child. When he was 10 years old, he inherited the throne and truly realized the suffering of this country. Every year, the entire kingdom simply cannot make ends meet due to the amount of gold from the sky, and a large number of civilians starve to death for this. But if the heavenly gold is not paid on time, the Sorbet kingdom will face greater disaster. For this reason, Xiong deliberately implemented tyranny in the kingdom, and was eventually expelled to embark on the path of pirates. Just to draw a clear line with the Sorbet kingdom. In this way, no matter what crimes he commits on the sea, the kingdom of Sorbet will not be held accountable by the world government. In order for the kingdom of Sorbet to offer the heavenly gold on time, the citizens would not starve to death. Bears are robbing the sea. My dream is that everyone will no longer be oppressed and can live freely. The bear slowly told Kaishu his dream. Kaishu shook his head. Xiong's dream was too idealistic and unrealistic. Even if they are not oppressed by the celestial dragons, there are still kings and nobles. As long as humans still exist, there will be no so-called equality. The people at the top oppress the people at the bottom, and this kind of thing can never be avoided. Unless everyone falls into infinite Tsukuyomi, that's pretty much it. Ahem, that's a bit off. However, this may be the reason why Xiong Hui joined the Revolutionary Army in the original work and sacrificed himself without hesitation. Because the idea of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the celestial dragons and achieve freedom for all. This coincides with the bear's dream. Even if we collect this year's heavenly gold, what about next year's? Kaishu asked calmly. This. As long as the celestial dragons exist, the world government will exist. It will never be finished until it is gold-plated. There is only one way to avoid being oppressed by the celestial dragons. Kaishu said with a seductive tone. What can I do? Xiong asked with hope in his eyes. Launch an unprecedented war, bring down the celestial dragons from the altar, and overthrow the world government. Kaishu opened his hands, eyes flashing with ambition, and said enthusiastically. The bear's pupils opened, and he was shocked inside. Overthrow the world ZF. Bring down the world's noble celestial dragons. Such an idea is deviant for people on the sea. For 800 years, the rule of the world government and the celestial dragons has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The bear had never had such an idea. However, Kaishu's words were uncontrollable in his heart. Yes. If you don't want to be oppressed, then overthrow the oppressors. Is really okay. Xiong swallowed, but a fire surged in his heart. Kaishu saw strong faith in the bear's eyes. Even if Kaishu gives him a negative answer at this time, I'm afraid Xiong will not give up and will use all means to achieve it. Of course. Laozi is the man who wants to overturn the world. How about it? Do you want to follow Laozi and fight against the world? Kaishu opened his mouth and smiled boldly and confidently. Of course, Captain. As long as I can overthrow this corrupt world, I am willing to follow the captain to the death. Xiong said extremely firmly. Ha 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 ha. Then try your best to keep up with Laozi. Yes. At the same time, Marineford's battle, as it fermented in a few days, spread throughout the sea. Everyone was shocked by the news above, a blow to the head. Marshal Marine Kong Kong died in battle. No. No way. How could such a thing happen? Kaishu. 1 against 4 is an exaggeration. How could he kill Marshal Marine? This can't be false news. Even Marshal Marine has been killed. Who else in this world can protect us? Who else can stop the beasts? Long live Lord Kaishu. Lord Kaishu is indeed the strongest being, even Marshal Marine was killed. It's over. It's all over. Even Marshal Kong has been killed. Is the world going to fall? Ha ha ha, the world's ZF and Marine are nothing more than this. Marine is no match for Lord Kaishu. The sea was completely boiling. Compared with the destruction of the Marine branch, the death of Kong shocked the people even more. And the careerists and pirates caused a carnival. Kong's death in battle has greatly reduced the prestige of Marine and the world's government. Not to mention the New World, the Four Seas and Paradise also triggered a craze for going to sea. Countless men who worshipped Kaisha rushed to the sea. Because Marine's intimidation was reduced to the extreme, chaos began to spread, and pirates from all over the world and the paradise began to move. Many pirates even imitated Kaishu and attacked the marine branch, hoping to gain fame in one step. Chaos, fear, excitement, despair, ambition. Roger Pirates, the ORL Jackson. Instead of the usual bustle of joy, the boat was unusually quiet. Captain Roger looked at the newspaper in his hand with a serious face, and the expression on his face was unpredictable. Kaisha was able to kill Kong when 1 was against 4. Vice Captain Rayleigh, holding a cigarette between his fingers, said slowly with deep shock in his eyes. That monster is stronger. Roger nodded solemnly. Not only did he attack all marine branches in New World, but he also killed Sora. Because of him, the sea went into complete riot. Damn it! Roger had an angry expression, and with a little force in his hand, he grabbed the folds of the newspaper and cursed bitterly. The balance of power in the Great Sea is what Roger wants to see the most, but now. Needless to say, the New World can be said to be extremely chaotic. Dozens of pirate groups are wiped out every day, and the number of deaths is countless. Except for Kaisha's Sea of Beasts, the other 4 emperors were more or less attacked. Whitebeard's territory includes many sea areas, and they are always stained red with blood. Shii and Paradise, because of Kaisha's actions, also experienced a lot of turmoil, and there were many situations where pirates attacked the branch. But Marine has promoted Sengoku to Marine Marshal and is recruiting troops on a large scale around the world. I believe the sea will soon regain its balance. Rayleigh looked at the recruitment news announced by Marine and said calmly. I wonder if the world government will attack New World this time to take revenge on the Beast's pirates. Roger sighed and looked in the direction of the sea. It seems that I have seen a chaotic and bloody scene. Chapter 163. A few days later, as all the forces in the sea were waiting eagerly, the imagined massive revenge of the world's ZF did not happen. The world government acted as if nothing had happened, and there was no movement at all. Even the lost marine branch of New World is not ready to be recaptured. How does this look like the world's ZF that has always been domineering and authoritarian? Have Marine and ZF given in? No way, Marshal Marine was killed, the marine branch was destroyed, and you still endured it like this. Is even the world's government afraid of 100 Beasts Kaishu? Haha, I knew that Master Kaishu is the strongest. It seems that the world's governments are nothing more than this. Marine is still recruiting? Laozi doesn't want to be a Marine. That's right. I'm going to New World to follow Master Kaishu. Ha 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 ha. The pirates began to become more arrogant because of the attitude of the world government. From time to time, the Marine transport team and branch would be attacked. However, Marine soon made these naive guys pay the price, and all pirate groups who provoked and caused trouble were annihilated. Without exception. Marine uses its strength to tell the world that even if New World is lost, Marine is still the overlord of the sea. With Marine's suppression, the riots in the world gradually calmed down. Although there were still many people going to sea, they no longer dared to provoke Marine. The situation in the park is a little worse, but you don't have to guard New World anymore. Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral are active in the park more frequently. I believe it will not take long to stabilize the situation. Sengoku was also promoted to the new Marshal Marine. It's just that this time, it is the smallest momentum since Marine took over the position of Marshal. The newspaper coverage was less than half that of Guy. Almost as much as Whitebeard's bloodbath and world recruitment. Grand Line, the port of an island. Get out of the way. A tall man with bulging muscles, wearing a standard captain's uniform, with a long knife and a pistol on his waist, shouted loudly. Opposite him was a young man with a resolute face, wearing a hat and carrying a big knife, looking at the strong man with cold eyes. Jaeli, I heard that you went to sea to become a pirate. The young man looked at the strong man solemnly, exuding a fierce aura. That's right. A strong man named Chekli came out of the White Fang and said with a proud smile, now even Marshal Marine has been killed by Lord Kaishu of the 100 Beasts. Marine is clearly on its last legs. It's time for us to realize our ambitions. Look, just a few days after Laozi went to sea, he already had more than a dozen men, robbed 2 merchant ships, and gained millions of belly. Having said this, Chekli's eyes became more and more greedy. He looked at the young man and said loudly, "Sakazuki, for the sake of drinking before, how about it? Do you want to come to Laozi's boat? Become my right-hand man and go to the New World to take refuge with Master Kaishu. That way, we will have inexhaustible treasure." The more Ji Li talked, the crazier he became, especially when he mentioned Kaishu. His eyes were filled with admiration. He didn't even notice that Sakazuki's expression on the opposite side was terrifyingly gloomy. "Chekli, you used to be a pirate hunter, why do you want to become an evil pirate now?" Sakazuki raised his head and asked coldly. The tone was full of anger and questioning. They met Chekli when he was destroying a pirate group. "I thought they were like-minded friends. Unexpectedly, 2 days ago, I overheard that Chekli had become a pirate who did all kinds of evil." Unwilling to believe it, Sakazuki immediately asked along the way and came over, blocking him here. "Ha ha ha, needless to say, how can a pirate hunter make money like a pirate? What Laozi wants is treasure and to become the richest man. As long as there is treasure, the world will have whatever it wants and become a human zone. This is what Laozi has always dreamed of." Chekli looked excited and said with a smile. Sakazuki looked at Chekli, who looked crazy and his eyes were full of greed, and closed his eyes. When he opened it again, his face was already indifferent. Sakazuki's eyes were cold and stern, and he slowly pulled out the sword from his back. "Oh? Are you going to take Laozi's head to collect the reward? What a pity! I thought you would join me, but you turned out to be a stupid guy." Seeing Sakazuki draw his sword, Chekli smiled coldly and his body changed rapidly. "Although I wasn't your opponent before, you didn't expect it, Sakazuki. Laozi is now a capable person." Chek's body swelled, with Madara dots, sharp claws, and fangs appearing on his body. Zoan cat fruit leopard form. "You are definitely no match for Laozi now. You have no idea how powerful Zoan users are. My physical skills are much stronger than before." Chang. Pug. Chek Ligong transformed into a beastman form, his momentum was high, and he proudly showed off to Sakazuki. But before he finished speaking, Sakazuki disappeared in front of him. The dazzling sword light flashed past, and Sakazuki appeared behind him. Jaeli felt like the world was spinning for a while, and Yuanran saw his body that had not fallen down yet. Gilu gilu. As Jaeli's head, full of confusion and unwillingness, fell, blood shot out from his standing neck. Chiang. There was no trace of bloodline on Sakazuki's long sword, and she sheathed it with an indifferent expression. "I have killed at least 10 people with abilities like you." Without looking at the headless body that fell behind him, Sakazuki walked toward the pirate ship with murderous intent. There are more than a dozen pirates up there. Although none of them have a bounty on their head, as long as they become pirates, they will only die. I do not know how long it has been. Sakazuki leaned quietly on the railing, carefully wiping the long knife in his hand. Blood has turned a handkerchief red, and the deck is covered with corpses and bloodline. The strong smell of blood permeated the surroundings. Beasts pirates, Kaishu. It's all because of him that there are so many bastards in the sea. Justice will not be defeated. I, Sakazuki, will punish the evil in the sea with absolute justice. Sakazuki looked at the sea and thought with firm eyes. Then, sheathed the sword. Facing the rising sun, heading towards the Marine Recruitment Office. The gears of fate are turning again. What waves will appear in the pattern of the sea? Chapter 164. North Blue, West Kexili. The Marine 199 branch base is already overcrowded. As far as the eye can see, there are crowds of people everywhere. Kuyi, are there many people? Among the crowd, a man wearing a hat, looking a little wretched, with a crooked mouth and a strange accent looked around. At this time, on the high platform on one side of the recruitment office, 3 men looked at the lively scene below and laughed happily. Are these all soldiers? That's right, our branch officially started recruiting troops in accordance with the order of the headquarters. No, when people from nearby towns heard the news, they all rushed over to apply. I didn't expect that so many people would be willing to join the Marines. I thought it would be difficult to recruit soldiers. Sure enough, everyone still believes in justice. Ensign glanced around and roughly estimated that there were at least more than 500 people queuing up at the recruitment office. However, he found that most of the people who applied were young. Kiahahaha, because I told them that if they join Marine, they can have enough to eat and their families will have the opportunity to move to the island. The colonel, the highest ranking among the three, explained with a proud smile. Can you eat enough? Ensign was startled. Sir, you are so generous. Other branches do not have such good conditions. No wonder they are so enthusiastic about enlisting in the army. It is really an honor for me to join branch 199. Ensign looked at the colonel wearing gold-rimmed glasses with admiration, who was also the top officer of the 199th branch. The major next to the colonel gave Ensign a strange look and said, "What's the point? It's just an opportunity." Then, what? Ensign was about to praise him when he suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at the major in confusion. The major glanced at the colonel flatteringly and said triumphantly, "This is the strategy we adults have in mind. When the time comes, we will give the recruits who join the army a chance to draw lots. Only if you win the lottery will you have the opportunity to serve as a soldier and your family can live on the island. But drawing lots is not free. You have to recharge. The more you recharge, the higher the probability. In this way, we can earn a lot of military expenses." Ensign looked at the two people dumbfounded and said with difficulty, "Isn't Hikei's conscription an order from the headquarters? How can we charge their fees?" "Ensign, this is all about raising funds for justice. We have to fight against evil pirates. How can we train soldiers without funds? Besides, we at Marine are protecting them and we should pay some money. That's why they send their children to be soldiers. After all, children's money is the best to earn." The colonel pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said matter-of-factly, "That's right. Our commander Fujima, but the younger brother of Jackma Vice Admiral in our headquarters, who would cause trouble for us." The major flattered Colonel Fujima and said with a flattering smile. Fujima looked at the many young faces below, smiled proudly, and said, "We will arrange a fast application channel. There is no need to queue up, as long as you are willing to donate a sum of money to Justice City." "Yes, sir, I'll make arrangements right away." The major heard the order and went down immediately. Soon, some people took out their money to apply for Marine as soon as possible. Because ordinary civilians know that in today's chaotic sea, only the vicinity of Marine base is a safer place. It's really good it's still like this. The wretched-looking young man wearing a hat glanced at the high platform where the colonel was sitting and silently backed away. It was obvious that he had observation haki and heard the conversation between the three. He didn't blow the whistle, and he didn't choose not to join Marine anymore. "Instead, I changed a branch and went to Marine. The name of the wretched-looking young man is Porisalino. He has been wandering, he has seen cruel pirates, and also encountered various Marines. Justice, toughness, hypocrisy, cruelty. Porisalino has seen people with all kinds of personalities in the sea, and he has been impulsive before, but sometimes he was helpless. This gradually led him to believe in ambiguous justice. Kaishu didn't know that because of his reasons, Marine recruited troops in advance. Sakazuki and Porisalino both became Marines a few years earlier than in the original novel. But even if he knew, Kaishu wouldn't care. "Please give me flowers." At this time, he was already on his way back to Wanakuni. The pirate ship travels through the calm belt so that it can return to the New World in the shortest time. Although calm belt is said to rely on wind power for sailing, pirates can row oars. As for those countless sea kings, check out Guy Boxing's Top Conqueror's Haki. Even just releasing the death energy made the sea kings so frightened that they dived deep into the seabed to avoid it. Hoo 1196. 1197. 1198. F. On the deck, the bear wore a gravity bracelet on his wrist and several dumbbells on his back. 0. He was sweating profusely doing push-ups. The clothes on his body were already wet, and there was a pool of water stains on the deck. Faster! Are you playing house? It's only 5 times gravity. If you don't do 5,000 push-ups before lunch, you won't even think about eating today. Kaishu took a comfortable sip of the cold drink, looked at the sweating bear, and scolded him. Yes. The bear was not dissatisfied at all, he agreed and his arms began to speed up. However, there is nothing sloppy or substandard about his movements. Bang! Just when Xiong reached 2,000 push-ups, another barbell pressed on his back. The sudden weight almost knocked him down. Fortunately, Xiong gritted his teeth, straightened his arms, and continued to exercise meticulously. Kaishu withdrew his telekinesis, lay on the chair leisurely and read the newspaper. On the table where he placed the drinks, in addition to the drink fruit plate, there was also a devil fruit. It is the goal of Kaishu's visit to South Blue this time, the fruit of the strong city. Xiong is currently 15 years old, 2 years older than Bullet and the same age as Yin. But the gap in strength between him and the two is not that big now. The bear currently only has the strength of Rear Admiral. In the whole world, this is already a genius. If it weren't for Kaishu's careful training and the accumulation of countless resources, Bullet and Yin would not be much stronger than the bears at this time. This is the importance of resources. Today, Kaishu is vigorously cultivating bears. Chapter 165. While Marine was busy suppressing riots and recruiting troops from all over the world, Whitebeard calmed the seas. The Beast's pirates are holding a grand party. Within half a month, Kaishu and other major cotters gathered on Ghost Island. Ha ha ha, cheers! Cheers! Bullet, didn't I say you can't drink yet? Humph, how can any pirate hold a banquet with juice? Ha 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 ha, Hui calls you not grown up yet. Hateful! Captain, you actually killed this guy. You are so handsome. I give you a toast. A hole, that piece of meat is mine. Hoo ho ho, let me dance. Mihawk, don't sit there alone, come and drink, juice. Xiong, it's a party now, stop reading. Cheers everyone. 083 Captain, now we have more brats in our pirate group. A hole, Waldo, who do you think is the ghost? That's right. He's just a few years older than us. He has the ability to challenge us. I also want to see how far my current swordsmanship is from catastrophe. If I go on a trip, I can also participate. Waldo, now you're in trouble. Ha 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 ha. The whole island was in carnival, and the palace was buzzing with people. Gaspard and Waldo were arm in arm smoking, while Yin and Bullet were taunting each other like cock-fighting cocks. Jun, Nakato, and several female crew members were sitting together, smiling and not knowing what they were talking about. Quinn stood in the middle of the hall, dancing dynamic dance steps in a fiery atmosphere. Kaisha was drinking with Ching Chiao, Gay Menho, and Vunan. Xiong and Mihawk hit it off immediately and sat there quietly chatting and drinking fruit sweat. Hissing. Drink. Gaimanyo, you still have the nerve to laugh. I heard that of all the offensive branch teams, you were the only one who let the base commander run away. Big Bear King, are you fighting? Gaimanyo, who was in high spirits, lost his mood when he was ridiculed by the Big Bear King. Gudong Big Bear King, don't say that, Gaimanyo has killed several Rear Admiral members. Garam said while holding the wine barrel. You don't want to fight at the captain's banquet. Snort. By the way, where has Boss Kaido gone? Why hasn't he come back yet? Garam said, changing the subject. Gaimanyo took a sip of wine, stuck out his tongue and said, I don't know, it's been more than half a month since I've seen Kaido grow old. The captain just said let Boss Kaido find something. The Big Bear King took a big bite of the barbecue and said inarticulately. That guy Sebastian, I heard you are still imprisoning him. Several brats sat together. Bullet took a sip of juice and looked at Yin with a grin. Jin nodded calmly, he embarrassed the captain, and his attacks were a bit harsh. He has been unable to stand up for the past 2 months. Ha 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 ha, he asked for it too. If it were me, I would have to kill him. If you're afraid of this or that, don't become a pirate. Bullet smiled wildly, with an excited blush on his face. Yin looked at Bullet and said teasingly, "Why are you still drunk after drinking juice? That's too much." Standing in the center of the stage, Quinn, who has a fat body but dances rhythmically, shouted loudly in a lively atmosphere. "Everyone sing along with me. Oh oh oh." The lights in the entire banquet hall flashed instantly, and the musicians on the side played free melodies. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho ho ho. A toast to the guests with fine wines. Facing the wind, rain, and huge waves. My favorite flag is flying under the clear sky. Looking into the distance together. I long for that scene. Everyone gathered around the center of the stage, and Quinn's free singing was given a dynamic flavor. The singing was instantly contagious, and everyone put their hands on the shoulders of their partners, raised their glasses and started singing. What kind of song is this? It's so nice. The bear also started humming. This is the favorite song among the pirates in the Grand Line. It is a song that symbolizes freedom. Mihawk explained with a smile, and the few kiddies started humming along with him. Yo ho ho ho. Binks wine toast. A midnight show for one person. Drunk and dreaming about past times. Always stay by my side. Like the bright moonlight. It's another beautiful night on the sea. Ha ha ha, cheers. The banquet became more lively. The vindictive Gamino and the Big Bear King clinked glasses, and the competing Yin and Bullet laughed and sang. Green Pepper is performing a spinning cone, Jun and Kaishu dance together, Waldo and Biajak are laughing happily. A golden pillar stood at Quinn's feet and rose, allowing him and several crew members to sing and dance to their heart's content. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The aroma of wine filled the entire ghost island. The palace was filled with drunken and sleeping pirates. There were even a few snoring ones floating in the swimming pool. Kaishu drank for 3 whole days and refused to accept anyone who came. Anyone who dared to compete with him had to drink him down. There really isn't anyone who can drink. Kaishu's eyes were blurred, and he looked at the drunken people everywhere with a drunken smile. Who said no, I can still drink. Jun walked over from nowhere, still holding a wine bottle in his hand. Jun, you are drunk. 11. I'm not drunk, husband, I'll drink with you. Jun's cheeks were filled with a drunken blush, looking like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Before he finished speaking, he fell down drunkenly. Fortunately, Kaisha reacted in time and held Jun's 4.8 centimeters waist softly with one hand. Husband. I'm so happy. I love you so much. Jun's eyes were blurred, and he whispered softly, then hugged Kaisha's neck and fell drunk. Really, drinking so much? Kaisha picked up Jun and walked to the palace room. He came to Jun's room and gently put her on the bed. What a fairy! Kaishu looked at Jun's hot body and his whole body became hot. Husband, don't you want to deal with the goblin? What are you waiting for? Jun suddenly opened his watery eyes, hooked Kaishu's neck, and spoke into his ear seductively with the heat of alcohol. You actually pretended to be drunk, let's see how Lao Zi punishes you. Kaishu's eyes instantly turned red, and his body size shrank under the control of returning life. Chapter 166. A month later, the turbulent sea finally gradually returned to stability. Whitebeard used his absolute power to tell the sea that he was the strongest man in the world. Well deserved for emperors. Although it is not as strong as Kaishu, a monster that is no longer as strong as a human being, it is not a being that any other force can jump to. It's just that this battle with Kaishu left permanent hidden wounds in his body. It would be okay if Marco's ability awakens at this time, and he can use the regenerative flames to eliminate this hidden injury. It's a pity that Marco is now young. Even the Phoenix's ability has not been fully developed yet, let alone awakened. As time goes by, the permanent hidden wounds in Whitebeard's body will become a stubborn disease that cannot be eliminated. Accompany him throughout his life. Now Whitebeard is at his peak, with a strong body and strong vitality, so it doesn't have any impact. But once the blood energy weakens, the consequences are self-evident. In addition, as the world government abandoned New World, Marine focused entirely on Sahai and Grand Line. This time the world is recruiting troops, although there are no monster-level experts joining. But we still found a lot of good prospects. The large number of troops lost by the New World Branch 23 was quickly replaced. This is Marine's heritage on the sea. Even if the reputation is damaged and the prestige is reduced, there are still countless men with righteous hearts who are willing to join Marine. In addition to the lack of high-end combat power, Marine's mid and low-end combat power has not decreased but increased. As for Beast's pirates, half a month after the banquet, Duo finally brought the pure gold back. BD brother, do you know how Lao Zi spent this month? Always on the dark seabed, controlling sea kings everywhere. After Kaido returned to Onigashima, he slept soundly for 3 days. After waking up, I ate and drank for 2 more days. After getting drunk, he felt like a child, hugging the wine gourd and yelling at Kaishu. If Kaishu hadn't threatened Kaido not to come back if he couldn't find pure gold, Kaido will not have to search for more than a month in the deep sea. In the boundless deep sea, looking for a giant sea kings, one can imagine the hardship of Kaido. Kaishu. Listening to his brother's complaints and cries, Gai Quan rarely refuted this time. Especially on the side, there was a happy Jun, who kept denouncing Kaishu's injustice on behalf of Kaido. From time to time, he poured wine for Kaido who was already drunk. Jun poured the wine himself, which was the first time for Beast's pirates except for Kaishu. You can imagine how happy Jun was when he saw pure gold. How wronged Kaido was this time and how much contribution he made. Kaido, haven't you ever thought about going ashore to rest midway and then go to the sea to look for it? Kaishu looked at Kaido who was crying and drinking, and couldn't help but complain lightly. Jun. Kaido. Woo 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 woo. Kaido cried louder, holding the wine gourd and drinking heavily. You shut up. Jun glared at Kaishu fiercely and patted Kaido's back comfortingly. The beast's pirates expelled Marina from the New World. Kaido burst into tears. The more he thought about it, the more he felt wronged and his crying became louder and louder. Fortunately, the officers of Beast's pirates are used to Kaido crying when he drinks. I also know that at this time, it is best not to appear in front of Duo. Everyone hid far away, and there were only 3 people present, Kaishu, Kaido, and Jun. That guy Sora was actually killed by the BD brother, woo, it's just because he was too weak. Kaido drank wine and cried louder. Kaishu, my dear brother, blood is thicker than water. He has a bad mind and cannot be broken anymore. Kaishu kept thinking silently in his mind, doing his own inner counseling. Forget it, who doesn't have a stupid brother? Let him cry. The Roger Pirates' temporary resting place, the island of Majej. Captain Roger and the officers were having a party, exchanging drinks, and eating meat. Ha ha ha, FK it. Idiot boss, we are almost out of money. Really? Ha 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 ha. Really, ignore that idiot, come on, let's drink. Boss, someone is breaking in. Just when Roger was getting drunk, a boy ran over from the coast and reported eagerly. Hi. Roger's interest was disturbed, and he frowned unhappily and looked at the crew. What a panic, who is here? A group of cotters also stopped and looked at the crew member, Fulai said dissatisfied. It's me. At this moment, dark clouds gathered above Roger and others, thunder and lightning, strong winds, and a majestic sound that shook the world came. Chiang! Chiang! The officers of the Roger pirates immediately drew their weapons and looked up solemnly at the uninvited guests. Only Roger and Rayleigh calmly looked at the incoming person. Kaido, what are you doing here again? Rayleigh looked at the huge and majestic green dragon hovering above his head and asked solemnly. Do you want to fight again? Vice Captain of Beast's Pirates Blue Dragon Kaido. The one who broke into Roger Pirates' territory was none other than Kaido. Bang! Kaido turned into a human form and fell heavily. Under the watchful eyes of the Roger Pirates, he found a clean place to sit down and asked like a normal person. Is there any wine? Lao Zi is dying of thirst. This is the wine I brought back from North Blue. As if showing off to a friend, Roger took out an unopened bottle of wine and threw it towards Kaido. Try it and see. Boo! Gudong, gudong, ah. Good wine. Kaido couldn't wait to open the bottle, raised his head to drink, and drank the whole bottle of wine in one breath. While drinking, he yelled with an extremely angry face, "Damn brother, you asked Laozi to deliver something. Don't you just think I'm a light bulb? BD. Kaido is angry? What's going on? You were fine just now, why are you suddenly angry?" The Roger pirates all looked at Kaido in shock. Chapter 167. One day, I'm going to beat up my BD brother once. Whew. He grabbed a large barrel of wine and drank it, and his anger turned into crying. Ha 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 ha. I don't know what happened, but it seems interesting. Come to Kaido, I'll have a drink with you. Roger laughed proudly, picked up a wine barrel and started drinking. This scene reminds me that they are enemies of each other. Okay. Let's get down to business, Kaido, tell us the purpose of your coming here. Rayleigh directly interrupted Roger's drinking party and asked seriously. Roger and the people around him also fell silent and looked at Kaido quietly. Kaido burped, casually took out a beautiful post from his pocket, and threw it to Roger. Then he threw away the finished wine barrel, and this time Roger's crew sensible sent him another barrel of wine. This is... Roger looked at the red wedding invitation in confusion. A wedding invitation from my BD brother. Kaido said while drinking, on the 7th of next month, a wedding will be held in Onigashima and Jun. I invite you to have a wedding banquet. Kaishu is getting married. Roger asked in surprise. That's right. If something happens to Laozi this time, I won't fight you. Kaido drank the last barrel of wine, stood up and turned around to leave. The Roger pirates all looked at Roger and Rayleigh. Rayleigh shook his head calmly, and the Roger pirates put down their weapons and let Kaido go. Even if Kaido is drunk, they can't kill him. Moreover, Kaido is not looking for trouble this time, and Rayleigh will naturally not go to war with Beast's pirates easily. Captain, shall we go? Jabba asked, biting the barbecue in his hand. Go. Why not go? Kaishu is getting married, it will be fun. And there will definitely be good wine. Roger smiled boldly, his eyes looking forward to it. I wonder if he was looking forward to the wine or the wedding. Will there be an ambush? The fishman Sunbell said cautiously. No. Roger smiled affirmatively. Quality. After taking a few more sips of wine, Roger said with clear eyes, with Kaishu's magnanimity, he wouldn't do such a petty thing. Not bad. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Although Kaishu is known as the most dangerous man, he is a moody monster. But with his courage even stronger than Roger's, he would never bother to do double dealing. And with Guy's strength, it's not necessary. Even Kaido can cause a scene in the Roger pirates, let alone Guy. Prepare a gift and go drink at Kaisha's wedding bar. Oh! The Whitebeard pirates, aboard the Moby DK. Cool la 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 la. Whitebeard Haki sat majestically on the huge chair, and his heroic laughter shook the sea. His sharp eyes were lowered, looking at the two people standing proudly in front of him. Greedy Tribulation Green Pepper, Plague Tribulation Quinn. Quinn danced rhythmically, saluted like a gentleman, and said politely, the captain wants to invite the Whitebeard pirates to participate in the REI ceremony next month. Boom! Whitebeard smashed the air casually and grinned, Kaishu is really too big, he only sent 2 disasters to Laozi. Aren't you afraid that Laozi will keep you here? Qingjiao touched the cone head and said with a confident smile, Whitebeard, you can try it. Cool la la la. Go back and tell Guy to prepare some good wine. Haki said. With Whitebeard's courage, of course he would not refuse Kaishu's invitation. Naturally, the big ones will not bully the small ones. Definitely. Farewell. Quinn's fat face showed a smile, and he and Qingjiao left from Whitebeard's boat with steps that he didn't recognize. Looking at Qingjiao and Quinn, who were exuding powerful aura, a trace of envy flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. It's obviously just 2 disasters, not a disaster for the top cotters. He was actually stronger than any captain on his ship. This made him envious of Kaisha's good luck. Conquered so many powerful cotters. Above the sky, the flying pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The sky that was originally clear suddenly exploded with thunder and lightning. "Hi, here comes the nasty guy." The captain of the number 1 ship, Soaring Snake Sokka, said unhappily. "Gee ha 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 ha, these two brats came to Laozi's territory. It's really interesting. Let's go out and have a look." The golden lion held a cigar in his mouth, quickly floated out, looked at the sky and shouted, "Thunder and lightning brats, fire dragon brats, come out when they come." Crack! A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and landed heavily on a floating mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peaks are blown to pieces, and the implementation is rolling. Roar! A body covered in red, with huge wings, thick limbs, and muscles bulging out like a lizard. A mighty giant dragon dozens of meters long roared in the glow. Standing on top of the fire dragon is Bullet with his arms crossed and an arrogant expression. "Do you want to fight again? I'm here to help." Gunpowder Barris said coldly as he stepped forward after seeing Bullet's provocative behavior. "Ha ha ha ha, I don't have time to fight with you this time." Bullet glanced at it and said calmly, took out the wedding invitation and threw it to the Golden Lion. Golden Lion took it and opened it to take a look. "Our captain will hold a wedding on the 7th of next month and invites the Sky Pirates to come." Bullet recounted the contents of the wedding invitation. "Kaishu is getting married, why should we go?" A crew member behind Golden Lion shouted dissatisfied. "You know, their pirate group just finished a fierce battle with Kaido 2 months ago." Bullet tilted his neck and looked coldly as he spoke. Bang! Wow! The crew member was being watched by Bullet and was trying to calm down. When he was about to say something, he was slapped by the Golden Lion and flew away. He crashed through the wall and fell to the ground unconscious. "You have the right to speak here. It doesn't matter, big or small." Golden Lion threw the wedding invitation to Soaring Snake Sokka, looked at Bullet with a fierce smile and said, "Kaishu actually posted a message to Laozi, how brave he is. I'm not afraid that Laozi will send 2 big mountains to ruin his wedding." Bullet looked at the Golden Lion calmly, imitating Kaishu's tone and said, "The captain said, his wedding. Who dares to cause trouble? Destroy their entire group." The tone is calm, but there is a domineering spirit to kill everyone. No one will think that Kaishu is joking or that he can't do it, including Golden Lion Shiki. Although Golden Lion is arrogant and domineering, he is by no means a fool. "We have something else to do, let's take our leave now." Bullet didn't wait for the Golden Lion to reply. The fire dragon turned around and left Bullet. In terms of speed alone, Lion Fruit cannot catch up with Fire Dragon. Of course, it's not that Bullet and Yin are afraid of being left behind by the Golden Lion, but there's no need to talk nonsense anymore. "Admiral, are we going to participate?" Captain Enlin, the fire madman, asked the captain. "Humph! Since we have given the post, Laozi will give Kaishu this face," Golden Lion said with a cold snort. In fact, Golden Lion himself also understood that he could not refuse Gaizi's invitation. The reason is simple, Gai's boxing is better than him. If Kaishu is angered, the Sky Pirates will really be in catastrophe, and Golden Lion doesn't want his ambition to end just like that. Several other cotters also nodded in agreement. They are indeed no match for Beast's pirates at the moment, but we should wait for some time to develop. Chapter 168. At the same time, one of the newly rising kings of the underground world, Big News Morgans, respectfully bid farewell. Beast's Pirates Real Fight and Crazy Lion Guy wrote. "President, do you agree to go? Who dares not to go to Kaishu's invitation?" Morgans said angrily, although Guy didn't say he must go just now, you don't have to think about it to know that if you dare not go and don't give Master Kaishu face, you will definitely wipe out the doctor from the sea. Hurry and prepare a big gift. Yes, yes. In New World, all the top pirate groups have received invitations from the Beast's Pirates, as well as the royal families of various kingdoms and the kings of the underground world. No one dared to refuse, so they all carefully prepared gifts and prepared to attend the grandest wedding among pirates. The sea suddenly became agitated because of the news of Kaishu's marriage, and there were more ships sailing on the sea. There are many forces in the sea, trying every possible means to embrace the thick thigh of Beast's Pirates. Some forces that did not have invitations had the idea of inviting invitations from other forces. In order to snatch the invitation, a bloody storm broke out on the sea. Many forces fought on the road and almost knocked the dog's brains out. There is no doubt that this is a super big event. Not to mention showing your face or anything, just taking the invitation to visit 273 will give you bragging rights in the future. If bleeding occurs again, please butter up one of the beast's pirates' cotters. If I didn't just walk sideways on the Grand Line in the future, I might even be able to become a successful person. Time flies, and the day of Kaisha's wedding will soon come. Today's Ghost Island is particularly lively, with lanterns and colorful flags everywhere, and everyone has a warm smile on their face. Quick! Quick! Move this in! Bring out all the drinks in the warehouse. King Abili, welcome your arrival, please come inside. Master Stussy's ship is here, prepare to receive it. It's a little careless and disrespectful. In order to welcome guests to Onigashima, a road formed by Kaido flame clouds is specially connected. Ships can directly pass through Yunyun and sail to Ghost Island. Now there is an endless stream of people at the port of Ghost Island. What a beautiful island! Mature and sexy Stussy looks at Onigashima in admiration. After repair, the Ghost Island has a very high green coverage rate, and there are forests and lakes everywhere around it. The palace in the center is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Stussy, welcome! Wearing a suit, Wu Nan looks more like an elegant and successful person, who is responsible for hosting the Underground Forces house. It is an honor for me to be invited to attend Master Kaisha's wedding. Stussy immediately smiled and said, full of affinity. Do you need me to send someone to take you there? Wu Nan asked. Don't bother, I just want to take a good tour of this place. Stussy looked very interested. Then it's up to you. Wu Nan nodded and passed by Stussy to entertain other guests. Stussy smiled meaningfully and then walked towards the island. At the port of Ghost Island, Vunan, Yin, and Bullet lead the elite pirates wearing uniforms and having a strong aura to welcome the guests. These three people are already the only ones among the beast's pirates' cotters who are good at appearance. No matter how you say it, you are still receiving guests, and you cannot look like they are all evil and crooked. Only then did Kaisha realize that few of the beast's pirates' officers were good-looking. Others are responsible for reception on the island. No matter the nobles of the kingdom or the big pirate who dominates the party, they all obey the wedding order and no one dares to disturb it. Mom, Kaishu is really nice here. The pirates, nobles, and underground forces near the dock all gave way when they saw the visitor. Because this person is Big Mom, one of the strongest pirates under the four emperors. Big Mom, you are welcome to attend the captain's wedding. Jin walked forward politely and greeted. Ceci. Where's that guy Kaido? Didn't he invite me? Why don't you come to greet me in person? Big Mom glanced around and said dissatisfied. Jin smiled calmly and said, Boss Kaido is quite busy, so we are responsible for entertaining him here. If you want to see Boss Kaido, you can go to the venue to find him. Big Mom's eyes widened as she looked at Yin, who was neither humble nor overbearing. Suddenly he laughed, Mum, the fire tribulation of beasts pirates, the legendary Lulia clan. Are you interested in joining my pirate group? I can let you be my vice-captain. Big Mom directly promised huge profits and looked at Yin expectantly. This surprised many of the forces watching from a distance. You know, the Big Mom pirates are not a small force. It would not be an exaggeration to say that apart from the four emperors, New World is the strongest pirate group. To be honest, being able to become the second in command of the Big Mom pirates is a big temptation. After all, for many people, they would rather have a chicken head than a phoenix tail. Yin is just a mid-level cotter in Beast's Pirates. There is also the top cotter Disaster, and then the deputy captain. Yin just looked at Big Mom indifferently and said lightly, not interested. He refused without any hesitation. This makes many pirates feel sorry for it. If it were them, they would definitely agree. Ma. Big Mom's pupils narrowed when he heard Yin's answer, but then he burst into laughter. He patted Yin on the shoulder and walked towards the palace. I want to see what snacks Kaishu has prepared. Is there a wedding cake? Big Mom said loudly while walking. Jin, that crazy woman just. Wu Nan walked to Yin's side and reminded. The corners of Yin's lips curled up and he said calmly, I know murderous intent. Then do you want to tell the captain? No, it's just Big Mom. It won't take long for me to surpass her. I want to become the captain's most capable right-hand man. Yin said confidently. Hey, it's obviously me who wants to be the captain's most capable officer. Bullet immediately shouted to Yin, I will be the strongest man among the beast's pirates in the future. Yin and Bullet looked at each other with dissatisfaction and fire. Wu Nan looked helpless. Everyone knew that Yin and Bullet had been competing with each other since they were young, and both wanted to be the strongest coder under Kaishu. Okay, another guest is here. Chapter 169. Crash. On the Union Road in the port, two pirate ships were traveling side by side, and the other ships did not dare to approach at all. Even if I am waiting on the sea, I dare not get even close. On the long cloud road connecting Ghost Island from the sea, there were only two pirate ships at this time. That's it. The Whitebeard pirates. And the Roger pirates, dash. 4 emperors are coming. I'm afraid that in the whole sea and west, only Mr. Gaidan has such a face. Let's stay away, they're coming soon. Why are there only 4 emperors? Where's the Golden Lion Shiki? Don't you want to come? No. The Golden Lion will definitely come. Line up. Get ready to welcome. Yin, Bullet, and Wu Nan led a uniform crew, put everything aside, and prepared to welcome the 4 emperors at the port. Da-da. Ku la 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 la, Kaishu's lineup is really big. Whitebeard's tall body walked down with a cloud cutter in hand, rushing towards him with a heroic aura. Such a grand occasion. I'm afraid only he dares to handle it. Roger stood next to Whitebeard. Although his body reached Whitebeard's waist, his domineering aura was not weak at all, and no one dared to look down upon him. Onigashima can now be said to be a gathering of heroes, not to mention the 4 emperors, but other pirate groups from New World. The kings of the underground world, the nobles of the kingdom, do not have a fuel-efficient lamp. No one is easy to get along with, and some forces still have a lot of grievances with each other, and they may have already started fighting in other places. That is to say, the beast's pirates can suppress them, so there will be such a grand occasion. Gee ha 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 ha. At this moment, a burst of arrogant laughter came from the air. Everyone looked around and saw the main ship of the flying pirates flying down from the sky. This lion is always so arrogant. Whitebeard glanced at him with sharp eyes, and then said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, who calls him the Golden Lion? Roger smiled heartily, not caring at all that the Golden Lion stole the spotlight. He had already flown down before Golden Lion's ship landed at the port. Sassabole, Roger, Newgate. Golden Lion bit his cigar and sneered with his eyes moving. I heard that you teamed up with that guy Ryder, but they both lost to Kaishu. It's really surprising, ha 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 ha. Golden Lion began to mock unceremoniously upon meeting him. Ah ha 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 ha, there's no way, that guy Kaishu is a monster, he's so strong. Roger didn't look embarrassed at all, he just rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Whitebeard was not so good-tempered, and retorted directly, at least we lost to Kaishu, what about you Golden Lion? I can't even beat that brat Kaido. The smile on Golden Lion's face stopped for an instant, becoming bright and gloomy. Whitebeard didn't care at all about Golden Lion's cold eyes and looked at him indifferently. In any case, Kaishu is one of the 4 emperors with the same name as them, and he was also the captain at one time. But Kaido is only the vice-captain, and in the past he was only the vice-captain following Kaishu, so the status is not equal. Besides, Whitebeard can knock Kaido unconscious. The Roger pirates also suppressed Kaido several times. But this time, Golden Lion lost to Kaido. Naturally, he is inferior. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard is right. Roger looked like a child who had won a victory, proudly raising his nose hairs at the Golden Lion. Snort. Golden Lion snorted coldly and stopped talking. Captain Whitebeard, Captain Golden Lion, Captain Roger, welcome you. Seeing that the 3-4 emperors stopped talking, Yin, Bullet, and Wu Nan stepped forward and spoke politely. Where's that guy Kaishu? We're all here, and he just asked you to greet him? Where are the others? Golden Lion Shiki pressed Bullet and others with a fierce aura and asked. Today is the captain's happy day. I'm a little overwhelmed and I don't have the right hospitality. Please forgive me for the poor reception. Please give me a favor among the three of you. Wu Nan explained calmly, ignoring Golden Lion Shiki's dissatisfaction. You still want the captain to greet you, are you worthy? Please give me flowers. Bullet looked at Golden Lion Shiki and thought disdainfully. You three just want to entertain 3-4 emperors, but you're afraid the portion won't be enough. Teng Shisaka took the words coldly, and this time Golden Lion Shiki took Sokka with him. With Laozi, is it enough? The arrogant and hacky voice came over. Boss Kaido, you are here. Kaido-sama. Boss Kaido, here we come. Yin and others immediately moved out of the way. Kaido, who was wearing a suit today and had a majestic and domineering temperament, slowly walked forward from behind. Ordinary crew members of Beast's pirates, perhaps because of the fruit. I admire Kaishu with fear. But I am more in awe of Kaido. Kaishu, who looks handsome, gives people a more terrifying feeling, as if he is facing death at any time and can't help but fear. Kaido looks fierce, but gives people a sacred feeling, and you can't help but want to worship him. The two brothers are completely opposite in appearance and temperament. Is Laozi qualified enough to entertain you? Kaido exudes a wild aura and looks at Golden Lion Shiki with sharp eyes. Humph! Golden Lion Shiki snorted and stopped talking. He still knows how to advance and retreat, and it doesn't matter if he mocks Yin and the others, but Kaido is completely different. As the saying goes, strength is the most important thing on the sea. It's okay to vent your anger, but if there is a real stalemate, it will do him no good at all. Golden Lion Shiki still knows this. Ku-la-la-la-la. If it's your blue dragon Kaido, of course there's no problem. Whitebeard laughed boldly. Seeing Golden Lion Shiki deflated, his laughter became even heartier. Ha 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 ha, let's go in and see what wine you have prepared. Roger laughed equally boldly. Let's go. Laozi will definitely win you over this time. Kaido laughed and led the way. Ha ha ha, if you have the ability, just give it a try. Ku-la-la-la-la, if you want to pour Laozi over, stop dreaming. Laozi would rather get Kaisha drunk, ha 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 ha, little. Chapter 170. After Kaido left with Whitebeard and the other three, more ships came from the sea one after another to the port. The pirates and various forces staying at the port secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 3-4 emperors standing together are too powerful. Even if Conqueror's Haki is not released, it will make people unable to breathe. Just when everyone thought that all the big shots had arrived, an inconspicuous boat rode on the flame cloud and came slowly. Standing on it is a nobleman wearing blood-red clothes and a cloak, with black hair, holding an umbrella sword, and a man in red clothes with 10 blue roses blooming on his left chest. That's the Red Baloric Redfield. Red Count. I didn't expect him to come. The Red Earl has always been a loner and doesn't like to get along with others. But this time he would come to the wedding banquet. As expected of 100 Beasts Kaishu, he is so proud. Quick! Line up to greet us. Although there is only one Red Earl rider, he can keep pace with the other 3-4 emperors. Tread! Gudong! When Red Earl rider landed at the port of Onigashima, the pirates from all the surrounding forces quietly closed their mouths. Red Earl, welcome! Jin, Bullet, and Wu Nan politely stepped forward to greet him. The Red Earl glanced at the three of them, especially when he glanced at Yin and Bullet, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Beasts pirates, it's really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Red Earl Rider is more like a nobleman, showing nobility and elegance in every move he makes. Let's go, I haven't seen those guys for a long time. Red Earl Rider did not have any dissatisfaction with the reception of the three people, but said in an indifferent tone. Please follow me. Wu Nan winked at Yin and the two, and then led the way for the Red Earl. After that, another group of strange guests entered the ghost island holding invitations. The leader was a man shrouded in a green cloak, with ferocious-looking tattoos on his cheeks. He walked with a dragon-like pace and an inexplicable aura. Behind the man in the cloak were 7 or 8 people also shrouded in black cloaks. Each of them had a deep breath and slow breathing. They looked like masters at first glance. The palace on Ghost Island has been redesigned and looks magnificent and magnificent. The wedding garden alone can accommodate tens of thousands of people without being crowded at all. Look at that fountain, what's coming out is gold. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. The golden water in the garden fountain sparkles and dazzles under the sunlight. Captain, these beasts pirates are too rich, these tableware alone are worth a lot of money. A crew member of a pirate group looked at the golden knives and forks and crystal dishes in his hands, his eyes were a little red. Want to know how many guests are here today? All of this size, these tableware items alone start at over 1 billion berry. Bang! Be honest with Laozi. You want to die, but Tu still wants to live a few more years. The captain slapped him awake. If he dared to mess around here, his life would not be enough to kill him. The wedding decorations are all ultimate luxury, the floor and tables are all carved by masters, and the flowers are treasures from all over the world. Although it is decadent and luxurious, it does not look like a nouveau riche. On the contrary, the design gives people a certain sense of nobility. These are all the masterpieces of the best designers Kaisha found in the sea. The sound of heavy footsteps came over. In the wedding garden, the people who were talking in groups of 3 or 3 involuntarily stopped and looked in front of the entrance. Whitebeard. Roger. Golden Lion. Blue Dragon Kaido. The originally noisy garden suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the 4 people approaching in awe. Only Big Mom looked gloomy and ugly. Kaido went to greet Whitebeard and the others, but he didn't care about him at all. Obviously he didn't take her seriously. But she didn't dare to cause trouble at Beast's pirates, so she could only sulk and eat various desserts in her mouth. That kid Kaishu is comparable to celestial dragons. Whitebeard looked at the layout of the wedding garden and said with admiration. You're rich. Roger also looked at it with envy. His pirate group has been in dire financial straits recently. Kaishu. Golden Lion looked at everything around him solemnly. He didn't expect Beast's pirates' financial resources to be so terrifying. You must know that the development of any force cannot be separated from money. That's the place prepared for you. Kaido pointed to 3 of the 5 seats closest to the main seat and said. Bring up a few barrels of good wine first. Whitebeard sat down boldly, with Golden Lion and Roger sitting next to him. As for Rayleigh, Sokka, Wadib, and others, of course they consciously sat in the back seats. There are 2 remaining seats, one is for Blue Dragon Kaido, and the other. It seems I'm late. A noble voice sounded, and Red Earl Rider was seen walking slowly. Cool la 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 la, Rider, I didn't expect you to come too. Laozi said there is another seat for someone else. It turns out it is prepared for you to sleep in, ha 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 ha. Seeing Rider's arrival, the 3 Whitebeards were a little surprised. As old rivals, they know Red Earl Rider's character too well. Normally I don't even want to walk with others, but this time I came to attend a noisy wedding. But Red Earl Rider is indeed qualified to sit with them. Ha 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 ha, Rider, I'm just waiting for you to drink. Roger smiled happily and looked at the wine that was served, his eyes are burning. After waiting for another quarter of an hour and confirming that there were basically no guests arriving, Kaishu descended from the sky and stepped on the platform. Quiet. Seeing Kaishu's appearance, everyone who was still talking fell silent. Kaishu is wearing a jet black suit with various clever patterns embroidered with gold threads and a straight bow tie. He exudes wild haki, yet is extremely noble. Thank you all for coming to my wedding. The people who can sit here today are all well-known people who speak the truth. There are many people who have grudges among us, but there are almost no troubles. Thank you for giving me this face and restraining yourself and not making my wedding a joke. Reciprocate the favor. I, Kaishu, am not a stingy person. Today on 2.3, everyone can drink and eat meat as much as they want. You don't have to save it for me. I, Kaishu, promise you 2 things. First, the food and drink may not be the best, but they must be the most expensive. Second, you don't have to worry about your own safety. When you come to Laozi's territory, even if you are drunk, I will protect you. Everyone, don't worry and have fun. This is no different from a normal banquet, except that the scale is slightly larger. Kaishu's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Some people of certain status were better and more restrained. The rest of the people were inspired by Kaishu's words and suddenly became high as if they were on drugs. Now, please invite my bride to come out to meet everyone, and then the wedding banquet will officially begin. Kaishu finished speaking. I saw snowflakes suddenly flying in the clear sky, and the flying snow fell on the platform. Chapter 171. Dang dang. The sound of the bell is loud and long, and has a sense of history. It makes people feel relaxed and happy, and they can't help but listen quietly. After the bell struck 9 times, the band that had been prepared early began to play. The bride is invited to enter. Quinn dressed in a suit as the wedding officiant. The guests all showed their brightest smiles and stood up to greet us. Oh oh oh! Hwa hwa hwa! In the snow that was flying all over the sky, a woman wearing a moon-white dress, with skin as snowy as ice, long hair flying, and an aura of coldness all over her body walked out of the snow. The woman moved lightly in the air, with wisps of pale white cold air exuding from her feet. When the air freezes, it feels like stepping on real steps, no different than walking on flat ground. Many people who had never seen the world were stunned by this way of not understanding the fireworks of the world, and stared blankly at the beautiful figure approaching in the wind and snow. When the white figure of the moon came to Kaishu's side, everyone realized that it was not like the goddess on earth had a master. People who are secretly jealous can't help but think insincerely, and think shamelessly, damn it, this 25-year-old beautiful goddess is actually getting married. Jun bowed to all the guests elegantly and dignifiedly. Bang bang bang! What a beauty! This is Mr. Snowstorm. Be happy. Thank you everyone. Kaishu is holding Jun, and the two of them are like a couple walking out of a painting. Boom bang bang bang! Wow! Fireworks exploded in the sky. Countless petals dropped from the sky. There are not so many rules for weddings in the pirate world. Kaishu led Jun forward and said to everyone. From today on, Jun is my Kaishu's wife. We share weal and woe. Never leave and never give up. Papa, pop, pa. Everyone applauded and blessed. Even Whitebeard and Roger were smiling. Jun nestled in Kaishu's arms with a happy face. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. I love you, husband. Jun suppressed his shyness and said firmly. Kiss me, Captain. Give me a kiss. Guy, congratulations. Seeing Kaishu slowly approaching, Jun closed his eyes shyly and kissed them passionately. Ah! Lord Kaishu! Captain, Tien is beautiful. The wedding atmosphere reached its climax at this moment. Cool la 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 la, the boy actually got married so quickly. Whitebeard said with envy in his eyes. I'll get you drunk this time, you BD. Roger laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha, come on. Let's all drink together. Dry. Ha 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 ha, everyone drink to your heart's content. Come, Laozi, I'll give you a drink and welcome you to my wedding. Is 1 cup enough? Step on the bucket and drink. Roger, this idiot, is right, you must drink from a bucket. Good. Happy. Wolululuo, big brother, I also want to toast you and your sister-in-law. Kaido, you also need to get married soon. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, no matter whether they are friends or foes, everyone is sitting together and drinking happily. No worries about getting stabbed in the back. If they don't have this kind of courage and mind, they are not worthy of sitting in the highest position. The wedding banquet lasted from morning to evening, and the aroma of wine wafted throughout the ghost island. Many people were very drunk, and the island was still brightly lit and noisy at night. Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion were all determined to overwhelm Kaishu. I don't know if it's to prove that although I can't beat Kaishu, I must beat Kaishu in drinking. Kaishu also accepted everyone who came. He stepped on the chair with a proud foot, rolled up his sleeves and started drinking with a few people. Looking at this situation, we have to decide whether to win or lose. Man's damn desire to win. Kaido is also helping, but he didn't help Kaisha withhold the drink, but drank with him as a partner. The wedding banquet lasted until late at night, and some of the guests rested on the ghost island. Some left overnight, some came to a friend's boat, changed places, and continued drinking and eating meat, enjoying themselves. Among them, those who have lived on Ghost Island the longest are the revolutionary soldiers, who stayed for 3 days. Basically all the guests, after leaving one after another, still had no intention of leaving and seemed to want to stay for a long time. After Kaishu learned the news, his eyes were deep, as if he had guessed something. "Come here, bring him a chair. Let's talk about it slowly." "Yes." In the back garden of the palace, a maid quickly responded and brought a chair and placed it 3 meters away from Kaishu. Durag was not polite, thanked him, and sat down on it. "Let's change it to Durag, which is easier to pronounce. Dalag, tell me, what's going on?" Kaishu glanced at Dalag and said directly. "Our revolutionary army hopes to cooperate with Beast's pirates." Durag said solemnly, getting straight to the point. "Oh, what kind of cooperation?" "In all aspects. I have a big appetite, so what can I get?" "The whole new world." The whole new world." Kaishu looked at Durag in surprise. "That's right, it's the entire new world. As long as the Beast's pirates give us support in terms of weapons, funds, etc., the Revolutionary Army will definitely help the Beast's pirates unify the new world." Dalag's eyes were deep and he looked at Kaishu calmly. Kaishu murmured to himself, "Help me unify new world." 057 That's right. Durag nodded affirmatively. "Ha ha ha." Kaishu suddenly raised his head and laughed, and Durag looked at him doubtfully. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did Laozi need help?" "Ah!" Kaishu shouted loudly, his eyes fierce. The terrifying momentum came with pressure, and the atmosphere seemed to stand still for an instant. The temperature of the entire back garden dropped sharply, like being in an ice cellar. Laozi is a pirate. Of course, if a pirate wants something, he must grab it himself. It's just a new world, Laozi still needs help? Dalag, are you looking down on Laozi? The hair all over Dalag's body suddenly stood up, and the terrifying aura made him sweat profusely. His eyes were not as confident as they were at first, but looked at Kaishu in horror. "No. Don't get me wrong, Your Excellency, the Revolutionary Army definitely has no such intention. We just wanted to work with Beast's pirates." Durag explained hurriedly. Today's Durag is still too young. Although he has ambitions and great dreams, neither his strength nor his mentality are as stable as they will be in the future. What's more, he was still facing Kaishu, the strongest monster in the world. Once I offend Kaishu, I'm afraid my daughter-in-law will leave alive. Then don't talk useless nonsense to Laozi and tell me your true purpose. I am not a fanatical believer who has been brainwashed by you. Chapter 172. In addition to congratulating His Excellency Beishao on your wedding, I have 2 purposes for coming this time. I hope that Your Excellency Beishao will agree. Dalag put away his confident attitude and said solemnly. "Tell me." "The first is to hope that Beast's pirates' underground arms and drug trade can give priority to our revolutionary army. Don't think that the only source of income for Beast's pirates is Yunan's Grand Tesoro and sea stone business. Sea transportation, protection fees, underground arms trading, etc., Beast's pirates is all involved. There are riots in countless countries on the sea every day. The sale of arms, medicines, and weapons can be said to be in short supply. How could Beast's pirates let go of this big cake? Moreover, Quinn is an expert in weapons. The arms and weapons traded by Beasts are very famous in the underground world. It is precisely because there are so many industries that Beast's pirates can develop so quickly. Only members can grow so fast. After all, no matter which world, development and resources are inseparable from money. The Revolutionary Army is in the early stages of development. Both connections and channels are still being established. Moreover, not all forces can provide large quantities of weapons and medicines. And Beasts Pirates is the largest weapons supplier in the New World. Today, Beasts Pirates firmly controls the entrance route to the New World. Now, regardless of any force, if you want to trade in or out of the New World, you generally have to ask the Beasts Pirates. Of course, there are other routes, either direct coding and transportation from the seabed, or comm belt. Kaishu's face was expressionless and he looked at Durag calmly, obviously gesturing for him to continue talking. The second is the hope that the Revolutionary Army can temporarily move to the New World. Durag met Kaishu's eyes, and his tone couldn't help but weaken a little. Through the actions of the past few years, the world's governments have discovered the threat of the Revolutionary Army and are making every effort to capture the Revolutionary Army. The newly established Revolutionary Army could only hide in Tibet. And New World is undoubtedly the safest place in the sea at present. After all, even Marine was kicked out. But although New World is not small, in the final analysis it is only so large in scope. The Revolutionary Army wants to get involved, but without the Four Emperors' nod, it will be difficult to gain a foothold. Especially Beasts Pirates. After Durag finished speaking, he looked at Kaishu nervously. Ta-da. Kaishu said nothing, tapping his fingers on the chair. Every blow seemed to hit Durag's heart. There was more sweat on his forehead, and his expression became more solemn. After a while, Kaishu finally said, "If Laozi agrees to these two conditions, what are you going to pay?" This. Durag lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. His initial bargaining chip was to fully help the Beasts Pirates and unify the New World. But obviously, his bargaining chip has completely failed. As domineering as Kaishu, he never thought of relying on other people's strength. But what can the current Revolutionary Army give? Please tell me clearly. Durag, who had been pondering for a long time, chose to throw the question back to Peng. The corners of Kaishu's mouth curled up slightly. Durag suddenly had a bad feeling. First, Laozi can give priority to providing weapons, medicines, and various materials to your Revolutionary Army, and trade them to you at a price that is 10% lower than the market price. But every year, you must trade 3 Zoan devil fruits to us. Durag frowned and thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Second, you can move to New World, and even Laozi can provide you with a piece of land. Don't worry, with Laozi here, the hands of the world's government and marine can't reach out, so you can develop with confidence. But Durag, you must give me your life card." "What?" Upon hearing Kaishu's condition, Durag immediately widened his eyes. Handing over the life card means exposing one's position to Kaishu at any time. "Your Excellency Beishao, this is not possible. You should know that the most important thing for our Revolutionary Army now is to hide and accumulate strength. Even within us, we don't allow it." Durag looked serious and wanted to politely refuse, but was interrupted by Kaishu before he could finish his words. "Durag. Laozi is not negotiating with you." Kaishu stared at Durag coldly and said in a domineering tone, "Do you hear me clearly?" Durag's face was tense. He looked at Kaishu, who looked indifferent, took a deep breath and said, "Is there any more? Finally, you owe Laozi a favor. You must do something for me unconditionally from now on." Kaishu smiled noncommittally, looked at Durag calmly, and asked again, "How is it? Do you agree?" Durag took a deep look at Kaishu and nodded helplessly. What else could he do if he didn't agree? Weapons and medicines are currently the scarcest items in the Revolutionary Army and are extremely precious. Now that the Revolutionary Army has insufficient foundation, there are too few top leaders, and the world's government is clearing out the army everywhere. They can only find a safe place to develop. It can't be a place where birds poop. After all, the most important thing for the Revolutionary Army now is development. Instead of hiding in a corner and doing nothing. So it can only be New World for now. Because of Kaishu, Marine now has a stronger control over the world and paradise. Very good, happy cooperation. Kaishu smiled with satisfaction and stretched out a hand. Durag also reached out and shook it, and then asked a little strangely, "Aren't you afraid that I will regret it in the future?" "Ha ha 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 ha." After Kaishu laughed boldly, he said proudly, "You are right, the human heart is a wonderful thing. It is unpredictable. After experiencing the baptism of time, who knows what will happen? Darag, you have to know that there is only one thing in the sea that will never change. That's, the weak eat the strong. No one in this, King's, sea can renege on Laozi. Unless, he doesn't want to live anymore. Do you agree? Kaisha showed his white teeth and looked at Darag domineeringly and confidently. Gudong Darag swallowed unconsciously. Because at that moment, he felt death approaching. This is a warning and a naked threat. However, it is undeniable that Kaishu is absolutely right. The strong make the rules, the weak can only obey the bow. And Kaishu is qualified to say so. No one will doubt whether Kaishu has this ability, including Darag himself. The strongest monster in the world. His anger was something even the naval headquarters could not bear. Not even the Revolutionary Army can resist. Don't worry, Lord Beishao, the Revolutionary Army will definitely abide by its promise. Darag assured. Ha 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 ha, who knows? Chapter 173. Dalag led the Revolutionary Army to leave the Ghost Island without alerting other forces. In the back garden, Quinn walked over with a cigar in his mouth and shaking his fat body. Captain, are you looking for me? Take this nail and make it into a life card. Kaishu leaned on the lounge chair, pointed to the table next to him, and said casually. This belongs to the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Quinn lifted his sunglasses with his fingers, revealing a pair of small eyes, and asked curiously, Captain, so you agreed to the deal with the Revolutionary Army? Kaishu wasn't surprised how Quinn knew. He nodded lightly and said, the Revolutionary Army will be a serious problem for the world government in the future, and it can attract firepower for us in the front. Just that group of revolutionary troops? Only one Darag can take a look, and no one else can get on the stage. Quinn pursed her lips in disdain. Really? The current Revolutionary Army is still too immature. The strongest Darag is only 23 years old and has the strength of the elite vice admiral. Not to mention others. It's not in the original work, and the later period even surpasses the huge history of 4 emperors. You know nothing. Gun, go do your 700 things. Kaishu looked at Quinn's mean look and waved his hand impatiently. Okay. Quinn grinned and put her sunglasses back on. But there is an answer in my heart. As a veteran crew member of Beast's Pirates, Quinn knows this very well. His own captain, 100 Beasts Kaishu, is overbearing, crazy, and even reckless at times. But don't think that he is a fool who can only rely on brute force. On the contrary, the captain is very smart and very scheming. It's just that most things can be solved with a quick move, and there is no need to use wisdom at all. Likewise, Guy's customers are mostly ABD. The ability to cause trouble is not small. Kaido did this mindless and reckless thing like challenging naval headquarters alone twice. However, only the old members know that Kaido can be shrewd sometimes. Neither of these two brothers is simple. Ding! Congratulations to host, your power level has been improved. More than half a month later, the Beast's Pirates have completely controlled the Kyek area of the former Marine branch. Name, Barbarossa Kaishu. Race, Ghost Race. Identity, Captain of Beast's Pirates. Talents, Iron Bones, Ghost Body, Indestructibility, Immortality. Devil Fruit, Zoan Renren Fruit Super Phantom Beast Zombie King Form, Plus. Haki, Conquerors, Top, Weapon Color, Top, Knowledge Color, Top. Captain's Exclusive Abilities, Eye of the Heart, Commander. Power Level, 3. Evolution Source, 43. The reduction in evolution sources is because Guy used it to evolve Devil Fruit. Kaishu's power level increased again, and another item was added to the same auxiliary props. Gravity Training Room, can adjust gravity from 0 to 100. 1 billion Baileys per square meter, and a minimum of 10 square meters can be purchased. Seeing this, Chan's eyes lit up. A bracelet with up to 10 times the gravity is no longer very effective on him. A gravity of up to 100 times is just enough to make Kaisha stronger. Don't underestimate exercising under 100 times gravity, the current guy will definitely not be able to do it. You know, Kakarot in Dragon Ball, when he went to Namek, the gravity was only 20 times gravity at the beginning, then 50 times gravity, and he almost died at 70 times gravity. In the later period, Kakarot often practiced on the Kyo planet, which had 10 times the gravity. Therefore, I don't know how long it will take Kaiwen to adapt to 100 times gravity. Anyway, don't think about it for now, the internal organs will be crushed by gravity. Let's create a 10 square meter training room first. After Kaishu chose a small single room, he said expectantly. 10 square meters is 10 billion Baileys. After a flash of light, this ordinary small single room turned into a scientific gravity training room. Kaishu took off the gravity bracelet on his hand. Try 11 times gravity first. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaishu felt a sudden weight all over his body. After moving my body for a while, I felt that my body weight had become a little heavier. Kaishu is doing some simple training movements to adapt to the discomfort caused by doubled gravity. After getting familiar with it, Kaishu increased the gravity effect. 13 times gravity. The sudden aggravation made Kaishu's heart beat faster and his muscles tightened. Not only that, the body's skin, muscles, internal organs, blood, and bones are all fighting against the pervasive effects of gravity. Gravity is squeezing my body all the time, and the skin and muscles on my body feel real, as if something heavy is pressing on me. Not only the body surface, but the body is also under pressure. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Kaishu's forehead. 14 times gravity. The squeezing feeling in the body becomes more and more clear, and the loss of physical strength accelerates. Beads of sweat dripped from his body on the floor of the gravity training room, and his body felt hot. That's what it feels like. Kaishu thought excitedly, every cell was boiling. 15 times gravity. Kaishu felt as if he was fighting against his own will every time he moved. His breathing became rapid, and sweat formed a puddle under his body. 16 times gravity. Kaishu already felt that he could not move even an inch, and his body was under tremendous pressure. All the internal organs felt like they were shifting, which made Kaishu very uncomfortable. This kind of gravity presses on every part of your body in all directions. The muscles swelled, and even the blood flow in the body began to slow down. Somewhat scary. It's not that Guy's body can't bear the punch, but that his internal organs can't adapt to the pressure. After lifting gravity, Guy's Creek took a deep breath. There was a lot of sweat all over his body, soaking his clothes. It is indeed a gravity training room. With this, you can practice twice the result with half the effort, and the efficiency has been improved several times. Moreover, not only core coders, one training room can accommodate many people. Kaishu was very satisfied after some experiments, and the efficiency of the practice can be said to be quite amazing. It's just that the gravity training room is too expensive. A gravity training room costs at least 10 billion. The key is that almost all of the Beast's pirates' officers are huge. This is another big expense. But the good news is that once the gravity training room is built, there is no need to spend additional money, which is more cost-effective than the actual training room. Chapter 174. Time flies, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 years of development, Beast's Pirates is getting stronger and stronger. There are hundreds of affiliated pirate groups alone. The crew of this headquarters has exceeded 50,000. It is truly the #1 pirate group in the world. With Kaishu's current strength, I'm afraid no one knows how strong he is except himself. Yin and Bullet have successfully reached the monster level. So now Beast's Pirates, Guy has 3 causes of disaster. 1 year ago, big news, Morgan's guest on Beast's Pirates. Later, everyone in the world learned about the Beast's Pirates and the changes in the positions of the cotters. 3 major disasters. The Snow Disaster, the first of 3 disasters Jun. Thunderstorm Bullet. Fire Disaster Jin. 9 major catastrophes. Plague Quinn. Greedy Robbery Green Pepper. Disaster Burndy Waldo. Military Tribulation Dracula Mihawk. Early Catastrophe, Fisher Tiger. Misery Bartholomew Bear. Ant Robbery Jinbei. Wealth Tribulation Vunan. Real Fight. Really beat the Rubik's Cube Weirdo Garam. A real fight, female Hyuxia medicine doctor Nakan. Really beat the poker king Big Bear King. Really fight marine trader Gaspard. Really fight the crazy lion guys article. Really beat the chameleon gay Menho. Real fight Shiryu of Rain. A real fight the king of evil Avalo Pizarro. After several years, all three disasters have finally been dealt with. There is still one shortcoming of the 9 tribulations. And, like Mihawk and Bear, they are both strong men with monster potential. It's just because I joined the Beast's pirates for a short time, unlike Bullet and Yin, who were trained since childhood. But I believe that within a few years, they will be able to cross the threshold that is regarded as a natural chasm by the sea and become a new disaster. In fact, Quinn also has monster potential. It's just that this guy focuses more on scientific research. He is not so obsessed with improving his strength. Kaishu didn't force it, after all, everyone's pursuits are different. Tiger already has Vice Admiral level strength, coupled with the Phantom Beast Bull Demon Fruit given by Kaishu. After 5 years of training and fighting on the sea, he now has the strength of an admiral candidate. Jinbei's talent is stronger than Tiger's, and he is also close behind, becoming one of the 5. Needless to say, Vunan is as talented as Jinbei, and the Jinjin fruit is also a top-notch paramecia. After 5 years of training, it is natural to become the 9 tribulations. On the contrary, Green Pepper and Waldo have reached the peak of admiral candidates a few years ago. But he still couldn't take the last step. Their hard work and sweat are no less than those of Yin and Bullet. Maybe this is the gap in talent. This just confirms what Dahai said, there are monsters in this world that cannot be surpassed no matter how hard we try. The gap in talent can sometimes be made up by hard work. Otherwise, everyone can become a strong person. Actually, just like when we study, I worked very hard when I was in school, but my grades were not ideal. On the contrary, some students could get high scores by just reading books casually. There have only been 2 additions to the Shin Fight team in recent years. Shiryu of Rain and Avalo Pizarro joined Beast's pirates for the same reason. They all encountered Beast's pirates when they came to the New World. However, Avalo Pizarro was conquered as a pirate. Shiryu of Rain came to the New World to experience, trying to kill pirates, but was defeated and conquered. Likewise, after being given the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, coupled with the training resources of the 100 Beasts, it became a real fight in just 2 years. Compared with 2 years ago, Ghost Island is more spectacular, magnificent, bustling with traffic and lively. Here, you can see almost all races in the world, living together peacefully without discrimination or struggle. No one dares to cause trouble here. In addition to Kaishu's intimidation, the rows of patrol guards who pass by from time to time are also intimidating. On the beach behind the palace, 2 little guys with short horns on their heads were playing and chasing each other, making sweet children's sounds from time to time. Yamato, come and catch my brother. He has short black hair, a handsome little face that has not yet grown out, a cold and handsome face, and a pair of small black horns on his head. Please give me flowers. It makes him look cute, but also reveals an unconcealable momentum and dominance, perfectly blended together. Born to be a noble king. At this moment, the little boy had a bright smile on his face and looked back at the girl younger than him while running. The girl is about 2 years old. She is a pink jade carving with a pair of pink horns on her head. Not only is it more cute, but it also has an aura that is not inferior to that of a boy. He was walking on 2 short legs, showing his nice dimples, and was chasing after the boy with a toy short sword. 2 children, one is the son of Kaisha and Jun, named Barbarossa Yi, who is now 4 years old. The other is Kaido's daughter, Barbarossa Yamato. 0. Perhaps because of the butterfly effect, Kaido met Yamato's mother, Yuri Ryoko, in advance. But the difference is that Yuri Ryoko did not die in childbirth because of giving birth to Yamato. Yi and Yamato grew up together in such an environment. Yamato has been clinging to Yi ever since he could walk. Finally, Yamato hugged Yi, raised his head and laughed happily, shouting cutely, "Brother Ge! Yamato is so good." Little Yi happily picked up Yamato, as if he were holding his most beloved doll, carefully. Hehe, it's tickling. Yamato narrowed his eyes and spoke incoherently. It's brother. Ling Yi corrected him immediately. Hiccup brother. Yeah, Yamato is so smart. Ling Yi kissed Yamato happily and put her down gently. Let's go, brother, let's take you on an adventure. Ling Yi waved her hand and ran towards the palace with great momentum. Yamato followed behind with short legs. The two little guys regarded the palace as a place of adventure. Carefully avoiding people, leaning against the wall, and exploring forward. That serious and cute look made many people who spotted them raise their lips in laughter. But they didn't say anything, and they acted as if they didn't see the two little guys. Let them run around and avoid pills in the palace. Chapter 175. Night. In the luxuriously decorated restaurant, on the long dining table, Bullet savagely tore into the barbecue, while Jin slowly cut the steak on the plate. Quinn, Qingqiao, Waldo, and Mihawk drank and drank together, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Kaisha sat high on the throne, and Jun sat beside him on his right. Little Ling Yi sat next to Jun, wolfing down the food with her two little hands, eating like a little tabby cat. With a maternal look on his face, Jun picked up food for little Ling Yi and wiped his mouth from time to time. Ling Yi and Kaisha seemed to be carved from the same mold, but there was a bit of Jun's softness between their brows. Wolululuo, brother, cheers. Kaido sat boldly on the left side of Kaishu, holding a huge wine gourd and clinking glasses with Kaishu. Next to him is a woman who looks somewhat similar to Charlotte Linlin, but has a gentle face. It is Kaido's wife, by 5 Sankai and Ryoko. Kaisha very doubted whether Kaido had ever liked Charlotte Linlin. Otherwise, why would he marry a Yuri Ryoko who looks similar? It's just that Yuri Ryoko doesn't have the powerful aura of Charlotte Linlin, nor is she that tall. It's only 1.6 meters tall. Yes. Nothing wrong. Kaido is over 8 meters tall, but his wife is only 1.6 meters tall. This is no longer the cutest height difference. Anyway, Kaisha was sitting in the front seat drinking, and he couldn't see his younger sibling who was just one height behind him. Completely obscured by Kaido's body. But in fact, Kaishu and Jun are about the same. Kaishu is now over 8 meters tall. And Jun is about 2.5 meters tall. Did you have fun today, Yamato? The 2-year-old Yamato was fed quickly. Kaishu hugged her over, gently pinched her cute little face, and asked dotingly. Dabaiji. The cute but articulate childish voice made Kaisha fall in love with her so much that she kissed her flat little face hard. Hee hee. Yamato's chubby little hands pushed Kaisha's head hard, and a soft laugh came out of his little mouth. Now let's talk about the group favorite of the entire Beast's pirates. Not Kaisha's son Ling Yi, but Kaido's daughter Yamato. The cute, and well-behaved Yamato is loved by everyone in the entire Beast's pirates. The usually cold and arrogant Yin, the fighting madman Bullet, the pervert Quinn, the murderous Waldo, all of them are extremely cherished. Not to mention women like Jun, Yuri Ryoko, and Nakin. I wish I could sleep with Yamato in my arms every day. For this reason, Jun coldly wanted to have a second child. And he said that he must have a baby girl as cute as Yamato. Ling Ye, did you spend another day playing with Yamato today? Have you completed your training mission? Kaisha suddenly turned his head and looked at his son seriously. No. No. Xiao is good, everything is done. Ling Yi raised his head from the pile of food leftovers, pinched the corners of his clothes, and said guiltily. Okay, Xiao has worked very hard to finish it. Jun hugged Ling Yi and persuaded her heartily. Kaisha still looked at Ling Yi seriously without saying a word. Dad. Xiao knows she was wrong, don't be angry. Ling Yi looked at Kaisha timidly. Kaisha's expression slowed down, he hugged Ling Yi back and said softly, Dad, I know you have worked hard in training, but you must know that in this sea, strength is everything. Yeah, Xiao will be obedient from now on. Little Ling Yi nodded obediently in agreement. Although he still couldn't understand what his father meant, he could feel that his father was doing everything for his own good. Captain, with us here, who dares to bully Ling Yi at sea? There is no need to be so strict with Xiao Ai. Bullet also expressed relief, saying that whoever dares to bully their young master of beasts pirates will destroy his whole family. Xiaoling Yi's popularity among beasts pirates is only lower than Yamato. And he is the undisputed young master of beasts pirates. Not because he is Kaisha's son, but because of Ling Ye's own powerful talent. Not only did he inherit Kaisha's physique, but he also awakened the body of the ghost race that only the powerful warriors of the ghost race could possess. When he was 2 years old, he started practicing kendo. He is also extremely talented in swordsmanship and is called by Jun as a swordsman genius who is not weaker than Mihawk. He became a disciple of Mihawk and learned the art of swordsmanship. It's not that Jun can't teach his son, it's that Xiaoling Yi is born with great strength and is not suitable for her swordsmanship. Instead, it's perfect for Mihawk who has already forged his own path and become a great swordsman. Just give Xiaoling Yuruaki another suitable devil fruit. Before he turned 20, Kaishu had the confidence to become a monster-level strongman. My son has the makings of a king. Only your own strength is the most reliable. Kaishu said calmly. He didn't want his son to become a waste. The thing Kaishu looks down upon the most is the weak, and the most useless thing in the sea is the tears of the weak. The young eagle will fly into the sky one day. The scorching sun was high, scorching the sea, and there was no wind. 10,000 meters above the ghost island, a huge beast island is suspended here. Set against the backdrop of flame clouds and boundless white clouds, it is as beautiful as a fairyland. Not long. A black spot looms in the distance, getting bigger and bigger. Roar, woo. In the distance, I heard huge roars of beasts, which made people feel a little frightened. Wow, Dad, I saw the island. As the main ship of the beasts, the Erebus, got closer and closer, it was finally clear that the island was completely a huge virgin forest. I even vaguely saw a huge black shadow appearing, but I didn't see any buildings. Xiaoling Yi pointed to the island with her little finger excitedly, and Yamato leaned next to his brother, looking at the white clouds around him with a pair of curious eyes. Soon, the pirate ship flew and arrived at Beast Island. Kaishu took the two little guys directly to the island. Roar! Susu! Just walking into the dark dense forest, the pairs of 0.5 red eyes in the trees on both sides startled the little guy who came here for the first time. Afraid? Yamato had a timid face and hid in Kaishu's arms. My uncle is here, so don't be afraid. Kaishu patted Yamato's back gently and called out. Woohoo! Big trees swayed, countless leaves fell, and a group of red-eyed orangutans several meters tall rushed out. A dozen ferocious gorillas rushed toward us with their ferocious mouths open, which was a bit scary. Kaishu's eyes were cold and he glanced up. The orangutans, who were originally extremely ferocious, couldn't help but stop moving, and were covered in cold sweat in an instant. Next moment, bang, bang! He turned around and ran away in a hurry, raising a large amount of smoke and dust, and many giant trees were even directly broken. Chapter 176. Boom! At the same time, there was a loud noise. A huge wild boar with two sharp tusks and ferocious barbs all over its body, about 5 or 6 meters high and somewhat terrifying in appearance, flew out directly. Several large trees, which were hugged by several people, were broken by the waist, and their heavy bodies hit the ground heavily. Boom! Smoke and dust were flying, and the earth was cracking open. Woo! The huge wild boar was foaming at the mouth, its body was shaking from time to time, and it had completely lost its ability to resist. Gilu! It's too big! Looking at the ferocious wild boar, Xiaoling Yi couldn't help but swallowed, a little surprised. With such a huge body, it can probably crush him directly. Who? The little guy's eyes were fixed on the figure who was walking out. His intuition told him that the person coming was very powerful. It's completely useless conqueror's haki, just his momentum scares these orangutans who like to hunt. A thin black figure walked out of the forest slowly and said in admiration, "You are indeed a captain." The person who came was not tall, about 20 years old, and had a gentle appearance. Wearing a scribe's hat, his brown hair and beard are neatly trimmed, he holds a feather fan, and his eyes are full of wisdom and cunning. It looks out of place on this dangerous beast island. You killed the thick-skinned wild boar with one strike. Your armament haki is getting more and more refined, Kongming. Kaishu smiled and looked at the gentle-looking man walking over with satisfaction. This is currently the most outstanding chief of staff of his staff department. Responsible for all things big and small within Beast's Pirates. This is all thanks to your cultivation, Captain. Looking at the tall and burly figure in front of him, Kongming's cunning face showed a sincere smile. For Kaishu, he only has endless gratitude and respect in his heart. If the captain hadn't saved him, he might have died on the sea a few years ago, let alone have the strength he has today. And as soon as he joined, he was directly entrusted with important tasks and asked him to take over the intelligence work under the staff department. Now, he has become the head of the staff department. Kongming was grateful for this series of kindness and kindness. He just wants to die to serve Kaishu and go through fire and water for the Beast's Pirates. Thanks a lot. Kaishu patted Kongming's shoulder and said with a smile. Gaishi also sees Kongming's efforts over the years. With Kongming's talent, coupled with the training of Beast's Pirates resources, it is impossible for Kongming to still be just an ordinary vice admiral. All because Kongming has been quietly taking care of the rear for the Beasts these years. The huge Beast's Pirates, with tens of thousands of crew members, and all kinds of things, big and small, are all taken care of by Ming Ming. Otherwise, Beast's Pirates would not have developed so rapidly. You know, whether it's Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, or Whitebeard in the original work. Having been operating in New World for decades, there are no tens of thousands of ships in the area. Charlotte Linglong's Hamitz does not count, it is just a puppet's combat power created by the fruit's ability. To put it bluntly, there is a lack of rear management talent. Crew wages, battle losses, supplies, weapon replenishments, underground transactions, intelligence, food, crew promotions, etc. all need to be handled by someone. This is a real world, and it is not possible to manage a team just by strength alone. Just like rocks, he is powerful enough to suppress a group of crew members. But internally it was a mess, with constant disputes. Therefore, Kongming's importance to Beast's Pirates is not at all inferior to the disaster of the Top Cotter. It plays an important role in the Beasts. Captain, I haven't been here for a while. 11. This time I brought my son and niece to see what real hard training should be like. When Kongming heard Kaishu's words, he looked at Yamato, who had his head buried in Kaishu's arms, and in Lingyi, who was holding Kaishu's thighs. This is the young master and the little princess, they have grown so big. Kongming bent down and smiled at Xiao Lingyi kindly. Let's go. Please follow me. Kongming came specifically to greet Kaishu. After saying hello, he led the way. There is no so-called safe zone in this beast island. The island is full of huge and ferocious beasts, and there are even extremely powerful prehistoric relics such as saber-toothed tigers, Tyrannosaurus rex, and mammoths. The entire island, any corner, may be in danger. The Beast's Pirates spent a lot of effort to tame the 3 strongest beasts on the island, and let them guard the base and frighten the extremely ferocious beasts on the island. For this elite training base, the Beast's Pirates will allocate some of their elites every year and take turns stationing here. With Kongming leading the way, we soon arrived at the center of the island. The entrance to the Beast's Pirates training base, outside a huge canyon. Roar! A huge gorilla, more than 20 meters tall, was filled with a sense of oppression. It looked at the visitor with ferocious eyes and roared with its sharp fangs. This is one of the kings of this beast island. After being tamed by Beast's Pirates, he was arranged to guard the gate here. There is also a larger Tyrannosaurus rex, which is responsible for guarding the entrance to the back of the canyon. What a big monkey! Xiao Lingyi's eyes widened and she looked up at the huge orangutan in front of 757. But when the gorilla, who was originally showing off his power, saw Kaishu, his ferocious expression suddenly changed, and he broke into cold sweat. Woo! He leaned down to greet Kaishu in a flattering manner and suddenly became extremely docile. It seems that this beast was really frightened by the captain. Kongming showed a slight smile and said to Kaishu, "Every time I see the captain, he is more docile than a cat." Even if he faced this gorilla, he had no chance of winning. This gorilla is stronger than the elite vice admiral. The key is that he has considerable intelligence. There is nothing surprising about this. Most of the powerful creatures in the pirate world are spiritual. Roar! As if angered by Kong Ming's words, the golden gorilla moved directly towards Kong Ming's teeth. The ferocious beast's eyes were full of evil aura, but he didn't dare to take action. Because Kaisha was nearby, it didn't dare to take action. In the huge canyon, it's a completely different world. The floor was completely made of reinforced concrete, and the spacious and bright underground entrance made Xiao Lingyi extremely surprised. Even Yamato, who was hiding in Kaisha's arms, showed a pair of watery eyes, looking left and right, looking around curiously. Chapter 177. The underground base is divided into several major areas. This is the training area. The entire underground base is obviously unimaginably large, not just limited to this huge canyon. One can imagine how much manpower and material resources Beishao invested in building this place. Drink. Kang, chromium. Work hard and don't be lazy. Yes. Run faster. Haven't you eaten? Hit me hard. Lift up, lift this dumbbell for Laozi. The little guys, ranging in age from 5 to 15 years old, are training like running, fighting, hitting wooden stakes, and lifting dumbbells. A sweaty boy, an elite member of the Beast's Pirates, serves as an instructor. There are also specialized medical personnel on hand to take care of you. In addition, there are professionals who teach them knowledge, sea knowledge, human geography and other courses. Wow! Xiao Lingyi and Yamato both widened their eyes in surprise. This was the first time they saw children similar to them receiving training. Tread. As soon as Xiao Lingyi curiously walked into the training area, he felt a pressure coming on him. I was caught off guard and almost fell down. Fortunately, he is very familiar with this kind of gravity, which is exactly the same as the gravity training room at home. Twice the gravity. After all, they are still a bunch of brats, and it is impossible to activate too much gravity. And even under double gravity, these little guys must exercise for 1 to 5 hours each day depending on their age and actual situation. The bones are still developing, so staying in the gravity chamber is not good for the body. Kaishu doesn't want to wear them out. Xiao Lingyi stood up straight and refused to admit defeat. They are now only doing physical and technical training, and they are scheduled to fight against weaker beasts every month. The amount of training and actual combat training will be greatly increased in the future. When the time comes, not only will we have to fight the beasts on the island, but we will also arrange to go out to hunt pirates. Kong Ming reported his training plan for this group of brats to Kaishu in detail. From time to time, he pointed at a few brats and told them about their current strength growth. That is, the person who grew up with the base is. It's the captain. It's Lord Kaishu. Captain Kaishu. The captain came to see us. Looking at Kaishu walking in, these sweaty brats quickly lined up in 2 rows, stood at attention and saluted, their eyes full of enthusiasm and admiration. Beast's Pirates gave them a new life, giving these homeless and helpless little guys something to rely on. Dedicate your life to the captain and the glory of Beast's Pirates. These have been imprinted deep into their hearts. Even though some of the little ghosts have been here less than a year, they are already loyal. Lord Kaishu. The little devils shouted in unison, their voices full of respect. Ha 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 ha. It's really spirited. Kaishu put down Yamato, looked at the bright-eyed kid, and smiled happily. These are the future of Beast's Pirates. One day, he will hand over the power to his son. Yamato hid behind Kaishu's thighs, curiously showing half of his little face, and looking at the brothers on the training platform with watery eyes. I have heard from your chief instructor that you have performed well recently and have made great progress. Especially Enel, he has become proficient in using the fruit's abilities. Kaishu praised with raised corners of his mouth. Then he looked at a shirtless young man with short yellow hair and long earlobes standing at the back. The boy is 12 years old and is the eldest of the group of brats. It's just that because I joined for a short time, I didn't get good training before, so I'm still training at the base. Don't compare with Bullet and Yin, they were trained by Kaido at a very young age by investing a lot of resources. Enel was overjoyed when he heard Kaisha's praise. He stood up straighter, puffed up his chest and said loudly, "Thank you, Captain." A group of imps looked at Enel with envious eyes. "Dad, I've been working very hard lately." Xiaoling Yi was obviously jealous when she heard Kaisha praising other children. He pouted and looked back at Kaisha dissatisfied. Hearing Xiaoling Yi's name, all the little ghosts in Japan looked at him. "This boy is the captain's son? Young master? They look really alike." Immediately, they looked at Xiaoling Yi with respect and of course curiosity. "Then do you want to compete?" Kaisha smiled deliberately provocatively. Xiaoling Yi immediately raised his head and said proudly, "Just compete, Xiao will not lose." Enel. "Yes. Fight him." "Ah, Captain, and young master." After hearing Kaisha's words, Enel's face was tangled and his expression became hesitant. This is the young master of beasts pirates. If he accidentally hurts him, it will be difficult for him to explain. "This is an order." "Yes." Upon hearing the order, Enel immediately instinctively shouted Kaido. "And no water is allowed, do you understand?" "Yes." "Humph." Xiaoling Yi snorted unconvinced and said arrogantly, "I don't need to let go." Under the leadership of Kongming, the group quickly arrived at the spacious competition venue. The floor here is covered with a layer of memory alloy, so there is no need to worry about damage. Enel and Xiaoling Yuryuaki jumped up left and right. Although there is an 8-year age difference between the two, there is not much difference in height. "Young master, I'm offended." Enel cupped his fists and said politely. Xiaoling Yi also followed suit and said, "Come on." "Yes, yes, tap tap." The two of them rushed towards each other at the same time, clenching their fists and hitting each other. "Ge brother Jiao." In the audience, Yamato raised his pink fist and loudly cheered for Xiaoling Yi. The other kids were also staring closely at the two people on the stage. Only Guy and Kongming looked calm. Boom! There was a collision, and Enel took 3 steps back in succession, his right arm trembling a little. "Wow!" The little ghosts looked at little Ling Yi who was standing there in shock. As expected of the young master, his body and strength are already so strong. Kongming shook his feather fan lightly and smiled in admiration. Kaishu asked calmly, "Who do you think will win?" Kongming glanced at Kaishu with a wry smile and said, "Captain, aren't you asking questions knowingly? Enel has the so-called invincible Logia Thunder Fruit. Young master is only 4 years old. No matter how talented he is, he cannot be Enel's opponent." Chapter 178. Kaishu smiled slightly and said, "Jun, Bullet and Yin, they all pampered him too much. They grew up with praises all the time, so they can't become a real king." "That's right, Enel has the Logia Thunder Fruit ability just like in the original work. But the difference is that it was not Enel who was lucky enough to eat the fruit, but Kaisha gave it to him. Kaisha boarded Sky Island Birka and found the Thunder Fruit. At the same time, I also met Enel, who was bullied by the people of Sky Island and beaten to death. After bringing him back to Beasts Pirates, he was placed in the training base. Enel is no longer bullied and there is no discrimination in the training base. Enel even made a lot of friends. Although the daily training is very hard, sometimes I will be punished. But Enel is happy and considers Beasts Pirates his home. Kaishu, who saved him from Birka, is the god in his life. In order to repay Kaishu and maintain such a life, Enel practiced very seriously. At the same time, he also showed great talent. Originally, this thunder fruit, known as the invincible among countless devil fruits, was not Enel's turn. Even this fruit, Gai Quan intends to use it as a preparation fruit for Xiaoling Yi. If there is no better ability, Thunder 390 is indeed a very powerful ability. But later, after finding a better phantom beast species, Kaisha returned the fruit to its original owner. After all, even in the original work, Enel developed this fruit very well. Speed, attack range, electric shock treatment, heart network combined with electric waves, and more. It can be said that Enel has developed Thunder Fruit very comprehensively. And this is under Enel's narrow vision. Now, with beasts pirates laying the foundation for his body. Coupled with the cultivation of various resources, there is also the growth of vision and mind. I believe Enel will go further. It is not impossible for the beasts pirates to grow into a disaster in the future. And it is different from the original work, where Enel destroyed Birka after getting the thunder fruit and went completely crazy. Today's Enel has not yet developed his character flaws of arrogance and arrogance. Future achievements are limitless. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! While Kaishu and Kongming were talking, several answers were exchanged on the stage. Xiao Lingyi's natural physique and strength are indeed very powerful. Even though he is only 4 years old, he is not inferior to Enel, who is already 12 years old. But his skills are so poor. It can even be said that he doesn't know any physical skills at all. This also led to Enel no longer confronting Xiao Lingyi. Just relying on flexible physical skills, he was able to suppress Maya yet. After the first punch, Xiao Lingyi never touched Enel again. On the contrary, he himself was punched several times by Enel. Rolling on the hard alloy floor, he looked a little embarrassed. I'm angry. If you can, don't jump around and compete head-on with Xiao. Xiao Lingyi, who was dodged again by Enel using his speed and then punched in the abdomen, said angrily. Young master, instructor said that fighting means using all means to defeat the opponent. So. Sorry. Enel stepped on the ground, appeared in front of Xiao Lingyi, who had just stood up, and kicked him. Hateful. Xiao Lingyi's eyes flashed, and when he was kicked by Enel, he hugged his little feet with both hands. Got you. Xiao Lingyi endured the pain, raised her head, and said with a sinister smile. Then he clenched his fist and hit Enel hard on the thigh. Pity. Zizi. Dazzling lightning flashed on Enel's thigh, and Xiao Lingyi's fist went directly through it. What? Xiao Lingyi's young face was full of disbelief, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, Kiet! Young master, the battle ends here. Enel took 2 steps back and said respectfully. Xiao Lingyi doesn't know what the elementalization of Logia is now. After being surprised, he looked at Enel angrily. All right. Kaishu's majestic voice sounded, and Enel immediately turned around and stood upright. Xiao, you lose. Dad, I. Xiao Lingyi looked at Kaishu aggrievedly, her eyes a little red. After all, he is still a 4-year-old child who has grown up with praise and has never experienced failure. Don't cry. Kaishu looked at his son with stern eyes and said calmly, as a man, you have to afford to lose. Understand? Looking at Kaishu's stern eyes, Xiao Lingyi was shocked and nodded heavily. I know daddy, Xiao will not let you down. After saying this, a determined look appeared in Xiao Lingyi's innocent pupils. The corners of Kaishu's mouth were slightly raised at an imperceptible angle. From what he saw and heard, he felt the transformation of his son's will. Although such a small transformation can't make Xiao Qi change a lot. But at least, I have grown a lot. After all, he is only 4 years old. Do you think he will have a strong heart for once? It's not like he's a natural supreme being from the world of fantasy or immortality, how could that be possible? Enel, you performed very well. You can receive 10 more stamina pills this month. Kaishu turned to look at Enel, who looked respectful and said with satisfaction. Yes. Thank you, Captain. Enel's face lit up and he shouted loudly. Come down. Enel obeyed and transformed into thunder and lightning, instantly appearing behind the little ghosts. Xiao Lingyi's eyes widened, she didn't expect Enel to have such speed. If he had fought with himself at such a speed from the beginning, he would have lost long ago. No. I am the young master of beasts pirates, how can I be inferior to others? At this time, a seed of unwillingness to admit defeat was planted in Lingyi's heart. Dad, I still want to keep fighting. Xiao Lingyi did not step down, but had a serious expression that she had never seen before. Not convinced, are you? No, Xiao wants to know, where is your limit now? Kaishu looked at his son's serious face and smiled slightly. It was really the right time to bring Xiao Lingyi here this time. The little guy's growth was beyond his expectation. Chapter 179. Report your name, age, and ability, and let him challenge. As long as you win, you will be rewarded with 10 stamina pills. If you lose, you won't be allowed to eat today. Kaishu looked at the group of brats and ordered calmly. Yes. The imps shouted in unison. Then he looked at Xiao Lingyi and reported his name and age one by one. Young master, my name is Sasaki, 7 years old, Zoan dragon fruit phantom beast species ceratopsion dragon form. A boy with green hair, sharp teeth, and a military hat with 2 horns stood up first. Hey, young master, my name is Jabra, 10 years old, Zoan dog fruit, phantom beast breed, wind demon wolf form. A boy wearing training clothes, with a scar on his forehead and long hair in braids, greeted with a smile. Young master, my name is Bluno, 5 years old, Zoan Niu fruit phantom beast species purple-eyed one-horned ox form. A boy with thick lips, wearing black and white stripes, and a hairstyle like a horn, raised his hand and said dully. Young master, my name is... /. One after another, the little ghosts announced themselves. However, Xiao Lingyi discovered that there were only 3 people with the ability of phantom beasts. Kaishu will give you the phantom beast seed fruit, and your potential is definitely not weak. Then Sasaki, you have to be quick. Yes. With a short sword on his waist, Sasaki quickly jumped onto the fighting stage. Young master, come on. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Whoosh. Boom __. The two rushed towards each other, and their clenched fists collided, creating a flow of air. Ah! Sasaki groaned in pain and stepped back. His physique is not as strong as Enel, so how can he compare to Xiao Lingyi? Bang bang! However, Sasaki did not give up. He leaned forward again and kicked Xiao Lingyi in the chest. Xiao Lingyi's eyes were focused, he quickly retreated, crouched slightly, and punched him. Compared to Enel's taijutsu, Sasaki is obviously not good at it. He and Xiao Lingyi were evenly matched, and they could only compete head-on. After all, at their current age, the most important thing is to polish the foundation, and it's not time to learn physical skills yet. Hoo-hoo! In just a few rounds, Sasaki was beaten until he was out of breath. Xiao Lingyi was also sweating profusely. Brother Pigeon, come on! Yamato's cute little face is full of anticipation, and his crisp childish voice adds a bit of fun to the battle. Young master, I want to be serious. Please be careful with it. Sasaki's eyes narrowed and he reminded seriously. He knew that he was not as strong as Xiao Ling yet, so he had to use his abilities if he wanted to win. Roar! Under the curious eyes of Xiao Lingyi and Yamato, Sasaki's body expanded rapidly. 2 thick and large horns appeared on the head, which were larger than the skull. The ferocious and terrifying western dragon head, with skin as brown as the earth, and 2 thick thighs stepping on the ground. The 2 front feet are like pterosaurs, covered with a layer of cornea. A huge ceratopsion with a body over 3 meters tall and over 5 meters in length. The shadow completely covered Xiao Lingyi. Is this the same phantom beast ability as Dad? So strong. Xiao Lingyi looked up at the huge horned dragon, swallowed and murmured to himself. Wow long. Not only was Yamato not afraid, his eyes were shining with stars. Young master, be careful. Roaring to the sky. Roar. Sasaki let out a roar that shook the sky, and the sound waves were so powerful that they rippled in the atmosphere. Xiao Lingyi held her ears in pain with a small face and a splitting headache. Not only him, but many kids in the audience looked in pain, and even the younger ones had fainted. But Yamato, who was next to Guy's fist and foot, didn't react at all, and blinked his cute eyes strangely. This is of course Kaishu's haki, blocking the sound wave in front of Yamato. The horned dragon rushed quickly, making a huge sound on the alloy floor with every step. When Xiao Lingyi covered his ears with his hands, 2 huge horns had already rushed in front of him. Hateful! Xiao Lingyi was still a little dizzy, but she still clenched her fist firmly and smashed the big horn of the ceratopsion. Pang! The big thick horns collided with the young fists. Little Lingyi's face turned red and she gritted her teeth. His feet were on the floor, but they were pushed backwards. Roar! The horned dragon roared loudly and suddenly raised its big horn, pushing Xiao Gangyi up against the ceiling. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Xiao Lingyi was embedded in the ceiling. Ah, brother pigeon! Yamato's eyes instantly turned red. He anxiously pulled Kaisha's trousers and pointed at the ceiling. It's okay. Yamato, be good and don't cry. Kaisha picked up Yamato, and Guo's Hung comforted him. If an ordinary human 4-year-old child were hit by such an impact, he would not die but would be seriously injured. 0. But Xiao Lingyi was born with a strong body, but nothing serious happened. At most, the collision would only result in a bruised nose, swollen face, and skin trauma. Sasaki, you win, come down. Kongming shook his feather fan lightly and said with a smile. Yes. The huge horned dragon shrank quickly and soon returned to its human form. Snapped. At this moment, Xiao Lingyi fell from the ceiling, shook his head and stood up. Xiao, do you want to fight again? Want? Xiao Lingyi patted his messy clothes and said stubbornly. Take these 3 physical strength pills to compensate for your physical strength. Kaishu didn't talk nonsense, nor did he criticize Xiao Lingyi, but he gave 3 body elixirs. Jabra, come on. Hee, yes. Young master. Bang bang bang. Boom boom. In just a short moment of fighting, 10-year-old Jabra was suppressed by little Lingyi. It should be said that in terms of physical skills alone, except for Enel, none of these brats are Xiao Lingyi's opponents. Only. Young master, I have to use my power too. Come on, I won't lose this time. Ouch. A strong wind instantly blew up on the stage. Jabra's body swelled and his blue hair grew rapidly. The 4 wolf claws are covered with a whirlwind, and the scarlet beast pupils are intertwined with teeth. Young master, be careful. Corpse. Chapter 180. Hang Chi. Gilu Gilu. In the restaurant of the underground base, little Lingyi, with a bandage on his head, opened his small mouth and bit into various Sea King's barbecues on the table. With the intake of food, Xiao Lingyi's little purple face was recovering from swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yamato sat in Kaisha's arms, holding a bottle that was bigger than her, and drank happily with his eyes narrowed. Kaisha looked at his devouring son and couldn't help but smile with sympathy. Dad, next time we come, little Yoryuki will definitely defeat them all. Noticing Guy's gaze, Xiao Lingyi swallowed the roast meat in her mouth and said confidently. This time, Xiao Lingyi beat up all the brats who were being trained in the base. In addition to losing to Enel, Sasaki, and Jabra, Xiao Lingyi, the other 19 pressure person, was defeated. Including Bluno, who has the ability of a fantasy beast species, the purple-eyed unicorn. Haha, don't speak too early, they are also making progress, and they practice much harder than you. Kaishu looked unbelieving and struck Lingyi. Humph. Xiao will work harder than them all and will definitely defeat them. I won't lose to anyone. Xiao Lingyi looked directly at Kaishu and said loudly and loudly. At this moment, his small body exuded a domineering aura. Then I'll wait and see. Kaishu smiled slightly, shrugged, and said in a teasing tone. Let me explain here, Ins Lingyi's talent is even higher than Charlotte Linlin. Although he lost to Enel and the other 3, you should know that in terms of talent and physical strength, no one could compete with the 4-year-old Ling yet. Needless to say, Enel, as a user with Thunder Fruit ability, until he masters the weapon color, Xiao Lingyi cannot be his opponent. In addition, 12-year-old Enel has already learned a lot of physical skills. As for Sasaki and Jabra, both of them are not as good as Xiao Lingyi in physical skills. But thanks to the ability of the Phantom Beast species, Tuan Xiao Lingyi was defeated. As for Charlotte Linlin's record of defeating the giant hero Jorel at the age of 5. But you know, Jorel was already 344 years old at that time and was known as the oldest warrior in the world. Jorel just wanted to stop Charlotte Linlin from going berserk because of narcosis. However, Linlin fell down and was seriously injured and died. One can imagine how weak his physical condition was. To put it bluntly, he is already dying. This is incomparable to Sasaki and Jabra, who use the ability of the Phantom Beasts and have strong vitality. Captain. While Kaisha was watching his son eating meat to replenish his strength, Kong Ming walked in with a piece of information in his hand. "What's wrong?" Kaishu asked casually. "Roger and the Golden Lion in the Sea of Atval. We met. At the same time, the rough waters of Atval. Thasabeli, Roger 11. Shiki said hello arrogantly and laughed. This time, he had been well prepared to surround the Roger pirates here. Even though the Roger pirates have more high-end combat power, they can't stand up to the human sea tactics. There are dozens of pirate ships here at Golden Lion, and each ship firing a cannonball is enough for them. Shiki, you came prepared this time." Although Roger seemed quite relaxed on the surface, he was also very nervous inside. In this situation, they couldn't even run away. Especially with Golden Lion's troublesome ability, it's easy to catch up with them. "I won't say any more nonsense. Come join me, Roger." "This is not okay, Shiki, we have had a lot of grudges in the past." "Wow ah ah." At this moment, trainee crew member Buggy was so frightened that he ran around and persuaded Roger, "Captain, let's go with the Golden Lion first." "Buggy, you have become incapable of being cut to death, why are you still so scared?" Shanks said to Buggy with a puzzled look on his face. "But there are still many weaknesses, you idiot." Buggy was furious. "By the way, Mr. Crocus, how is the captain's condition? He is not suitable for fighting yet. As a doctor, go and stop him." "Unfortunately, he is in good condition now." Crocus shouldered the fishhook and was eager to try the weapon in his hand. Buggy wanted to ask Rayleigh for help, but was held back by Jabba. "Give up, we have been with Roger for so long and we still haven't been able to convince him." "How could?" Buggy burst into tears, looking a little desperate. "Roger doesn't have much time to trust Tom's Oro Jackson," Rayleigh said calmly. At this moment, Golden Lion spoke again. "I have said this many times, Roger, although we had a lot of grievances when we were young, let's forget about it. As long as you have the weapons that you know can destroy the world, coupled with my military strength, and the perfect plan that I spent several years constructing, you can rule the world in no time. Don't talk about that brat Kaishu, then even the world is no match for us. Don't you want revenge on Kaishu? Be my right arm, Roger." The Golden Lion extended his hand to invite Roger. "I'm not interested in domination, Shiki. What's the point of being a pirate if you don't do what you want to do? And there is no hatred between Kaishu and I. They are all choices made for our own ambitions. Even if one day I start a war with Beast's pirates, I will fight Kaishu openly. No matter how much pressure you put on me, Golden Lion, I refuse your offer." Roger stood on the bow of the 0.4 ship, looking at Shiki with golden hair flying in the center of a dozen pirate ships in front of him, and said boldly, "That is, your answer is that you want me to kill you here." Golden Lion's tone suddenly changed, becoming murderous. When the two pirate groups met, the sea level was no longer so calm, with rolling waves crisscrossing the ship. "It means knocking all of you down." Roger grinned and shot back, not to be outdone. The Roger pirate ship took the lead in launching a bombardment, hitting another pirate ship next to the Golden Lion main ship. Chirp! Boom! With the sound of the Oro Jackson's cannon, the battle between the two pirate groups officially kicked off. Chapter 181. At the Golden Lion's order, dozens of pirate ships surrounding the Oro Jackson launched an attack together. "Fire the cannon and sink the Roger pirate's ship. Let them see how powerful our flying pirates are." "Yes." Tweet. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, dozens of cannonballs were fired at the Roger pirates, densely packed like a rain of cannonballs. "Partners, prepare to counterattack." Roger pulled out his saber and said with high morale. Even if they died in this sea, they had no regrets. Faced with dozens of shell-covered attacks, the members of the Roger pirates were not afraid at all. The crew quickly drew their guns and fired, and the bullets detonated the bombs in mid-air. A swordsman like Rayleigh could cut off more than a dozen shells in an instant with a slash, causing them to explode in advance. In short, none of these shells fell on the Oro Jackson. Golden Lion was not surprised at all by this situation. Golden Lion would be surprised if the Roger pirates were really sunk by such an attack. They all knew each other's strength, and Golden Lion 02 didn't take action personally. He wanted to continue to put pressure on Roger and give him more time to think about it. Joining him must be a wise choice. Captain, you mean the Golden Lion will fail? Kong Ming shook his feather fan lightly and said in disbelief, no way. Although the Roger pirates have 3 powerful forces, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Gold, Silver, and Bronze. But the power under Golden Lion exceeds tens of thousands. There are dozens of pirate ships alone. In a naval battle, the Roger pirates should be no match. Although for top combat power, naval battles and land battles are not much different. But once surrounded, countless artillery shells are fired. Without special fruit abilities, even the top combat power will find it difficult. After all, even Roger couldn't block all the cannonballs attacking the ship. No, not only will Roger win, Golden Lion will also win everything because of this naval battle. Kaishu said firmly. Then, Captain, are we? Hearing Kaishu's confident words, although Kong Ming was confused, he still chose to believe it. His eyes flashed, and he immediately looked at Kaishu questioningly. Since the meat has been served to you, there is no reason not to eat it. Notice down, Sanquin will personally lead the team and take over all the Golden Lion's territory. Yes. Roger, are you still unwilling to join me? The cannonball attacks came one after another, and the crew of the Roger pirates were all resisting tenaciously. In their spare time, they would also sink an enemy pirate ship. But there are too many pirate ships on the opponent's side, and sinking one pirate ship will not have much effect on the battle situation. You must know that the size of the power under the Golden Lion is second only to the Beast's pirates. No matter how many times you ask, my answer is always the same, G. Golden Lion couldn't help but stare when he heard Roger's hearty and decisive answer. Since you can't get it, then destroy them. This is Golden Lion's current thinking. Whoosh! The Golden Lion broke away from the pirate ship and flew into the air, pulled out the 2 swords from his waist, and slashed in the direction of the Roger pirates. Slash wave! The blazing golden sword energy was so powerful that the howling wind was torn apart instantly. If this unparalleled sword light were to fall on Roger's pirate ship, even the ship built by the treasure tree atom would be split in half in an instant. Whoosh! At this time, Fulai rushed to the front. Don't even think about it. Draw your sword and create a slash that is no less impressive than the Golden Lion. 2 dazzling sword lights collided in mid-air, making a metallic sound and causing sparks to fly. The sword lights consumed each other and slowly dissipated into the air. But the already turbulent sea became even more undulating under the collision of the slashes. Waves hit the ship one after another, and the wind became more and more fierce. Rayleigh, I admire you too. Do you want to join my pirate group? Golden Lion extended an invitation to Rayleigh. Although there are many members of the Golden Lion pirates, he is the only real monster. Choo choo choo. Bang, bang bang. Boom boom boom. Roger, aren't you ready to surrender? After several more rounds of bombardment, most of the crew of the Roger pirates were already very tired. Only those mid to high-end combat forces are still stubbornly resisting. Golden Lion, I said, if you can't sail according to your own wishes, what's the point of being a pirate? If you are so stubborn, just take your pirate group and bury yourself in the sea. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion swung dozens of slashes in a few seconds, each of which was no weaker than the slash wave just now. Are you going all out, Golden Lion? Then I can't lose, ha 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 ha. God's avoidance and flurry of dance. Roger's nose hair trembled, his eyes flashed red, and his right arm holding the knife turned into an afterimage, instantly cutting out densely packed blades. Zzz. Dark red lightning collided wildly, the swords screamed with each other, the sea was turbulent, and the waves were surging. Roger, give up resistance. Looking at the Roger pirates bumping in the turbulent waves, Golden Lion felt that he had a chance to win and declared his sovereignty in the violent storm. The Golden Lion landed on the bow of his ship. But then, Roger smiled mysteriously, without any words in his eyes or expression. Roger, why are you laughing? Seeing Roger's strange smile, Golden Lion 867 couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Does Roger have any backup plans? I laugh at you and you will be wiped out soon. Roger raised his nose hair, sheathed the knife, and said with a proud smile. What do you mean? Golden Lion's expression became solemn. He knew that Roger never said unfounded words. You'll find out later. At this time, the strong wind suddenly became stronger and stronger, and the waves became higher and higher. The sea level is like a staircase, rising and falling one after another. What's happening here? Golden Lion noticed something was wrong with the weather, but it was already too late. Several of their pirate ships had already been washed into the sea by the waves. Admiral, no luck, a storm is coming. At this time, a navigator said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a sudden strong wind behind the flying pirates, forming terrifying tornadoes. The tornado came so suddenly that no one had a chance to react. Afro. Golden Lion looked at the dark clouds above the tornado and said in surprise. No matter how you look at it, it's a storm. A group of crew members said loudly. Ha 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 ha, kids, let's run away. Roger shouted to the members of his pirate group. I don't know why, but on the route Roger pirates sailed, the waves were relatively weak, and the storm even accelerated their sailing speed. Chapter 182. Damn it, catch up with me. The Golden Lion couldn't just watch Roger escape and ordered the pirate ship to catch up. But, this is no longer possible. Forget about chasing the Roger pirates, the Sky Pirates fleet is already in a tornado and cannot sail. Even Golden Lion's lion fruit ability cannot compete with the power of nature. I could only watch the pirate ships being sucked into the roaring tornado. Ah! Admiral, help me! Wow ah! No! Don't, help me! Dash! Dozens of pirate ships were destroyed in an instant, and the Golden Lion didn't know which pirate ship the rudder flew from, and was inserted into its head. Hateful! Golden Lion let out an unwilling roar. Battle of Eight Wall. This collision between the two Four Emperors pirate groups even affected the structure of the entire world. At the end of this battle, Roger, who should have been embattled on all sides, was more likely to be defeated, but unexpectedly, Roger was saved by a sudden storm in the end. The sea swallowed up half of the Golden Lion's fleet, and eventually both sides suffered losses. Roger also relied on this sudden storm to break through and escape from the lion's mouth. The Golden Lion was also seriously injured in this naval battle, and a rudder was inserted into his head during the storm. And because it was inserted too deep, it would be life-threatening if removed, so I had to leave it on the head. If there hadn't been this tsunami, would the world-destroying weapons in Roger's hands have to be handed over for the sake of the lives of his companions, and be obtained by the Golden Lion? And did the Golden Lion swallow the world like a lion with its mouth wide open, as he boasted? But even though the relationship with Roger ended up being a lose-lose outcome, Golden Lion still had sincere admiration for Roger. When the naval battle of Eight Wall ended, the boundless sea smoothed out all the stormy effects of the battle. And shortly after the Battle of Atval, less than a day passed, and most of the forces around the world didn't even have time to receive the news. Beast's Pirates has already assembled dozens of fleets, led by San Calamity himself, and entered Jinjiao's territory unscrupulously. Boom boom boom! Ah, have mercy on me! AHH! Listen up Laozi, from now on this is our Beast's Pirates territory. In the ruins of the palace with flames rising into the sky, mourning everywhere, and broken walls, Gaspard shouted arrogantly, holding a cigar in his mouth. He is surrounded by kingdom guards and an affiliated pirate group under the Flying Pirates. You, these bastards! The Admiral will not let you. At the feet of Gaspard, the pirate captain was covered in blood, his eyes filled with unwilling hatred, and he spoke intermittently. If that guy from Golden Lion dares to come, just come. Gaspard didn't care at all about the threat of the pirate captain, and his ferocious eyes showed cruelty. You! The pirate captain wanted to say something else, but unfortunately Gaspard had no patience to listen anymore, so he kicked him down and crushed his head to pieces. Another island! Ha 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 ha, so happy! Shiryu, who was only 17 years old, was walking on the lonely street, the blade in his hand was still dripping with blood, and the strong smell of blood still lingered in the air. What a beating! A group of powerful men with a strong smell of blood came over. Is everything done? Shiryu wiped the thunderstorm in his hand, exuding a cold and biting murderous aura. Sir, please rest assured. The pirate group under Fekong is completely vulnerable. They have all been slaughtered. This place will be our territory from now on. That's really disappointing. Isn't there an opponent worth killing? Shiryu said, slightly disappointed when he heard that all the pirate groups here had been eliminated. Never mind. Shiryu sheathed the knife, lit another cigar, grinned and said in a low voice, let's go to the next place. Ouch! The earth-shaking bear roar sounded, and the huge silver-white bear shook the earth. The violent thunder swept out, cracking and scorching the ground wherever it passed, blasting out deep pits, and countless people were blasted into coke, which was extremely horrifying. This is a bustling city, and it should have been a time when people were coming and going and the crowds were boiling. Now it has completely collapsed, the earth is stained with blood, and tens of thousands of pirates are raging, destroying the prosperous capital city. Damn you devils! A general holding a spear roared angrily. He was the commander-in-chief of this royal capital and was responsible for guarding the stability of the entire city. However, under the sudden attack of Beast's pirates, the entire city was destroyed like ashes. Tens of thousands of soldiers were killed, and all of this made him crazy. Beast's pirates are so cruel, they will be punished one day. Roaring with grief and anger, the general faced the raging thunder bear. The spear pierced the air, making a sharp whistle, and stabbed towards the extremely tall silver-white giant bear. Retribution! Bullet sneered, and slapped the huge bear paw directly, and a huge shadow covered the sky and the sun. In front of the captain, the so-called retribution is nothing, it's ridiculous. The spear easily broke off the bear's paw, and the terrifying power swept through the whole body, shattering all the bones in an instant and turning it directly into pulp. General! Is this the disaster of Beast's pirates? It's just a monster. Thunder disaster Bullet, we are no match at all. Many soldiers who were resisting with difficulty shouted in grief and anger, their eyes red with anger. Looking at the silver-white giant bear standing on 2 feet and over 100 meters tall, he completely lost the courage to resist. Stupid stubborn people are just asking for death. I'll blast any trash that stands in the captain's way to pieces. Bullet laughed crazily and looked domineering. Kings! Treat these tens of thousands of lives as nothing. In fact, Bullet didn't know why the people on this island resisted to the death and would rather die than surrender. It is obviously just a large kingdom protected under the banner of Golden Lion. But they are even tougher than the pirates under the Golden Lion. But Bullet obviously doesn't have the patience to think about so many issues. No matter what agreement this country has with Golden Lion, or for other purposes, Bullet doesn't care. Not surrendering? Then wipe it from the sea. This fits the name of disaster. Kill. Destroy this city. Fight them. The loud shouts of killing shook the surrounding areas, and blood spattered continuously, dyeing the entire city red. After a long time, under the overwhelming force, all the resistance in the city was swept away. The flag of the Beast's pirates was hung on top of the Kingdom City. Chapter 183. The Sky Pirates' Territory, Ender Guyberi Island. This is where the captain of the third ship, Fire Maniac Andalin, is stationed. Golden Lion went to ambush the Roger pirates, but he didn't bring all his cotters with him. After all, such a huge territory and sea area still needs someone to guard it. Come, Captain, let's have a drink. Ah ha 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 ha. Cheers. This time, the Admiral is going to conquer the Roger pirates. As long as we can successfully conquer Roger, we will be the strongest pirate group in the New World. That's right, no Beast's pirates will be our opponent by then. You're right, have a drink. Cheers. At this moment, Andalin was completely unaware of the approaching threat, and was still eating and drinking with the crew on the island. Until... Buru Buru. Moxie Moxie, I am Andalin. Andalin, who was drinking, took out the phone bug from his arms, took a bite of the barbecue, and answered the phone bug vaguely. You, Lord Andalin, this is Gangzilli Island, we were attacked by Beast's pirates. Requesting support, requesting, ah. The phone bug imitated an anxious look and said quickly. At the end, all I heard was screams and the roar of 503 artillery fire. What? Andalin was drunk and his eyes were hazy, but he woke up instantly. Not only him, but the surrounding area also became quiet in an instant. All the crew members had their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. They were holding wine and barbecue in their hands and stared blankly at the phone bug. Hey! Hey! Andalin took the phone and called loudly, but no one answered. There were only sounds of explosions and fighting, screams, and calls for help. For a moment, a dark cloud enveloped the hearts of everyone present, and Anlin was sweating profusely. Quick! Contact the admiral quickly. Yes. Brew, brew. Bulu bulu. Captain, we can't contact you. Looking at the phone call that no one answered, Anlin's face became even more ugly. Damn! How could the beasts pirates invade at this time? Is Kaishu, the 100 beasts, going to war with us? Andalin took 2 sips of wine and cursed angrily. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, a gust of cold wind hit, causing all the pirates present to shiver. Even the pirate who was drunk on the ground sat up in a daze. What happened? Andalin raised his head and cursed unhappily, looking at the sea involuntarily. Why did the weather suddenly turn cold? As he spoke, Andalin's pupils focused, with fear in his eyes. Not good. The beasts pirates are coming. Andalin pointed in the direction of the sea and roared. All the crew members looked over, their expressions suddenly changed. That's Snowbird. It's the Snowbird number from Jun during the snow disaster. The beasts pirates are really here. Why are you still stunned? Hurry! Get ready to fight. Damn it, it turned out to be the disaster of beasts pirates who came in person. All of a sudden, all the pirates, including Andalin, were a little panicked. A person's name, the shadow of a tree. The name Beasts Pirates 3 Disasters was not just blown away. That's all a reputation gained from being killed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Don't talk about them, even their admiral has to be prepared for the 3 disasters. Andalin and the crew quickly ran to the fort in the port and shouted loudly to the rapidly approaching ship. Is this the snow disaster Jun from Beasts Pirates? This is the territory of our flying pirates, please leave immediately. What if I say no? At this time, a figure wearing a pink cloak and showing a pair of beautiful white legs stood on the bow of the ship and said coldly. Your Excellency, if we have caused any offense, we would like to apologize. But by doing this, you are provoking us, the Sky Pirates. Do you want to start a war with the Admiral? Andalin didn't dare to offend Jun, but he couldn't weaken the reputation of the Sky Pirates. I can only say it forcefully. War. Even if we start a war, what can Golden Lion do to me? Give you a chance, surrender or die. Jun smiled disdainfully, and then a cold murderous intention appeared on his beautiful and cold face. Ha 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 ha, surrender? Stop joking. Pirates are also kind and righteous. Since you beasts pirates insist on starting a war, then Lao Zi will stay with you until the end. Andalin laughed boldly, then raised his hand and immediately put it down. Wood roared. Fire! Choo choo choo! Back when Andalin attracted the attention of beasts pirates and delayed time. The crew got ready and filled the cannonballs. Almost at the next second of Andalin's order, more than a dozen cannonballs were fired. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Jun raised his eyes slightly and said in a contemptuous tone. Underscore. There was a cold knife cry, and a cold light suddenly appeared. The bright snow-white sword light flashed past. I saw a dozen cannonballs attacking from the front, instantly freezing into spherical ice cubes. It fell into the sea with a bang bang without making any sound at all. Next moment, the terrifying cold wind blew out. Heavy snow fell in the sky, and the temperature of the entire sea area dropped sharply. It's snowing. So cold. Don't worry about whether it's snowing or not, fire the cannon. Captain, Captain, the muzzle of the cannon is frozen, hiss, it's so cold, ah. No. It's going to be cold. I want to go back and put on clothes. I'm going to freeze to death. In just a moment, the entire island seemed to be covered with a layer of snow-white coir raincoat. The temperature continues to drop, and snow accumulates rapidly on the island. Before 2 rounds of shells were fired, the muzzle of the cannon was frozen and completely useless. The pirates were shivering under the heavy snow, their faces turning purple from the cold. Fire oil. Andalin wanted to use his ability to create flames, melt the surrounding ice and snow, and keep the crew warm. However, as soon as his oil fruit produced fire oil, it was frozen into ice before it could be ignited. Gudong. Andalin's body was also covered with a layer of snowflakes. He swallowed and looked at Jun, who looked like the Ice Queen, with horrified eyes. This is Beast's Pirates' snowstorm. Everywhere we passed, there was heavy snowfall, 3 feet of ice, and everything was frozen. Countless pirates were armed with guns and their bodies were frozen stiff. Their faces were all pale, their feet were shaking, and they were extremely frightened. At this moment, they truly saw what a disaster is. Chapter 184. No one expected that the Beast's pirates would attack all of the Golden Lion's sea territories. And with lightning speed, they invaded the territory of the flying pirates with overwhelming force. In just 2 days, half of the territory was taken over by Beast's pirates. The next day, overwhelming newspapers spread all over the world, and Dahai gradually learned of the great changes in the situation in the New World. First of all, the headline is: The Beast's pirates officially declare war on the Sky Pirates and occupy the Golden Lion territory on a large scale. There is also the naval battle of Atval. The Roger pirates returned to the Paradise, and the air fleet suffered heavy losses. Both sides suffered. Golden Lion Shiki was seriously injured, and a rudder was inserted into the top of his head. The Sky Pirates ships number 3, 6, and 10 were all wiped out. One by one, everything about the naval battle of Atval and the invasion of the Beast's pirates were reported. Especially the large-scale invasion of Beast's pirates has not ended yet, and the newspapers are being updated every day. In a certain sea area of the New World, the Moby DK. Dad, that guy Kaishu attacked Golden Lion. With a shocked expression, Marco handed the intelligence that had just been sent to Whitebeard, who was drinking. Over the past 5 years, Whitebeard's aura has become stronger, faintly revealing the original aura of rocks. After experiencing the fiasco 5 years ago, how could a proud Whitebeard stand still? Not only him, but also Roger, Golden Lion, and Red Earl Rider are all trying their best to make themselves stronger. Not to mention these monsters, whose talents are no worse than rocks. Even Whitebeard's sons have not been left idle in these years. The disastrous defeat 5 years ago made them grow a lot, and their strength has improved greatly. Today's Whitebeard pirates only have the specifications of 4 emperors. Unlike before, Whitebeard was the only one holding on. That kid Kaishu is starting to expand. Ryuhuza looked at the sea calmly. Dad. Marco, Whitebeard, and others all looked at Whitebeard in confusion. Gudong Gudong. Whitebeard picked up the wine gourd next to him and drank. After spitting out the breath of alcohol, he said, "There is nothing surprising. With Kaishu's ambition, expansion will be a matter of time. That man has the ambition to conquer the world." Whitebeard's calm tone shocked everyone. Whitebeard looked at the sea and thought of his former captain, who also had strong ambitions. "Kaishu, you will be the one to inherit Rock's wool." Whitebeard's eyes were bright, looking at the blue sea, lost in thought. "Dad, what are we going to do? Stop the Beast's pirates?" Whitebeard interrupted Whitebeard's deep thoughts, walked up to him and raised his head and asked. "Everyone knows the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Since Kaishu has the ambition to dominate, once the Beasts annex the territory of the Sky Pirates, then the next target will most likely be their Whitebeard pirates. So in this matter, they may have to join forces with Golden Lion." Whitebeard's sharp eyes flashed slightly, then shook his head and said, "No need. That BD Shiki won't be swallowed up so easily. Golden Lion is a user with the Lion Fruit ability, and can make several islands float into the sky at will. How could such a man fail so easily? The Roger pirates have gone to Paradise now, and we alone can't stop the Beast's pirates." At this time, Lakyu on the side said in a very disgraceful manner. His words made Whitebeard, and Marco all look at him with evil eyes. Ahem. I mean, Golden Lion is not dead, so we don't need to worry about it. Lakyu felt the gazes from all directions, and his body couldn't help but trembled. He knew that he had said the wrong thing, and he immediately explained. Snort. Huitabei snorted angrily at Lakyu. Ku la 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 la. Don't worry, stupid son, don't forget that Laozi is Whitebeard. Whitebeard suddenly stood up and shouted with great courage, his body erupted with a scornful aura, and the atmosphere around him was trembling. Wow! Dad is the strongest man in the world. It's not 5 years ago anymore, our Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of them beasts pirates. As long as Dad is here, there will be no problem. Oh. 10,000 kingdoms, Cake Island. What did you say? The Golden Lion and Roger are at war? Both sides will suffer. A massive invasion of Golden Lion territory by beasts pirates. Charlotte Linlin, who had gained weight, stopped eating. Staring at her bloodshot eyes, she looked at one of the 3 generals, Pero. No. That's right, Mom. After so many years, Pero still couldn't help but be afraid when he saw Charlotte Linlin's cruel gaze, and quickly handed over the information in his hand. After Charlotte Linlin took it, she quickly read all the above content. Immediately. Golden Lion, Roger, those 2 bastards are also here today. Mom. Charlotte Linlin laughed excitedly. Even if the cake I always loved fell to the ground, I didn't notice it at all. Mom, should we watch out for beasts pirates? Seeing that Charlotte Linlin was happy, Pero licked the lollipop and asked. Why beware of beasts pirates? Charlotte Linlin smiled ferociously, and her saliva fell to the ground, corroding a pit and hissing white smoke. Isn't this my chance now? Let me grab it. We must grab more territory before the beasts pirates occupy all the Golden Lion's territory. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said, this time, I am going to pull that lion off the throne. I want to become 4 emperors. Ma. Atval Sea area, a small island. The surviving main ship of the Sky Pirates is resting here, and is also trying to find a way to heal the side of the ship above Golden Lion's head. However, at this moment, Golden Lion Shiki held the newspaper with his fingers until they turned blue. With a ferocious face, bloodshot eyes, and bulging veins on his forehead, he bit his cigar and burst out with a fierce aura. Kaishu. The Golden Lion shreds the newspaper, and the conquerors rages, roaring in anger. Gee ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he opened his hands wide again and laughed maniacally. Since you want to start a war, Laozi will help you. Kid, Laozi wants you to know that I am the man who wants to rule this sea from the sky. Golden Lion's eyes were bright and cruel, and he quickly calmed down. At this moment, he showed the majesty and power of the hero of the sea. Chapter 185. A few days later, the beasts pirates had occupied nearly 2/3 of Golden Lion's territory. However, at this time, the speed of the invasion had slowed down and gradually stopped. It's not that the beasts pirates don't have the ability to conquer all the Golden Lion's territory. Rather, it takes time to digest the territory that has been gained. Arrange personnel garrison, post-war reconstruction, demographics, and so on. Again, this is a real world. Winning the territory is only the first step. The subsequent digestion work is the top priority. To put it simply, for example, Doflamingo in the original work, why did he plan to frame King Riku before taking down Dressrosa? Isn't it just to win over the hearts of the people and prevent them from opposing their own rule? Otherwise, like the original Wanakuni, there will be a lot of samurai who want to overthrow Kaido. In the past few days, another piece of news has come. 007 is the Big Mom Pirates, and they actually sent 3 generals to invade the Golden Lion's territory from another direction. And in just one day, they occupied 3 resource-rich islands. For a time, rumors that the Golden Lion was about to fall from the throne spread across the sea. But during this time, the Golden Lion never appeared. It gives people a sense of depression that a storm is about to come. 3 days later at noon, Ghost Island. Kaido's huge body followed quietly behind Xiao Lingyi. A small figure sat on his head, holding Kaido's ghost horns with his little white hands, and laughing like silver bells from time to time. Xiao, are you sure your dad's good wine is hidden here? Kaido bent down and whispered like a thief. Looking at the room in front of me that seemed to be filled with sundries, I couldn't help but swallowed. Uncle, don't worry, my dad's good wine is hidden here, I discovered it secretly. Xiao Lingyi patted her chest and said proudly. But uncle, we have agreed that I will help you steal wine, and you will give me the best set of toys. Kaido swallowed his saliva and nodded repeatedly, no problem. Good wine from Ghost Clan. The island sheltered by beasts pirates offers the best wine every year. Half will be distributed to the crew and officers, and most of the rewards in the other half will be used during important banquets. Only a small portion will become Kaisha's private collection. Kaido has been coveting these drinks for a long time. No, Xiao Lingyi was bribed to steal wine while Kaisha was practicing. Kaisha didn't know that the wine he had worked so hard to hide was sold by his son. Just when Kaido was filled with joy and was about to walk into Kaisha's wine cellar, a shadow blocked the bright sunshine. Kaido frowned and looked up. Yamato sat on Kaido's head and pointed to the sky with his little finger cutely. What is that? Xiao Lingyi opened her mouth and said. In the sky, a huge island appeared, sweeping in with overwhelming power. The golden lion stands on the highest peak of the large island, looking crazy and shining brightly. His eyes were as red as blood, and he wanted to choose someone to devour. Finally, the clouds were broken by the huge thing, and the dark shadow that blocked the sun slowly shrouded over a Nagashima, drowning out the light little by little. Gee ha 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 ha! The golden lion's wild laughter spread throughout the ghost island. His unscrupulous and awe-inspiring figure, standing proudly in the sun, like a lion, caught the eyes of everyone on a Nagashima. Golden Lion's eyes were bloodshot, veins popped out on his forehead, and he had an aura of madness and destruction. The sun shone on his body from a distance, and his long golden hair was coated with a brilliant light. That's Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion came directly to a Nagashima. Quickly, notify the captain and boss Kaido. No need, the captain and others must already know about the Golden Lion's high-profile appearance. What does that guy want to do? Don't worry, we beasts pirates are not a place for him to run wild. That's right. Although Lord Three Disasters has left, the captain and deputy captain are still on the island. Quick! Everyone, get ready for battle. Yes, yes. Now that Golden Lion is here, don't even think about leaving. Yes, we are beasts pirates. Everyone on the ghost island also raised their heads to look at the huge island that covered the sky and the sun. From the shock and panic at the beginning, I gradually became calm. Because they all believe that as long as Kaishu and Kaido are there, no one can cause trouble on Si Island. A mere golden lion, defeated by the vice-captain's subordinates, is nothing more than a lost dog. Quinn even jogged out of his lab. Then I found a place with a wide view and asked someone to bring chairs and snacks. He just lay there, looking like he was watching a show. Beasts pirates, are you ready for Laozi's wrath? The golden lion was biting his cigar, condescending, and waved his hand with a ferocious face. I saw the thick clouds breaking through in the sky. 2 seats. 3 seats. A whole 3 islands appeared, and the shadow completely covered the entire ghost island, like a dark night. With the golden lion's bright eyes, he smiled cruelly. All 3 islands lost control and fell freely towards Ghost Island. The island fell down. 3 islands, what to do? Don't worry, the captain is here. Wow dash! Such an impactful and oppressive scene caused even the Beasts Pirates crew, who had confidence in Kaishu and Kaido, to riot. Many crew members were even panicked, with their mouths wide open and looking at the islands falling from the sky with cold sweat. Golden Lion this BD. Roar! A fierce dragon roar. A blue dragon that spread hundreds of meters soared into the sky and roared angrily, can't we change the time? It delayed Laozi's big event. Dragon breath. The red-hot breath that used to be has now turned into the orange-red dragon breath that condensed in the dragon's mouth. Chirp 3.8-. Rotating the thick pillar of blazing fire, it rushed towards a falling island. Pang! Boom, boom, boom! There was a loud noise, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The dragon's breath hit the island and broke through the rocks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crash la la la! In just a moment, the dragon's breath shot directly through an island, and the fallen gravel was melted by the high temperature, blooming like fireworks in the air. Call! The dragon's breath from King Glong's mouth swept across, directly destroying the island it shot through. Wow! Boss Kaido! Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at the terrifying scene of Qinglong destroying the island with just one breath. There were shouts of adoration. Dad! Yamato's eyes were filled with stars as he looked at the dragon hovering above his head. Chapter 186. Why do I feel like my uncle is more handsome than my father? Xiaoling Yi also looked at the dragon in the sky with shining eyes. That majestic and sacred dragon body can't help but awe you. But there are still 2 islands going to fall. Gee ha 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 ha. Kaido, if you have the ability, just stop it and try it. Although the Golden Lion was also shocked by Kaido's burst of power, the other 2 islands were about to fall down at this time. Hey, Golden Lion, don't you have the money to hide in a dog hole? It's really not smart. Kaido didn't even look at the fallen island, but mocked mercilessly. Kaido. The veins on Golden Lion's forehead bulged, and his eyes looked at the hovering dragon with murderous intent. Ah! The island is going to fall. How to do? Seeing that the other 2 islands were not blocked, the pirates were shocked by the oppression coming from the sky. Snapped! At this moment, a loud noise sounded. Buzz! There was a buzz in the atmosphere. The 2 islands that were about to be smashed down stopped very suddenly. Just suspended in midair. What's going on? Stop it! Is the Golden Lion showing mercy? Idiot, you know that's impossible without even thinking about it. Yes, it's the captain. Captain! Oh! The pirates who were still in fear were a little confused when they saw the island suddenly stopped. But when they saw clearly the tall and majestic figure in midair, they all cheered loudly. In an instant, the haze just now was swept away. This is Kaishu, the captain of their Beasts Pirates. As long as Kaishu is around, the crew of Beasts Pirates has no fear of any enemy. Too dark. Kaishu floated directly to Kaido and waved his hand casually. The 2 islands are separated on the left and right, gradually revealing their dazzling eyes. Damn it, don't underestimate Laozi. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Roar! The earth-shaking roar of a wild lion came from 2 separate islands. The island quickly turned into a huge lion's head, dust and smoke were everywhere, and rocks kept falling. Gee ha 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 ha! Laozi is the Golden Lion, remember it? The Golden Lion looked up to the sky and laughed with bright eyes, and pressed down the wolf with its open arms. Roar! The huge lion head opened its huge mouth in the sky to swallow everything and roared silently. It whizzed past and smashed hard towards the east island below. The huge shadow is like a star falling from space, and its earth-shattering power is enough to destroy everything. Although lion fruit can control and levitate very large objects, he wants to completely transform the entire island into another form. It forms a powerful blow, but it is very intolerable. Golden Lion is demonstrating and venting his endless anger. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Kaishu's eyes were cold and stern, and he calmly extended his right hand forward. Buzz! It was as if an invisible force hindered the 2 huge lion heads and stopped again. Hateful! The Golden Lion gritted his teeth, but no matter how he used his abilities, he couldn't make the lion's head fall off. Wolululuo, is that all? Golden Lion! It's too boring. Kaido laughed disdainfully, and then the dragon's mouth opened, and the blazing orange flame condensed again. Dragon breath! Bang, bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Whoa, 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 whoa! The huge lion heads formed by the 2 islands were directly shot by the flames that burned the mountains and seas. And the rocks were melted by the high temperature and bloomed directly in the air. However, there were still quite a few larger pieces of lava that fell directly. Hey, he is such a troublesome boss. Quinn, Mihawk, Big Bear, Jinbei, appear everywhere. Bang! Let's travel! Mloculent karate same. Shua! After 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, all the falling lava was crushed, without causing any damage, but the dust became a little thicker. Wolololo! Golden Lion, since you are here, please stay. Kaido stared at the Golden Lion fiercely. Gee ha 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 ha, what a group of incredible monsters. But Lao Zi is here just to say hello to you. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Golden Lion's mouth and he said while biting his cigar. Lao Zi also wants you to have a taste of what it's like for 2 tigers to fight. Kaishu looked cold and asked calmly, 147, what do you mean? You'll know then. The corners of Golden Lion's mouth grinned, revealing an expression that was no longer exaggerated. After saying that, his body floated up. Want to leave? Kaishu sneered. Just when I was about to use my mind to stop it. Whoosh! The Golden Lion just stepped on it, and the largest island fell down. Kaishu had no choice but to prevent the island from falling first. Jahahahaha, Kaishu, the war has begun. The arrogant voice of the Golden Lion came from the sky, and the figure quickly disappeared. There is no way, Kaishu's telepathy is very strong, but it also has a shortcoming. That's the distance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until the 2 islands fell to about the same level before stopping them from falling. Brother, what does Golden Lion mean? Have no idea. On the other side, Naval Headquarters, Malindo. Ziahe, what did you say? Beast's Pirates real fighter Crazy Lion Gai Wen, was seriously injured and comatose at the entrance of the 113 branch. End. Chapter 187. And this recording phone bug was also found on his body. Staff officer he took out a small phone bug with a serious look on his face. What? Sengoku was shocked. The Beast's Pirates real beater was severely injured and left at the door of branch 113? This is an attempt to frame Marine. If Kaishu knew about it, he would definitely come to save people. When the time comes, they will still be the ones to suffer. You can't leave the Crazy Lion Gai Wen, either kill him or throw him into the sea and let him fend for himself. Sengoku rubbed his head and said casually. As for being sent to impel down like other pirates who were captured alive? It's not obvious that Kaishu is going to cause impel down, maybe there will be some big trouble. I'm afraid not. Ziahe said with a solemn expression. Only then did Sengoku notice the gloomy look on Counselor He's face, and took the recording phone bug from her hand. This. After reading the contents of the phone bug, Sengoku's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Is the video above real? Has the phone bug been tampered with? Until the end of the video, Sengoku couldn't believe it was true. No. I had it checked immediately and there was nothing wrong with it. Furthermore, Crazy Lion Gai Wen has been secretly detained, and the authenticity of the records can be verified at any time. Staff officer he shook his head and said with an ugly expression. After hearing what officer he said, Sengoku fell into silence, frowning and thinking deeply. This matter is too big. I will go to Marie Joyce immediately and report it to the 5 elders in person. Bring the Crazy Lion Guy article with you. Remember, it must be kept secret. The fewer people know about it, the better. Okay, I'll go now. Staff officer he had already guessed that there would be such an arrangement, and went ahead to make the arrangements without any surprise. In the office, only Sengoku was left with a serious look on his face. After a long time, he sighed and said, "This is troublesome." After saying that, he left the office, got on the warship arranged by staff he, and headed to the Holy Land Marie Joyce. A few hours later, Marie Joyce, where the 5 elders have their offices. At this moment, after watching the video recording the phone bug, the office fell into an eerie silence. The 5 elders also had ugly faces, their expressions were extremely solemn, and there was even a hint of cold fear in their eyes. The blonde 5 elders Shepherd 10 Peter broke the silence first and asked seriously, "Sengoku, are you sure the video here is real?" "Sure. And before I came here, I had someone test the Crazy Lion Guy Wen. Although he kept hiding at first, at the last moment, he still used calendar. It is absolutely certain that the current ability of Crazy Lion Guy is the same as what was shown in the recording of the phone bug. Phantom Beast Species. Sengoku stood aside and replied with a slight nod. Correct. The content recorded in the phone bug is the video of the fight between Crazy Lion Guy when before he was seriously injured and fell into coma. The ability shown by the Crazy Lion Guy in it is immediately obvious that he is a phantom beast. At this time, the long-bearded five elders Marcus Mazashung held another piece of information in his hand and asked, was Guy Wen's ability before the Crazy Lion an ordinary Zoan? That's right. Sengoku replied. Are you kidding me? I was an ordinary species before, but now I am a fantasy beast species. How is this possible? The five elders, Topman Wachulai Saint, who was wearing a dark green suit, had a bald head, a splayed beard, and a Madara birthmark on his forehead, pointed directly at Sengoku's nose and cursed. You must have failed to understand the capabilities of Crazy Lion Guy at first. This is a dereliction of duty on your part as Marine. Five elders, if that were the case, I wouldn't come here specifically. Sengoku didn't pay attention to Topman Wachula Sheng's scolding, and said solemnly. After repeated confirmation by the Marine Intelligence Department, the ability of the previous Crazy Lion Guy Wen is indeed the Zoan lion fruit. Furthermore, Staff Officer he even made a special trip to Impel Down to interrogate the pirates who had fought with Crazy Guy. It is certain that before Guy, the Crazy Lion, was written, he was just an ordinary Zoan. Topman Wachulai Saint instantly frowned deeply. In fact, the five elders know very well that if there is an error in the intelligence, Sengoku will not report it to them seriously. Just now I just held on to my last doubt and finally confirmed it again. That is to say, Crazy Lion Guy only became a fantasy beast after joining Beasts Pirates. The five elders with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, and a flat hat, Jago Lucia Satan, said seriously. It should be right. After our tests and the information from Crazy Lion Guy, we learned that he has the ability of the Phantom Beast. Zoan Cat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Ice Flame Demonic Lion Form. Originally, they didn't know what the specific abilities of Crazy Lion Guy Wen were. But since it's at the last moment of testing, it's already out. Guy simply said it. Anyway, Marine already knew that he was a phantom beast. Even if he didn't say the specific name, it would have little meaning. If you say so. Saint Izanbalan V. Nashuro, who had been silent and sitting on the windowsill with his katana in his arms, said coldly. Beasts Pirates, is there a way to make Zoan a phantom beast? After repeated confirmations, the five elders finally came to a conclusion that even they themselves could not believe. Sengoku nodded with an ugly expression, probably. If so, it would explain why the Beasts Pirates have been collecting Zoan devil fruit. And there are so many phantom beast species. Shepherd 10 Peter clenched his fists with a gloomy expression. I always thought that the Beasts Pirates were lucky and powerful, and had collected the ability of fantasy beast species. Now it seems that it is not that simple. What exactly is going on? I've never heard that ordinary Zoan species can transform into fantasy beast species. Topman Wachulai was puzzled. Even the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, has never heard of such a bizarre thing. Did you ask something? No. Sengoku shook his head with an ugly expression and said, no matter how tortured he is, Crazy Lion Guy Wen will not let go of, Li Zhao. Humph, no matter what method you use, you must ask. Saint Jegalusha Satan knocked his cane and said coldly, leave him in Marie Joy's and let the CPO torture him. Yes. Sengoku nodded respectfully. Saint Izanbalan V. Nazthuro shook his head and said, even Vegapunk has no research in this area. It can only clone devil fruit, which may not be the result of scientific research. That's right, Quinn, the scientist of Beasts Pirates, doesn't have this ability. Shepherd 10 Peter agreed. But don't forget, devil fruit itself transcends science. Perhaps. It's the Beasts Pirates, who got a fruit that allows Zoan to evolve. Marcus Maz Saint's eyes flashed and he said. The other five elders thought about it for a while and all agreed. Only this explanation is the most reasonable. After all, the sea is so vast, and an unknown fruit that has never appeared before is indeed possible. Chapter 188. In this case, we must get that ability user. Marcus Maz Saint said solemnly. That's right, beasts pirates can't be allowed to continue to develop. Otherwise it will be a serious problem for the world's governments. Saint Jagalusha Satan said with sharp eyes. Not only that, since someone threw the crazy lion guy text at the entrance of the marine branch, and leave such a record phone bug, it's nothing more than provoking a war between marine and beasts pirates. Sengoku added at this time. This is also the issue he is most concerned about. After all, the monster Kaishu, the 100 beasts, is not something marine can deal with. The bald saint Azanbalan V. Nazthurang said with sharp eyes and a cold tone. Then let's start the war. Whether it's the Kaishu got a devil fruit that can evolve Zoan, it's still a scientific research result, or it's to inhibit the development of beasts pirates. This time, the beasts pirates must be completely defeated. Several five elders looked at each other, then nodded and said. Agree. Seconded. Agree. Just enough to combat the pirates' arrogance. The public execution of the crazy lion guy brought the beasts pirates out of the new world. Good. Soon, the five elders formulated a battle plan with 950 Sengoku. Before the public execution, he continued to torture the crazy lion guy and used all means to obtain information about becoming a fantasy beast species. Moreover, it is safer to temporarily place the crazy lion guy article in the holy place Marie Joyce. Of course, it's impossible to fight the beasts pirates with marine alone. We also need to add the foundation of the world government. For example, CP Organization, Army, Holy Land Garrison. A few days later, the news that Marine had caught beasts pirates really beating the crazy lion guy spread throughout the sea. Moreover, the newspaper owned by the ZF agency also clearly stated that the determination to fight against the evil pirates will be publicly executed at naval headquarters in 10 weeks. For a moment, the sea was in an uproar. Oh my god, Marine is going to war with the beasts pirates. What do you think Bai Zhang Keto would do? Of course it's a war. Do you think 100 Beasts Kaishu is afraid of Marine? Don't be kidding me. Idiot, of course I know this. What I mean is that Kaishu, the 100 Beasts, will go into naval headquarters alone to save people like before, or will he start an all-out war? It's really hard to say. No matter what, the peace of the sea is going to be broken. Okay Marine, why are you going to war with Kaishu? Of course it's for revenge. You must know that both Marine Admiral and Marine Marshal were killed by Kaishu, and all Marine branches in New World were destroyed. But, will Marine be a rival? This is really not necessarily true. I think Marine must have been prepared, otherwise he wouldn't have been executed in such a big and public way. So, Marine is sure of defeating Kaishu, the 100 Beasts. Of course. No, I don't believe anyone can deal with that monster Kaishu. Yes, don't forget that Blue Dragon Kaido is also an unkillable creature. Ah ha ha ha. Kids, once Marine takes care of the beasts pirates, it's time for us to rise up. Justice shall prevail. Destroy the beasts pirates. Lord Kaishu will not lose. The world is boiling. The sea went berserk. Everyone is paying attention to Marine's actions this time and guessing the actions of 100 Beasts Kaishu. Entering naval headquarters single-handedly? Or a large-scale all-out war? This is recognized around the world as the strongest pirate group in the world. Every move will affect the situation of the sea and the sea. Not to mention the possibility of an all-out war with naval headquarters now. If you stand on the wrong team, the major forces will even be completely reshuffled. Ghost Island, Conference Hall of the Hall of Beasts. All the cotters of Beasts pirates have returned, and Kaishu is sitting at the head with an expressionless expression. Kaido sat in the first position on his left hand, Jun sat in the first position on his right hand, and the other cotters sat in sequence. According to the investigation, a Feb guy was caught by Golden Lion on his way back and sent to the Marine Branch Gate. Kong Ming told the details of the incident and lowered his head guiltily. Crazy Lion Guy Wen was attacked, and the intelligence department has not collected the information until now. This is a dereliction of duty on his part. Kongming, this matter has nothing to do with you. That guy from Golden Lion is very mobile, and he probably brought a phone bug that blocked the signal. That's why we didn't receive support from Guy Wen. Even if you don't attack Guy, you will attack others, so don't blame yourself. Kaisha comforted him lightly. This incident is indeed not to blame Kongming's intelligence department for failing in its duties. It would be easy for Golden Lion to deal with a real fighting level cadre of beasts pirates. But this also proves that the rudder above Golden Lion's head has a great influence on him. Otherwise, with the courage of Golden Lion, he would not be able to do such a thing. I'm afraid Golden Lion's current conquerors has declined a lot. Damn Golden Lion, Lao Zi must kill him. Kaido shouted angrily. Captain! Everyone in the conference hall looked at Kaishu, waiting for Kaisha's order. Kaishu stood up from the throne, his cold and domineering aura filled the audience. The atmosphere is frozen and the leaves are falling silently. Kaishu glanced at the audience and said domineeringly, "In 1 week, attack naval headquarters. The war has begun." Oh! Everyone roared in response, all with fierce fighting spirit. Their murderous intent was rampant. The momentum soared into the sky. The clouds were boiling and rolling. "Captain, how many combat forces do we need to participate in the battle?" Yin asked calmly. "Jun, Tiger, and Unanimous stay on Onigashima, and everyone else joins the battle," Guy Tsubasa ordered. "Captain, what about our other territories?" "Whitebeard is fine, but will Big Mom take advantage of it?" Yin said worriedly. "Pirates never talk about morality. If all the beasts pirates come out in full force, I believe that many pirate groups in the New World will be interested in the beasts pirates' territory. Give me all the important information and supplies within a week, and Kaido will transfer Sky Island. All combat forces are gathered together. As for the territory, we will wait until we come back from naval headquarters and fight back again." Kaisha calmly ordered that as long as the beasts pirates have fighting power, they can take over things like territory at any time. "Valero Lolo, Captain, I can't wait." Waldo burst into laughter with rare joy. During this period of time, he was so idle that war was exactly what he longed for. The young Shiryu bit his cigar and wiped his bloodthirsty eyes at his thunderstorm energy, which could no longer be suppressed. Hearing what Kaisha said, everyone understood what Kaisha meant, and they were all ready to go. The beasts pirates' active preparations for war cannot be concealed from Marine's information. Kaisha has no intention of hiding people at all. All powerful organizations in the world know that. The war is about to begin. Chapter 189. Ghost Island, Conference Hall of the Hall of Beasts. Mihawk, Waldo, and other cotters left one after another to prepare for the war. Only Kaishu, Kaido, and Jun were left in the huge conference room. "Husband, how dare naval headquarters start a war with us?" Jun asked in confusion. Listen to these confident words. The naval headquarters, which suppresses the entire sea and is the largest violent organization under the world's government and can destroy any force, is not looked down upon by Jun. There's nothing surprising, it's just that we know that we can make Zoan ability users become phantom beasts. Kaisha's tone was calm and unusually calm. Can the naval headquarters and the world government be so eager to start a war with themselves? You must know the secrets of so many fantasy beast species and beasts pirates. Oh, that's how it is. Jun nodded clearly, and his expression returned to calm. Naval headquarters is really stupid. If Golden Lion hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed it now. Kaido took off the wine gourd from his waist, took a few sips, and mocked Marine with disdain. Kaisha smiled slightly and said, "They haven't thought about this at all." In fact, Kaisha has been planning to hide the secret of the phantom species since 5 years ago. Otherwise, Bullet, who was originally claimed to be an ancient species, would not have shown the power of thunder and lightning after becoming a disaster. But at that time, Dahai thought Bullet was hiding his clumsiness. The real reason is that Kaishu has lifted the restriction order and no longer needs to hide it. The reason is simple: strength. Kaishu's strength is not afraid of all the enemies who are looking at him. I remember when Jun and Qingjiao were restricted from using the ability of the phantom beasts, Kaishu said, Tempering your tolerance is only temporary, as long as you give Laozi a few years, the beast's pirates will be fearless. 5 years ago, Kaisha was able to fulfill its promise. Naturally, there is no need to hide anymore. 5 years ago, Guy's girlfriend was ready for war. But unexpectedly, Marine didn't know this secret until now. As a result, this war has been dragged until now. Why doesn't Kaisha let the crew continue to hide and develop in a low profile? It's very simple awesomeness. The power system of the pirate world is different from any other world. Firm belief and belief in yourself are the foundation of the editor. In the original book, when Rayleigh was teaching Luffy Haki, he said something, perseverance is a kind of strength. This is why Kaisha said that his Haki had weakened when he learned that the Golden Lion was bullying the Small to capture Guy when. Because Golden Lion no longer believes in himself from the bottom of his heart, the group will rely on Marine's power. It's okay to try to improve yourself in a low-key manner when you know your strength is insufficient. But if you have grown up and are still afraid of this and that, it is not the courage that a strong person should have. Maybe it has no impact in other worlds, but only in the pirate world, it is a lack of confidence in one's own strength. Even Blackbeard, who is known for his forbearance in the original work, is spending his life gambling on a devil fruit. Isn't this his belief? After I leave, let Xiao, Yamato, and Yuri Ryoko live in the space ring together. When the situation is not right, give up the ghost body. Kaishu handed the space ring to Jun and gave instructions. Husband, are you worried? We're not afraid of 10,000, we're just afraid of what might happen. Maybe the world government will make a surprise attack and lead us to the naval headquarters. Kaishu's eyes flashed and he tapped his fingers on the table. Kaishu has also gained some understanding of the methods of the world government over the years. I'm afraid their target is not themselves and the beast's pirates. It's the secret that allows Zoan to become a fantasy beast species. Kaido, have your pirate group stationed for defense and replace all the members of your own pirate group. Kaishu does not plan to summon his pirate group this time, but will let them defend the territory. As long as the beast's pirates do not fall, Kaishu is confident that no big force will dare to invade his territory. The key is still on Ghost Island, after all, it is the base camp of beast's pirates. If the world government or some other forces want to take the opportunity to cause trouble, they will probably aim here. However, there are Jun and the two catastrophes, and the terrain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even if the world government sends hidden combat power, there is no need to worry. At worst, just give up a Nagashima. Jun can completely escape with everyone. Even Golden Lion's lion fruit can't catch up with Frozen Bird's speed. All Kaishu's battles in Jiji have been reviewed in detail. After nothing was missed, he ordered Kaido and Jun to prepare separately. In the waters of Whitebeard's influence, on the Moby DK. Cool la 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 la, you are such a courageous brat. Let's go straight to full-scale war with naval headquarters. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed heartily, his heroic spirit shocking everyone. Zero, please give me flowers, Zero. Dad, who do you think will win? Marco asked curiously. Who knows? Whitebeard looked at the sea and said to himself with blurred eyes, as if he had seen the war that was about to start. Dad. Marco noticed the change in Whitebeard's mood. That guy from Golden Lion is really getting better and better as he gets older. Cool la 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 la, sons, there's a party. Whitebeard looked away, his face filled with heroic laughter again, he raised the barrel and took the lead in drinking. Oh! Cheers! Just for the war that is about to begin. I hope 100 Beasts Kaishu can teach those hypocritical marines a lesson. Ha 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 ha. Marco looked at Whitebeard who was laughing happily, no longer asked any more questions, raised his head to clink glasses and drank, but his eyes were a little thoughtful. West Blue, O'Hara. The Roger pirates came here all the way from the New World in order to find an archaeologist who could understand the text of history and board the ship. The Beast's pirates are going to have an all-out war with Marine. It's really that Kaisha guy, ha 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 ha. Roger, who was having a banquet to celebrate the addition of his new partner, laughed excitedly while reading the newspaper. New World is really going to be in chaos now. Rayleigh smoked a cigarette and said distressedly. But wouldn't it be our opportunity if Kaishu and Marine start a war? Jabba said while smoking a cigarette in one hand and holding rum in the other, holding a toothpick in his mouth. That's right. We need to find the last 2 pieces of red historical text as soon as possible, and then I'll trouble you, Orbia. Roger smiled at a woman with white hair, blue eyes, and a resolute face. Leave it to me then. Finding the real history is my dream. Roger's new partner, Nicole Albia, said with a serious face. Ha 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 ha, cheers everyone, we are about to start a new adventure. Oh. Under the attention, expectation, and fear of all parties in the sea, a week passed quickly. Today is the day when the Beast's pirates really beat up the crazy lion guy and execute him. Early in the morning, the area near the execution platform that had been set up in naval headquarters was already filled with troops. These are the most elite soldiers of the Marine Corps. There are as many as 100,000, densely packed all over the execution square. All Marines are in full readiness. Although there are still a few hours before the execution, many of them have sweaty palms and are extremely nervous. Chapter 190. Time passed in agony of waiting, and there were less than 2 hours left before the public execution. Everyone around the world seemed to have a tacit understanding to stop fighting on this day, and everyone was waiting in front of their respective big screens. Sabayati Archipelago, countless people have gathered in front of the huge screen. Everyone stared at the dark screen expectantly, their palms sweating nervously. Godong. Haven't it started yet? It should be soon. I'm so nervous. I wonder if Marine can defeat the Beast's pirates. Of course it can, Justice will definitely win the final victory. Ha 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 ha, don't be naive. No one can be the opponent of 100 Beasts Kaishu. You have no idea how terrifying that monster is. That's right, that was the monster that killed Marine Admiral and Marine Marshal. It will start in 2 hours. Warranty. The closer the public execution time is to 987, the more excited everyone in the world becomes. No trace of the Beast's pirates yet. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku looked at his deputy with a serious expression. No, I can't find it at all. The deputy is also sweating profusely. Just yesterday, all the warships monitoring Beast's pirates were sunk. Beast's pirates disappeared from Marine's intelligence network. 24 hours have passed now without any trace, as if they have disappeared. Although Marine was kicked out of the New World, it was still possible to secretly send out 2 disguised surveillance ships. I got it, go down and tell those bastards in Shishibukai to get ready. The world government not only arranged other combat forces, but also forcibly summoned 5 Shishibukai. 7 Warlords of the Sea is an organization under the world government, not Marine. In name, Marine cannot be transferred. Also, because of Kaishu's butterfly effect, Shishibukai appeared early. It's so scary, Beast's pirates disappeared completely before the war started. Kizaru said in a playful tone. Humph, it's just a bunch of rubbish from the sea. It's the same as long as they come to die during the execution. Akainu Sakazuki crossed his arms and said in a low voice. Aokiji Kuzan wore an eye mask and seemed to be asleep, lying on the sofa without speaking. The 3 of them are the most promising vice admirals in Marine. During the recruiting training camp, Zephyr called them monster recruits with admiral potential. In less than a year, I graduated from the training camp. Perhaps due to the lack of combat power caused by Kaishu, he was appointed colonel upon graduation. Then follow Garp, Zephyr, and Commander Crane to suppress the sea everywhere. Within a few years, he was promoted to vice admiral. The butterfly effect was brought forward. Originally, after Roger died until O'Hara was destroyed, they were still vice admirals. Kaka. Garp was still eating snacks as carelessly as ever, without any awareness of the coming war. With Kaishu and Kaido's abilities, it's normal to not be able to find them. Black Arm Zephyr, who has purple hair and a strong body, is sitting next to Garp. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he looks a little more elegant, but Zephyr, at his peak, is still impressive. Ha 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 ha, it's the same as beating them again when they come. Garp patted Zephyr on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing Zephyr's words, even the unruly Sakazuki had respect in his eyes. Staff Officer Crane is receiving the 7 warlords of the sea. At this critical moment, Marine is worried, and the headquarters is running around everywhere. Okay, let's go there, no matter what, Marine will not lose. The army and CPO are waiting for us, don't neglect us. Sengoku ignored Garp's laughter, stood up and led the way towards the execution square. Behind him were Zephyr and Garp, and Akainu followed at the back. Marine Ford, execution square. Tap, tap. Tread. On the steps under the execution platform, 5 people walked up and started fighting on the rock wall. The aura of the 5 of them would make people afraid to look directly at them even among the 100,000 elite marines. He, let's start quickly. It's really exciting. Snort. That's 7 warlords of the sea. The marines looked at the 5 people standing on the rock wall in surprise. Of course, the marines who were generals and above were very calm, but there was a trace of disgust in their eyes. They were not willing to cooperate with these pirates. But there is no way, this is the order of the world government. The former captain of the Rocks Pirate Division 6, the great swordsman Akoku. The captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, beautiful snake boy Medusa. Challenge the supernova of the Roger Pirates Sir Crocodile. Supernova hero of West Blue Gecko Moria. The one who challenged the Whitebeard pirates and escaped unscathed Trian Stassen Olin. They are all big pirates who can suppress an entire sea area. Are they here to help? Humph. Pirates are not trustworthy. I hope they are friendly forces. 17. There was a commotion in the square because of Shishibuki's arrival. Tap. Tap. Before the marine soldiers could finish their discussion, marine senior leaders led by Sengoku came over. The Akainu 3 separated from Sengoku and the others, and they walked towards the execution platform, where the vice admiral's camp was located. Then I saw Zephyr and 2 tall men walking to a place under the execution platform, where there were prepared seats. Oh! After Zephyr and the other 2 sat down, marines in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Except for the Marine Admiral Black Bull Zephyr. The other 2 are, Army Admiral Steel Diamond Wagner. CPO's strongest shield 0. Marine Admiral, that is the embodiment of Marine's highest combat power and the pillar of Marine. The strongest shields of Army Admiral and CPO are monsters that are not inferior to Marine Admiral. Sengoku led Garp to the execution platform. Hoarse shouts came from the square. Marshal Sengoku. Hero Garp. Teacher Zephyr. Half of the marines in the square were trained by Zephyr in the past few years, so there is nothing wrong with calling them Teacher Zephyr. At the signal of Marshal Sengoku, the video call bug was connected. People waiting around the world saw the shocking scene on the screen. Is this Marines lineup? It's too strong. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Will such combat power beasts pirates really come? Who are those 2 5.3 people sitting next to Zephyr Admiral? You don't even know this. The one on the left is an Army Admiral, and the one on the right wearing a mask looks like a spy agent from the world government. That's the CP organization. It should be the highest combat power of CPO. They are no less powerful than Marine Admiral. Really? Then this lineup is too scary. I didn't expect that the world's government would send the army and CPO to help. So handsome. When Dad grows up, I want to be a Marine too. Marine will win. Justice will win. Ha ha ha, destroy the beasts pirates, destroy all the pirates. 11. The whole world was shocked by Marine's combat prowess. Many forces have also recognized the strongest shield of the Army Admiral and CPO. They can't imagine that with such strength and such a lineup, do the pirates really have a chance of winning? Even the beasts pirates, who are said to be the strongest in the world. Chapter 191. Of course, these are mostly the thoughts of the people in Sahai and Paradise. The major forces in New World don't think so. They know very well what a terrifying force the beasts pirates, led by Kaishu, are. The monsters inside are all terrifyingly powerful. Sengoku stood up and waved. The Marine Ford Square was immediately silent, and all the Marines looked at Sengoku enthusiastically. Bring the guilty man up. Click. Kick to kick. Guy Wen wore handcuffs and anklets and was escorted by 2 executioners to the execution platform. At this moment, Guy is no longer as ferocious as before, his face is pale and haggard, and his exposed skin is scarred, and he can tell at a glance that he has been tortured. With sea stone, he looks even more weak. Under the forced actions of the 2 executioners, Guy kneeled on the execution platform, his eyes desperate and helpless. Guy, who is at the peak of his life, yearns for freedom. Yearns for the sea. But everything is over. Sengoku stood beside him and picked up the talking phone bug in his hand. Here today, the most heinous person is executed, the one who committed countless unforgivable crimes on the sea. Beasts Pirates Real Beat and Crazy Lion Guy Wen. This execution is of great significance. It represents Marines' determination to protect the sea. Pirates will never be allowed to do whatever they want. Even at the top of the pirate ranks, the 4 emperors and marines of New World will still attack with all their strength and destroy evil. Justice will not disappear. Justice will prevail. Sengoku's impassioned words spread around the world with the video call bug. The people were affected by this determination of justice, and they all looked forward to the arrival of justice and Marine's victory. Oh! Marine will win. I must become a Marine. Fight for justice. Marine is the guardian of the sea. Down with all evil, justice will prevail. This is the Marine who protects the sea. Even the 4 emperors are not afraid at all. Mom, I will also become a Marine who protects justice in the future. In Marineford's Square, the Marines were also inspired to win. I'm afraid even if the New World 4 emperors join forces now, these Marines will dare to fight. Sengoku looked at Marines' shouts with satisfaction and nodded secretly. The military spirit is available. Everyone is ready. Stay alert. The criminal is about to be executed. Yes. The neat military appearance is inspiring. Just when everyone was excited and paying attention to every move on the sea, a large shadow suddenly enveloped Marineford Execution Square. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The unruly Haki's laughter came from the sky. That's it. Everyone discovered the thing in the sky. That's a small island. Say hello. Bang Kaishu smiled and clicked his fingers. The island lost control of its telekinesis and fell from a high altitude. Although it was a small island, it was larger than the entire execution square. All Marines are within attack range. The island fell. How could it be? Isn't this the ability of Golden Lion Fruit? Could it be that 100 Beast Sky Fist and Golden Lion Shiki have joined forces? What to do? Don't panic. We have the Marshal and the Admiral here. Calm down. There was a commotion among the ordinary Marine soldiers in the square. They couldn't block an island, and they would definitely die if it hit it. People all over the world were even more wide-eyed, having never seen such a scene. What surprised all the forces was that this seemed to be the ability of the Golden Lion. However, Crazy Lion Guy was clearly sent to naval headquarters by Golden Lion. How could he join forces with Beast's pirates? What is going on? What an exaggerated debut ceremony. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, crossed his arms, and commented like a boss. Golden Lion's ability. A trace of hatred flashed in Akoku's eyes. He. New World's 4 emperors are really exaggerated. Gecko Moria just looked at the falling island and laughed. At this moment, Moria, who has not yet gone to the New World and has not lost her companions, is still the hero of West Blue. The other 2 Shishibukai calmly didn't say a word, and they had no intention of taking action. How scary, Beast's pirates! Kizaru said in a nonchalant tone, his yellow sunglasses completely shrouded in shadow. Has that monster Kaishu developed his telekinesis to this extent? Army Admiral Steel Diamond Wagner stood up and complained in a relaxed tone, but his eyes were solemn. Kaishu made a big fuss in naval headquarters and even killed former Marine Marshal Kong Kong. Of course they have some understanding of Kaishu's ability. Brush. Wagner stepped on his feet and appeared under the fallen island. It's Army Admiral. Admiral took action, great. Stretching out his right hand, it quickly expanded and twisted, turning into a giant threaded drill the size of a giant's fist. Steel diamond armed explosion. Buzz. The giant diamond-like drill rotated rapidly, making a scalp-numbing buzzing sound. Covered by haki as black as ink, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he blasted towards the bottom of the island. Bang 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 bang! Boom boom, boom boom boom! The island was broken directly from the middle of the bottom, and thick cracks continued to spread. The dust and smoke exploded and torn apart. The island was blasted into huge rocks, and the sky was even covered with dust. It's so scary. Kizaru looked at the falling stones and said with a lewd expression. Chirp! Then a dazzling yellow light flashed and appeared in mid-air, turning into a huge cross of light. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. The dazzling cross of light shoots out countless light bombs, each 320 light bombs are extremely powerful, blasting towards the falling rocks. The powerful light bombs shattered huge rocks. With the airflow of the explosion, most of the dust was swept to the sea in the distance, causing a wave. Only a small amount of rock debris and dust fell on the marine soldiers. Kizaru Vice Admiral. Oh! Everyone looked at Kizaru, who had returned to the original place with a lazy look on his face, with admiration on his face. Kizaru is one of Marine's most famous monsters in recent years. Logia Sparkling Fruit ability user, a monster with admiral potential. What a nice kid, worthy of being a new marine monster. Wagner returned to the throne under the execution platform, glanced at Kizaru below, and said with admiration. Is this the strength of Admiral? He is a complete monster. Too strong. Wagner Admiral. Although he is an army admiral, he is also a powerful monster. Ah! People all over the world watching were extremely excited. Godong, we have Admiral here. We will never lose. A general swallowed his saliva and became angry because of the sound. No. Not bad. Marine will win. Oh. Marine has recovered from the shadow just now, and his energy is still high. The island disappeared, the earth returned to light, and everyone in the square looked up to the sky. In mid-air, there was a huge pirate ship floating. Chapter 192. That is, the main ship of the Beast's pirates, the Beast Erebus. It's coming. Everyone, be alert. Beast's pirates descend from the sky. Attention! Be ready for bombardment at any time. Oh! The Erebus slowly descended until it was at the same height as the execution platform. That's it. Cotter Beast's pirates. Thunder Catastrophe Bullet and Fire Catastrophe Yin, the two major disasters of Beast's pirates. Plague Quinn, Ant Jinbei, Bing Mihawk. Shiryu of the Shinta Rain, and Gaimano of the Shinta. Where are the others? Do the Beast's pirates just want to rely on these people to come to naval headquarters to save people? Not only Marine, but also Shishibukai and everyone around the world have such doubts. Tap. Tap. On the Erebus, there was the sound of heavy footsteps, as if stepping on everyone's heart. Depression, tension, shortness of breath. Yin and Bullet separated to the left and right, and Kunlun and Madoka also made way. Kaishu slowly got off the throne on the deck, walked to the bow, and stood at the front of the team. Kaishu's tall haki, demon-like body is awe-inspiring. The handsome face, burly figure, and thick black hair do not exude any haki, but give people a contradictory feeling of domineering and elegant. But there is also a fear of facing death, which makes people involuntarily feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. That's Kaishu, the strongest monster in the world. People all over the world held their breath, swallowed, and looked at Guy's figure in awe. Even through the screen, I can feel a sense of oppression. Sengoku, sussy, ignore it. Kaishu said with a smile. The whole place was silent when he spoke, no one dared to speak, even their breathing slowed down, and even they themselves didn't know why. Kaishu. You actually chose to start a war. Sengoku looked at Kaishu coldly. This is nonsense, you are arresting Laozi's people. Kaishu replied lightly, his tone extremely domineering. Hi. It's just you people? You're too arrogant. Now that we're here, let's all stay, Zhang Gui said with murderous intent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, huge waves surged in the bay of the execution square. In the sea on both sides of Marineford, the waves began to surge. The waves were getting higher and higher, and the water level was rising. It's strange, why the waves suddenly started. Marine, who was defending on both sides, looked at the undulating sea with confusion. Although the weather on the Grand Line was unpredictable, there was no wind here. And it seems that only this area of the sea has rough waves, while other areas are calm. Suddenly, Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals all discovered anomalies in the sea on both sides. Hwa hwa. Wow, 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 1. The waves are still rising and rising, and the waves are getting higher and higher. This is not good. Many Marines also discovered that something was wrong, and the waves had already hit the fortress. Wave after wave. Under the gaze of many Marines, suddenly, the whole island started to vibrate. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, a huge tsunami visible to the naked eye rushed from both sides of Marineford. The tsunami was more than 1,000 meters high. Half of the sky was darkened. The apocalyptic scene made people reluctant to fight. Am I dreaming? With such a big tsunami, the entire Marineford will be submerged. A Marine looked at the tsunami that was pressing towards naval headquarters like it was covering the sky. They all opened their mouths wide, and cold sweat could not stop flowing out. The eyes are full of panic and fear. Hey, what kind of power is this? The cigar crocodile held in his mouth had fallen to the ground. Looking up at the terrifying tsunami, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that monster Whitebeard is here? Not only Crocodile, but also Sengoku had such doubts, and his face became more solemn. I've never heard of beasts pirates using such methods. Aokiji took a step forward and said sternly, "Did Whitebeard join forces with them?" Roar! At this moment, a majestic dragon roar resounded through the sky. Wow! I saw a long figure rushing out from the terrifying tsunami. The domineering and sacred dragon body exuded endless majesty. Dragon! It's Blue Dragon Kaido. Kaido can actually create a tsunami. How can it be? No, Kaido swims in the sea? Isn't he afraid of the sea? Crazy! What the hell is going on? The moment they saw Qinglong going out to sea, everyone felt extremely shocked. But then, there was a series of doubts. This was their first time seeing someone with fruit abilities swimming in the sea. I just feel like all my knowledge is shattered. Explain again. Kaido cannot swim, but with his water control ability, he can drain the water outside the dragon's body, and then step on the flaming clouds to achieve the scene of dragon swimming in the sea. Ice Age. A green figure suddenly rushed into the air at the moment when the tsunami was about to fall. Kaka the open hands directly erupted with astonishing cold air, which instantly connected to a huge tsunami. The terrifying tsunami that was completely enough to submerge Marineford was quickly frozen in ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the exaggerated tsunami turned into a huge iceberg. Aokiji Vice Admiral. The Marines in the Bay Square all shouted in surprise as if they were surviving a disaster. Hoo-hoo. After Aokiji returned to the Vice Admiral camp, he was breathing heavily. It was obvious that Kuzan, who was still young, wasted a lot of energy by freezing such a tsunami. Bang bang! At this time, the iceberg broke through a huge gap. 3 pirate ships flying the flag of the beasts rushed out from the other side of the iceberg. Marine, it's gone. Kaido has returned to his human form, standing on the bow of the pirate ship in the middle, holding a mace, zhaos, and laughing proudly. Bo! Immediately afterwards, the water in the bay surged one after another, and 5 pirate ships appeared. All are ships directly under the leadership of Beast's pirates, a total of 13 pirate ships. Oh! Captain, here we come. This is naval headquarters? It's not that great, ha ha ha. Guy Wen, wait for us. Damn it, we were invaded so close. The coating came from the bottom of the sea, you were careless. Sengoku looked at the 9 pirate ships in the bay with an ugly expression. The officers of Beast's pirates are here. No, I haven't seen the figure of Jun, the first of the 3 disasters, the snow disaster. It looks like there are 2 missing disasters. Hateful. The Marines in the execution square also looked at the appearance of Waldo, Big Bear, and other pirates in surprise and anger. Chapter 193. Captain. Guy Wen was also moved by the changes before his eyes, and his eyes turned red. He is loyal to Kaishu, so even if Kaishu lifts the restriction on the phantom beast species, Guy won't show off all his abilities until there is a life and death fight, just to avoid causing trouble to the captain. But this time, he was captured because of his mistake, which led to the world government knowing this secret. He wanted to die to apologize to Kaishu, but the world government would not let him die easily. When he was imprisoned, he kept hoping that Kaishu would not come and leave him alone. When Guy was brought to Marie Joyce, he was ready to sacrifice. But he didn't expect that Kaishu would declare war without hesitation. Came while Marine was gearing up, bringing the entire Beast's pirates with him. This is an attitude of going to war with Marine at all costs to save him. Determination to risk everything to save your companions. At this moment, Guy's heart, which had been gloomy and ready to die, was once again shrouded in the light of hope. Captain, please leave quickly. Don't. Guy Wen suddenly felt that even if he died, he couldn't drag everyone down. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kaizo. You are a member of Lao Zi's crew. Lao Zi has the final say over your life. 677 is waiting there for Lao Zi. If you dare to provoke us Beast's pirates, Marine, be prepared. Oh! The pirates in the bay respond to Guy's anger. Bang! Bang bang! The Erebus and the 3 pirate ships led by Kaido all landed in the bay. All of a sudden, the Beast's pirates gathered together and joined in. Fire! Sink them! Tweet! The fort on the bay immediately fired dense shells at the Beast's pirates' fleet. Turn the rudder! Counterattack! Tweet! Bang bang bang! Boom, boom boom! Except for the Erebus, the other ships quickly turned their rudders to avoid the shells and quickly launched a counterattack. And there are many strong people on each ship. At least the pirates who are hanging out in the New World, who are a little bit powerful, have mastered at least one kind of haki. This resulted in Marine's shells either not exploding on the sea, or detonating in advance. No harm done at all. On the contrary, it is the fort in Marine Bay because it cannot be moved and there is no strong person to protect it. Eek! Several forts were blown up, and dozens of Marine soldiers were affected. Hateful! Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at the pirate ships that moved flexibly in the bay. They all live a life of licking blood in the New World. How to avoid cannonballs in naval battles has been engraved in the bones of pirates. Wahahaha, Marine, love Lao Zi's cannonballs. Waldo excitedly raised the main gun on a pirate ship, pointed it directly under the execution platform, and shouted with bloodshot pupils. Momo tenfold cannon. Chirp! A cannonball shot out and continued to expand on the way, reaching about 10 times the size just now. AHH! The Marine soldiers under the shadow of the shells all had their mouths wide open and their eyes full of fear. If such a large shell exploded in the bay, it would not only directly destroy the execution platform, but also cause many casualties to the soldiers. I can't let you make such a fuss in naval headquarters. Aokiji turned into an afterimage and appeared in mid-air, with his hands open, facing the incoming shells. Ice time! Half of his body turned into ice, a cold air burst out from his palms, and the cannonballs were quickly frozen. Snapped! Then it fell directly into the sea from mid-air, causing a huge splash. You little brat, who's in the way, Momo tanks speed. Waldo drew his pistol and quickly pulled the trigger. The bullet with a tenfold increase in fire speed shot directly through Aokiji's chest, causing him to fall from the air. Kuzan Vice Admiral. Aokiji fell on the sea surface of the bay, and the sea surface froze. Aokiji's body regrouped and recovered, unscathed. He had just become an element in advance. Ice Age. The sea surface in the bay was completely frozen, the temperature dropped sharply, and it was bone-chilling. The ice is even thicker than the island. All the pirate ships on the bay were frozen on the sea surface, unable to move. It was impossible to leave. Since there is no advantage in naval combat, the pirates can evade flexibly. Simply make it impossible for them to escape, and the frozen pirate ship becomes a living target. Damn it, he doesn't want us to leave. Just in time. The battlefield has been set up for us, let me kill everyone. Qingjiao took the lead and jumped off the boat and rushed towards the marine formation. Young boys, come with me to rescue Gai Wen. Oh! Mr. Gai Wen, we are here. Kill. Let these marines know the consequences of offending our beasts' pirates. Counterattack. Destroy the beasts' pirates. For justice. The marines also jumped into the bay one after another, and the two sides rushed towards each other like a tide. The war has completely started at this moment. Boom boom boom. Eee. Quick. Fire. Kill. Go to hell marine. Damn pirate. Ha 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 ha, kill these hypocritical marines. Ah! The snow-white ice surface was stained red with blood in less than a moment. Marineford became a bloody meat-grinding ground, with blood, wreckage, and screams endlessly heard. The pungent smell of blood and the smell of explosive gunpowder were intertwined. Although the number of beasts pirates is small, there are less than 50,000 people in total. But they all came from the New World's knives, not to mention Kaishu's policy of only seeking the strong. Each of them can equal 1 to 10, and they are not afraid of the huge number of marines. Ha ha ha, who will be Laozi's opponent? Bullet was the fastest, running towards the execution platform like a bolt of lightning. Humph! Despicable pirate! Wearing a mask, Zero stood up and disappeared from the execution platform in an instant. Boom! When he reappeared, his dark right foot was already attached to Bullet. Boom! Thunder roared, air waves shook, and terrifying air waves raged around. Bullet raised his eyes, and the two sides looked at each other with cold eyes, blazing with fire. Interesting. You're a lackey of celestial dragons, you want to stop Laozi? Laozi is a thunder disaster. Bullet's whole body was filled with thunder, his silver-white hair grew, his fangs were ferocious, and his body expanded rapidly. What are the abilities of phantom beasts? Zero's eyes narrowed, and his whole body was on guard. Roar! Bullet's human animal form is also over 10 meters tall. But... whoosh! Because the blessing of thunder and lightning does not affect his speed. Go to hell, lackey of the celestial dragons. It's you who deserve to die, pirate Bullet. Bang bang! Chapter 194. Tread. On the Erebus, Mihawk, who was standing behind Kaishu, took a step forward, staring sharply at Aokiji and 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye Mihawk, are you going to take action? Many people have taken notice of the Mihawk. He is now the most famous swordsman among the younger generation in the sea. He has been challenging swordsmen for a long time at a young age. His eyes are as sharp as an eagle. Even the strongest swordsman can't help but shudder, so he is called the Snow Eagle Eyes by the world. Oh? Do you want to take action? Almost at the same time as Mihawk, Jinbei, who became the catastrophe, turned to look at this usually arrogant man. I just want to see how strong the great swordsman who was once on the same boat as the captain is. Eagle Eye calmly pulled out the Tianyu Yuzhan from his waist, and his actions attracted the attention of many people. After all, he is the man who is expected to become the world's strongest swordsman. Hawkeye didn't hesitate at all, raised his sword and slashed, without any unnecessary movements, simple. But just this simple chop brought a huge green slash, which was unstoppable, as if everything had been destroyed. That guy Kaisha really hired a genius. Seeing such an extremely sharp sword, Aokiji couldn't help but squint his eyes, and quickly struck with a cyan slash. Clang! Boom! 2 slashes exploded in the air, and a halo of light shone in the air, making people unable to help but close their eyes. The powerful wind blew in all directions, and the marines and pirates who were slightly closer were blown away. Eagle Eye Mihawk, a disciple of Snowstorm Jun, let me teach you. Aokiji also stared at Mihawk, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He is also eager to fight against the powerful swordsman. This is the instinct of the strong. The two of them turned into afterimages and disappeared in place at the same time, colliding in the air. Momo 10 times speed. Waldo also jumped off the pirate ship, but instead of rushing towards the execution platform, his target was Vice Admiral Aokiji. You just got in his way, now it's time to teach him a lesson. Shave. Iron body steel. But before he could get closer, he was stopped by a yellow figure raising his fist. A wretched-looking young and mature man, wearing a hat, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and wearing wooden clogs. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral T. Dolphin Plus, Class. Waldo's eyes were fierce and he said with murderous intent. I'm so sorry, I can't do it. T. Dolphin Jiaji didn't care about Waldo's anger, he narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Then I'll kill you BD. Waldo stopped talking nonsense, clenched his fist, covered it with haki, and charged towards the T. Dolphin. Boom! Boom! Ice Cube Kid, get out of here! Qing Jiao originally wanted to rush to the bay first, but was stopped by Aokiji. Qing Jiao, can you please stop causing trouble? You have to do it, but it will be a headache. Aokiji said in a lazy tone. Humph, you want to stop me? You are overestimating your own abilities. Qing Jiao snorted disdainfully, he had the confidence and the strength. Although the three young cousins now have monster potential, they are not monsters after all. No one can be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. After all, Qing Jiao has long been a candidate for the peak of Admiral. That's really troublesome. Aokiji sighed helplessly, his eyes became serious, his body exuded an astonishing chill, his attitude is self-evident. Humph. Then try to block it. Ya Cha-chong fist buta turn furious dance. Haki wraps around the head of the cone, rotates at high speed on the axis of its body, and rushes towards Aokiji in a rapid rotation. Ice Ball. Qing Jiao and Aokiji are fighting together. With Aokiji's strength, even if he loses, he can still hold Qing Jiao back. Stop him quickly. Help! The most conspicuous thing on the battlefield is not Qing Jiao and Aokiji, nor Zero and Bullet, but the fully animalized Plague Quinn. Ha 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 ha, my funk style is the most suitable stage for war. A metal brachiosaurus, taller than a giant, stood in the center of the battlefield. Every time the ice broke and shook, a large number of marines were killed, and even the air waves they stepped on could overturn a group of people. Cannonballs, bullets, and swords hit the brachiosaurus digizoid, leaving not even a white mark. Quinn used the battlefield as a stage, running and bumping like a joyful person. For a moment, it was unstoppable. He. It's such a huge body, it's perfect to be made into a zombie. Shadowhorn gun. Moria decided to take action against Quinn, and the shadow under her feet turned into a spear and stabbed the target, the huge metal brachiosaurus. Boom! Boom! A dark iron hammer blocked the shadow spear. It was a man's figure, holding a square hammer in both hands, raising his eyelids and looking at Moria with a sneer. Does Shishibukai only do sneak attacks? Beast's pirates really beat Garam. Moria looked at the troublemaker angrily. Zero, please give me flowers. Let me see Shishabukai's strength. Saying this, Garam jumped up swinging his hammer. Quinn, just leave it to our giant army. At the risk of the giant's dignity, we must kill him. Several giants from Naval Headquarters, Vice Admiral, could not sit still and rushed towards the huge metal brachiosaurus together. Ha ha ha, Lao Zi is the strongest. Bullet laughed wildly with excitement, and the bear claws flashed with lightning and blasted Zero away. Zero hit the ice like a meteorite, dragging a long ravine with his body. How come? That's the CPO's strongest shield. How come? Whether it was Marine or the people who watched this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Zero. Ahem. Fortunately, Zero stood up quickly. Except for the tatters on his white suit, he didn't seem to have any injuries. The disaster of Beast's pirates is truly worthy of its reputation. Zero said coldly. Of course. Lao Zi is the captain's most capable cotter. Bullet smiled proudly. That's such a pity. Talents like you should serve the gods. But since you have chosen to be an enemy of God, then I have no choice but to kill you. Zero snorted coldly, and his body suddenly split into two. If you can do it, just come. Two identical zeros punched at the same time. The powerful punches stirred up a storm, and collided with a pair of rushing bear paws in midair. Bang! Boom boom! The atmosphere wails, glaciers break, dazzling black air waves spread in the air, and marines and pirates on the glaciers are blown away. Paramecia, the clone fruit. Bullet narrowed his ferocious eyes and looked at Zero seriously. This fruit may be of little use in weak hands. But in the hands of a strong person with abundant stamina, it has a powerful ability that is not weaker than shock fruit. A very simple truth, before the physical strength of love is exhausted. Bullet is equivalent to facing two admiral-level experts at the same time. Moreover, they cooperated tacitly and had exactly the same intentions. Ha 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 ha, BA. However, this did not panic Bullet. Instead, his crazy fighting spirit became even stronger. Immortal thunder poured down, and the thunder covered Bullet's body. Violent thunder and lightning raged, blasting holes into the surrounding water. Chapter 195. Ah! Thunder, thunder and lightning is coming. Quick! Run! Help! Bullet, can't you control your abilities? Mihawk, who was excited about fighting Aokiji, frowned and shouted. Laozi really wants to chop you. Shiryu of Rain also jumped to the side helplessly, and the ice under his feet was shattered by a thunderbolt the next moment. Shiryu's opponent is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Jack Ma. You are too much in the way. Ha 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 ha. Bullet's arrogant voice came out.